Hello, everyone, and welcome to the LPL English broadcast. I am Dominic Seda-Romer. This is a guy who's got one heck of an AD Mordekaiser. It's Zach Rusty Pie. How are you, Rusty?
I'm good, thanks. Cannot wait to get started into the first games of the LPL for the Saturday games here.
Yeah, we're really excited. We've got a really exciting docket for you. It's RNG versus Xiaogu up first, and shortly afterwards, we're going to have Masters 3 versus Snake. But let's go ahead and talk a little bit about the RNG Xiaogu game, because that looks to be like a very thrilling match.
Yeah, we're going to go straight into the side of RNG here as we are talking about them from the looks of it. And what we're going to see is RNG, a side that's starting to find their identity as a team, but they haven't really come through too strong just yet. They're still really searching deep for their actual play style and making it work. But against Xiaogu, the side that is currently second on the ladder, they need one more game to equal EDG, or they can go 2-0, get the 3-point win, and be first outright and force EDG into a 2-0.
Yeah, and so far, Xiaogu have not dropped an 0-2 set yet. So far, if this game plays out as we expect it to, it seems like we're going to be seeing a new tie for first place from Xiaogu, and that really speaks a lot to a new LSPL team.
That's right. For a team to come in from the LSPL and just convincingly take out the LPL teams so far, and being able to be equal with EDG is amazing feat in itself, but to be in front of them, that's so impressive.
Oh yeah, definitely after their performance at MSI. And here we've got the Xiaogu lineup, and you can see TNT with the killer hair. I mean, all of these guys have great hair. There's V in the top lane. Man, that guy is a monster.
Yeah, watch out for this guy's Hecarim if he gets that 7-2 at the moment in the LPL. His stats are ridiculous, and the only one without the Rockstar hair, but rocks the glasses to boot.
Yeah, and here's Swift, the jungler. He's going to be the primary carry, and you can see he's got a whopping 1,200 MVP points. This guy makes plays.
Swift is the beast of the team. He's the rock, and his support, his partner in crime, is going to be doing B, because he's got a very strong KDA, but for the most part, it is assist because he works around his jungler and Swift.
Yeah, and here's TNT, the AD carry, rocking that flaming purple hair, channeling his inner Jinx, though her hair is blue. That's close.
It's like a pseudo Jinx, I guess, but not exactly. TNT, the very resourceless, aggressive AD carry, and his partner in crime, the second support of the team, arguably, TCT, likes to kill himself just to make sure TNT gets out okay.
Yeah, and you can see him smiling and laughing down at the end of the row right there. I think he's already prepared. He's assigned himself to that fate.
Yeah, well, he's already well aware of that fact, that's for sure. TNT, they kind of get left by themselves. A very top-side heavy side is QG. They like to work around the mid and the top lanes, or they get mid to roam with the jungler into the bottom. But in saying that, those two very self-dependent. Yeah,
they certainly are. And on the other side, we didn't get a lot of time to talk about RNG. Their playstyle is a little bit different. It's really more around Wushin, Xiaohu, and more importantly, MLXG.
Yeah, they work around MLXG pretty much entirely, but Xiaohu's starting to come through quite strong at the moment. He's being a very big carry for the team and stepping up massively. And you do have Woosh, very reliable, and you've got Layem to back him up with that thresh. And that's a ridiculous win rate on blue side.
Yeah, you can see Xiaogu are exceptionally strong. They typically lose red side, so I think this is a good opportunity for RNG to split with this.
Higher win rate on the red side. That is very interesting. But you have a look at the actual fact that the aggression that comes out of Xiaogu is higher, their gank success rate is higher, and that's all on the back of Swift compared to MLXG.
Yeah, even the gold distribution is superior, so a lot of this is going to be Xiaogu's game. And I guess the big question that we want to be asking for this game is, Xiaogu, we know they're good. Clearly, if they win a single game, they'll be tied for EDG, but are they capped out? Do they still have room to grow after this?
They could be the second coming of Snake, essentially, where they start so strong, get to the top two, and the ladder, the playoffs come around, and they just cake it a little bit. They can't really continue that lead into the playoffs. But, I mean, a solid start so far. To be able to contest first place already is a very good sign of things to come. They're a little bit different to that Snake lineup, of course, not limited by champion pools or by play styles. They're very diverse, capable of running high damage, heavy dive, late game team fighting. They've shown their versatility, and it's a very exceptional side.
Yeah, you just saw MLXG on your screen. He was looking a little bit nervous, especially going up against Spirit in the jungle. And we're already in the pick and ban phase. That's excellent. You can see Sivir being stricken away from TNT immediately, but I do want to talk a little bit more about MLXG because Swift is the primary guy for Xiaogu. He's the guy. He's the man. if MLXG has to go up against that, what can he possibly be thinking?
MLXG has to pull out all of the stops in this game and really just put it all on the line and take Swift out or put Swift in his place. Don't let him run away with the game.
Nice. We'll definitely see if that's going to be the case. There's the Victor stricken away from Doinby, and Kalista pulled from TNT, while Xiaohu loses that very popular Azir, and Lei loses his Thresh. I'd be really surprised if Alistar were to make it through. Lei ended up winning an amazing game off of a 4-man Alistar knockup. It was a flash, pulverized headbutt, or flash headbutt pulverized combo.
Yeah, so they've actually taken away 2 AD carry bans here from RNG, and it says they're maybe looking towards an AD carry option as their first pick. There aren't a whole lot still available, and also taking them both away from TNT. TNT is going to be able to fall back onto that Tristana, but Echo available, Ryze being banned away as the last pick, Alistar still up.
Alistar's definitely up, so too is that top lane Hecarim that V is an absolute monster at. And I'd be really surprised to see if RNG decide to go back to that Varus. They played it before to moderate success. They played it against Snake, actually, and that was really interesting because they ran the Azir mid Varus and then just the really tanky front line that Snake could not break apart.
Yeah, the interesting thing about QG's bans so far is they are mostly targeted, same with RNG in fact, so it does leave open a lot of the very strong meta-style picks. They may not go towards that Varus because they've got so many options. The Cassiopeia is still available now that Azir and Victor are banned, and we've seen their next picks.
Yeah, the Hecarim is locked in for V, and that's likely going to be Doinby on that support-style mid laner Lulu.
Yeah, his most played mid laner so far, Swift. Actually 6 games so far as the Lulu, and V on that Hecarim, a disgustingly scary top laner to say the least. Looking to get that 8-2 win rate.
On the other side, RNG decide to lock in the Alistar. We mentioned it once, Lei, an absolute monster on it. And Corki locked in. We could see Wu Xin take it. We could see Xiaohu take it. They've played it before, and it would be interesting to see if he decides to switch it up with something a little bit more flexible. But now we're going to take a look at Xiaogu, how they're going to respond to this sort of lineup. TNT's Jinx is great.
It is definitely great, and they actually managed to get Alistar in the second rotation here, RNG, opting for Lulu as the priority for the first rotation from Xiaogu. A very interesting decision, but they must have something else in mind for their support. You can see the Corki being picked with that Alistar. Very strong mid-game now from RNG so far. We'll see what their last 2 picks are, maybe looking for some scaling damage, or they can go all in on the mid-game strength. Pick up that Cassiopeia, who can work super well with the Rumble, as they are hovering at the moment. But we have a look at the side of QG. They've got the Gragas, very strong jungle champion, does it all.
Yeah.
And the Tristana is a TNT special. He works so well with that Tristana, even with as little resources as possible.
Yeah, so we'll see how that's going to work out. We talked about Swift trying to deal with MLXG on that Echo, and that's a Jace and a Rumble locked in.
They want to win at 20 minutes. I'm getting the feeling that they want to win around dragons, around objectives, just work entirely on that mid-game strength. They've got the Corki with the Trinity Force Sork Shoe Spike, Echo with the base damages from the jungle now. Very, very strong. And once you have the Cinderhulk, can still have that passive for raw damage and always going to be very strong. They've got Jace, who now gets the Brutalizer Manamune. Once you've got that, you're a beast as well. And Rumble is Rumble. You work so well with your Magic Pen items.
Oh, looks like Doinby is actually looking at Ahri right here instead of opting for a more standard support. Nautilus is still available. He's going to lock it in. That puts TCT on Lulu.
It does, and that explains a lot as to why Lulu was the priority pick for their first rotation. They want that Lulu in support. They were looking to put a carry with it. Maybe looking to do a lane swap, the infamous, very old school throwback of the 4 versus 0 lane styles where they had the Lulu as the support every single time. The pushing capabilities of an early game Lulu is unrivaled, and maybe Xiaogu are looking for a lane swap because of that.
Yeah, we'll definitely have to see if that is the case, and those are going to be our final lineups. And like you said, I really like this. RNG, they know that Xiaogu is an exceptionally strong teamfight team, so end the game before you take too many team fights. It's an excellent idea.
It is a very good strategy as we're seeing Rumble against the Hecarim now, and exactly as we've just mentioned, that mid-game, early game strength that RNG are looking for here, going to be evident through that top laner.
Yeah, and here's in the jungle, MLXG and Swift on that Echo and Gragas, and you know, as we're running through this Xiaogu lineup, I kind of want to talk a little bit about how they ended up falling into this sort of counterpick idea. They've got the late game Tristana, they've got disengage on Gragas, they've got support on Lulu, and if they can make it late enough, it seems like their team is just going to run over RNG because TNT on that Tristana is terrifying.
Yeah, you look at RNG and they do seem to have a bit of a time bomb in terms of their team comp. But if they get ahead, they're most likely going to stay ahead, as we're seeing the Alistar up against the Lulu, and that is a very interesting support combo.
Yeah, we'll definitely see how that's going to work out as we're getting prepared. I'm a bit curious, do you think we'll see a lane swap, Tristana, Lulu? How does that do?
So Tristana and Lulu, very good. Tristana has been picked into the Sivir most of the time, in fact, just to match that lane swap prowess and the ability to take down turrets, at the very least matched with the Sivir. And now that you've got that Lulu as the support with that champion, a lane swap is most likely going to be on the agenda.
Interesting. Well, we'll have to see how that works out as we load into the Rift for game number 1. And we are on the Rift. It's RNG versus Xiaogu. The late game time bomb for Xiaogu ticking away, whereas RNG, they've got the needles. Question is, can they cut the right wires on this time bomb and end up taking a victory? We'll certainly find out as both teams are going for interesting 5-man plays, but neither of them are going to see each other.
That was a super deep analogy that worked out really well. I'm impressed. Xiaogu looking to walk the long way towards that tribal so they do not get spotted by any wards and they can take someone by surprise if they like to sit in there. Of course, it's not going to happen as RNG are on the other side of the map. And what I like about this is they are actively looking for that 2v1.
Yeah.
If they find the lane swap, if they get the 2v2 RNG, they'll be in a much more comfortable position from the start of this game.
We'll definitely see if that's going to be the case. Yeah, there are so many pings. It's like a whole separate language. Could you actually learn Morse code with pings? All right, let's okay. Keeping it back to the game. Lots of wards. Spotting that out, Doinby has returned to the mid lane. Looks like TNT is going to show himself top. And TCT is going to run the good old-fashioned way, while Wushin and Leimi are going to run back down to the bottom.
I like how late Xiaogu left this lane swap to happen as well. Only being visible by a ward at 1 minute and 50 seconds gives no time for a reaction from the RNG side as they push them away from the red buff. But at the same time...
Yeah, Swift going to have to belly boop over the wall, taking that at level 1 as the invade not working out at all for Xiaogu.
No, but they didn't get the counter invade either. They've only pushed them away from the jungle camp. So a very slow start from both junglers right now. Everything's going to reset, but as it resets, have a look at how much experience the top lane of Corki and Alistar are going to be missing.
Yeah, they are missing. I believe that's now the second wave that's coming in there. They've already missed a couple minions. Let's see if they can continue staggering it out for a few more, as they are going to match this 2v2, but the question is, will they be able to make anything of it at that experience deficit?
Well, the interesting thing is that it's going to still push into the tower. They're going to get most of the experience from these minions. They didn't lose an exceptional amount, but the early pressure that can come down from a Lulu and a Tristana is unrivaled. In saying that, it seems to me as though they definitely want the 1v2, having recalled after pushing it to the tower already.
TNT's like, don't let me stay, please. And V, interestingly enough, opting for the double jungle right now. He's going to be there in time to catch that wave as it bounces back, unless Wushin decides to go for a fast shove. So all in all, it seems like Xiaogu are getting what they want.
They are. They're getting the upper hand in this entirely at the moment, based off the fact that though Rumble is getting bonus experience, he's now going to find himself in the 2v1. So it does raise the question of a Rumble with 3 farm right now. They're going to swap back again. This is just a whole lot of rotations in a short amount of time. But at this stage, Rumble's getting the upper hand, but the Tristana is still getting what the Tristana wants.
Yeah, and that's going to be a late game hyper carry, murder everyone Tristana. So Xiaogu are playing it for that late game, and RNG are desperately trying to keep up. But if it's Xiaogu who are setting the pace on a late game team comp, then I'm a little bit concerned as to how that mid game is going to go when RNG really need to hit those spikes. And here's Leimi once again showing himself on the bottom, clears out a pink ward, and they've even got MLXG on that side of the map as well. So let's see if Xiaogu decide to stay on this side this time.
So they have no real choice until they push it to the turret either, to actually just stay in the lane, make sure it does push. And then they have the option of if they want to stay, they can. If they want to recall, as we're currently observing, they're most likely going to do that also. The fact that Tristana has gone for boots, the fact that Gragas has gone for boots as well, they want to run RNG around this map as much as possible.
Yeah, they're just going to keep yanking RNG's chain, and even the recall now coming out from B. Here comes MLXG to find Doinby. Flash is used by Doinby to try to get out of there, but he's going to end up going down. MLXG gets first blood.
Yeah, they pick up the kill, but V's come in.
Yeah, he did teleport. MLXG is now in a very tricky spot. So much CC's going down, and he's going to be traded back over V. Who needs CS when you can get kills?
Yeah, they find the easy kill there. That essentially resets the difference between both top laners right now. All in all, a positive trade for QG, but they do lose their mid laner of Doinby on that Ahri with no summoners now, whereas Xiaohu in a very comfortable position can go back up towards that tier and potentially 2 longswords from having the assist also.
Yeah, so we'll have to see if RNG are able to snowball this. Here's TCT and Swift as they head up to Let Me, possibly try to catch him. The explosive shot is pushing the wave, and Let Me, he's not falling for it just yet as he's continuing to play super defensive.
He does have the flash available, so just raw pressure being placed down. I think for the most part, looking for a gank in between, looking for MLXG for the most part, just to stop any future lane swaps, maybe put some vision down. But again, we're going to see at the very least a 2v2 in the top lane.
Seems like Lamey is up there as well. TCT finally going to show himself. And all in all, things bouncing out rather well.
I think finally RNG giving up on constantly rotating to cater to what Xiaogu want. They're just going to leave the Corki by himself, which is a very good position for a Corki to be in. Scales with levels exceptionally well, so it's going to be fine. The difference is that they're going to have the Rumble in the 2v2 matchup, so you can see Alistar, Lay on Alistar, avoiding the lane as much as possible.
Another gank finds Doinby. A huge stun locks him down. He's got no flash, and Xiaohu gets a great kill.
A fantastic gank from MLXG, the positioning to come from behind in his own jungle. You cannot react to that without flash. Ahri goes down, and they find themselves with a fantastic kill.
Yeah, still level 5 as well. That was an amazing kill from MLXG, and just like that, it's 2-1. Now, we talked a little bit about that mid-game power spike. Seems like Xiaohu's right on track to hit that.
Yeah, MLXG making it happen too. If Xiaohu's ahead, he can carry the rest of the team through the mid-game trough if they don't find it. But I think they've found someone.
Yeah, they just might have. There goes the Chronosphere. Are they going to find TNT? He's got the rocket jump, dodges it, but MLXG gets another kill. Even the assist goes to Xiaohu, and RNG are running away with this.
And we spoke about this in the pregame. If we had to compare the junglers, it's going to come down to who can make more of an impact and get the rest of their team ahead. The fact that MLXG is snowballing this mid-game power comp is only going to spell bad things for the Xiaogu lineup.
Can see some shoving going down onto that top tier 1 turret. They're even going to try proxying the wave just a little bit to try getting as much damage as possible. And yeah, so far things look to be going RNG's way. If they can take that turret, that means an unsafe Tristana, and that means a lot of additional kills for MLXG. Here's Wu Xin on the bottom flash, but he walks into the charm. There goes the Onslaught of Shadows. V picks up a kill.
Doinby only level 5 during that rotation, had to hit the charm for someone to die. He bides his time and forces the flash and the spells out from Woosh before hitting the charm. Very smart, controlled play from this Ahri. Finally gets level 6 from that kill also. Now in a better position, but not quite Jace level.
Yeah, seems to be having a bit of trouble in the mid lane, down just a bit of CS, and I actually do want to go back to builds right now. Take a look at all of the items for Xiaogu. Everyone has boots except for TCT, and he's got mobility built into his kit. So these guys are looking to keep running away from RNG.
They are. They're looking to keep running around. They're looking to out-rotate for the most part and just keep RNG on the back foot. But that's not what we're seeing so far. We're seeing a controlling RNG side on the back of MLXG. Xiaohu getting roams down. Everyone doing work at the moment and trying to get themselves with some kind of a lead. Rumble finding himself with a 13 CS lead at the moment, has that haunting, guys. Most likely going to work towards the Sorcerer's Shoes because there's no real threat of physical damage running in his face. There's no Hecarim to trade with. You don't need the lane resistances as much, so they're going to start to power up. Even the Sheen being done by Corki here, working towards that Trinity Force. Once that's there, that's the go button.
Yeah, I love the juxtaposition between both Wu Xin and TNT. The Sheen for early damage, shoving turrets, and TNT, he was just sitting on an Avarice Blade for a while, knowing he's got that late-game Tristana, so he's really banking on making it through this mid-game power spike for RNG. And so far, things seem to be going RNG's way. V, like you mentioned, down now 20 CS as he finds himself against that duo of RNG. All in all, things not looking that great for Xiaogu. They do need to continue stalling it out in there. They've got the right items to try.
If there's one thing we can take from this, TCT has taken some damage.
Oh yeah, a lot from Let Me. He's chucked down to half health. The early haunting guys from Let Me. He's already set to team fight.
Yeah, that's right. But just to touch back on that point I was about to make before TCT just completely got wrecked is that the one thing they can count on is diving V.
Oh yeah, it seems like they want to try. They burn the onslaught of shadows now, and MLXG's even on this side of the map too as they look for that tier 1 turret.
I think V could have found kills there.
Yeah.
I think Lay tanking the turret was a big mistake. If he had feared V laid back towards the turret, Alistar was dead. He might have sacrificed his own life for it though, granted against MLXG on the rotation, but wasting his ultimate, and he was my big talking point. The 2-0-0 Hecarim actually being able to be forced out of lane from a Corkin and Alistar, not the ideal position to be in, but he's going to be the saving grace of this team's mid game.
Yeah, we'll have to see if he's able to make it to that point as RNG secure the first dragon for themselves with control over the bottom side river, knowing that Xiaogu's duo is in the top and Swift.
There.
Yeah, he does have the sweeper. The equalizer instantly
so
burned from Let Me. He does not want to take any chances with the minions, but a few are still going to make it through. Oh, this is tricky. They're going to try diving him. Lots of damage coming across. He gets knocked right on out and goes down.
Smart play by him to actually use the equalizer to try and get rid of the minions, but they don't need minions to dive you right now. Swift has been hyper farming as much of the jungle as he can to at the very least match the strength of MLXG. They find themselves with a kill, and now a 1-0-2 Swift and a 2-0 Hecarim. That is the talking point.
Oh, they could look for TNT right now. There goes the wild growth. He jumps in, takes a slow. There's teleport from V, but remember, he used his onslaught of shadows. I don't know if they can quite turn this around. Even the challenging smite being used, but he's really got to be careful. Here's the teleport from Let Me. He's died, but he's getting right back into the fight. V is now the target. He's going to try buying as much time as possible, but he goes down to MLXG.
Overcommitment right there, following that in to actually just put down some damage as they might want to fight here again.
They could be looking for Doinby. Over the wall comes Swift. He finds MLXG, who goes low. Chrono Break gets him out of there, but Doinby looks for more damage. Xiaohu tries to trade it back. A great flash knockback finds Swift. He's being bounced all over the place. The flash to dodge the last hit. MLXG still gets the kill.
They find the kill. They've even got Whoosh here now. The rotations from RNG have been exceptionally on point, outmaneuvering everything that Xiaogu put into effect. They find themselves most likely with this mid turret on top of the kill onto Swift, who did not have his ultimate. V, who teleported in, rampaged someone down but did not have his ultimate because they got forced early under the turret. Everything that Xiaogu have done, almost anyway, has found an answer from RNG.
Yeah, great play from RNG. They picked their team comp, but more importantly, they're playing to it right now. And this is something that we talked a little bit about earlier during the day, was that RNG, they've got a lot of room for growth. They're a very young team, but they really don't seem to have a specific style. If they can try to make this work against a team like Xiaogu, who's known for team fighting, then we might be seeing the beginning of something new for RNG.
Being able to show a weakness in a Xiaogu side through smart picking of strong lanes. Xiaogu trying to adapt to that, of course, with their own respective swaps and map movements, but it hasn't been answered. And you're right, RNG, if they can make this team comp work, if they can utilize the early game strengths that they have now found on the back of this fantastic Echo, MLXG making everything happen, getting the rest of his team, if not ahead from kills, ahead from farm.
Yeah, he was looking a bit nervous during Champion Select, but apparently he had no reason to, as he's now going full tank Echo. Not only is he going to have some crazy defensive stats, but he's also going to have an ultimate that gets him out of danger. He's going to have no problem looking for dives and damage onto Xiaogu. You can see Let Me is trying to shove the wave under the turret here. That is the last remaining tier 1 for Xiaogu, but V is going to continue catching that. Swift showing himself on the bottom side of the map. Looking for a potential gank, but not going to find it. Instead, TCT looks to roam top, but there are so many wards.
Yeah, that's exactly what Swift was trying to do. Place some wards down, but he's got Lay in the wings, making sure that doesn't exist. And meanwhile, this top lane turret is going to go down just from the lane pressure Let Me has right now. A 30 CS difference. The kills even it out a little bit, but the effective damage that can come out of Let Me right now being level 9. Having that Haunting Guide and the Seeker's Arm Guide completed too for that extra armor and ability power. Speaking of damage, Doinby is taking a truckload.
Oh yeah, the poke from Xiaohu is so crazy. He's got his Brutalizer.
He's got his items.
Yeah, he's got his core items. Let's see if he goes for a last Whisper next for even more action in the top is Let Me. Looks like he's taking a lot of damage Xiaogu commit to the dive. They give the kill over to TNT. Easy pickup.
Forcing the exhaust was smart, but they want to dive in the bottom.
Oh, they certainly do. A great charm denies MLXT. Flash knockup from Lei, who goes deep. Doinby's taking a lot of damage. Lei might go down here. MLXT trying to get that last auto, but he just doesn't have it. Wuxin manages to kill Swift, and Leimi actually gets out alive.
Yeah, Xiaohu rotating, securing at the very least that kill with Woosh right there. And this is the strength of this RNG team comp right now. They're hitting, not completely hitting their stride just yet. They're still missing the Sork Shoes just finished by the Rumble. They're not at the full Trinity Force, but I'm no doubt they're going to be very close in terms of gold. He is almost on the way. The age is done now for MLXG in the jungle. And the core items, the CDR finish from Xiaohu in mid, on that Jace, has the Manamune as well, has the Armor Pen. This is the time for them to use their power spikes and continue this lead that they are continuously finding.
And that's what we just saw in the bottom lane. Diving that tier 2, picking up 1 kill, almost getting a second on Doinby, but excellent play kept him alive. They're hitting these strides and they're running with them, not allowing themselves to continue falling behind. Take a look at the vision. They've got double pink on the mid lane. They know Xiaohu's important. They don't want to give up any chances that he can be shut down here. Now Dragon's up in 40 seconds. Leimi on that side of the map with a fully stocked Sightstone and a few pinks. Just gonna light this thing up like crazy.
You know, it's funny given how they just dove the bottom lane. The vision they have used has been quite sparingly, but that was based off the fact that 3 were in the top lane. So quite comfortable in their decisions, and saving money is the important part to take from that. Smartly only using wards when required. They seem like a very strong team now.
LXG getting very aggressive here. Bullies TCT out of his own jungle, despite the fact that there are 3 other members of Xiaogu there. Leimi coming in from the side is going to drop some additional wards, but now Dragon has spawn, teleport available from Letme and V. We could see a team fight, but I think RNG wants a team fight right now.
They definitely want a team fight, and Xiaogu smartly not wanting a team fight, are going to opt into maybe getting a kill down onto Rumble again, but he is going to back up, kind of just wait around in the wings and be very smart as this Dragon is going to be pretty free.
Gets shredded down by MLXG. You can see he even leads the Chronosphere on the Scuttle Crab. Great play there. Letme looks like he might be caught out. Flash dodges the onslaught of shadows. He still takes a great explosive cast. Huge equalizer comes down, but he just doesn't do enough. V's taking a lot of damage, but he's still going to walk away.
Yeah, they managed to pick up the kill. A fantastic ultimate from Swift there, mid-body slam. So difficult to execute, and given that the onslaught of shadows did not connect, the flash used by Letme, they still pick up a very easy kill, even walking along the equalizer to secure the kill. V is still big, 2-1 and 2. He's starting to ramp up in items, and Xiaogu still have their strengths, as apparently TCT wanted the Raptor.
Yeah, he really wanted that additional gold. He's got the Frost Queen's claim stacking up as best he can.
He's claiming the Raptors too.
Yeah. Unfortunately, that's not a champion, so you don't quite get bonus gold. MLXG finds Doinby. There goes the Chilling Smite as well, even landing the slow. Of course, is the Spirit Rush out of Doinby. Bit of a window for RNG as they've got 4 members in the mid. They could be looking for a tier 2 here.
Yeah, MLXG forcing windows everywhere, running at anybody that he sees just to try and force summoner spells. They get the ultimate from Ari because Flash not available from a prior fight. A big deal, as you said, a window. They now find themselves with the capabilities of sieging. The Sork Shoes Trinity Force done. All of the big items completed. And they can just do that over and over.
TCT takes so much damage here. There goes the Chronosphere. Is he going to dive in? He finds V. Oh man, that was so perfectly lined up. But he decides not to commit to it. He's going to wait for his team, wait for the minions while they slowly chip away at this, while Rumble split pushes in the bottom and Letme. He's got enough of a presence on his own while this consistent harass comes across.
Look at V's health from that one hit as well. That's just disgusting. And they can continue this for a very long time. That Chronosphere is very good at zoning as well if they try to push in and overcommit.
So much poke coming across. Doinby Spirit Rush is almost off of cooldown. V has almost got his onslaught of shadows, but we're 19 minutes into the game, and RNG, they are hitting their mid-game power spikes, and they are trying to force this game into a victory.
They've got Letme now as well, though, so like they didn't have enough sieging potential before. They've now got raw dive potential. With that Chronosphere, needs to be respected from this QG lineup.
Charm finds MLXG, but I think that's exactly what he wants. Doinby takes some more harass on the backside. MLXG so tanky with that Locket of the Iron Solari, but he's not quite able to find anything. And Doinby, he needs raw stats right now. He doesn't have enough time to wait for that needlessly large item, so he decides to go for an Elixir, and they're just going to dive this turret. Lots of damage, they're going to bring it down.
Yeah, super smart play here from RNG, actually controlling the side waves and making sure they were all pushing in. Had to be attended by both TNT and V, top and bottom lane respectively. And this has let me playing to his strengths right there by having that teleport available. He turns up in the mid lane, possesses a serious dive threat. They just consistently siege and poke them down until it hits the point where they do need to respond to the side lanes. Free turret for RNG. They continue to grow that lead.
Yeah, it's 5 turrets to 0 right now. A 4,500 gold lead for RNG as they've got complete control over that mid lane. And all in all, it seems like they're playing their composition to the T. But again, this is a ticking time bomb, and we're getting closer and closer to Xiaogu's terrifying late game. I mean, you've got Hecarim who's 2-1-2, Tristana who has just finished her Infinity Edge, and Doinby, as I mentioned, he did decide to go for the Elixir for immediate stats now, but he's going to continue scaling up exceptionally well.
Yeah, all of the QG side are going to continue to scale and debatably outscale that of RNG, and saying that the lead that RNG have found is almost entirely off of objectives. The difference in gold is not to do with any real farm discrepancies whatsoever. The top lane, reasonably even in terms of CS, and then the kills to even it out even more. So even the junglers, a little bit of extra CS for the Gragas, but still has 2 kills of his own. Mid lane farm, even bot lane, only really 20 CS. It's not that big a deal, it's about 1 kill. All of the difference is down to the objectives. And this is the actual team comp of RNG being put into effect so nicely. As TCT wants everything.
Yeah, he stole that red buff right there. Super greedy support this game, and that might end up being a bit painful here because TNT doesn't have the slows, neither does Swift. We'll have to see if he's going to make any use of that red buff as the poke starts coming out from Xiao, he just picked up his blue buff. And with this last tier 2 turret now being shoved, RNG could try to look for a play.
Jace has his last Whisper too now.
Oh my gosh, yes,
like, there wasn't enough damage before. You wait till
yeah.
he hits a gated shock blast. It is going to chunk them probably for half of their health. And I mean, Pix isn't really helping anything right now. Kind of making things a little bit worse for the QG lineup, denying red buffs. And the rest of MLXG and the rest of the RNG side are just keeping the pressure on. They're not letting Xiaogu get out of their own side of the map and just pressuring them and trying to really just sap the last bit of energy out of them and maintain their strengths. Because if QG win one good team fight, they can start to snowball from it.
Well, that's actually something that I wanted to hit on. Xiaogu haven't been team fighting. RNG have been looking for fights, trying to pick fights all over the map. They dive mid, they dive bottom, but they dove bottom. They dove bottom. But Xiaogu have not actually gone for a solid 5v5 team fight this game. It's been all skirmishes, it's been laning phase, they have not committed. And that's typically the first thing that comes to mind when you think of Xiaogu. They like team fights.
It's an interesting point to make, but of course it refers to the fact that RNG's team fighting is exceptional and they are far enough ahead that it needs to be respected. What Xiaogu are doing instead is finding trades. They're finding positions where they can pick up something for the one team fight. For the dive in the bottom lane, Xiaogu go top, they kill the Rumble. They've done that twice, in fact, where they can just get some kind of small advantage, not a big favorable one, because RNG are going to continue to be able to out-team fight them. As you can see, the third dragon even going down right there. But the way that they're working is just to keep themselves not out of the game, but they're not winning themselves back in the game. They're just trying to prolong the time frame they have to outscale.
So it's not so much of Xiaogu are looking to win the game. Right now, they're focusing on not losing the game.
Essentially, they're trying their best to not lose the game, because if they team fight, that is exactly what is going to happen to them. So very smart, calculated, trade-based plays here from the side of Xiaogu. If they can continue this, if they can continue to make trades, hopefully get some turrets, change that gold lead, because with a 5,000 gold lead and a 5-0 in turrets, if they get any, then it'll start to close.
See Xiaogu actually getting some great damage onto that mid-tier 1. MLXG finds TNT, gets some great damage across. And there's the disengage onto Xiaogu. They blow everything to knock him out of the fight, but here's Lamy. He turns on the Swift. MLXG solo. He's still got the chrono break. They get a kill. This is finally the team fight that RNG have wanted, but it looks awful chaotic here. MLXG is still alive on the back line. A huge equalizer brings them low. It's 3 kills now for RNG. That is what they wanted.
And they want the Baron straight away on the back of that fight. They get the fight that they want. They have the advantages in terms of itemization in particular. Their team comp coming through super strong at this stage in the game. And now that they want this, they're going to get very low. TNT and TCT still alive.
Yeah, this is a very greedy play from RNG, and they decide to back away. They're not going to take any chances with the rest of TNT. No, they're still there. They're going to try burning through as fast as they can. There goes the leap from TCT. TNT baiting it over the wall. He's trying to stagger it out. MLXG jumped over the wall to try to stay alive. They secure the Baron, but they're so low health, they pick off TCT, and now they're going to get out.
The numbers advantage is what allowed them to keep the Baron. They juggled so well, and TNT has been caught out of position. He's about to find himself an Echo.
Oh, man. He found him.
He did. Echo found him, actually, and controlled the recall. But in saying that, they've found the team fight that they wanted. Suddenly, the gold lead is stretched to about 8,000 from that one team fight. Swift trying his best to engage. It backfires ridiculously badly. And then TNT not in a position to really add much value to the fight, whereas the Jace comes in, the Corki came through, even the Echo being in the front lines of that fight, and they just got what they wanted. QG playing to them. Out of necessity, essentially, though, because it's not much left for them to force in terms of turrets and objectives. RNG only really looking for a fight, and QG recognizing if they continue to just soak away any more advantages, then it's going to be too far out of control. It is a mid-game comp that is too far ahead in the mid-game to allow that to continue, but now they've got a Baron on top of it. It's going to be ridiculously hard.
And they certainly will be. RNG send 3 members to the top. Now it's 5. That means they will lose that bottom tier 1, but they knocked down that tier 2 turret so quickly with a huge wave. They might just try to ride this wave onto the inhibitor itself. Look at them, Cowabunga surfing it. They dive under the inhibitor turret. TCD goes down, a huge knockup from Lamey. Even the equalizer, TCT gets locked down. RNG picks up the kill. They take that inhibitor. Lots of damage onto Doinby, and he gets destroyed by Xiaohu. RNG with 2 members dead on Xiaohu are going to try ending this. They get onto 1 Nexus turret. They're looking for number 2, and it's exactly as you predicted. A 26.5-minute game. They'll make it 27 as they're being bullied away. Swift goes down. A huge AoE onslaught of shadows comes out of V, but he might just lose his life because of it. He does, and RNG are going to take the win.
Make sure they kill everybody before they try and find that victory. Convincing closeout here from the RNG side. Playing to their strengths as a team comp, rotating around the map with MLXG in that early game and just finding a lead and controlling the rest of the game from that lead. A very convincing and easy closeout from this side.
Yeah, you can see the Xiaogu lineup not looking too thrilled after that. I mean, it was a very convincing game, and RNG are all smiles right now.
And so they should be. Finding a win against the rank 2 team at the moment. Xiaogu looking for that 2-0 start to get themselves rank 1 on the ladder ahead of EDG. Now they're looking to come into the second game with a win to tie.
Yeah, well, we do have a replay of that last fight, so let's go ahead and break it down and see exactly what happened that led to it. So, Rusty, why don't you walk us through?
So this is the fight that Xiaogu have realized they do need to actually do something before they just outright lose the game. So we'll roll the clip through. Swift gets over-aggressive because TNT caught out of position. He actually body slams and then flashes afterwards. Cakes the explosive cast directly after, which is really unfortunate. And now he's just taking all of Jace in the face. Ari forces the ult, but again, everything that RNG have right now is so far ahead in items. He delays that equalizer, a fantastic combo from the rest of this RNG side. And that fight, they were already so far ahead that it was so simple for them to execute efficiently.
Yeah, and we saw some excellent executions from RNG. I mean, it seemed like they were having a rough time during the early laning phase, but they knew their comp, they played to their win conditions, and off of that, they ended up taking an amazing win.
Yeah, and Xiaogu tried their best to prolong the game, but they could not really get through with that in the end. Yeah. Very smart from MLXG, and working around the lane swaps, of course, swapping back and forth constantly, keeping the lanes that they were looking for, making it work super well. RNG, they just played that so smartly.
Yeah, they definitely did. Well, we'll have to see if Xiaogu can maintain that 100% blue side win rate as we get ready for game number 2. We're going to take a quick break. Don't go anywhere.
And I swear to God, I will hold you in my
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the LPL. We just saw some of those highlights between RNG and Xiaogu, and man, RNG really took it to them in Game 1.
Yeah, they just mid-gamed all over them in that last one, took it to them and won by about the 27-minute mark, which is exceptionally fast. But again, it plays to their team comp that they had, the Jace, the Corki, even the Rumble, got their items and just steamrolled.
It really seemed like RNG came into this with a plan. They said, okay, Xiaogu, they team fight. They're exceptionally good at team fight. So how do we stop that? Well, don't let them team fight.
Yeah.
And just kill them before that happens.
Or just get so far ahead that when a team fight breaks out, it's very easy to actually win that one. That's exactly what we saw them doing. It's evident from the jungle control rate as well.
Yeah, you can see the difference between the gold. By the time that 27-minute game was over, it was a 13K gold lead. And there's MLXG. He's the MVP, getting a whopping 160 MVP points. Man, that was an excellent performance from him.
Yeah, speaking of jungle control rates, MLXG played it to a T, getting all of the early ganks down. This flash forced from Doinby, they get the kill anyway. He comes back in a minute later, does the exact same thing and hits the stun this time. They find themselves with 2 easy kills, and then he just continues to snowball everywhere else along the map. Once it finally hits the team fight stages, such as this right now, a small skirmish, you can't kill the Echo. He has an ultimate available. So a very, very smart and consistently strong play from MLXG finds the rest of his team the win.
Yeah, and you saw how he placed his parallel convergence. He used it so effectively every time. If he didn't get the stun, he got the slow. He would use it while they were sieging turrets, while they were preparing for Dragon. I mean, this guy knew where the enemy team was going to be basically all the time.
Yeah, it's the really cool thing about Echo too is the way that he can control the zone of area even when they're sieging. Just put the parallel convergence next to the turret.
Yeah.
They can't stand there or they're going to cop a stun.
Yeah. So we actually do have the standings prepared for you guys, and we could take a look at how these teams fit into the bracket. Right now you can see Xiaogu are 4-6-0. They've not dropped an 0-2 and are 1 point away from passing EDG and tying for first place. Well, I guess becoming even with Edberg Gaming.
Yeah, Xiaogu in a very good position. They're second on the ladder, and they have not gone 0-2, but there's a threat of that in this game, and RNG find themselves a little bit lower on the standings, being ranked 9, 2, 5, and 3, only 11 points to speak of. They need the 2-0 today.
Oh, yeah, they definitely do. Trouble is, they're up against Xiaogu, who have got a 100% win rate on blue side. So, Xiaogu, I feel like they're not going to let that sort of thing happen again.
Yeah, it's not likely they're going to let it happen again. Apparently, getting first pick is a sign of Xiaogu winning the game. So, their drafting does rely heavily on getting that priority pick. And we'll see what they want to do when they do come into this champion select. But, of course, Xiaogu do not want to go 0-2. They want, at the very least, to tie for first with Edward Gaming.
Yeah, so let's actually talk a little bit about that drafting phase. I mean, it really seemed like RNG came into it with a plan. They were like, all right, we've got Corki. I believe they first picked Echo for MLXG, then immediately followed it with an Alistair Corki.
Yeah, so that didn't actually reveal their strategy too much. From the first 3 picks alone, Echo very strong, of course. They can pick whatever they'd like as long as it's not going to say the Jace and the Rumble. If they picked that in the second rotation, it was all over. Everyone knew what they were going to do. So they let Xiaogu pick their side, and they had the pocket picks for the top lane and the mid laner as their last 2 rotations. They found the ideal team comp they were looking for the mid-game strengths. They capitalized on those mid-game strengths and basically completely outdrafted this Xiaogu side.
Despite the excellent last-second pivot putting Lulu on the support and picking up Doinby's Ahri, it just wasn't quite enough. And now we're entering back into that pick and ban phase. There's Xiaohu's Azir stricken away once again, and Victor confirmed taken away from Doinby. So again, Xiaogu 100% win rate on blue side. Seems like they're sticking with the exact same ban phase so far. They've got Thresh and Azir.
Take the Thresh away from Lei. He has played Thresh the most. He's got an 80% kill participation, so get him away from all of the hook-style champions that you possibly can. Make sure that's off the board. The Azir and the Victor, both target bans for their respective mid laners. Victor, ridiculously good champion. Same with Azir. They scale so well, and they can blow up a single target.
Yeah, so Xiaogu are getting to that last ban once again. Previously, they banned Ryze, though the more standard maneuver from blue side is to let the opposing team ban Ryze, and they do. They decide to commit to the exact same bans. Now, if RNG want to do the same thing, they have to take away Sivir.
Now, this leaves the Fizz and the Sivir both available. Of course, the Alistar also, while we're naming off champions that should probably be banned, we're too busy focusing on target bans right now, and of course, every reason to do so in this particular draft. The Victor, the Azir, the Kalista has to be banned. And actually, by banning this Ryze, leaves them open for a lot of possibilities here. RNG could opt to ban another target pick and just have all of the options available for them as well. Just force Xiaogu to pick one of the strong champions and then just pick 2.
That's interesting, and that seems like that's exactly what's happening. Doinby's Morgana taken away. Looks like they want to pull MLXG's Echo off of the map, and that's exactly what they do.
So they pick up the Echo, and of course this does leave open the Fizz and the Alistar as 2 potential options right now. Would not be surprised to see that picked up in the rotation, as we've also got the junglers available, and getting the Hecarim away from V is a pretty good idea too.
Yeah, that's a pretty solid thing. Now Letme is going to be taking that Hecarim in the top lane, and just to note, RNG did not swap. It's not Sky, it's not Godlike, but Letme, in fact, playing 2 games in a row. So seems like RNG might finally be committing to one top laner. But again, Letme on that incredible Alistair. Let's see how it works out.
Yeah, don't write it off too soon. And we're looking at the Janna and the Nahhovers. I actually like the Sivir hover a little bit better there. They've got the Kalista already banned. Sivir the go-to option, but TNT quite diverse in his champion pool. So having the Echo locked in does leave open a lot of possibilities for them, and turns out I may have actually told them what to do.
Yeah, you did exactly that. TNT and TCT are going to be taking that Janna Sivir, which is going to put Wuxin on something a little bit different this time around. Let's see what Xiaohu decides to take up in the mid lane this time, as he did have an excellent Jace game in the previous match. We've seen Wuxin take Varus too.
It's interesting that they've picked the Janna with Sivir. Not necessarily coined as the best duo lane in particular either, but Janna quite good against Alistar, which is locked in for the record. It's not just really light because they're locking 3 champions in one rotation, but it's a very good pick into the Alistar, the Janna, and the Sivir is going to essentially be able to play her best Master Yi impersonation and be able to melee range with Eye of the Storm.
Yeah, and again, it looks like we do have a little bit of visual bug on the lobby, but that is Varus locked into the bottom lane for Wuxin. And MLXG is going to be going for that Rek'Sai in the jungle. So once again, RNG could be saving their last pick for Xiaohu. That could be Varus in the mid lane. They could be saving it for Wuxin. Potentially flex it after they see what Xiaogu decide to go for. But Yeah, that's Rek'Sai and Varus.
This is an interesting idea of Xiaogu to lock this in. We won't touch on it too much until they do, but most likely going... Yeah, that's a little bit more their style.
Yeah. Swapping it over to the Maokai for V, and TCT going to be getting Lulu for Doinby.
Yeah, so they get Maokai onto V. It's going to be very strong. They have that soaking top laner now for just raw, tanky damage. Lulu and Janna to work with both the Echo and the Sivir, even the Maokai to an extent. They're an exceptionally tanky team that don't have very many tanky stats. They just have the raw abilities to be able to put them all in the front line and support them through very strong. And we'll see what RNG want to do in response to this. Whether the Varus is the mid laner or the AD carry is a very good question. They've got that early pressure jungler down of the Rek'Sai. They've got the Hecarim to scale them through and have that teamfight presence. And the Alistar, as they do lock it in.
Yeah, that's going to be Orianna locked in for Xiaohu. He's going up against Doinby's Lulu, and those are our final team comps.
Yeah, we're looking at the Varus Alistar bot lane up against the Sivir and the Janna. A very good pick. Disengage / engage style comp here from RNG. They're very good at doing whatever they choose to do. If they want to fight, they've got that go button. They've got the chains, the Alistar. But if they want to run away, they've got the Orianna, the chains, the Alistar. Like, it works so well in both directions.
Yeah, and here's running through the rosters. It's V still in the top lane against Let Me. He decides he's going to be able to deal a little bit better on that Hecarim into V's Maokai. In the jungle, once again, we're going to have MLXG and Swift
playing that Echo and that Rek'Sai, of course, as well. Echo swapping teams this time, and the Rek'Sai not going to be the Graga, so a little bit of a change up, but still quite standard.
Yeah, in the mid lane, it's Doinby and Xiaohu, Lulu and Orianna as they decide to go for that. And in the bottom, once again, TNT with the amazing hair. He's taking Sivir this time. He didn't want to let that go into the hands of RNG, and there are our supports.
Yeah, TCT and Layam with the Janna up against the Alistar, arguably favoring the Janna in terms of the laning phase, but Alistar always going to be that big tanky frontline threat that can just help with your team when you're trying to dive some turrets and take some objectives, and we'll see how that does translate into a very strong mid-game spike here from the RNG lineup.
We'll certainly have to if they can go for the exact same sort of style of play in game number 1 once again, because they do have some pretty scary spikes.
They do. They've got the Varus in particular as well. Works so well around the spike. So Alistar, once he hits level 11 also, the inability to die becomes a very big spike for an Alistar, among many other things.
Yeah, so we'll have to see how that works out as we load into the Rift for game number 2 right now. And we are on the Rift. It's Xiaogu versus RNG, and this is game number 2 of this day of the LPL. Day 2, week 5.
That would be correct. And we're currently looking at the most adorable Varus skin to ever grace the Rift. Speaking of adorable skins,
it's week 6.
If they're trying that, yeah, it is week 6, actually. Thank you for correcting yourself and me. Now I just feel wrong. I lost my point.
You were
Varus
talking about
has
Varus'
a cool
skin.
Yeah, it's great.
And then you started talking about Sivir a little bit.
Not as cool, but still a very good skin. I prefer the boomerang one. Is the main point, but I lost it.
I mean, all of her skins was a boomerang.
Yeah, the actual boomerang one though, like the Australian style.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Yeah.
I forgot about that one. That one's a cool skin too.
So we're looking at a very standard start here, a 5-point essentially, almost like a 4-point with a ward to make it a 5th point here from Xiaogu. Looking to just control certain areas, most likely a Krug start from the bot lane of Xiaogu as well, as we're looking at RNG doing the Gromp with Let Me.
Yep, they are going to be looking to head down into that bottom lane.
Double jungle.
Yeah, Xiaogu seem to be prepared to match it as Swift is starting on the bottom side of the map. Parallel convergence start, that's a little bit interesting.
Increases the passive damage, I believe, also. You have the Janna to boot for the extra leash amount. You're going to be able to do quite comfortably get that level 2 and have 2 spells in your rotation already. I would have been actually really excited to see the Let Me leash that had come through there from the bot lane of RNG translate into an invade and try and spot Swift, but unfortunately he's going to go to his wolves and just farm the jungle.
Yeah, you can see TNT now getting some harass with that great shield from Janna. TCT is just trying to be a bully, and Lucian a good job of trading right back with him. Now, we didn't actually get a chance to talk about this a little bit, but what are these team comps going to be looking to do? I mean, you've got Poke, you've got the Orianna Shockwave that works exceptionally well with the Hecarim. It seems like RNG might be taking a little bit more of a team fight comp this time.
They are a little bit more into team fights. They're not looking to be the mid-game spike that they were in that last game. The team fight's actual orientation is not as distinct as it was in the last game, but they still have very strong team fighting. And speaking of, they're getting dumpstered a little bit.
Yeah, Wushin's taking a lot of damage in that bottom lane. TNT being an absolute bully. And Xiaogu, seems like they might be the ones who hit a bit more of a power spike in the mid game.
Yeah, the strength of the Sivir and the Janna are always going to be evident in this lane. As you can see, working around the Tornado to actually put down free damage as well. Very cute play here, but I think I can see a response in the background.
Yeah, there's the knockup to find TNT. MLXG comes over the wall. Flash, knockup finds TNT. He's taking some damage here. Doesn't have the flash. He's so low. Is he going to be able to make it out in time? The heal comes out, and first blood for Wushin.
Heal for the move speed from the Varus right there to secure the first blood. They get the kill in a very, very smart flash knockup from MLXG. Not able to react with the spell shield there was TNT. He goes down with the heal used. And now that's going to reset the wave under the turret. A very good start here from RNG.
Yeah, and with that, all of the harass that we saw TNT putting down is going to be for naught, as instead he's going to be the one who loses all of his health at the end of the trade. And this wave is even being bounced out as well, so TNT's in a bit of a tricky situation right now.
Yeah, completely resetting the wave. They're going to be able to opt into staying in the lane now if they'd like, or recall, maybe go for the pickaxe with that bonus gold from the first kill, and start to stamp their foot down. Maybe even a tier because it's a Varus. Who knows what he's actually... There it is the pickaxe. So
yeah,
picking that one up there.
Very interesting how he is going for that. MLXG giving the first blue over to Xiaohu, as MLXG did start with his red buff. Very interesting.
Is quite clever, really. He doesn't need the blue buff. He is only a Rek'Sai. He had a very good jungle start, and getting that first blood, that bonus experience though as well that's going to come out of that. They can afford to give that blue buff to Xiaohu, give him some wave clear to match that of Doinby on the Lulu, maybe even push him under the turret and get control of the wave. If he can get control of mid lane, it allows MLXG to control everywhere else on the map, be more aggressive in his positioning, his ward placements, and start to work around where Swift is.
Yeah, we'll have to see how that works out. So far, it looks like the CS advantage is going to be in favor of Doinby, as Xiaohu has missed out on a couple of CS, while Let Me continues to farm it up in the top wave, as V continues to shove him under the turret. And bit of a CS discrepancy opening for poor Let Me, as he actually is forced to burn his smite to catch that minion wave. There is a roam coming out to try finding Xiaohu. They could try to juggle this blue buff back onto Doinby, but they don't find it.
He has been zoned by the Tornado. My job is done here. I'm going back bottom, but I'm about to face check an Alistar.
Yeah, not the best of situations. Lamy takes some damage. He's still only level 3 because he was roaming around the map, but he should be getting level 4 fairly soon. Swift is committed to making this dive happen, but take a look at Xiaohu. He's got Flash. He's even got Cleanse. He should be just fine.
He should be fine, but if they can force the Flash, it's still a win in favor of GG. Being able to do so, that's just raw damage output being matched here. You cannot beat that. Doinby being super aggressive in this lane.
Well, he's being super bully, trying to bait it out. There goes the Glitter Lance. Swift is still waiting. And with the quick level advantage, looks like Doinby is going to get the better of this trade and continue bullying Xiaohu. Here comes MLXG. Now the junglers know each other as there. Swift dashes forward and just shoves it under the turret.
Yeah, looking to let Doinby recall. You can see the aggressive trades looking to force the response here from Xiaohu. Most mid laners, once they get that blue buff, they feel invincible, like they can trade with anyone, but Doinby bringing the fear of Lulu into his heart, actually forcing not a trade in a positive direction, but being cleansed against Ignite is a big factor in that first and foremost. They realized Doinby, you can't continue the trades, you don't have the blue buff, so just recall, push the wave out and reset.
Yeah, and take a look at how they're building. Doinby continues to go straight for that Morel and Omicron, but Xiaohu, he's going full defensive with the Chalice picked up.
Yeah, the aggression and the base damage essentially that's coming out of Doinby. Looking to get through that, get the Athenes ramped up and start having some real threat with that second item buy, most likely either the Luden's Echo or the Death Cap, depending on how he's looking to scale. At this stage though, all of the laners of Xiaogu besides that bot lane are ahead, just from raw laning.
Yeah, well, that's Xiaogu being very good at what they do.
Are you implying that RNG are not though?
Well, it is the second place team versus the 9th place team. So there were a few expectations coming into this. There's going to be a knockup onto TNT. Lamy doesn't quite find enough. Wushin with that pickaxe trying to trade back, but TNT regenerates all of that health, no problem.
A very diplomatic answer, of course. But in saying that, I've noted from this last game and now this one that MLXG is the entirety of this RNG's early game and translating that into the mid game. He has not had many successful ganks off at all. The one that he has had, the flash was burned for a kill in the bottom lane, and they're the only lane doing well right now. The rest of them, just from Raw being in a 1v1 position where MLXG has not been able to impact it, they find themselves behind.
With that, you can see that Xiaogu are feeling pretty confident about this. They've got a lot of damage on TNT, they've got some damage on Swift, and even Doinby going for that Morellonomicon. The thing that I'm a little concerned of is Xiaogu seems like they might taper off in a hyper late game. Sivir's not the strongest of hyper carries.
They do taper off a little bit. The Sivir doesn't put out the damage that a Varus can per se, but Varus not necessarily known for his hyper-scaling late-game auto-attack damage. Is more of a spell-based caster, so Sivir actually going to be able to match that of a Varus quite well, if not out-damage the Varus, depending on how the fight begins. You look at the side of Xiaogu and you think that they want to straight away fight. They want to use the On the Hunt, they want to use the Righteous Glory on a Maokai. They just want to press the go button and do not look back. That plays to their strengths as a team and arguably outfights that of the RNG side, who have got the Varus looking to put down some poke prior to a fight beginning. If they can utilize the chains and disengage the fight though, that's when you'll see RNG come out stronger.
Definitely have to see if that works out, because RNG have got a lot of damage on their side of the lineup. There's the recall out of Wushin and TNT. That's a BF sword for Wushin as he starts to hit some of those stronger spikes, but TNT on the other hand, after his first recall, got a second Doran's. After his second, going for an Avarice Blade. Seems like TNT is content to just wait out this laning phase once again. And RNG, they took advantage of it in game number 1. Right now they've got a 700, 800 gold lead over Xiaogu. They might be trying to do the exact same thing in game number 2.
Yeah, not much of that gold really going to come to any fruition just yet in the game. Of course, not a sizable amount. You're up against a team still looking to scale up in item. Varus looking to go towards that Infinity Edge from the looks of it. Anyway, a very aggressive on-hit, well, not on hit, but auto-attack oriented Varus build so far. We'll see what that actually becomes, of course. I may be wrong. And then you have a look at the Avarice Blade from TNT, and you're right, he does just want more money. Yeah. Very, very greedy decision-making in terms of items, but Sivir can afford to do so. Quite safe, has a lot of wave clear irrespective of item buys, which is a big deal of being able to match that of a Varus, especially with the Eye of the Storm from Janna.
Definitely. There's going to be the knockup. Spell Shield used at an untimely time. TNT takes so much damage, but here comes the counter gank. Stun is going to find Wushin as he flashed aggressively, and he gets bursted down by TNT. V with the aggressive flash forward finds Lamy. He's going to end up going down. It's a quick 2 kills for Xiaogu.
And they pick up a very easy kill there. The engage from RNG actually really good. They bait the spell shield from the hail of arrows. They find the easy chain of corruption comboed with the Alistar headbutt pole, but so many members of Xiaogu just sitting there waiting. Apparently just said, you know what, they're going to engage on us, let's just let it happen. Swift comes in, V teleports in before Let Me can also. They end up with a 4v3 situation where Sivir didn't die, very smartly saving the heal for as long as possible. A very nice monsoon from the Janna to save also, and Woosh does.
Yeah, very excellent trade for Xiaogu. Seems as though they actually knew that they wanted to wait. And with that excellent play, that's going to yield over those 2 kills. Now, RNG, on the other hand, trying to get aggressive with that bottom lane, just weren't quite able to find it. And you talked about this a little bit earlier. MLXG seems like he's the lifeblood of RNG's early game and mid game. He's gotten 1 gank off this game. You saw him looking for a gank on Doinby about a minute ago, but the fact that he's not been able to find anything really speaks to how RNG operate during the early game.
Yeah, he's the core of that early game. If he can find himself with a lead, in the last game he translated that to almost all 3 lanes and gave them the game on a silver platter. This game not able to do as much, not on that Echo, not with the very unique gank pathing either. Just trying to have an impact but cannot do so when all of the lanes seemingly are losing.
Yeah, seems like. And speaking of losing lane, it's a 30 CS lead for V in the top, and he's involved in 100% of his team's kills. Poor LetMe is having a terrible time up there, even with the full Merc Tread home guard. I mean, this guy's getting bullied left, right, and center.
Yeah, he is having a very hard time. And so's TNT. No, he's not.
Ooh, there goes the
Yes,
spell
he
shield.
is.
Another chain of corruption comes out from Wu Xin. But TNT knows his numbers well enough to back away.
Yeah, they don't actually go down there, but the aggression, the advantage, starting to push into the Varus, they're finding every opportunity to engage. And if Xiaogu aren't there to save him every time, there is a chance that fights will start to head in favor of RNG, with the Dragons poking their head up almost on cue 2 minutes from now. If they can continue this, all the ultimates will be available in the bottom. Find an advantageous trade.
Or hunt is used. They could look for Wu Xin. Once again, he's got his heal, but TNT does so much now that he's picked up a BF sword. Swift flashes aggressively forward, drops the parallel convergence. Is he going to continue looking for the dive? Stun doesn't quite find LeMay, but he's taking a lot of damage from Swift. Still going to be able to get out.
Yeah, even with that ultimate on, he still takes an abundance of damage. Swift getting a nice gank, but a very, very good disengage from Lei. Denies any chance of a kill there onto Woosh. They get out with their lives, but the pressure is being put down by Swift now. He's starting to hit his stride, and that's a ward that's spotting you, Swift. You can't stand still.
Seems like he was trying to be a little interesting there, but just wasn't able to quite find it. But once again, Xiaogu made the exact same play in the bottom. TNT took some damage, took some harass from LeMay and Wu Xin, but then they turned it around on its head and tried to get another kill, but this time RNG were prepared. So great adaptation from RNG to not let that happen once again. And now with Dragon up in 50 seconds, seems like we might be seeing that objective be contested, as the first one was taken by RNG.
Yeah, both top laners not actually having teleports available either for this Dragon. They opt to do it the second it spawns, and arguably an advantage in favor of RNG, perhaps.
Shockwave onto Doinby. Let's see if he gets the knockup right here. Does have the wild growth. Doesn't even get a chance to use it as Swift comes in to try saving him. But that's a free kill for RNG.
Yeah, didn't actually get a chance to use the ultimate. A very questionable fight right there from Xiaogu, and very awkward position to find themselves in with the Dragon up so soon.
I'm kind of curious. The game paused immediately afterwards, so it seems like maybe his key wasn't working, or maybe there was a lag spike or something, but he had the wild growth and 2 people within range for the knockup, plus Swift coming from behind. So I think he might have been prepared for it.
Yeah.
But just wasn't quite able to get it. So that's going to be a kill going over to RNG, and they're evening it up now to 2-2 in kills. And as you mentioned, Dragon's up in 50 seconds.
Yeah, they've evened the kills out. The goal going onto the right targets here. Xiaohu starting to ramp up quite strong. That Orianna getting close to the big item spikes. Any kill or assist is going to only aid that and speed that process up. The sooner that Orianna does ramp up, we'll start to outscale the damage output of the Lulu. That's when the teamfight of RNG does look a little bit scarier.
We'll definitely see if they can make it to that point, because you also have to consider the top lane. V, he seems to be doing a pretty great job this game. Definitely shutting down LetMe in the top.
Yeah, he's been doing a very good job of laning, as apparently, speaking of lane.
Yeah, action in the bottom. Both the junglers show mid, so instantly the dual lane at the bottom goes ham. They pick up a kill, and yes, that is an Alistar pun. No, it's not. It's not ham. He's beef. They go beef.
Yeah. No, that was pretty bad, actually. You justified how bad it was upon yourself. You dug your own grave. No, they do find a very easy kill there. Being able to turn it around, they've just got such a big go button here, this Xiaogu side. The Maokai with the Righteous Glory, boots upgraded. You've got the Sivir with the On the Hunt. You've got Lulu who can speed anyone up, and then you've got the zone control of the parallel convergence of Swift here on Echo. So a very good team fighting comp, and maybe even though that they lost the Lulu, they find a kill in the bottom lane. No one can just outright go for the Dragon.
Yeah, and with that, everyone spawns. It's now 5 versus 5 once again. As you mentioned, that Dragon has now spawned, but Xiaogu answer that kill in the mid lane for Doinby and trade it right back over by getting a kill onto LeMay. And things slowing down just a little bit. There's a lot of damage already dealt to that bottom tier 1 turret. V managed already to clear that top tier 1. With the wave now shoving in the mid lane, it seems like they might be looking for that bottom one. TNT getting very aggressive here. You talked about that Master Yi style Sivir. He's going into melee range for MLXG, who's forced to flash the wall.
Yeah, no fear whatsoever. He has a Janna and a Lulu waiting in the wings to just support him through these aggressive endeavors. a very comfortable position. As Let Me not in such a comfortable position, in fact, in a horrible one.
He's taken so much damage. V is so oppressive right there, trying to get him to burn the Onslaught of Shadows, but just wasn't quite able to find it. Now both of them, as we mentioned, have got that teleport.
He's actually without a mana in that trade, so there was no way for him to even waste the ultimate, just casually galloping his way past.
Swift looks for Wushin. He doesn't quite find the stun, but he finds enough damage to bring him low. It's TCT who gets the kill. Double top laner's teleport. TNT is going to be able to make it out of the back of the fight, but do they have enough damage without him there? V trying to chase it away. It's 5 versus 4 right now for Xiaogu. They turn on the Lamy. He's got so many defensive stats.
Shockwave.
Whoa, a huge shockwave turns it around. The Onslaught of Shadows stacks on top. They still kill Lamy, but they just can't pick up a kill. And QG are going to get onto this turret. The flash re-engage. He continues diving this one down. MLXG goes low. He's going to go down.
And this is the team comp of Xiaogu coming through super strong. Nobody dies, but they get super low. And that is because they've got the Janna, they've got the Spell Shield, they've got the Maokai ultimate, and they've got the Lulu. No one is really planning on dying just yet in this team comp. They're working around their strengths, and the fact that they are all super low, except for the Janna, of course, should not be taking damage, is credit to how they played that last team fight. They find themselves with the Dragon almost completely for free now. And Xiaohu hit the great ultimate, but it's just not his 2-item spike yet. Doing damage, but not enough to raw carry yet.
Yeah, you can see he's got the Athene's Unholy Grail finish it now. He finally is going to pass the CS of Doinby after having that very rough laning phase, but it might just be too little too late as RNG are down now 4 kills. They're down that first dragon. That's their second dragon. It's going to mean playing to that 5th dragon win condition is a little bit more difficult. And what can they do to get themselves back into this?
It's definitely not too little too late just yet. Keep in mind they scale very well. The Varus actually going for the Infinity Edge is the big question mark that I do have to raise, is that he's going for an on-hit build against people that are not going to take damage from on-hit effects, but there's no way for you to poke them either. They've got the Janna shield, they've got the Lulu shield, and the Sivir spell shield. So a smart adaptation is to go for this on-hit build so that they can't actually use spell shields to stop auto attacks, because that's not how they work. So a nice adaptation working around the strengths of what his team requires. If RNG are looking to get back into this game, they need to wait for Orianna to get that next item, whether it is a Void Star from the looks of it, go towards a Luden's Echo next, just hit that big item spike, work around the Hecarim once he gets that next spike as well. And we have touched on them being a spiky side. They need to use those to find a lead, or it'll continue to grow for Xiaogu.
Yeah, we can't see there's now a nearly 4,000 gold lead for Xiaogu as they continue propelling themselves further and further forward. V has been completely untouched this entire game. He's been on an island with Let Me, and he's now opening that up to a 30 CS lead. And poor Let Me is like, come on, man.
It's actually been reduced a little bit, I believe, to a 30 CS lead. That is how far he has been ahead. And that island well and truly by itself. So V finding himself in an extremely comfortable position where he is at his own will to do as he pleases. And right now it's just be a pest and make Let Me hate him.
Yeah, and Let Me definitely is, as V, he's just doing everything he can, forces Let Me to go to the top and then swings down to the mid, as it looks like this last tier 1 is the next objective. Swift setting up a dive. He doesn't quite find the stun, instead turns onto Xiaohu, who takes quite a bit of damage when the turret falls. Xiaogu walk away with their prize.
The zoning tool for the turret, very easily able to take that one down. The Echo, even everyone basically on this GG side, very good at zoning and controlling certain areas just from the raw spell kits they all possess, irrespective of that gold lead. But now that they are so far ahead, it just becomes all that much easier for them to do so. The items not necessarily matched across the board here. You can see actually opting towards the Luden's Echo with that blasting one now is Xiaohu, so kind of in the middle of 2 items.
Yeah, it seems like he's just going to go for some raw ability power to get him through this trough. The mini wave actually makes it up to the turret. They get some great damage onto it as TNT. He takes a few turret hits, but he's got so many shields stacked up that he doesn't really take that much damage, and with excellent wave control, Xiaogu continued to siege.
Yeah, it's weird to consider a protector Sivir comp, isn't it? Because Sivir's usually known for just being left to her own devices, using her ultimate to actually engage with the rest of the tank team, but still going to be able to do that, but still not going to be able to die. On top of that now is the Master Yi Sivir is going to come into effect very.
Yeah, Xiaogu are actually being super oppressive right now as they get some great damage onto those tier 2 turrets, and Even the Glitterlance doing some serious work to RNG right now.
Yeah, the Glitterlance. Hello.
Oh, wow, let me go
doing
very aggressive. He actually used his Onslaught of Shadows to try finding Doinby, but he might just trade his life for it. Swift goes so deep, he almost goes down, but Chrono Break gets him out alive. TNT with the flank is the guy who picks up the kill. V diving the turret, he gets locked down. He's taking so much damage, and he falls. Xiaohu trades it over, and Doinby gets flung back in, and suddenly it seems like Xiaohu have overcommitted to this.
They did definitely overcommit. They found themselves with a kill, and RNG is still chasing. They want TCT now.
Yeah, they definitely are. MLXG going so aggressive. Can he make it over the wall to find TCT? Not quite. And
we'll find out.
Yeah, Xiaohu going so aggressive right there. I like the play to try staggering it out and pick people off as they run back to their turret, but they just stayed too long.
A teleport came through there from the top laner, the Hecarim. Tried his best to find a kill, but Letme could not do that because it is a Lulu. And they are in aggressive position from there on out, where they've caught the Hecarim out of position. The rest of Xiaohu rotated for the fight, but then overcommitted to that fight. And then they were just in a very awkward spot where the Shockwave only connecting with one person.
Yeah.
But it hit the one person that was required. They died very quickly.
Yeah, Doinby with no mana was not able to shield himself or do anything to try getting out of there. And despite excellent flanking from TNT and TCT, they just weren't quite able to get it. And just before that fight, I actually kind of wanted to talk about the wave control for Xiaohu as they continue chasing to find Swift and TNT. The knockup finds Swift. Oh, he's actually able to make it out of there, and they might just turn it around once again.
Oh my god.
This is
what
like
is happening?
This is like a yo-yo as it goes back and forth. The aggressive flash shields it. TCT
oh
gets
my
the kill.
god.
The spell shield on the melee range arrow. Lamy is going to try getting revenge for his fallen carry, but yeah, this is such a scary place for Lamy to be. A crit comes out. He dodges some damage. Oh, a style play, but it's not enough.
He didn't get there in the end, and they managed to fight 3 kills onto RNG, and we're talking about over-aggression, overcommitment from the Xiaohu side. I take that all back. RNG are the ones being way too aggressive, looking for dives in situations where it's not going to happen, and now they're looking at a Baron.
Yeah, it really is a tricky play, and they get onto the Baron itself. Now, TNT has not completed his recall yet. He's still on low health and low mana after that fight. You've got Letme waiting in the wings, as he does have his Onslaught of Shadows. He's going to be ready in just a second here. Can he go for the steal? MLXG coming in. There's the Onslaught of Shadows. They haven't killed the Baron just yet. They're going to get this great silence across. Bail out of the pit. It's at 1,800 health. It's regenerating. They don't commit to it.
And then they're going to fight.
Yeah, MLXG getting very aggressive as he gets back in the front. The Shockwave finds TNT, but he's still alive. V now forces it into a full 5-on-5 fight. He's tanking so much.
He's not moving.
Yeah, they just want to disengage. There's so much CC. He finally falls. Wushin gets the kill. Xiaohu should be able to make it out of this one.
1,800 health was that Baron. They did not commit to it because the Hecarim places a ward at the ideal timing to deny any chance. And now,
oh, they turn it around. MLXG flashes aggressively, but he's not able to find anyone. A huge stun finds Xiaohu, but TNT is nowhere to be seen as he completed his recall. And without their AD carry, they can't commit to it, and minions are actually going to take the first turret for RNG.
oh my god, the minions actually find their first turret. The AD carry TNT has now finally bought after that big trade where he got 3 kills as well. So a big spike going to come out for him. If he had those items for the Baron, it would have gone down. Unlucky that he didn't get a chance to. A full static shield and then some completed, working towards probably a last whisper.
Yeah. Very solid play out of Xiaohu as, again, they maintained that lead, though they did lose that kill onto V. And RNG are so thirsty for these kills. They're so desperate not to fall behind that they're actually making a couple of mistakes that continue to allow them to fall behind.
You think they're in a drought. They're going a little bit mad with thirst at the moment. Not actually finding all of the kills that they want, but they are trying super hard to get them. Do not want the Xiaohu side to get ahead because, again, a tanky / support-oriented team that gets ahead tends to stay ahead. And that is just the raw spell kit that is provided, and then the item advantage to actually bolster that does maintain that lead, and it becomes just that little bit harder for RNG to get their eye in on a victory. So using Xiaohu now, he's working towards his items. The fact that he had so many mid-game items, we'll see what he actually wants when he has enough money. Most likely the Luden's Echo. But we will see, and then once they get the completed items, top laner, mid laner, AD carry working on that last whisper, that is big and that is very important. That's when RNG should be able to find kills, not just chase them.
oh man, MLXG actually managed to steal away his own Direwolf camp as the blue buff is now going to be stolen away. Doinby's the guy who picks it up. Xiaogu, again, 5,000 gold ahead, a pretty moderate amount, but the big thing is that they are hitting those stronger item spikes. He's only down about 20 CS right now, but the only completed item that he's really got going for him is that Cinder Hulk on top of the Devourers, along with a couple other components. So all in all, things looking a little bit slower for RNG, but they are still on pace to keep, on track to keep pace with Xiaogu as long as they can continue matching these items beat for beat as Letme desperately tries to get some farms.
I can't help but smile every time I see him mid-jazz.
Yeah, I know.
TCT does have one of those for reference. That's a whole lot of stacking that can come from a Janna. I love it on Janna as well. And I mean, the rest of the side, 6-1 and 4 TNT with a Lulu and a Janna and a Malchitis Soak. We saw how long he lived even with all 5 members just punching him in the face.
Yeah.
Takes a very long time to go down, and this is the scary part. The fact that of all people in this game to end up with 6 kills is the one big carry from Xiaogu.
Oh yeah, 6-1 and 4 right now. TNT and TCT have been involved with every single kill of the game, and it's a bit of an interesting change of pace for Xiaogu. We talk a lot about how Swift is often the primary carry from the jungler, and Doinby takes these support-style mid laners, these utility mid laners, to help him out. But Xiaogu placing their faith in TNT, allowing TNT to be the primary carry. It seems to be working.
It does definitely end up that way, of course. Putting all of their eggs into the basket of TNT, not necessarily the plan, but it has worked out as such. And that's the best part about Xiaogu, is how diverse they are with their capacity to carry from any role. If V gets ahead, he can carry. If no one gets ahead, Swift will be the one to actually take the reins and carry himself. So James Bond there in the jungle, not going to be relying on any severe carries from him. They're going to opt into TNT. They're going to let him do work. Swift is going to facilitate that with his tanky items and stats, and just let the support of this Xiaogu side come through strong.
So we're now 28 minutes into the game. Things again have taken a little bit of a turn for the slower as Swift decides to try forcing a fight here. There goes the on the hunt as they try to chase onto Xiaogu, but he gets a great flash over the fat part of the wall, and instead they're just going to take down this mid-tier 2 turret. Letme might be caught. V going so aggressive here, but look at all the CC. Shockwave flings them back in. It was used very preemptively. Yeah, they are going to be able to get the kill finally, but Xiaogu are just so strong right now.
The Xiaogu is strong, and it takes a very long time to kill V.
Yeah.
But they do kill V, and nobody dies from RNG. So all in all, a very big success here from the RNG roster. They find themselves in a very good position now to place some vision control at the very least, get control of set areas where they can then work around that and find picks.
Oh, looks like TCT is caught out here. That Mage Eyes might be the doom of him as he goes super low. Glitter Lance is tossed. Let me take some of that Glitter Lance so we can't quite dash in. Onslaught of Shadows is available. But remember, this mid-tier 1 turret is still standing. It might not do a lot of damage, but it does something, and RNG don't want to test it.
I actually love the pick of Lulu and Hecarim also. Just completely denies any of that move speed that you can get with the home guard ganks if placed at the right times. And very smartly done there from Doinby to stop the teleport impact, completely negate that, and they get out with their lives.
Yeah, they definitely do. Now Dragon's up in a minute and a half. And now things have slowed down. Last time I said they were slowing down, the fight broke out.
Yeah, you ate your words. And this time it is genuinely slow. In saying that, the lead has not changed at all. Still 5,000 in favor of Xiaogu. So still in the driver's seat in a commanding, not commanding, but more so comfortable position at the moment. As for the most part, every fight that we have seen is basically just V dying.
Yeah. So tanky though. Letme punishes TCT for dropping the ward, but lets him get right on out. And he's going to clear this ward out himself. Doinby coming for some moral support as he drops the shield and some more movement speed. And let's kind of recap how we got here. Xiaogu seemed to have a very dominant laning phase. And we talked a little bit in the early game about how MLXG needs to snowball RNG during the early game to make them really feel comfortable. And that's kind of what we're seeing here. RNG don't seem that comfortable without an early lead.
Yeah, definitely. The fact that MLXG did not find the ganks is how we found ourselves in this position. Swift, whenever he does gank, generally speaking, it is a successful one. So the biding their time. The lane is coming out ahead and being able to utilize 2 ganks in the bot lane to force summoners or force kills has put Xiaogu in the commanding position that they are in now. MLXG trying to find ganks, trying to put himself in a better position, but not able to find any except for that one in the bot lane as Swift.
Looks for MLXG, but isn't quite able to find him. They were trying to set up a pick. All of Xiaogu were prepared except for V as he was in the top lane. But now Dragon has spawned. They're going to steal away this blue buff and then possibly look to trade over that mid-tier 1 for a Dragon.
Well, they want V.
Oh, they certainly do. He's rushing as fast as he can.
Oh my god.
Did he actually flash right there? I think he
flashed
did.
over to the bush and they thought he went to the blue buff. So he's actually in mid lane and just juked you all. And with Dragon up and with control of the map of the mid area in favor of Xiaogu, RNG are now the ones in a positioning back foot.
Yeah, they are. They're going to have to fall back from here as they are forcing a recall. Xiaogu with that mid-tier 2 down. Ping's going down onto the inhibitor turret. They can try bursting it through. Look at that wave clear from TNT as he chunks through the turret.
Man.
Half health. Let Me tries to knock them away. Are they going to try to go for it? They just might. TNT gets back onto it. The turret falls. Are they going to dive here as MLXG finds Swift on the backside? A lot of the ultimates are still available, and a huge slow Glitter Lance forces the disengage.
They get the free turret all in all. They might want to re-engage here, though.
Swift dashes in. He finds the stun onto Xiaohu. MLXG stalls it out as TNT shreds through MLXG in the back. He goes down. Lamy tries to get the knock-up. There's the onslaught of shadows, but he's turned around. Flash from TCT knocks Hecker him into the fight. Lamy tries to disengage, but he's taken so much damage. A double kill for TNT as they pick up now 3 kills. They're on the inhibitor now. They could look to end off of this, but no. They're just going to play it nice and safe. The inhibitor did end up going down, and Xiaogu played that so excellent.
After all of that, the Shockwave's still available, so no chance for them to directly end, of course, but the reason the Shockwave is available, TCT, Flash Monsoon knocking them all away from any chance of engaging, and then you've got Swift in the front lines, zoning them, forcing the cleanse out of the Orianna to make her walk back, or she will take damage threat. And while that's happening, they take down the front line of RNG. They get the kills, they translate those kills into the inhibitor, and now they're in a very good position. The lead has grown even more so than what it was before.
Yeah, definitely. It's now up to about 7,000 gold for Xiaogu as they secure for themselves that second Dragon. With that mid inhibitor down, RNG are definitely going to find themselves feeling a little bit off for this one. Wuxin going for that on-hit Varus build. Wasn't too much success during that last team fight. You can see he's not looking for pokes with Varus, which is what we typically expect out of him.
Now, he does have the last Whisper, so he can still poke, but having the Zeal and the Infinity Edge is, of course, looking for some actual auto attacks in there, which doesn't cater to Varus's general mid-lane Varus strengths. He's being more of an AD carry role, facilitating the fact that he does need to auto attack and put damage down in this game. He's still able to put damage down, but the problem is you compare him to an AD carry such as the Sivir, who has the spell shield, the utility, the mobility. Varus is just a sitting duck for death.
Yeah, TNT's 8-1 and 5 right now. Without even blowing on the hunt, he breaks 500 movement speed with some help from Doinby and Janna. He chunks down this inhibitor turret to half health while Super Minions split.
Speaking of chunks, Whoosh does not have health from that's just Doinby's Glitter Lance.
Doinby does some serious work. Graviton, Void Staff, Morel, and Amicon. Yeah, pretty scary. Oh, there goes the parallel convergence. Swift might look for a fight, finds the slow, but isn't quite able to find the stun, but just the zone control. Going to allow QG to take the turret.
Just the zoning tool. Just place down the parallel convergence and say, I dare you to stop this turret from going down, and you can just eat a stun in the face. So smartly backing off here, RNG, giving up the turret because they had no choice. But now Xiaogu, with Baron available and ward control,
set up a death bush right there. Nobody's falling for it though. Swift is going to take a shield and then try to turn onto MLXG. Does not find it over the wall. Great play from MLXG to keep himself up, and RNG do not fall for that trick.
Yeah, thankfully spotting them. They've got the Prey Seeker and, of course, not actually moving, so being able to blind throw it at them, and he's probably going to do the same thing again. The same trick will not work twice against the Rek'Sai Xiaogu. They smartly back away this time. There's a big bottom wave, though, that TNT is going to have to answer. They've got themselves a small window. Oh, no, V will. He's got teleport.
Looks like V is going to be the one who answers that. Blue buff now going to be secured back over to Doinby, and oh, man.
If this was OMG, that would be Uzi right now, not
yeah.
He wants all of those red dots.
And every single one. Minion Wave is going to get onto the mid-tier 1 turret, and Xiaogu, again, 7,000 gold ahead, 36 minutes into the game, and step by step, they are inching closer and closer towards that blue side victory as they've got some serious damage items. Now TNT is so scary on that Sivir.
Definitely is. 8, 1, and 5 Bloodthirst. The 4 core items finished. Even Home Guard boots upgraded and working towards the QSS or a Banshee's Veil at the moment. Unbelievable how big TNT is on this Sivir. They've got the Lulu now, Void Staff, Deathcap, going for the shield size style of AP Lulu build. And then a Janna.
Yeah.
With the Mikhails, with Janna's spells, it's like TNT is never going to look like dying. In saying that, they've been using most of their shields onto V because he is going so far into the front line and so deep that he's actually being at risk of dying. And considering he is a raw tank Maokai with that ultimate, that goes to show how the focus of RNG is forced onto V.
Yeah, and that's just Xiaogu playing to their strengths. I mean, after that laning phase in which V stomped all over Let Me, he's just continuing to try being as much a nuisance. Takes the last tier 2 turret for basically no response from RNG as Let Me, he still can't keep up. Yeah, he's finally caught up in CS, but he wasn't able to keep up in turrets. And with that, the last tier 2 turret goes down. Swift, face checks an Orianna, but decides to turn it around. Dragon's up in 2 minutes, and
Red team's inhibitors respawning soon.
the inhibitor's coming back up.
Yeah, apparently so. So it has said, Sata.
So it has been said.
I feel like RNG are in a position where they need the Hecarim to fight, but Xiaogu not necessarily relying on that Maokai can potentially look for a 4v4 or have a split push threat there. Be very interesting. Having so many shields is a very strong
Teleport coming in as V looks for Xiaogu. He's got the home guard, doesn't take the dissonance flash
God,
over the wall. He's so desperate to make it out of this one, and he does indeed as RNG consolidate effectively and back away.
But that is a flash away from Orianna for the teleport. Maybe not worth because Hecarim still has the teleport available, but Xiaogu going to be able to work around having 5 members here and force Let Me to stay. So the teleport being used for a summoner spell essentially worth in this case. There's no split push options that are going to come out. They're going to look for the inhibitor.
They certainly are. TNT's shredding through that. Look at the damage that he's doing. There goes the parallel convergence. They could look for the dive as Swift gets nice and aggressive. He's taking a lot of CC here and is forced to dash away defensively. TNT single-handedly bullies away RNG.
So manly.
Oh, man. You guys are going to hit my team? Well, how about you have some of this boomerang?
Yeah, it's one for everyone. Apparently, there's a boomerang for every person, all sizes and ages. They're going to be able to control the Baron Pit. Now they've got the pink wards there. They can just clear the vision, force RNG to answer to them. And that is where they will come out ahead with a pick. And that's fighting on their conditions, which is a big win for Xiaogu.
Well, previously, RNG responded appropriately. They slowly approached the pit. They made sure that they had vision. This time, Baron is actually being started. There's the teleport from Let Me, and immediately Xiaogu back away from it. He actually completes the teleport into 4 members. On the Hunt is used as they chase Let Me around the map. TNT is such a man on this Sivir. But here comes the rest of Xiaogu. V jumps over the wall to find MLXG. They're trying to force that fight so hard. TNT does so much. Laney tries to knock him out of the fight, but he just can't find it. Wushin gets dove on the back. He goes down. TNT is going to kill Let Me here with that crit. Flashes the wall aggressively, and Xiaohu goes down. Laney, the sole survivor of this, as he watches Xiaogu steamroll into their base.
The damage that comes out of every member of this Xiaogu side, forcing Whoosh, just a no mobility AD carry up against Swift on that Echo and a Maokai with a Righteous Glory. There is no answer. RNG finding it very difficult from drafting phase, but executed so well from the Xiaogu side. They do find themselves with a one-for-one, and they still maintain that 100% win rate on the blue side.
Yeah, they definitely do. And as you mentioned, splitting the series now with RNG. 1-for-1 between Xiaogu, and my gosh, they did damage. Oh my goodness, TNT. What the heck, man. I think earlier on he was hovering Vayne. I think he was in the Vayne mentality, but
Yeah.
on a Sivir.
Just the same range, essentially. You
Yeah.
can just play like you're a Marcy, as we mentioned a couple times. He was just being super aggressive, but he had the team to work around that. The Janna, the Lulu, the front line of the Echo, the front line of the Maokai. This side, when they get rolling, when MLXG didn't control that early game, they just ran away with the game.
Yeah, they definitely did. RNG tried as best they can, and they made a lot of really intelligent decisions, especially in that game two, where they were staggering it out. They were looking for chases. They were looking to punish Xiaogu for overextending, but it seems like they were so overzealous to try to punish Xiaogu for overextending.
They found a window, but they took that window a little bit too overboard, and that is where it turned around. 3 kills onto TNT, and the Sivir just ramped up so big from that stage, where the rest of the game was a slow closeout, Xiaogu controlling it from there.
Yeah, excellent control from Xiaogu. And with that 1-for-1 split, we're going to go and take a quick break while we set up for the next match. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the LPL English broadcast. I am Dominic Sater-Ormer. This, once again, is Zach Rusty Pie, and we just finished watching an amazing set between RNG and Xiaogu, and man, what a great set of games that was.
Yeah, it was a fantastic set of games, one win each, and when RNG won, they looked phenomenal, but Xiaogu pulling it back, working their own, protect the Civic comp, and convincingly closing out the game. So all in all, a tied series.
Yeah, 1-1 between the two, like you said, and really, it was very interesting to see the different styles come out of the two, because RNG, they came into game one with a set plan. That's super aggressive. We're going to win the game before 30 minutes, and they did exactly that.
Yeah, they played a very, very strong mid-game comp, worked around their strengths. MLXG hitting all the big ganks, but they find that very easy to win. But you come into the second game, Xiaogu change it up. They all win laning phase alone. Swift not even a requirement to gank, but when he did, it was successful. Xiaogu continue that 100% blue side win rate as well. And now they're tied for first with the EDG.
Yeah, they definitely are, and that's pretty solid coming out of a new LSPL team.
Kind of a big deal to be tied for first with the EDG, that's for sure. But a very, very good position to be in for an LSPL team,
definitely.
you're right.
And RNG, they aren't doing that bad themselves. Yes, they're still in 9th place, but they're splitting with top-tier teams. I believe the only teams that they've been O2'd by are EDG, Invictus Gaming, and OMG. So if they're still taking games off of these incredible teams, it begs the question, will they still have a chance to make a run for the playoffs by the end of the split?
They definitely still have a chance to make a run. We're only about at the halfway mark, so there's a long way for them to go. They could always go up from here. And from what we have seen in the first 6 weeks, they've slowly increased with every single week in terms of their performance, in terms of their skills. They've managed to pick up some 2-0s, granted, against sides like World Elite and Unlimited Potential who are below them, but still picking up 2-0s. They've got those 3 points, so in terms of their ladder position, still not too bad. They can find a climb quite easy.
Definitely. And with the point system, there's a lot of room for growth. 1-2-0 would put them right back in. Here are the stats from that last game. You can see it was actually fairly close. Xiaogu were only 10,000 gold ahead by the end. And that's actually going to be TCT who gets the MVP from that support Janna.
He played phenomenal. Every single play that TCT made in that last game was selfless to save the rest of his team. The flash monsoons, every time he'd knock someone up, disengages, this in particular, managing to save TNT's life with the monsoon, getting the flash monsoon as mentioned earlier. In fact, they pick up kills from this, TNT somehow finding kills in the back of this, and it happens repeat amount of times.
Yeah.
Every time his bot lane support, TNT, finds himself in the face of Lei, easy support kills, or easy support survival, giving TNT the kills.
And by giving TNT so many kills, TNT by the end of the game, despite having an enormous kill participation, did end up dying once.
Yeah.
And TCT, in fact, did not die in that last set.
You get sick of saying both of their names together. TNT, TCT, it sounds like you're repeating yourself, but a very impressive performance from the support of Xiaogu right there. Even later stages in team fights, being able to work around preventing Orianna from using a shockwave as well, a big factor in how a fight turns around. Orianna needs to use shockwaves in those fights. Not able to even consider using it, really, because Flash Monsoon's knocking them away. TCT, definitely deserving of that MVP.
Yeah, but now we're getting into our next set, and this is Masters 3 versus Snake, both of which are tied for 5th place right now with identical records. They're both 3-5-2 right now.
Yeah, 11-9, 11 wins, 9 losses. They managed to find themselves in even footing, and the winner of this best of 2 series, if there is a winner in this best of 2 series, is going to be the clear-cut ahead on the ladder, essentially. Not going to be the favorite, they're just going to be a winner.
Yeah, tied for 4th, or I believe actually, no, they'll be in 4th clearly, and the other one will still be tied for 5th, maybe. I don't know. Brackets are hard. But this looks to be a pretty entertaining match. I mean, Masters 3, after last week, a very difficult week last week, they put on a pretty impressive show.
Masters 3 have seemingly done exactly as we were mentioning for RNG, improved with every single week. SMLZ starting to step up as that premier AD carry of the side, and the more that he starts to step up and perform, the better the side seems to go. He does have some hiccups here and there, and that is where they generally find their losses, and they've still got a weakness in their side around that. But if he can step up, the rest of the side, free to roamers that like Looper can do work. They've got Dade in the mid lane, of course, renowned for being able to not exactly win the lane, but win the game.
Yeah, and if we talk about winning lane, when you compare them to people like Snake, it's a completely different story. You've got you, who was subbed on EDG, Flandre, the beast in the top lane, and even Crystal well known for his, I'm going to take Draven and just straight up kill you.
Yeah, that's right. And then you've got Beast in the jungle able to consolidate all of the aggression, especially from FLICKR. That guy just commands respect, commands focus from his opposition junglers. The Snake top laner, known to go a little bit too aggressive for a kill, but that says it all right there. The fact he can be aggressive allows Ella and Crystal in that bot lane to be free to do as they would like. And if you get a Draven, which we know is his second most played champion so far in the LPL splits, then it's pretty easy to 2v2.
I mean, Crystal is such an excellent player, and his Draven play is not something to be trifled with. And if you throw a ban at it, then he'll just switch over to something like Kalista or Sivir, an even stronger, well, I wouldn't say stronger, but a similarly strong but scarily more meta pick.
Yeah, if you see Crystal get Kalista, there is something wrong. He's played it once, and I think he was 15-2 roughly in that game.
I remember that game. Yeah,
you pretty much do not give him Kalista. It's actually Kalista 100% presence in the LPL, whether it's picked or banned or played, just every single game. So
when you compare him to SMLZ on the other side, it's kind of a different story because SMLZ is not exactly what we would call a hyper carry.
No, and he's only really started to carry a little bit more since Caitlyn came back as well. So opting into the Caitlyn, the long range, has a mid-game trough, but they managed to take every game to 50 minutes here, Masters 3. And that is where Caitlyn comes back into the prime. And SMLZ has started to carry a little bit more. And you're right, maybe needs to adapt the champion pool or just change up what he's playing to work around that fact. But that is generally when they win the games.
Yeah, so we'll definitely have to see if SMLZ is able to step up in this game because, again, we mentioned he is against Crystal. And in the mid lane, it's you versus Dade. And this looks to be a very exciting matchup. I mean, these guys are pretty well renowned.
Yeah, definitely well renowned. You being the ex-EDG player, when he gets on LeBlanc as well, is just a beast. He has a very good assassin-style champion pool with the Pocket Azir, which is like a pseudo-assassin control mage. So plays to his strengths very well, wants to be ahead in lane, translate that to the rest of the game. LeBlanc being nerfed a little bit, though, might be a factor in this lane. But then you have a look at the side of Dade. Throw back to his assassins that he loves to play. He's quite comfortable versing them or playing them, and will find himself in a very good position in this matchup. Yeah,
and speaking about you a little bit, he's kind of been experimenting with a different style of champions. He's been trying out Kassadin. He's been trying out some more conventional assassins, and I think that's reflective of Snake as a whole, because they've been trying different team comps. They took the poke composition, they've taken straight-up team fight compositions, and they've really been trying new things, and that's awesome.
Successful or not, it does feel like they're diverse in the way that they can play. Masters 3 a little bit more streamlined, but it's mostly just to the fact that their champions are a little bit more limited as well. So Snake quite easily and able to be a bit more diverse. Now they have you in the mid lane instead of Barker, who is essentially just Shurima everywhere and kind of limits what you're able to do. So having an assassin in the mid is quite nice. Or the potential to play poke or just completely change up the style completely and go assassin.
And that begs the question, what are they going to do against a team that currently in the standings is their equal? They're tied. They have an identical win-loss rate. It's 3-5-2 for the two of them.
Well, you can approach this any way you'd like. Being a very diverse team in ways that they can play team comps is going to raise a lot of questions. We don't really know what they're going to do coming into this game. They could work around the trough that seemingly occurs for Masters 3 during the mid-game. We saw it in the first game of earlier today, where they just quite easily RNG picking that mid-game comp, the Jace, the Corki, just running over them around the 25-minute mark. We might see that. Jace is quite strong at the moment, does play a pseudo-assassin style AD mid laner. Maybe even Dade will play that, actually, now I think about it. Might suit him quite well.
That would actually be pretty interesting to see, because Dade, you mentioned he's not exactly the strongest of laners for his team, and he's taken a lot of Cassiopeia lately, but the way that he builds it is with that full tank style, because the Dade style is, I'm just going to sit here in lane, I might not do that great, but once fights happen, I'm going to be the one who makes it happen. I'm going to be the flash, petrifying gaze sort of engage.
Yeah, win or lose lane, he does still play aggressive, and he will keep you in the mid lane. So that's one thing to consolidate the rest of the team, is that Yu's not going to go anywhere. He's still going to be kind of stuck in that mid lane because Dade is just going to be in his face the whole time. Once it translates to a mid-game style, and as you said, he likes to build a little bit tanky, that's kind of where it comes to fruition, is the tanky stats having more of a mid-game presence, allowing them to just team fight well around him, win or lose lane, still has that relevance.
Yeah, and let's actually talk a little bit about the top lane as well. It's Looper versus FLICKR, and if you don't know FLICKR, you definitely should. He has been such a terrifying power. And Looper, he has been a little bit lackluster in the past. He's been performing better lately, but I'm curious to see how that's going to match up as well.
The champion pools are quite similar. FLICKR likes to experiment a little bit more as well. He plays a bit of everything where possible, even having a Yasuo game in there. So we never really know what to expect from FLICKR. Up against Looper, most likely the hotly contested meta-style champions will be the ones that we'll see here. And
yeah.
If you don't know FLICKR, as you said, you're going to learn all about him in these two games. He's going to be super aggressive. He's going to put it all down, win or lose, much like Dade in the mid lane, but for the other respective team hero, Snake. If he finds kills, he can snowball and carry the rest of the team to a victory. If he doesn't find kills, he's probably going to find death.
Generally not the best way to do it, but it's also that his style is so oriented on winning lane. He's going to be incredibly aggressive, and he's either going to kill you or die trying.
Yeah, and that's the brilliant part about FLICKR is that he is so aggressive that it does bring pressure from the jungler. It's a very top-side heavy side, usually up against the side of Snake, just to make sure that Looper in this case does not get super behind or, in fact, gets ahead.
Yeah.
But in saying that, FLICKR works super well with no resources. It works very well at just doing the relevant damage when he's so far behind it doesn't matter really. And this is why the side of Snake are a little bit more bottom-heavy in the way that they play.
Yeah.
They can work around the strengths of having Crystal, particularly if he gets going on Draven, is always going to be a force to be reckoned with. The rest of the side here, even you. If they work on the bottom side of the map, FLICKR can be left to his own devices.
Yeah, and here we're now finally getting into the lineups. It's Masters 3. You can see them rocking that 55% win rate. In the top lane, it's Looper with a whopping 4.49 KDA. This guy's got one heck of a Gnar. I'm excited to see how if he's going to end up going for that.
Definitely will be exciting. And the man of consistency, KDA of flat 5, 4 out of 5 games as Gragas. This guy, look to rely on him. You can fall back to him.
Yeah, there's Dade in the mid lane. A very impressive player and really a very excellent player for Masters 3.
Yeah, definitely. SMLZ as well now, loving that Caitlyn since it has come back into with the small changes. Even finding a Kalista game in there.
Yeah.
Believe it or not, probably
Somehow.
not going to happen again.
Very unlikely. There's Love CD, the main shot caller for Masters 3. He's not got that high of a KDA, only 205 assists, and Looper actually had something similar, I believe, at 201. So really, it's Masters 3 playing as a team.
Yeah, Masters 3 finding their strengths when it comes to the late game. They have a very good early game, but they don't translate that too well into the mid stages. So they come together as a team super well around the late game team fights. And no massive standout performer from any of the players in that team. They all do their bit.
Yeah, everyone chips in to the overarching goal of the team, and that typically is victory, from what I understand.
Yeah, well, that's the goal.
Like 90% of the time, they want to win.
You generally want to win. I'd say 99% of the time.
99.9.
Yeah.
Rounded down, of course.
But a lose ain't one.
Yeah, but on the other side, we've got Snake. And Snake's been playing a bit of a different game. Well, I mean, they have also been playing for victory, but their method of achieving victory has been a little bit different.
We'll call it diverse again. They like to mix it up a little bit. Snake finding themselves with a little bit more options to follow through here as we do look at the top lane of FLICKR. And speaking of options, every single one is different.
Yeah, if you were to call them diverse, just take a look at FLICKR's champion pool. Not a single repeat in the past 5 games. Here's Beast in the jungle. He's shown his flexibility. I remember that Scion game. That was interesting.
Yeah, mixing it up with the Scions. Even got Nidalee in there. These guys, they love to do it all, and this is the big threat of this Snake lineup as we're looking at you now. And speaking of, everyone just plays something different. It's just like a variety bucket, essentially, of a team.
Yeah. And I do like how they have been trying new things and experimenting with their styles. You can see here's Crystal rocking that Draven along with a couple of Sivir games as well. Unfortunately, his Kalista hasn't been played recently, but it is exceptionally powerful. There's Ella on support. He's all about keeping Crystal alive.
Definitely. He has been keeping Crystal alive for a very long time. It's one thing that he is quite good at. Loves that Janna and Thresh in particular. Most played from this split, of course, is doing a ridiculous amount of support-style play to make sure Crystal gets the ball rolling.
Yeah, so we'll definitely see if Snake are going to play to that sort of win condition because we talked about this a little bit, is that Snake, they can win from multiple lanes. You can go off. Flandre can go off. Crystal is probably the most standard person who I think you could look to, but the fact that any lane can just take off, I think that's what helps Snake try these new diverse strategies.
It is one of the strengths of the Snake lineup, is that anywhere can carry the game if they find themselves the lead. Even when they find themselves behind, as we've mentioned earlier, Flandre can still carry the game, and that is the best part about this Snake lineup. It's just how strong they are as a 5-man because they are so good individually. Almost like solo queue strength style players that just work together as a team.
Yeah, and you can see Snake and Masters 3 actually have very similar graphs here. Not very strong on the red side, but the ganks definitely being more effective for Snake. And all in all, this looks like to be a very interesting set comparing these styles.
Masters 3 actually having the advantage in terms of direct matchups, but
yeah,
one thing you can take from both teams, and pretty much everyone ever, is that blue side's kind of a big deal.
Yeah.
You kind of win a lot more games when you get that first pick. There's a lot of priority picks that you want. Getting the one that is ideal for your team against a certain team, in this case, we're looking at perhaps the Sivir, will be ideal for the side that is on blue.
And I think going into that a little bit more is the draft phase. Having that first draft, being able to target ban and sort of mind game the enemy team with your picks and bans, that's something that Masters 3 has kind of suffered with in the past. Their pick and ban phase has not always been what you would call good, per se. But they've definitely been improving a lot more. So I'm curious to see how they're going to come into this one.
Yeah, there's a lot of questions behind their drafting, and we'll see what they do once they actually come into this game. But again, being that blue side does allow you to force bans from your opposition. So they might find themselves in a very good position with the first picks that they're looking for to aid in their drafting phase.
Yeah, we'll definitely see as we are preparing for this. And Snake on the other side, they've definitely been a lot more confident, and they typically come into these games with a set strategy. Now, neither of these two teams have played a game this weekend yet, so they should be prepared coming into this one. They haven't had to worry about facing EDG or Xiaogu or anything. This has been the sole focus for the two, and we're getting into the pick and ban phase right here, and instantly there's the Kalista from Snake towards SMLZ.
Yeah, get the Kalista out of the way. Doesn't matter. You just do not want Kalista to be a part of it. Not being the first pick, of course, Crystal not going to get that Kalista, so no point actually having it available. They get rid of that.
Definitely, and with Alistair stricken away from Ella, and now Rek'Sai pulled away from Beast, it's going to be Echo, who's the final member taken away from Snake, and Rise is pulled away from Looper. So it seems like we're flying through. We talked about preparation. It seems like these two teams have a strategy prepared.
Yeah, you can tell by the bans going so quickly as it is, of course. The Rek'Sai and the Gragas being banned now. The jungle options starting to wear a little bit thin, especially even with that Echo on top of it. The Alistar gone. Generally speaking, Nautilus is the next go-to support.
Yeah, so that's picked up likely by Love CD. We've seen it in the top a couple times this weekend, and I believe last weekend as well. So there's a chance that that could be flexed, but now it's Snake. They've got some strong picks available. Sivir, Hecarim, Thresh,
Fizz.
Janna, Fizz. Oh my gosh, Flandre's Fizz is open.
Yeah. But apparently the pony seems to be a bigger pressing issue. They do have the Sivir, of course, as mentioned, very easily able to take that one away, and they do. They've got the Hecarim with that as well now, and that's a very, very strong duo. It's probably rivaled only by that of the Lulu, but the Sivir on the hunt being an AoE effect works super well.
Yeah, Condi looking at Evelynn right now, perhaps trying to play some mind games with Snake with that. Caitlyn locked in for SMLZ, so he's going to be playing the game that he knows.
That's an early Evelynn hover. I would be very surprised if that was locked in. But we're looking at the Caitlyn being locked in, SMLZ loving that, and
wow.
I have some questions, but we will wait to see what the rest of the draft from Snake is.
We'll definitely get to those questions, but like we said, SMLZ getting back on that comfortable Caitlyn. He's played it before, and he'll play it again. Yeah, Victor, wow, I'm surprised it made it this far into the draft.
Yeah, Victor being picked in the second rotation from Snake. M3 not looking for their mid lane option just yet, so we've got Ella on Thresh, loves being that Thresh, loves working around Crystal, and they've now got the Sivir Thresh bot lane very strong in its own right in a 2v2. The Victor being picked, and of course, both Victor and Azir not being banned. Most of the focus in this game was on that jungle, so they picked up potentially both very strong mid laners in their own right. And let's just touch on Eve a little bit here. Generally speaking, the Eve is picked because it is just so strong against the Nunu. It's very good at finding flanks and getting strong ganks off. And now that we're looking at the completed lineup of M3, I mean, it's possible to get some very strong ganks off. You've got the Nautilus in the bot lane, the Gnar to enable that in the top lane also. The mid lane, you've even got the Azir Sec for it all to work. But with no jungler evident from the Snake lineup just yet, we'll see what they actually opt into doing to shut down potentially the Eve or counter gank or deny any options of the Eve snowballing.
Yeah, it looks like he's going to be looking at Sion once again. Very strong pick that he has played before. It wasn't successful, if I remember right, but it is still very strong. And instead, he's going to swap it over for Nidalee at the last second.
A bit of single target damage there, a lot of burst and a lot of magic damage from the Victor and the Nidalee in particular. They can blow up anybody at any stage. They're going to be working a lot around that vision control now, getting Nidalee in the face potentially of the Evelynn, shutting her down. Either that or Condi is going to be the one to run wild, but either way, I get the vibe that a single jungler here is going to go off.
Yeah, there's a lot of potential for the two of them. We've seen Beast do it. We've seen Condi do it before.
Yeah.
I'm actually really intrigued to see why they decided to go for that style of jungler instead of going for the more meta picks.
Well, the Eve, because most of the meta junglers were banned, they very easily go for that Eve pick. Just shut it down. Don't give it as an option, I suppose, to Beast. But it's not like he's limited by an Eve pick either.
Yeah.
So
it's interesting. We'll definitely have to see how it works out. There's Looper taking Gnar into Flandre's Hecarim. Once again, the jungle. The point of much debate between Condi and Beast on that Evelynn and Nidalee. Here's the mid lane. It's Dade and you, Azir and Victor.
yeah, Zira and Victor are very standard matchup as we've got the Caitlyn against the Sivir. Arguably in favor of that Caitlyn, having the big range advantage is going to be a big factor in that.
But it's also Crystal that you're going against.
Yeah.
And if last game we talked about how you would see a Master Yi style Sivir who runs into your face and just attacks you for tons of damage.
Does this make this one an Olaf or something?
Yeah, exactly. He's just going to Ragnarok that Sivir into your face for even more work. So those are our final lineups. Do you have any final thoughts on them?
I have some questions as to how the M3 lineup will go, especially around that mid-game trough, but if they get going early, they're going to be very strong.
Yeah, we'll see if that's the case as we load into the Rift for game number 1 right now. And we have now loaded onto the Rift and right into a nice comfy pause. It's Master 3 and Snake. This is the very last game of the LPL before every single team will have played each other once. So this is actually going to be pretty exciting for these two, and it'll really give a good indicator to see how we can expect things to go for the second half of the split.
Yeah, and just to add to that even more is the fact that both of these teams are still tied on that ladder in the 5th place with the exact same amount of points. So this could potentially be a dictator of who is going to come out ahead on that ladder after this best of 2, not just the last game of the LPL being played against each other once.
Yeah, so very exciting, very intense moment between the two of them. I think the funniest would be if they were to split at 1-1 and remain tied.
I mean, it's kind of funny. I don't really want that to happen in a roundabout way, just because I'd like to see a clear-cut winner of it.
Definitely.
But if they do, then it's a little bit humorous, I will admit.
Just sort of that they were tied and they're trying so hard to win, but now they're still tied. So
the worst part of best of 2 series is that fact.
Of course. The fact that we can see ties. Now we have loaded back in, and seems like Snake could be looking for a bit of a gank here. Love CD drops a ward in the try. He's going to spot all of the members. Whoa, got to be careful, but he makes it under his turret.
Spotting all of the members there. Crystal kind of just running at him and forcing him out. As this is the skin I was talking about, 2 on Sivir, that I like the most.
But it's not the boomerang. It's the wonderful Sivir.
Oh, sorry, I got it confused. Okay.
I actually like that one too. Yeah. Either that or the Tron.
Snake putting down the wards, not necessarily too deep, just very standard, looking for that lane swapping. I like the adaption though from Crystal placing the ward in the bush on the other side of the lane in particular. because most AD carries try and sneak past so that they don't get noticed from that first ward just by hugging the wall. Instead, you're going to get spotted now, and Snake looking for the lane swap from the looks of it, but...
Yeah, you can see Crystal's waiting in his base right now along with Ella. They're trying to make up their mind. Masters 3 going for a late invade here. Kandi leading the way with that beacon of light. Evelyn, they should be able to steal away this red buff right here, but it seems like the lane swap is going to be successful. It's Masters 3 who opt into it, and Snake, they send their duo back bottom.
I get the feeling that Masters 3 were trying to predict the lane swap, and instead it has not gone to plan as such. Caitlyn always wants to be into that the Sivir lane. You've got such the range advantage is just phenomenal, and you want to work around that advantage and find yourself with an early lead. So they don't get it. They do get the 2v0 though, as we're looking at both top laners and junglers not working in tandem, but both jungling.
Yeah, they are certainly. It's duo jungle out of Flandre and Blooper. I say duo, but it's kind of separated. Yeah, a lot of poke coming onto Dade as View and Dade are being super aggressive right there. And with double buff secured for both of the junglers, that means that the solo lanes are going to be safe for the next minute at least. Interestingly enough, Crystal, he's getting a lot of solo experience down there on the bottom, but LoveCD is actually staying on the top with SMLZ.
Yeah, Caitlyn going to be left to her own devices right now. Getting that solo lane, SMLZ going to get the levels, which is a big deal. Caitlyn getting level 6 always going to help with that kill pressure. Even level 5 for the raw Q damage as well. So Caitlyn getting the solo experience. Sivir, in a way, doing the same thing, but the side of Snake looking more so for a dive at the moment, or just to control the jungle on the bottom side of the map. So very standard push style start here from Snake.
Yeah, and that's something that Sivir does so well. She's got such wave control and such incredible damage. That's so hard to trade with it, whereas SMLZ on the other side looks like he's pretty happy keeping the wave frozen. Crystal is going to try bouncing this under the turret. Interestingly enough, Ella catches, or LoveCD catches the experience. The rest of Snake do not commit to the bottom. They try to rush an early dragon. Flandre is taking a lot of damage here. They might be in trouble, but I think they should be able to get it.
Between the Nidalee sustain and the fact that FLICKR, it's quite tanky having that W early in the stages. Except for that reset might hurt them a little bit, but Flandre should still be tanky enough to get it done. Yeah,
they managed to pull it out. First dragon secure, 4 minutes in for Snake. Playing to their strong side of the map, keeping the duo on the bottom.
Yeah, but not denying Lupa any of the experience here. Still being able to get level 3 and quite comfortably. In fact, as the rest of Snake do need to recall, they opted into the 2-man dragon, which is a little bit risky. And they do get out with it okay.
Yeah, they did a 2-man dragon when Masters 3 has an Evelyn.
Yeah, and I mean, really it worked out exactly as planned for them. The difference is that Nari is still going to be quite comfortably farming whilst they had Flandre in the jungle.
Ooh, hook from Ella misses Looper there as Crystal tries to bully him right back out, but Looper is, as you mentioned, going to be able to catch all of this CS and experience, whereas Flandre's only just now making it to the top side of the map. I'm not sure who's going to end up having a worse time, FLICKR or Gnar, but it looks like it is going to be Crystal, as here comes both Evelyn and LoveCD. Teleport coming in from Flandre's is going to try some action. Ella forced the flash away.
They focused Ella, and that was the big mistake right there, is that Crystal able to get level 4, put down all of this free damage, and the teleport comes out to deny any chance of a kill onto Ella. M3 making a small mistake there, and we're looking at a push now.
Ooh, hook finds LoveCD. He's just going to take some more punishment while Ella trades it for a turret hit. While Flandre continues looking for a flank from the top. Interestingly enough, Beast has completely forsaken his jungle. He's just trying to farm it up in the top.
Yeah, we have ourselves a top lane Nidalee now and a jungle Hecarim on the side of Snake. Questionable, but also effective for a Nidalee in terms of scaling.
Yeah, it definitely is. Kandi looking for yet another roam down here. He dashes in. They're going to turn on to Ella once again. He's low. There's the death sentence, but it's his own death. He goes down and Kandi gets first blood.
Yeah, they pick up the kill, exactly what they needed. The repeat offender of the Evelyn right now comes around for a second kill, and they hook Crystal.
Yeah, Crystal is hooked right here. He's taking a lot of damage. Looper gets the reset on Hyper. Can they continue chasing? Flash used. Crystal gets out.
They get out with Crystal's life, but they did pick up Ella, and now this bot lane, this 2v2, essentially a 3v2 with the Evelyn just waiting around constantly, find themselves with almost a complete lead. The CS gap starting to close, and it's between a Gnar and a Sivir at the moment. SMLZ sitting on the other side of the map, And he's got a lead of his own right as he 1v0s absolutely nothing.
Yeah, the first to reach level 6 right now. I think actually he was very close as Dade and you also reached level 6. But Flandre finally makes it to the top once again. Beast is like, wait, but I want those minions, man.
Essentially denying Caitlyn from attempting to poke under the turret just by being there. So not taking any free damage and allowing Flandre to get all of the last hits just by having a presence there. So a smart decision from Beast to be around, and we know he's competent on this Nidalee as he's starting to ramp up with his items from having a little bit of free farm, but you can't compare that to Condi right now.
Yeah, Condi with the double longsword looks to be going for the Warriors enchant on that Evelyn. Bit of an interesting build choice. There is a huge wave building towards the bottom. Condi is still back down there. Is he going to find Crystal once again? Very scary. Is he going to go for the hook? Oh, so close.
You even hear the Nautilus trying his heart out right there. The sounds of his hook as he did not find it, but Ella found one.
Yeah, Ella's the guy who finds the hook. Love CD and Condi looking for a potential invade to steal away the blue buff, but they are spotted out by an excellently timed ward from Ella. And very tricky play right here. Condi leading the charge. They have to know that Condi's here, even though they don't have direct vision of him, just because of how aggressive Love CD is being.
Yeah, the numbers advantage favoring Snake right now as M3 try their best to get into the blue buff, but a very smart ward from Ella does spot them, and there's no chance of them actually overcommitting to that unless they try to steal. In saying that, the blue buff is going to go to you quite easily here as Beast does leash that one away.
Yeah, so that's blue buff now secured for you. Any second now, Dade is going to get his own. And we talked a little bit about the weak laning phase of Dade. Right now, he's dead even with you. So things seem to be going pretty solid for Masters 3 as they seem to be making it out of this early game slump. Not just even, but in fact ahead as they've got that first blood and 1,000 gold. Plus SMLZ is 20 CS up on his own.
Yeah, weak laning phase is a questionable way to describe it. I would say more so just overly aggressive, and he's making it work in this game. But you having that blue buff now on the Victor, having the upgraded Hex Core, being able to clear the waves quite easily is now in a very good position.
Definitely is. Looper and Flandre trading it out in the top. Minor CS lead for Looper, but he's going to even that up with this next wave. And things taking it nice and slow. Dragon's now up in a minute. Snake took the first one. We've got a lot of wards on the bottom side of the map. They could look to try taking the second, perhaps play to that 5th Dragon win condition, as Beast goes for a roam of his own.
Definitely a valid idea considering how early they took that first dragon is always going to be in the back of their mind going for this second one. With 35 seconds, Nidalee will be able to come back on time, has bought an abundance of wards, so very, very good position to be in to do it, as you also being able to control this mid lane, essentially zoning Dade from all of the minions that he can.
Yeah, there's actually a recall coming out of Dade right now. Bit untimely as that Dragon's up in 15 seconds. Teleport's about to be ready for Flandre. Looper has already got his. We could see these top laners head down. I think we're going to have to wait for some sort of catalyst before we actually see the Dragon be attempted by either of the teams, as Crystal and Ella trying to go aggressive, and Beast zones Condi out of his own jungle.
Yeah, so they've got control of the bottom side. Love City only being level 5 up against the 6 and 7 of Crystal and Ella respectively. So needing to respect the raw engage potential from this side, but with Condi waiting in the wings, the chance of the counter engage is going to be quite serious.
Yeah, that Evelyn is very scary. Now that she's finished her own warrior enchant, she should be doing some serious damage.
Oh, yeah.
And recall out of Looper. He's headed back towards that top lane to catch the wave that Flandre is currently shoving under the tier 1 turret, while Condi looks for a potential roam in the mid lane. Now, we're 11 minutes into the game. Things seem to be going pretty even between the two of them. That 1,000 gold is now only about 400 for Masters 3. How do these teams win? What does Masters 3 need to do to beat Snake in this game?
Masters 3 are relying on A gank, first and foremost, to give themselves with some kind of an objective advantage or potential to do something. If Condi makes something happen, then it will play to Masters 3 quite well. But as the game continues to progress, they're essentially just looking for the perfect engage. They've got the Nautilus to start it all. Looper has to hit those big teleports, and they're essentially just looking to team fight. There's no real split push option. They need to compensate for the fact that Caitlyn has a fairly weak or fairly big drop-off in terms of damage compared to that of the Sivir, who has the on the hunt to still remain relevant in the mid-game team fight. So they need to work around 5v5s as we hit the mid-game stages to compensate for that fact. But Caitlyn also going for an Avarice Blade, looking to ramp that up a little bit more.
Yeah, just continue farming it up. SMLZ on the other side, you can see he's taken that CS lead, and it's manifested not only an Avarice Blade, but also a pickaxe. However, he does not have his boots. First turret is going to be secured by Crystal as he takes down that tier 1 on the bottom side of the map. And look at Crystal, he's 2 levels down on SMLZ right now.
Yeah, SMLZ essentially solo laning at the moment, getting all of the free levels that he possibly can get, and utilizing that to does still lose the turret, but you can see the way that SMLZ is playing is very in the face of Crystal, and Crystal farming for the most part with that Boomerang Blade.
Yeah, you having to burn mana in order to continue keeping up with SMLZ. And we talked a little bit about how Caitlyn does have that mid-game sort of power drop. SMLZ seems like he's in a good spot to just power through that.
Yeah, this stage is going to be quite good for SMLZ to power through that mid-game drop that we've been talking about as he's going.
Yeah, you taking a lot of damage here. Dade actually knocks him out of the soldiers, drops Cleanse in order to make it out. You is so low, but the second soldier doesn't hit and he makes it out alive. Oh my gosh, that was close.
He gets out with his life. All in all, Dade using everything. You only using that heal, still has his ultimate available. Might even look for a kill, to be honest with you.
Yeah, Dade is so low mana. Takes some more damage. Here comes Beast to try to catch this wave in the middle. Ooh, playing it close to the chest.
Yeah, they don't find any kill on either team at the moment. There's a lot of back and forth between these mid laners, but no semblance of an advantage as we're looking at 2 CS between them all in all after all of this.
Yeah. Very solid play. SMLZ getting some damage now onto that bottom tier 1. Trying to trade back for the one that he lost, but the minion wave is cleared, and the turret is still standing. Though SMLZ is shoving right now. Kandi's on the bottom side of the map. Something that's kind of interesting is that Masters 3 don't really seem to be playing a lot around the misinformation that having an Evelynn provides. I mean, there are defensive pink wards. There's one on the top side. There's 2 on the bottom side jungle for Snake. It really seems like Masters 3 are content to just let Kandi farm it up.
It's very difficult for Kandi to find a gank given all of the pink wards that are on the map are in a very neutral / defensive position. So if you want to go for someone, you're essentially going to be diving them. And if you want to dive them, you're going to be going through pink wards to get to that spot. The big difference is probably the top lane. It's going to be very hard to actually go for that. And we've seen Kandi for the most part trying to lane gank as well, playing to the strengths of that Evelynn who can gank through lanes quite well. But I mean, you say it's Kandi not playing to the misinformation, or the team not playing to the misinformation. I feel like it's Kandi just being Evelynn at this stage, which is why nothing's happening. And in saying that, Beast is Nidalee, and nothing's coming from that either. Yeah. Nidalee is going to ramp up really big, though. Once she hits that level 9 mark, which is now the max level spears, the damage starts to increase by a ridiculous amount. Beast can make things happen, but Beast is also a top laner this game, if you hadn't already noted.
Yeah, he's been catching so much CS for Flandre. You can see he's actually got a CS lead over Kandi, but he has not been anywhere near as effective in making ganks as it looks like there's a dive in the mid lane. Yu's going to be the target. Doesn't have cleanse. He still has his flash, however. No, he doesn't, in fact. He goes low, and Flandre teleports in to get the kill. Dade gets some revenge for it. Dashes back under the turret. He chooses his own fate. Flandre going 1v2 here, but I don't think he anticipated Kandi to be there. And all in all, it's going to be a 2-for-1.
Yeah, they make a trade in favor of Snake after all of that effort that does go to get you down. And very aggressive, and they still want him.
Oh man, Looper's way overextended here. Oh, the death sentence narrowly misses, and Looper is going to make it out alive. Crystal showing to help out just a bit, but he's not quite able to take the kill or the turret. Instead, they look for the dragon.
Yeah, now Beast has already started this dragon up. The fact that the trade went in favor of Snake with an over-aggressive decision there, Dade going all in and actually just going under the tower because he knew he was dead. In fact, the second dragon does get picked up.
Yeah, and with that, Snake secured, as you mentioned, their second dragon. It was temporarily dead even in gold, but now it's about 500 in favor in Snake. But when it's all said and done, it's still pretty even across the board. You've got a CS lead for Looper and for SMLZ, while Yu is even with Dade. But they're making that up with putting that extra gold in CS onto Beast. Once again, things are going pretty calm and slow.
Yeah, the big talking point is most likely going to be the fact that SMLZ does have that CS advantage. Even going for the Avarice Blade to ramp that up even more, as they do want to fight this. No, they don't. Well done with the scrying orb there to spot that one out.
Interestingly enough, he's only about 200 global gold ahead of Crystal. That's because of the turret that Snake took earlier, so they're able to close that gap just a little bit. SMLZ is going to try to once again open that lead back up. He's trying as best he can to take the turret. Is he going to be able to? Yeah, he finally gets it.
He gets that turret down. The 30 CS advantage going to start having more of an impact now. They're starting to even each other out in terms of global gold, but I mean, it's very stale at the moment across the entire map. M3 love to take games late, so no surprise that they're playing it slow, but Snake not really doing anything besides just being content farming also.
Yeah, and it's kind of interesting to see Snake playing this style, being so content to just sit and farm. Well, they have done it before. It's never really worked out to much success for them, as they typically skirmish a lot better than they go through the laning phase. However, Condi looking for Spew right here. Oh, the Emperor's Divide misses. Spew actually punishes Condi a little bit. Here's Beast. The spear goes out and forces the flash out of Condi.
And so this is twice that they have tried to gank you. And this is twice where you has turned it around and out-traded both of them consistently.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, the Emperor's Divide did miss there from Dade. A very over-aggressive decision to go for that ultimate when it didn't feel like it was in range, but very unlucky that it didn't connect again. So Yu turns it around. They come out ahead in terms of damage in the trade. The mid lane, but top lane.
And they lose that top tier 1 as Looper was able to bully Flandre out. And with that, it's 2 turrets to 1 in favor of Masters 3. However, Snake decide to switch things up. They're going to send Flandre to the bottom, and Crystal and Ella look to head to the top. They might catch Looper here. The play misses. Ignite is even dropped. They want this kill onto Looper. The box goes down. There's the death sentence. They pull it in. Are they going to give it to Crystal? They're trying to. Oh, they do. Crystal gets the kill.
Very selfless play there from Snake, giving the kill to the important target as he landed on the trap.
Oh man, Flandre dashes right over a trap. He's taking so much CC right now. Even paths around the turret, he goes down.
Oh, that's so sad. It's really sad. You just ulted through a trap, and the trap hits you. You go down, Nautilus picking up that kill, funnily enough, not going to Caitlyn. But
oh, Yu goes down in the mid lane as all across the map the heat gets turned on.
Persistence is key from this M3 side right now. Lots of ganks onto mid lane. Finally, they find that kill. They get the turret now. All 3 turrets from M3 have been taken in the past 2 to 5 minutes. They're starting to ramp up. They're getting themselves a small gold lead, 1,500. And they're trying to translate that to an aggressive objective.
Yeah, they're looking to steal the blue right now. Beast and Ella are here. The spear goes wide, and Dade picks it up.
He gets the blue buff. The pink ward's going to remain, thankfully, here from the side of Snake, but taking that blue buff away from either the Azir or the Nidalee is still a big win for this M3 lineup.
Yeah, it definitely is. You can see that legacy of Shurima clearing out some more gold for Dade to hold the mid lane while he roams around a bit. Crystal looks to trade back at tier 1, but he's got 2 minions, and while he gets some good damage down onto the turret, he's not able to clear it out. Here's Condi.
He doesn't
Should be
know
able
that
to
yet,
catch this wave. Yeah, now
is.
he finally sees it. And he's getting some great damage onto this as he's finished his Infinity Edge. It's matched by SMLZ, however.
It is matched by SMLZ, and we're starting to hit that point now that Infinity Edge completed, the Avarice Blade working towards a static shift for the Caitlyn as well. You can see looking to bolster that mid-game strength a little bit just by having the static shift opposed to a Phantom Dancer, which is going to help their team because they are already slightly in the lead, but controlling is the key word here. They're not actually in a gold lead, but they do have the momentum.
They definitely do. Now, the next Dragon's up in a minute. We mentioned that they might be able to play to that Dragon 5 win condition once again if they are able to continue keeping control of these Dragons. So far, they've been rather effective. However, they were able to sneak the first one. The second one they took off of the team fight in the mid lane. Seems like they might not be able to just rush in and secure it for free. Instead, they're probably going to try taking it off of an objective. Static Shiv finished for both of the AD carries now. SMLZ and Crystal are very close. Crystal's actually only one level behind SMLZ
May
right now.
even see a full team fight here, just because of the fact that all of the big items have started to be completed. The Abyssal Scepter Morellos from the Azir in the mid lane, also in the Athenes completed here for the Victor. So a lot of damage from the mid laners, a lot of damage from the AD carries with the items that you mentioned prior. And I mean, the top lane is not included in this, is the Dragon win condition might want to be stopped here. 21 minutes, 3 Dragons starts to present a very early issue for M3 if they don't go for it.
Certainly is. Dragon's up now in 6 seconds. The Vision War has begun between Masters 3
The flank
and
begins
Snake.
also.
Yeah. Kandi looking for the flank from the far side, using that Evelynn lack of vision, but the pink ward in that pixel bush should be able to spot him if he gets too close. Death sentence from Ella goes wide. Beast actually starts the Dragon off. Ward goes into the pit. Kandi still waiting for the flank. Is he going to be able to get the steal as Snake rushed through it so fast? They're able to secure it, but Beast takes a lot of damage. They're trying to disengage here. Flandre goes over the wall, dodges the hook, and Snake get it.
If there's one thing Snake can do, it is disengage in a small area such as that. They've got the Victor and the Thresh box they can just put down, and there is no way M3 can overcommit to any chasing, or they will be the ones that end up dying. And saying that, the third Dragon did go to Snake. They pick it up essentially uncontested with an attempted fight from M3. As predicted, they were looking to work around that strength of the Caitlyn and the Azir. Nothing to come from that. And now they're still trying their best to actually find something.
They certainly are, but they're just not quite finding anything. Looper heading to the top to try clearing out a minion wave. He's going to be extending just a bit.
They don't know Eve's here either.
Yeah, Kandi is there, so Snake might walk right into his face. Beast is waiting there.
Eve might walk into their face.
Gosh, this is so scary. Now they found Kandi. They're like, wait, we can kill this guy. The hook finds him. Is he going to follow? Not quite. He decides to let Kandi go.
Not with the Mega Gnar next door, that is for certain. You do not want to chase that one up. Beast being a very squishy jungler compared to that of, well, Kandi, who didn't have the ultimate, so a little bit less tanky and being the warrior enchantment, but in saying that quite strong compared to that of the Nidalee in terms of tank ability. And then you've got the Mega Gnar just waiting there, never takes damage ever.
Certainly does not, as he is going for that full tank build. And all in all, things once again return to normal. It's 3 turrets to 2 in favor of Masters 3 and Snake. They haven't knocked down that mid-tier 1 yet, but I'm sure they've got their eyes on it. And Kandi continues to farm it up just a touch. We're 24 minutes into the game, and it's really been very slow like this the entire game. Are we sure this is LPL?
I'm pretty sure.
Like, did we accidentally tune into a different region?
I'm pretty certain that this is the LPL, but in saying that, you're right, they are being very passive. And speaking of non-passive,
yeah, they find Flandre as he clears it out, managed to steal away his Raptor camp, but not a lot to be taken with that.
Flandre still getting the smite off on the Wolf, is going to give complete vision of them in that jungle. So they smartly leave that area as Snake controlling the mid lane. No, they don't. M3 is still in a commanding position.
Yeah, they can't quite commit to it just yet. Masters 3 looking to flank from the side. And Snake do not decide to siege down that tier 1. Beast looks like he's headed to the top right now, perhaps going to try stealing away something. There's no blue buff. You could steal away the Direwolf camp. You take my wolves, I'll take yours.
An eye for an eye.
Yeah, a wolf for a wolf. Whoa, double flash comes out as Love CD tries to get the hook. There's the depth charge onto Ella. Ace in the hole being dropped. They're doing everything they can. 3 ultimates are burned for the support. They get the kill, but what are they going to get with it?
They do get a kill, but there's nothing really that can come from that besides just a raw little bit of extra gold and some vision control.
Yeah.
So all in all, nothing to come from that besides the free pick onto Ella. But of course, you're never going to say no for a free pick. They do get the kill. And now SMLZ is just going to continue freely farming and as happy as can be with 277 CS at 25 minutes.
Yeah.
That's a bit of CS.
It's kind of a lot.
And I mean, everyone has a lot. We've seen a very slow and methodical but stale game from all of the players of Snake and M3 right now. But you have a look at the farm values from the mid lane, the ADs. Just the fact that you can be 30 CS ahead now as SMLZ, but be so far ahead of the clock, which is just ridiculous, is impressive.
Yeah, SMLZ's power farming towards that late game Caitlyn And Crystal's on pace to keep up with him, but the early advantage definitely going in SMLZ's favor. He's level 15 now as Crystal just gets level 14. Crystal putting some pressure onto the top side of the map, brings Uber and Dade there, but again, they decide to back away and keep it slow. Dragon's now up in another minute and 40 seconds. This would be Snake's fourth. This is huge for them if they're able to take that Dragon.
Yeah, they're playing almost entirely around the Dragon at this stage, except for Crystal, who's playing around Looper.
Yeah, he definitely is getting a lot of damage now. But Looper's got Meganar, he bounces away. Beast shows himself. Flandre coming in for a flank as well. Challenging Smite goes down. Looper rides the fear by flashing onto the other side of it. Great play.
And yet an even greater ultimate from Flandre to predict the flash and using the full length of that ultimate to actually fear him at all.
Yeah.
Very lucky to even hit that one. But you're right, both teams now are essentially looking for picks. Both teams are barely finding picks, and whenever they do find them, nothing comes from them in the case of Ella in particular. But that's what they're looking to do. Translate a pick, use Eve, use the vision control, use the fact that Dade can Azir-sec anybody that he likes, and he is really big at the moment, ramping up towards what looks like a Zhonya's or a Luden's Echo. Find a pick, work around that pick and get objectives. But at the moment, because both teams are struggling to actually find a pick, nothing's happening.
Yeah, it's very, very slow. 8 kills in 27.5 minutes, and a lot of those kills have been off picks. We saw some early pressure onto Snake's bottom lane, punishing Ella, and interestingly enough, a lot of pressure to try shutting down Yu, but he's only down 15 CS. 28 minutes into the game. He's completed his Athens and his upgraded core. So Yu, despite trying to be shut down, is still keeping pace. Now Dragon is spawned. SMLZ is forced to jump over the wall. They might find Condi here.
They know that he's split, but he's also just very adept at flanking his Condi on this Evelyn. So poking his head around, and you can see the vision and the control that has come out from this M3 side, knowing that the Dragon is suited and wanting to be in control of that, because a fourth Dragon at this stage in the game is not what you want to give up. And at 28 minutes, you want to have one, at the very least, in your own favor.
Yeah, I mean, the raw stats alone are so valuable. Looper shoving up in the top wave. Flandre used his teleport to try killing Looper earlier. So that means that wave is going to continue shoving. The Vision War continues onto that Pixel Brush. 1 hit left on that pink ward, but it's still standing. Lovesy wants it. He really wants it.
He's got it.
There it is. And the wave continues shoving, and right now Masters 3 are putting Snake in a bit of a vice right now. They're going to lose a lot of that CS if they don't make something happen.
Putting them in a bit of a vice, but not an overwhelming amount, as the Dragon is the real priority and has been started.
Yeah, they're burning through its health so quickly, and Snake give it away without giving anything. Instead, they're going to catch the CS on the top side of the map.
Playing the game for the late game, essentially, right now, as Crystal did want to get that top farm, opting for the red dots over any Dragon contestant. The control that M3 are putting around the Dragon pit, you can see the vision now, the defensive pinks and the offensive green wards, denying all the pink vision from Snake, giving Eve the potential for a flank around the Dragon area. You have to give it up.
Yeah. I mean, they were able to get away with taking their third one with a very similar tactic by just brute forcing it down before Eve could make it to the pit in time. But they don't want to take their chances this time around, as there are some bigger item spikes picked up by by Masters 3 that could have contested it. Now we're 30 minutes into the game, and after a very slow, calm laning phase and now mid-game, we're starting to get into the late game.
Dade has used his Sun Turret passive every single time the blue buff has spawned.
Yeah.
He has kept them killing that turret and then takes away the blue buff for himself. It's basically bleeding out the side of Snake right now on Masters 3, working around little advantages and trying to translate them into a big advantage. At this stage, they're trying to siege against the Sivir, so it's difficult, but it's getting done.
Yeah, there's a lot of damage on Dade. You mentioned that he's got the Abyssal Morellos, also has a needlessly large rod, and they are going to back away after deciding not to take that tier 2 turret and instead catch the wave on the top side of the map. So he tried.
Oh, man.
He's like, nobody saw that, right?
No, nobody saw that. That was fantastic.
Oh, looks like Snake might finally catch this mid-tier 1 turret. They rush 4 members down here. They don't have their AD carry, but they don't quite need it. Finally, it's evened up in turrets, and that's going to bring the gold to just about dead even.
Yeah, pretty much nothing between these teams at the moment. If you want to have a look at how well they scale, they pretty much match as well. The Sivir doesn't do as much as the Caitlyn, so to speak, in terms of late game raw damage output, but the Sivir's not designed to do what the Caitlyn does, and that is sit at max range and just pelt out ridiculous auto attacks. You can see already critting for 1.1k.
Yeah.
The headshot connects.
That was a lot of damage. Crystal not going to be doing quite that much. Looper. Oh no, what are you doing? Oh.
Finally finds a target to kill.
Yeah, I know. It's his own helicopter. But even then, that got pulled away from him because he transformed back to Mininar.
Yeah.
He can't kill anything this game. He's just not finding it. So we're 32 minutes in now, and it seems like both of these teams are on pace for a long, late game. How are these going to work out? You talked a little bit about the difference between the AD carries, but I want to talk a little bit about how the teams are going to work out.
So they both have very good team fights. I would coin the team fight a little bit more in favor of Masters 3 solely on the fact that they've got that late game Evelynn compared to the Nidalee, who's a lot more in the poke and hasn't really made anything happen just yet. Has the Luden's Echo now though, so able to poke, able to look for a siege, and this is what Snake most likely want to work around. The strength of the fact that Nidalee can throw out spears that he has been ramping up for a very long time and get some kind of an advantage. But that is, see you later.
Wow.
Get in the dumpster.
Ace in the hole, more like face in the hole. Poor Yu gets chunked out, but Beast heals him right back up with all of that raw ability power, as it looks like Snake are going for a bit of a siege right here down the mid lane. Recall comes out of both Tandi and Dade, but Snake don't have vision of it, so they cannot quite take it down.
They're trying to control the map. That is essentially what Snake are doing right now. Both teams have been working around this for a very long time, and having to adopt your play style because there is an Eve on the map is a very awkward thing to do. You get a lot more pink wards, but
on the hunt is used. Looks like they found a pick. Love CD takes some stun, but they decide they can't quite make it. Double teleport. Actually, no, single teleport as Looper catches up.
Nothing coming from that at all. They try to make a pick with the Sivir ultimate, but again, they don't find one. You've been very aggressive though. They want to work around that Nidalee strength having the Ludens. It's a big spike. They've got the Victor for poke as well, the Sivir boomerangs. Now is a chance for them to try and make something happen. And with 1 minute and 20 seconds until... I just wanted to see how much that did. That did a lot again.
Gosh, that's so
Half
much
health.
damage.
See ya.
And SMLZ is using it on cooldown too.
At least it's in Italy, so I mean using it on cooldown not necessarily the smartest idea because the health just comes straight back. But in saying that, it's just kind of like a show of strength where he's just flexing his muscles in the face of Snake.
And Snake are busy baring their fangs, yet neither of the two teams are actually doing anything with it.
It's a growl off.
I feel like this game is the epitome of what top lane is. It's a big wet noodle fight.
Yeah, I mean, I don't feel like this is a wet noodle fight, but I feel like the impact that both teams are having at each other is akin to that. Is that essentially they want to fight, but before they fight, they want vision control. And to get vision control is near impossible against an Eve, so Snake is kind of sitting back being super defensive. And if you want to get offensive, you're now copying a Caitlyn ultimate to the face.
Yeah.
And you just want to run away and drown your tears in your pillow.
I mean, this tier is fully stacked right now. All right, so Dragon's up in 20 seconds. Snake could look for that one once again. Banshee's Veil popped by Looper, as he has now completed that. Kandi's already waiting on top of it. And with that teleport for Looper, that means he's got to be with his team. That gives FLICKR freedom to split on the top side of the map.
It certainly does. FLICKR quite easily able to go in that top lane, push it down, may be able to get the turret, but the Dragon, yeah, that's gone.
Yeah, I think gone is an understatement right now, as Masters 3 secure their second Dragon. FLICKR shoving as hard as he can to take that turret. He's burning through its health, and he does succeed.
And this is Snake evidently saying they don't want a team fight. They want to split push and work around FLICKR. They just don't want to have a direct 5v5, because if they sit there and they try and poke from a neutral position, there is so many engage tools in this M3 lineup that you're essentially putting yourself into a losing predicament. So they need to hit the spears onto Dade, They need to hit the spears onto SMLZ before they commit to anything at all. But it is so difficult for them to do that again because there is an Evelyn on the map. You don't know where Evelyn is. You've got a Nautilus in the front line. Looper on that Gnar is massive as well. Has all of the resistances of every kind.
Yeah.
And I mean, their front line is just so scary from the side of M3 that the Nidalee pick is more questionable than the Eve one.
Seems like it is, as Beast has been woefully ineffective this game. Just farm, farm, farm all day, every day. And he does have his Luden's Echo finished on top of that Magus, because this is still 5-11. And looks like Blue Buff is going to go over to Dade right here. You might look for a bit of a steal, as that ward is not spotted quite yet. Is he going to be able to make it over the wall? No, they pull it out of the way. Oh, he gets it. Wow. Nice. No, wait, Dade got it. Dade's got the buff. Oh, Looper coming in from the flank from the far side. He didn't have to teleport in. He just walked in. He gets destroyed by all the damage from Snake. Beast is forced to flash away. Flandre teleports to join in. He finds SMLZ on the backside. You in the front line. That's not where that Victor should be. Conde goes into the back. He picks up now 1, now 2 kills as Dade does so much damage. Dade coming up huge after that fight. Eats a spear to the face, but it doesn't matter because that trade is work.
And that trade was on the back of Dade completely right there. Looper not even getting to use that Mega Gnar, going down so quickly from the burst of Victor.
Oh, he's going so aggressive right there. He tried to get the assassination, but Dade just styled on him.
Yeah, Dade just playing very cheekily around the map, saving his Zonias for all this time as well after the back of a big fight where he worked his way into the faces of Snake. Dade comes up massive and they find themselves with an advantage now. M3 showing why their team fighting is superior even without the Gnar.
Yeah, definitely the case. Looper showing a bit of miscommunication with that engage. Thought he was tankier than he actually was. Ended up paying the iron price for it. And Snake, they're probably kind of reeling after that fight. They were like, wait, I thought we were the ones who had the pick in the team fight.
They made the pick, but past that pick, it is very difficult for them to continue and find a winning team fight. Now, the Nidalee did manage to 1v1 Condi, so Beast and Condi had a small little skirmish there, resulted in a kill for the Nidalee, finally on the board and having a genuine kill impact. And you compare that to the fact that Victor had already done his burst and it was onto Looper. Yep. Dade completely unlocked after that stage, can throw down all of his burst onto the carries of Snake, and that is why it went so awry.
And this is something that you were talking about a little bit earlier, is that Snake, they can engage rather well, but Masters 3 just have so many different tools in the team fight. You've got Condi, who can get into the backside, Dade, who does enormous damage, and we saw you. Yes, he does have excellent damage, but outside of that, his really only follow-up is going to be Sivir. Dade looks like he's caught out here. Still alive for now, but he finally goes down. You with the timely laser brings him low. Now they just have to kill SMLZ, and they'll have removed the primary damage threat. Flandre going so aggressive right here. Doesn't even care about the tier 2 turret, but he needs to be careful. The hook finds him. He's locked down. Ace in the hole, blocked by Crystal. They get Dade, and they get out.
They find a pick over aggression from Dade to take a ward down. And he dies for that. So a small mistake there, or a massive mistake rather, from Dade to really, really want a ward more than he wanted to live. I think he got the ward in the end, so I mean, like, a small take it for what it's worth. Yeah. But now the Baron, if this goes down to Snake, it's a big mistake.
Yeah, Snake do have vision of, or Masters 3 do have vision of this. They're burning through his health so fast. There's the home guard, and Flandre gets in time. Beast gets the smite, and Snake secure the Baron.
And now their siege, their poke, and all of the capabilities of the Snake team comp is starting to ramp up. They've got that 4th dragon potentially available for them in a minute 20. They can use the Baron to control the waves. Already you can see the sideways in the top lane starting to work for them from actually Beast clearing that one out earlier. And now Snake can use that Nidalee, get some poke down under turrets potentially, use the Baron minions to really cement their control around a siege environment.
Yeah, they definitely need to, as they've been thirsting for objectives since the beginning of the game, but Masters 3 has not been letting it happen. You can see Looper desperately clearing this wave as quick as possible. He doesn't want to take any chances with that Baron buff up. He's actually going to hit level 18 very quickly. And all in all, we're scaling very well into the late game, but Snake off of that pick onto Dade with the Baron. They've got control right now. What are they going to do with it?
We've almost hit that full scaling point. You can see the Void Staff done from Nidalee as well. They're looking to control the outer waves, maintain some control of the map, so that they can catch M3 on rotation, or force Master 3 under the turret so that they can actually work around what their team comp is designed to do. They've got a lot of pick potential. They've got the Thresh, they've got Hecarim who can use his ultimate, and they've got Nidalee who can throw spears. Victor, very good for zone control, has the lasers to throw down as well, but once this Dragon is all said and done, assuming there's no fight, but it seems like they kind of want one.
Yeah, they're skirmishing around it right now as the war for vision has begun. They can shred through it so quickly. Flandre's in the pit, full tank with a Triforce. They're going to try burning through its health. Here comes Condi. Let's see if he's going to be able to make it in time. Go for the steal. Oh, it's picked up. Snake get the 4th Dragon. And then back away. They don't want to fight.
They're going bottom.
Yeah, they still have Baron buff.
Yeah, they can just go bottom, push the minions. The inner turret is still available. The big difference is that if this is a prolonged fight, the top wave that has already been pushed out by Looper is going to start favoring M3. So looking to utilize again the poke and the pick potential that Snake have got now with their comp. They already take down the turret. They're going to keep going.
Yeah, that turret gets shredded into tiny little bits of nothing as Snake take it down. Now they're onto the inhibitor. Yeah, they're burning through this next health. They succeed. Condi for the flank finds Beast, who instantly flashes away, and the fight is split into 2 halves as Flandre goes deep, and Condi tries to do the same, but is unsuccessful, as it looks like Crystal's the one who's dealing the most damage. Yu goes so aggressive on the Dade. Triple kill now, and that's going to be a huge knockback with the Emperor's Divide, but that's an ace for Snake. They've still got the Baron buff. And despite the fact that they've got 2 members locked into the wall, they're going to get onto the Nexus turrets and end game number 1.
They're going to be able to come out ahead in game number 1 after a very slow and methodical closeout here from this Snake lineup. And essentially on the back of one mistake from Dade, getting over-aggressive for a single ward.
Oh, yeah.
They find a pick on the ideal target. From there, the Baron. From that Baron, they win the game.
Yeah, you can see Dade on the screen right now. Not looking too thrilled.
No, it wouldn't be either, to be fair. It's a big mistake if you kind of lose the game from it. And at first it felt a little bit harmless, but then they started the Baron.
And they were able to burn through it so quickly. I mean, just by waiting the game out, making sure that they get those super strong spikes, they were able to burn through objectives when they had those opportunities available.
Yeah, definitely. They found an opportunity. They took that opportunity. Everything they could for objectives, not directly team fighting until they had that Baron. And even once they had it, they just pushed. They didn't want to stay around poke, make a pick. They just straight pushed and forced the fight for M3 to actually run at them. And that is where they just pulled out ahead. Flandre outscaling the Gnar.
Yeah, I mean, that was some crazy play. And despite being down so much during the laning phase, he was finally able to come back. And really, it seemed like Masters 3, they actually had a very confident laning phase early game, even going into the mid game. They kind of knew that they were going to take it that late, and they were okay with that.
Yeah, it was just a super slow game, and it just came down to whoever made the first mistake, because once you get past that 40-minute mark, it only comes down to one error. They pick up Dade on an over-aggressive decision for a single ward, and they win the entire game from that one mistake. Capitalized on it super well, utilized any advantage they could find, and they come out with a win.
Yeah, and with that, it's going to be Snake taking game number 1 against Masters 3. We're going to go and take a quick break, but don't go anywhere. We'll be back with game 2 in just a bit. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the LPL English broadcast. For the last time today, I am Seda. This is Rusty. You just saw some of the highlights from our last game between Masters 3 and Snake. And if it seemed like it was kind of short on the highlight reel, that's kind of because that was the case with the game.
A very slow, methodical, and calm closeout of a game that just came to one big fight on the back of one mistake. And Snake played to their strengths, which weren't many in terms of drafting, but they utilized it well.
They certainly did, and overall, interestingly enough, Master 3 had a majority of the control for that game.
Oh, yeah,
you
like
can
a
see
whole
just
1%,
barely
but
at
they
50%.
did.
But that speaks about the game in general. Flandre is going to be the guy who gets the MVP. I can see that, seeing how decisive he was with that onslaught of shadows.
Definitely. It felt like Flandre outperformed Looper indefinitely in that last game, and that was the key difference between the teams. When a team fight would break out, Flandre would take a much longer time to actually kill compared to that of Looper. And we can see it all started with this early gank. M3 trying to make something happen, but Flandre ending up with a double kill from this because Dade, over-aggressive, just decides that the tower is his true form of death.
Yeah, and here's the pick on the Dade, I believe.
Yep.
He goes to clear the ward, and then boom, Flandre finds him over the wall, max range. And Dade tries his best, but he goes down.
The game-changing mistake right there. The fact that Flandre is the sole reason, essentially, that that game ended up as a win for Snake. A big talking point.
Yeah, definitely. And I'm curious to see how it's going to be in this next game. If Flandre is going to end up getting back on that Hecarim, because his Fizz was open that time around, but they decided to first pick the Hecarim, Sivir, the much more strong meta champions, I think.
Yeah.
So it sort of begs the question of if they're going to go back to that or their more typical team fight styles.
Yeah, they could change up their playstyle. We know Snake are very capable and able of doing so. M3 seemingly bottlenecked by the way that they wanted to play that game, found themselves in a predicament where they had no choice but to fight in situations, and they made one mistake, and that was the game. So Snake could very easily change up their drafting. There was a few questions, a few eyebrows raised in Nidalee. Perhaps could be a little bit more of an aggressive early game style jungler. But we'll see if they want to do that or if they were just content because what they did worked. They won the game.
Yeah, there was actually the Echo ban last time, and I think that's what Echo was Beast was trying to channel with that Nidalee. But like you said, he just was not effective during the early game and really only effective during team fights when he had to be.
Yeah, eventually getting the Luden's Echo, and that was when the Nidalee started to ramp up. Being at max stacks on the tier helps a lot, but you're right, nothing really came from it until about the 25-30 minute mark.
Yeah, so very slow choice. Kandi, on the other hand, was moderately effective on that Evelyn during the early game. He did lead the charge on, I believe, all 3 of that 45-minute game's ganks. I think he did 1 in the bottom and then 2 in the mid lane, so I think it worked out pretty well for him.
Yeah, definitely worked out quite well for him. The big factor in the team's victory, of course. And I mean, overall, you have a look at the Snakes lineup, the Snakes draft, and there's not a whole lot that you would change. It was just more so the fact that you know what M3 are going to do, so you can prioritize certain things. And of course, being on the other side now, having that first pick, what will be the priority? Will it be that Sivir, even though SMLZ wants to go to Caitlyn every time, or will it be the Hecarim again?
Yeah, we'll definitely find out as once again we return to the pick and ban phase. Alistar stricken away from Love CD, a very strong pick for him. Kalista pulled away from Crystal. You know, Crystal, he did take that Sivir that time. He was nowhere near as aggressive as I expected him to be. So I'm also looking forward to see what he decides to go for. There's the Gragas and Echo taken away from Dade and Kandi. And the Rek'Sai once again pulled away from Beast.
All of the targeted jungle bans, and then they've got the Alistar and the Kalista to boot, just both extremely strong necessities of being banned essentially against all LPL teams. The Sivir being the hover would not be a surprise if it is picked up here, as we saw how much of an impact it can have, especially powering up a Hecarim.
Yeah, Crystal was so very patient with it, and he is going to lock that in. That's Crystal on Sivir, and Masters respond instantly. Hecarim locked up for Looper. They don't want to allow that combo to happen once again. And it looks like Nautilus is going to be the return pickup for Love CD. And so far, if that Nautilus is locked in, that's going to be identical teams. That would be kind of fun.
Not exactly, no. Masters 3 are the Nautilus players here from that last game. The Hecarim was with Flandre, so now we're seeing it on the other side of the field. And smartly taking it away from Flandre, though, is a very good decision to do. We saw he was the MVP performer, so smartly getting rid of that from this ban phase, Condi picking up the Nautilus for Love CD, who we've now noted is evidently the fallback champion when there is no Alistar available. They pick up the Naut.
They certainly do. Now Yu is looking at that Azir. He's played it to great success in the past, and taking that away from Dade I think is more important, but that leaves Victor open for him, and Ella looks like he is going to opt into that Janna to help Crystal out just a bit more and get some disengaged for when Nautilus and Hecarim dive onto the back line.
I don't mind the Janna pickup. It also denies the Caitlyn-Janna combo, which has been exceptionally strong in that bottom lane also. So getting rid of that potential. And we're most likely going to see swapped mid laners as well, as we're talking about that. The Caitlyn is still probably going to be picked as SMLZ's favorite. It's his fallback AD carry at the moment, given how we've seen a lot of Caitlyn in his last 5 to 6 odd games.
Yeah.
No doubt he'll be looking to that, but of course there's other options. We'll see what he considers.
Yeah, Kalista is again removed from the map right now. Lee Sin currently being hovered for Condi, as that's going to be the first jungle pickup. How is Beast going to respond? I mean, they already banned away that Echo.
Condi picking up the fallback Lee Sin himself, so getting back to the comfort, early aggression on that jungler in a very comfortable position with that. We'll see what he wants to do. If he can make things happen in the early game, which is something that was sorely missed from that last one. But something we haven't touched on here is the fact that though Looper picked up the Hecarim, Flandre's Fizz is still there.
Yeah, it definitely is. We saw that hover right there, but it seems like Snake are content to swap that over as Flandre looks to be headed back to the Gnar and Beast taking the jungle Scion.
A lot of swapsies in terms of roles, but then a lot of different changes. Both junglers here just showing off their diverse champion pools, their capabilities of playing whatever they'd like, as long as it's in the jungle. So we've got the Gnar into the Hecarim now. Essentially the same as last game, but this time it's Flandre on the Gnar. The aggression, we already saw it from Looper, forcing Flandre under the turret for most of the early laning phase where they were one-on-one. Just double that, and that's what you get with Flandre.
Yeah, most certainly the case. Right now we've got Lucian locked in for SMLZ. Decides not to return to that Caitlyn, and a change of pace out of Masters 3 as they've got a lot more go buttons now.
They do. They've got a lot more mobility about their team as well. The Victor's going to be the only sore thumb essentially of the team, the standout non-mobility style champion, but has his own in his own right once you upgrade the Q to give move speed. So a very aggressive, forward style team.
Yeah.
Like they want to press the go button. There's no real retreating from this M3 lineup.
And it's interesting to see them change things up. I mean, they were able to 2-0 Invictus Gaming with the slow, drag it out, 50, 60-minute style games, but now they're going to something completely different with a lot more mobility, a lot more map pressure, and I'm interested to see if that's going to work out as we're running through the rosters right now.
Yeah, it's different, but in saying that, it's also a throwback. Lee Sin is Condi's most played champion throughout both splits, so getting back onto his comfort pick, and the aggression is going to be a very big factor in this M3 lineup. They're not playing to that 60-minute strength, but if we're talking about Lee Sin in particular, he does come back into strength at around the 60-minute mark, when one kick can change the game.
Exactly. One displacement is all you need, especially when you've got a Lucian, Nautilus, Victor to destroy the target. But Masters 3 going up against Snake. They lost game number 1, hopefully looking to do a little bit better in game number 2, but we're getting into game right now. And we have loaded back onto the Rift. It's Snake and Masters 3. We're in game number 2 of week number 6 of set number 2 of day number 2.
Whoa.
I know, numbers, right?
Yeah. We're in game number 2. That's just what I got from that.
There's that going on. But it's Snake versus Masters 3. Once again, Snake going for a bit of a group here. They could try to find Looper. No mobility summoners this early on. Yu sneaks himself into the bush.
A little bit too tanky to take down this early in the game. Only between Flandre and Yu, who do not have a whole lot of base damage this early in the game either. So no chance of a kill, but just spotting where the wards have gone down. Trading ward placement essentially. And nothing really to come from it besides somewhat deep, but somewhat neutral warding.
Did he miss the bush?
Did he?
He did. He doesn't have vision? Oh, he has vision of the right side. I see.
Yeah, yeah. It's just a deep placement.
Okay. So he's not going to spot them until they actually walk into lane.
Okay. Yeah, no, it's definitely...
Oh, yeah, he can see the Krugs, yeah. Can he see the Krugs?
Yeah.
He doesn't see them? Oh, now he sees them. That's less exciting.
That's going to be fine. They've spotted them out now. The option is there for M3. Do they want the lane swap? Probably not. They're going to do the Gromp and get an advantage themselves, whilst Beast gets some assistance. No, Condi's here. I'll take everything back. They're just helping the junglers. Reset.
Yeah. And it looks like we are going to have Flandre head up to the top. He's not starting off a camp, as he did go for the Flash teleport instead of a Smite teleport. Whereas Looper, he's going to start off with the Krugs and then head on up to his own top lane. There's Dade doing the exact same thing Yu was doing in the previous game, even using the same skin too, so bit of a...
If there's one thing we can take from that is that there's going to be aggression in the mid lane again,
Yeah.
but we'll see how competent they are on each other's respective champion.
To me, it's kind of a anything you can do, I can do better.
In a way it is. It's kind of like a show-off competition here, but both being level 2 is where the aggression will start to really come out from both of them again.
Yeah, Dade trading now with Yu, manages to hit the laser and takes a Sand Soldier to the back.
Yeah, there's going to be a lot of damage, but no, let's not think too much on the actual
not really
kill
trading.
pressure from this lane. They have a lot of early pressure, but no actual raw damage. We'll be looking at the Sion and the Lee Sin to see how they can impact the map, especially this early in the game. Sion very adept at jungling and not taking damage, whereas Lee Sin looking to make some kind of kills, get some kind of advantage, or he drops off a fair bit fairly heavily.
Beast going to be very effective at taking the Scuttle Crab as he bullies it around the lane. Being able to knock it up. Yeah,
After
I know.
all of that jungling, he is legitimately.
And the coolest thing is, even when he dies, he can still finish the camp if he happens to get executed. Love CD lands the hook, but Crystal instantly turns onto SMLZ, and with the auto attack reset, trades right back over. And SMLZ and Love CD actually end up getting a little worse for wear.
Yeah, they actually come out ahead in that trade here, Crystal and Ella. The Janna Shield playing a big part in that, and saving the Boomerang Blade until afterwards.
Oh boy, using a tricky spot right here, and he knows it. Takes the Sonic Wave.
Bad.
Is Condi going to follow it? Forces the flash out. Condi continues chasing. He'll even burn both summoners.
Condi not being over-aggressive, not knowing where the Sion was, of course, playing a part in the smart backing off. But in saying that, heal and flash used for basically just a ward jump from the Lee Sin. So very smart and very nice ganking there. Unlucky that the dash didn't dodge the Sonic Wave, though.
Yeah, very unfortunate for you, but that means he is going to have to play defensive in that mid lane, and it's not exactly like we expected a lot of ganks from Sion early on, but now that just means use on even more of an item.
Yeah, he's going to be in a very difficult position here if Lee Sin is to make his way back. We can see the jungle pressure being placed by Condi in his opposition jungle, and the gravitation towards the bottom of the map is he's most likely going to see a gank here very soon.
Yeah, Condi tried to come in through the tri-burst, but instead looped back around. Crystal forced a flash there, even burning the heal to make it out in time. That's another 2 summoners. Condi so effective this game.
Yeah, just being there forces all of these summoner spells out of them. Both heals, both flashes from the mid and the AD carry, as we're looking at maybe or as never mind. The problem now, though, is that Condi needs to make this work, or the respective laners need to find kills from what has been gifted to them on a silver platter by Condi on this Lee Sin. If they don't find kills with no summoners available from the mid laner and the AD carry, then it's not worth it. All of this great ganking from Condi not going to work out for anything if it doesn't result in a kill.
Yeah, Dade is trying. You saw him bullying with you in the mid lane. Now Flandre, doesn't get the third proc on that Hyper, as he's got a pretty solid CS lead over Looper. He's going to shove this wave under the turret, and Looper doesn't have teleport either, so he should be missing out on a few CS right here, while Beast continues to counter jungle after having seen Condi on the bottom side of the map. So again, things are very,
These two in the
slow.
mid lane, both out of mana, both out of health, just hitting each other wherever they can. It's almost like a game of chicken where whoever recalls first is the loser. So you actually losing that one in that respect. Dade getting level 6 now, and a CS advantage forming for the victor.
Yeah, you can certainly see that as he is shoving it under the turret. Doesn't look like he's going to be able to make it there in time. He should only miss, I believe, 1 minion, but here's Beast to catch some of those CS. All in all, things fairly slow, and even despite those Summoner spells missing. Love CD not quite making use of the lack of summoner spells on that Sivir because of the spell shield. And things just taking their time. Once again, looks like Master 3 are content to just sit and farm it out.
Yeah, calming down a little bit now, the game. The summoner spells have been burnt by Lee Sin, but losing the double buffs, losing a lot of gank pressure, is just going to resort to taking some farm and looking towards finishing that Warrior's enchantment, where his kill pressure starts to ramp up again, especially around that level 6 mark. Just kidding, he has doubles still.
Yeah.
Does he?
Lucian?
No, never mind. Never mind.
Who was hovered on Lucian summoner spells?
No, I was looking at the double buffs and I was looking above his name for the actual double buff icons. And
Oh, I see.
But they've moved.
Yes. We are currently looking at the bottom lane now, in which Crystal is catching all of this CS. SMLZ going very aggressive with Love CD to try trading it back out. The hook goes wide. I'm not sure Love CD would have wanted to follow that.
Wouldn't have been too bad, given that it actually pulls you towards the Nautilus.
Yeah, just a bit.
But in saying that, the aggression is the key factor to take from that. Love City and SMLZ are looking for a kill because there's no summoners on Crystal.
Yeah, they certainly are. Condi once again on the bottom side of the map. He's clearing out blue buff right now. Dade clears the wave to try catching up as they fight over some vision in the tri-bush. He's got a pink on that bottom side river to make sure that nobody is going to spot it out, while Snake's pink remains safe as well. And again, things very slow and patient this game. Masters 3 are creeping forward with their vision, though. They've got a pink in the bush right there. Condi, takes some damage from Beast right here. He dashes forward. He's doing a lot of burst right now. Condi is going low, and he's taking the true damage burn as well. He's going to have to run away from this.
Negating the level 6 pressure from the Lee Sin is a big factor right now. He does not have his kick available to engage, do any insect plays, kick them towards the rest of his team. Instead, he has to retreat back to base and lick his wounds.
Hook finds Ella. He's chunked a lot. Ignite goes down as well. Level 6 by SMLZ. He gets the culling and dashes aggressively forward, bullying Snake's duo out.
Definitely bullying, but meanwhile, they want to go for this dragon. They've got the numbers advantage. They know Lee Sin is in base.
Yeah, they're trying to burn through it as quick as possible. You doing an excellent job of shoving down that dragon's health bar over the wall with the Sand Soldiers. Yeah, they're going to take it down.
The Janna on one side giving a shield, on the other side is Azir with his Sand Soldiers. So he's just chilling by himself in the pit. They take that one down.
Lumberjack Scion, chopping down trees, chopping down dragons.
Can't really chop down dragons. Yeah, I guess.
I mean, he just did.
Yeah, but being a lumberjack doesn't mean you can chop down dragons.
It does if you're an undead lumberjack.
No. No? Moving on, in more important topics, besides lumberjacks and being undead.
Oh, you forced a flash out of the gravity field. Dade, going aggressive.
Flash just available again. Flash being used again right there. You having a very hard time in this mid lane. The blue buff advantage going to Dade. Quite a big factor in this trade, but is about to get one of his own.
Yeah. You secures this. Beast feeds it right on over to him. Whereas Flandre was actually forced to burn his flash just a few minutes ago in the top lane as Condi went for a gank that was off screen. Looper gets aggressive with a lot of damage here. Flandre, whoa, super low right here. Even burning the Onslaught of Shadows aggressively and continues creating it back. If he can rush up that Mega Gnar, dive in the mid lane, whoa, he gets knocked out of it, but Condi still gets first blood.
The ultimate from Azir actually stopping the Sonic Wave, having the resonating strike effect.
Yeah.
Nearly saving his life, but not having that flash from a prior trade. Comes back to bite him again, and this is what we're talking about, utilizing the fact that summoner spells are not available, making vision control around certain areas. There's no dragon for them to take, but Sivir's in a very aggressive position.
They certainly are. Crystal's going to have to be careful here. He does have his summoner spells back up, and Spell Shield blocks that damage from SMLZ. They are going to clear out this pink ward, though. Condi continuing to be aggressive and showing himself all around the map.
The question will be, what can Beast do? We've seen he's got the capabilities to 1v1 Condi at the very least, if he catches him out of position, but he needs to impact across the lanes, not just in the jungle. We've seen Condi's already had a big enough impact to be a relevant early game Lee Sin. Scion now ramping up, has that level 7. His smash is going to start hurting by a phenomenal amount now. He needs to make it work. He needs to make something happen, or it's just going to be a repeat of the last game where we hit that 40-minute mark and he finally does something.
Yeah, and even in the last game, he was having some difficulty being super aggressive. So he has been taking it slow. He bullied Condi out of the jungle once, but again, hasn't made any ganks happen. He is on the bottom side of the map, comes charging forward, finds Love CD. Lots of damage coming across, but here comes Condi. Teleport from both of the top laners as this explodes into a full team fight. Ella goes low, and Ella goes down. FLICKR tanking the culling in the front line as Masters 3 pick up a kill and walk away.
Condi and Looper comboing the ultimates, actually keeping them against the wall and taking down Ella very convincingly right there as Love CD hit a fantastic dredge line to start it all off. FLICKR teleporting in but not being Meganar the biggest factor as to why they couldn't turn that fight around. They smartly backed away, but it wasn't enough to save their lives as M3 still showing signs of aggression, but they can see you, Condi.
Yeah, they certainly can.
Or can they?
I think that might be a visual bug, in fact. Now Crystal takes some more damage here. The hook finds Crystal, but he's not able to make it in time. Condi not feeling the dive. Decides that he is better than his Lee syndrome.
Yeah, okay, it is a visual bug. I was slightly confused. I thought they could see him. They cannot. They find a nice gank again, but no kill to come from it this time as the Janna and the Sivir are very good at disengaging.
They certainly are. Crystal down about 20 CS, going on to 30 now as SMLZ continues putting pressure on down there. While FLICKR continues catching farm in the top. And all in all, Masters 3, they played that really, really well. I mean, we were talking about how Beast needs to be effective and start making ganks happen. He tried to make a gank happen, but instead, Masters 3, they countered it.
Yeah, they were in the right place at the right time. The Lee Sin was there to stop it from happening. The teleport came through from Lupo at the ideal time. Beast trying to make something happen just as we mentioned it, essentially queuing his ultimate into the bottom lane. And they caught Love CD out. But because Condi was there, and the fact that Condi has just been having this bigger early game presence, they force them out. They find a kill out of it all, and M3 give themselves a smaller lead again.
They certainly do. Ooh, Emperor's divide by you is not going to divide anything. Condi just walks away with the stylish Warthog.
Yeah, the Warthog saving him in the end there. The rest of the team of Snake were making their way around. And while we're talking about finding advantages and making leads, this bot lane is exclusively a 2v2 advantage now to M3.
Yeah, it certainly is. You can see SMLZ trying to be super aggressive. Crystal spell shields for some mana back. But SMLZ still has the opportunity to be a bit pressure, put a bit of pressure on as Condi shows himself on the bottom side. He's heading down from that tier 1. Beast clearing out the Krugs. He does have his ultimate available as well. Can they get the kill? But no, here comes Sion. They turn now onto Crystal. The Monsoon knocks Love CD under the turret. He goes down. SMLZ takes a smite to the face and has to walk away.
The most unusual but amazing quirky combo right there. The Monsoon and the Sion ultimate knocking Love CD under the turret. He goes down quite easily and completely diffuses what was going to be another counter gank by this Lee Sin on Condi.
Yeah, Condi has been all over the map this game. You can see he's been involved in both of his team's kills and has been one of the catalysts as to why that has happened. Dade looking like he might roam up to the top side of the map right now, but Looper has got a few wards of his own, so he's going to head back on over to mid lane after taking some poker meat.
Yeah, they're just trading again in the mid lane, trying to find a roam, but all of the pings from you coming out as these two just go back and forth endlessly.
They certainly are. Just continuing to farm it out. 15 minutes into the game. Dragon has respawned now. First one did go over to Snake as they took that rather effectively with a quick two-man combo between Sion, Yu, and even a bit of shield. As Ella tries trading away with that terror from the depths, and he's actually been scared away.
Yeah, they have the numbers advantage there to push them out of that area, so to speak, but Dade is going to be doing a ridiculous amount of damage at the moment, so any prolonged trades in an area where Dade can put down some free damage, most likely going to hurt Snake in the end. In saying that, they do still have a numbers advantage, and FLICKR and Looper is going to hit Mega soon.
Very aggressive. Yeah, Looper's trying to be careful here, but Condi's on that top side of the map. That's why Condi was there.
It was a very big, but in a way obvious bait as well, because why would Looper ever just suicide freely? You know, it's not a situation you wanted to be in. Speaking of situations you don't want to be in, Beast finds himself missing everything.
Yes, he does. not able to find the stun onto Kandi, and actually seeing Kandi on the top side of the map. Snake decide to try rushing down the dragon. They're going to burn through its health awful quick. They're going to secure for themselves the second dragon.
They certainly are. No way to contest at the moment. Lucian and Nautilus too busy sitting in a bush and waiting for Snake to come to them.
Yeah.
And I mean, it most likely will work, but in saying that, they did lose a dragon for it.
Certainly did. Let's see if they're going to be able to make anything happen from this. Now, they're just going to catch the minion waves instead. He has a 30 CS advantage right now. SMLZ is doing a great job in the bottom.
Yeah, they're coming out ahead in this bottom lane. There's a lot of pressure being placed down by Condi to enable that to happen in the first place, but they're also translating a raw 2v2 lead in their favor. Blade of the Ruined King, first item for Lucian though. That is an interesting buy. It's not the raw damage output that we're seeing that can come down from Crystal on that Sivir. Going for the BF sword, having the Infinity Edge as the next item with that Avarice Blade. You compare that to the raw health shredding damage. It's an interesting decision in terms of laning phase, but you look at the raw team fighting capabilities of M3, and then you have a look at the lineup of Snake. They all want health. In particular, Beast sacked health as a passive. So a very smart decision in respects to team fighting, but the lane pressure just doesn't feel as strong as it would normally be. The kill pressure not as evident.
Yeah, you can saw they were trying to look for kills, but just not finding it. LPL and Kandi go for some deep wards that are going to be spotted out by you. But the pink ward in the tri-bush down on the bottom side should also keep the duo lane for Snake safe if they decide to head on down. And now that the sweeper's been used, it's going to be especially tricky.
So the pink ward in the tri-bush is the only saving grace right now in terms of vision control around the map, but M3 have been spotted.
Yep, they certainly have. Crystal looks like he still might get caught here as Gandhi gets knocked under the turret. Monsoon, they turn now onto Ella. He flashes out. It's chased. Gandhi gets the kill, and he gets away.
He manages to just get out there. A very smart play from M3, an aggressive dive. The Monsoon actually throwing him under the turret, but pulls out ahead, hits the Sonic Wave, throws out the Dragon Kick, and gets a free kill.
Yep, just following that thing up.
Quite simple, really. It seemed like it was going to be a little bit more complicated than that. Well, it was quite complex, but it worked out very, very simple.
Certainly did. Dade continuing to hold in the mid lane as Looper actually shows himself down there, but isn't going to be able to make anything happen. And once again, everyone returns to those standard laning phases. Ella on the respawn heads himself back down to the bottom, as he now has completed the Sight Stone on top of those Moby boots, so he can get some more wards. And Masters 3, they've got deep wards right now, but I don't know that they're going to be able to make anything happen on them.
I think Crystal trying to get a little bit more over-aggressive at the moment in terms of trading, knowing that the difference in items is just a raw damage output difference. You've got Eye of the Storm and your auto attacks always going to be doing more than that of Illusion, who even has 40 CS above on you. So yeah, confidence here from Crystal. And the vision control is a big talking point, as you mentioned. The fact that all of this aggressive red ward vision being placed by Masters 3, even allowing Dade to be as... Whoa, hello.
Beast curves the bullet onto Dade. There's the knockup. Emperor's Divide flings him under the turret. He's not even going to try flashing here. He finally goes down. Beast is the guy who gets the kill.
Sion's ultimate is so difficult to dodge without using summoner spells. He thought he could juke to the side, but the slow momentum of the initial start of a Sion ultimate managed to turn around that turning circle and actually catch him out.
Yeah, with Dade dead, this leaves you to get some damage onto this tier 1
Beast
as he's hurting. Quite doing it. Yeah, Beast very tanky right now as he went for the Cinder Hulk and that Glacial Shroud. Culling used to clear the wave on the bottom side of the map. So much attack speed means so many more bullets. But he doesn't quite find any damage. Crystal, wow, he's being really aggressive.
Yeah, again, pushing his luck, knowing the difference in items is actually evident when it comes to raw damage output in a single skirmish scenario compared to that of a team fight where SMLZ goes
Flash hook as they try to find Beast. Kandi and Love CD were waiting, but they just trade flash for flash.
Flash for flash, nothing big to come from that, but the kill in the mid lane has seen you put down some pressure on this turret. He should be able to get this one.
Who finally gets it. Even dropping the turret right now as Dade looks to be careful here. A lot of damage coming across. You might just die here, and he goes down.
They managed to pick up a free kill, essentially, an over-aggressive decision to try and make a trade by putting his sun turret down. Backfires. He goes down. and Condi's having an impact where he needs to be, when he needs to be there. The rest of the team's starting to feed off of that, and they're looking to scale a little bit further past this stage. Around the 25-minute mark, or maybe even the 30, depending on items, is when things will start to ramp up.
Beast trying to trade with Dade right here. He takes some damage back as Dade is so very fast. Here's Flandre joining in. Misses one boomerang, but Condi has joined the fight. They're kicking on the Beast right now. He goes low and he goes down despite the Monsoon from Ella. This is 4 members of Masters 3. They turn on the Snake now, but Dade's still alive. Beast is so very scary. Even in Undeath, he still turns it around. Flandre tries to force a fight. He finds Condi. Condi goes down. Crystal comes in to try turning on the Looper. He just doesn't have the damage though, and Flandre looks like he falls to SMLZ.
SMLZ running one of the most aggressive mid-game centric builds that I have seen, with that Ghost Blade being used right now as well. And they find the pick again. M3 making a trade in the right direction at the right time, but Snake managed to get the pick, Flandre using his ultimate, and they still make a trade. Condi very squishy, and Flandre exploiting that fact. In saying that, M3 still find themselves with a big lead, Dragon up in 10 seconds, and Snake being the ones who have controlled the first two. Maybe M3 can turn around this one.
They do have some solid control over that side of the jungle, and Crystal, despite trying to get some damage onto that bottom tier 1, is not going to be successful as SMLZ zones him off of it.
Yeah, he can't
wow,
fight.
Look at that crit for 400 damage.
SMLZ cannot fight Crystal right now based off itemization exclusively. Take aside the champions and the fact that Lucian just excels at being able to 1v1 anybody. It's just not possible right now. You have to respect the raw 1v1 damage of Crystal that can be put onto you. And it's a very smart decision from the side of Snake to have Janna roaming, which isn't a common thing, and allow the 1v1 to actually take place.
Dragon is now being started by Masters 3. Looper, or Flandre is on the top side of the map with his teleport, but Looper, already having burned his, has to walk on down. It's picked up. Love City is actually the one who gets it. Looks like Beast wants to force a fight right here. He's okay with dying. There goes Looper. He turns onto Crystal, tries to bring him low, and succeeds as Condi gets the Dragon Rage, but he's almost certainly going to die off the back of it. Flandre with a huge stun locks everyone up right now as SMLZ is trying to do some serious damage. Master 3 get the Dragon, but they might just lose their lives, and yeah, you gets the kill on Love CD.
They may want to continue this and look potentially at a dive. They've got the Nara and the Scion making their way around. A very risky decision if they do, though.
Yeah, they need to move as a unit. Ooh. Sonic Wave finds Flandre and Beast, dropping the slam just in case Olisin follows it.
The slam ready to go just in case. They find no extra kills, but Yu is hitting his stride. He is at a big point. Dade is matching it, but in terms of the range damage output, will they find a kill here, though?
Ooh, Yu's got to be careful. Sonic Wave finds Ella. He goes in and gets knocked right back out.
They will not find a kill. There is the answer. A lot of aggression and a very questionable engage from Beast that started all off after the Dragon went to M3. And he comes out with his life. I mean, they make a positive trade for it in the end. 1-for-1, I believe, after all of that. So nothing really massive to come from it. And that was off a very average engage from Beast. So imagine if that hits a priority target.
Flandre did pretty solid with that Mega Gnar, though, and take a look at how he's building. Not only is he almost 50 CS up right now, he's also building damage.
Yeah, Black Cleaver, Frozen Mallet, the build. The myth, the legend. That is going to be a very interesting decision. More so for the laning phase to make sure he keeps control of Looper to shut him down as much as possible. But Flandre needing to have that teamfight relevance. Look at that.
Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh, look at the damage. Looper's getting chunked out right now. Yeah.
Ult or die.
He's
trying,
no,
he's got Condi here.
Yeah, he decides to let him go.
So Flandre, not really concerned with having his ultimate available, of course. He's going to be at his strength when he's actually in mini-Gnar, based off trying to split push, having the range and the move speed, the little mobility that you are provided when you hit that third stack on your passive with W. Actually quite content with being the mini-Gnar, so when you are in Mega Gnar form, you can essentially just use that Gnar ultimate to put down damage.
Yeah. So far it's been pretty effective as Looper has been bullied out of lane so many times, but Looper significantly more effective in this game as he's 1-0-3 right now, despite Flandre getting that advantage in the top lane. So great play out of Looper with this style, going for the challenging Cinder Hulk plus full tank afterwards. Things definitely feeling pretty good for him as Beast catches up with you in the mid lane, says, hey friend, how are you?
Yeah, things going well for him, and I mean, it's piggybacking on the fact that Condi on this Lee Sin has been making a big impact everywhere. Every single member of M3 finding a small lead, a residual effect, is on the back of him being in 6 out of 7 of the kills right now on Condi. He's just been everywhere, right place, right time. And speaking of the right place,
this is not it. As Snake try to rush down the Baron, they've got 3 members there. Nice tanky front line plus a lot of DPS, but M3 try to turn it around. They destroy Dade. Looper gets onto Crystal once again. Crystal goes low and he goes down. Condi's not able to find it. It's actually LoveCD who gets the kill. Yu is just doing so much damage right now, and somehow Snake are turning this fight around. Looper goes down once again. A huge fight.
A big fight. They managed to take down Looper, Condi, and Dade. Dade going down essentially immediately, not having a big impact in that fight. They were going for the Baron. They're looking to go for the Baron again, but this time they've got FLICKR to bolster their forces and potential to take it down.
Yeah, Yu doing so much damage right now. SMLZ's over the wall. He's spotted out by a pink ward. Could look for a steal, but he's going up against the Smite for Beast. Doesn't even want to chance it. He lets them take the Baron.
I mean, realistically, the big factor between these two teams right now is that one of their AD carries does damage. The other one is a Lucian with a Blade of the Ruin King first item. But we're going to have a look at this fight, and you can see Dade, non-existent, going down essentially to just Beast and FLICKR, as Crystal did his best attempt at living as long as possible. But Yu and the damage that he's putting out, FLICKR not even needing to use that ultimate, hitting Meganar by the end of the fight. A very convincing and easy victory for Snake. And it's on the back of kill their one big reliable damage source of Dade, because again, the Lucian build, very questionable.
Yeah, not quite working out as well as you would hope, as he is now finally building a BF item. He's got that BF sword ready for him. Now Dragon is going to be up in about a minute, but Snake have got that Baron buff. They've got a very scary damage spike right now, and while it's still very even in golden items, you have got solid momentum for the next few minutes because of that Baron buff. They find themselves in the mid lane. They've got ward control over the Dragon Pit. Seems like they've got their eyes set on something specific.
Disco near the blue buff, having 2 sleepers used at once. They should be able to clear them. No, they don't. The numbers advantage is in the mid lane for Snake right now. Lucian was in the bottom lane, but they haven't found any way of actually getting to the turret and taking it down. Victor with his wave clear is just disgusting. And Condi's looking for a fight.
Yeah, he just might. He tries, he succeeds. Yu gets knocked right back in, but he makes it over the wall through the divide, though Condi is waiting for him. He goes down. It's traded 1-for-1 now. This is Looper finding the back line. Crystal's trying to kite it out. He kills Dade right now, and Snake are continuing to snowball this. Looper goes low. Looper's going to go down. FLICKR doesn't even care about the tier 2. That's an ace for Snake. They just blew this game wide open.
I mean, honestly, they committed too hard to Yu, because he placed down his Sun turret and it did more damage than you probably would have anyway. It was just a perfect fight for them, overcommitting and trying to run through a Sun turret. Crystal staying alive. They still have the 2 damage sources. That's the big deal. FLICKR is doing a lot of work. Beast never going to look like dying anytime soon. This Snake lineup becoming very strong and acing them. They've ramped up massive.
They certainly have, and Masters 3 are so focused on killing Yu that, yes, they succeed, but sometimes Crystal in the back line, when he's able to keep Looper off of him and survive long enough, he's doing so much damage.
Yeah. I mean, keeping in mind, he's even got the Janna to bolster his damage output.
Yeah.
So Crystal is a very scary Sivir. And then Yu is, of course, the big threat, has to die first. But the fact that he even got the Sun turret down in that fight, it was doing damage. It was taking people down. They still come out relatively easily ahead.
Oh, most definitely. Now with that 3rd Dragon secured and the middle inhibitor now missing, Masters 3 are going to be consigned to defend their base from the oncoming onslaught of minions. Big wave on the bottom side of the map, however, along with pressure on the top, means that we could see some more pressure, but it seems like not even Snake are ready to siege that tier 2, as they're all on the split around the middle lane.
On the back foot now with this Masters 3 lineup, as FLICKR can quite easily 1v1 anybody that he would like. In a very comfortable position, has the Randuin's finished with that Black Cleaver and Frozen Mallet. So a disgustingly damage-based Gnar that is just as tanky as required. Beast looking for a flank though.
Yeah, they certainly are. They could be setting up a dive right here. Instead, they're continuing to chunk away the turret. Now, that is a visual bug. They do not have Baron buff anymore. Crystal leading the charge on that Sivir along with Flandre. They get now onto the inhibitor turret with super minions pushing down in the mid. They're just going to try chunking it through and succeed so well.
Yeah, they're going to be able to sit around and completely chunk it out. Someone has to attend to the middle lane. Lucian going back to base now as well for some farms. So once the minions come to the turret and hit it, wow,
Dade
wow.
gets destroyed. Oh my gosh, Flandre is the one who gets the kill. Beast charging into the front along with Flandre. They're shredding through the health bars of Masters 3. Kandi goes down. This is an absolute slaughter. Looper makes it back to the fountain, but Snake, they just ended the game. Team fight, win. Team fight, Baron. Team fight, Nexus.
They just press the go button, Nah jumping over the wall right there and picking up an easy kill onto Dade. He got wrecked in this game. Everything was put onto killing Dade. They come out with a very easy victory on the back of 2 extremely strong team fights, and they had multiple threats, so much damage between every individual champion in their team that there was no answer from this Masters 3 lineup.
Yeah, there just wasn't. Masters 3 tried to take it out to that long late game once again. Slow passive play, and Kandi, even in the early game, he played so much better than in game number 1, but he just wasn't able to get his team kills.
Try as he might to get the rest of his team ahead, and he did try, and he almost succeeded, but coming through the rest of the team of Snake, just no answer from this M3 lineup. The Lucian build was questionable, but I won't go too deep into that one because it seems to be a thing I've brought up multiple times. The Snake lineup, they find themselves with a 1-1, and they're still tied on the ladder.
Yeah. Wait, was it not 2-0?
Well, it was too. Never mind.
It was.
Hey, what am I watching? Am I
2-0,
series?
Different region entirely.
Yeah, no,
so Snake take the 2-0, and after that set of games, every team in the LPL has played every other team at least once. We are now halfway through the LPL 2015 Summer Split.
We are exactly halfway from this stage, and that's a pretty cool thing to think about.
It definitely is.
And we're starting to see a lot of discrepancy across the ladder completely, but that game right there, that was almost all Snake. A very strong set. It was Condi featuring, or Snake featuring Condi, essentially.
It was a very interesting setup, but that's Snake taking the series 2-0. We're going to go ahead and take a quick break while we get the next games ready, but thanks for watching, and don't go anywhere.
Hello and welcome back everyone to the English coverage of the Chinese LPL. My name is Julian Pastry Time Card. Joining with me once again is Ryan FLICKR and more. We have another great set of matches to close out day 2 of week 6 of the LPL, I believe.
We're actually halfway through. I think
Wow.
Seda said it best last cast, and it was just, this is the halfway point. Every team has faced every other team, so we have like a clear understanding of where everyone's matching up finally.
Yeah, so it's time to get some rematches going here as we move into the next half. But as we said, a very long league in the LPL. We always love to illustrate just how hard it is to get points because you only get the best of 2s. You need to win both if you get 3. And Snake finally get themselves a couple more points.
Yeah, the 2-0 over Masters 3 and really kind of taking it to Dade, especially in that last game. Kind of curious who's going to get that MVP.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I mean, that's something that Snake are actually good at, though. When they first beat EDG, actually all that time ago last season, 2-0, they're actually very good at picking on Deft here. But you can see the score from the last game, just a clinic Snake game.
The fact that I remember pointing this out upstairs, or you walked over and you're like, well, how is Lee Sin and Sion, the 2 junglers in this match? But there's the MVP. It's going to go to FLICKR. No surprises there.
No, not at all. And nice to see him sort of back on the Gnar, a bit more utility, very team fight oriented, rather than more of a pure carry. And just watch this man play any champion, especially Gnar. He's so good.
Yeah, and FLICKR, I mean, you said it best. He is kind of the primary carry of Snake. They do have a lot of power threats across the roster, especially with their change, taking Baka out of the mid lane and putting you in. But FLICKR has always been the backbone and the true threat on that Snake lineup, even from their LSBL days.
Yeah, whether he's like playing Aurelio or Hecarim, trying to really get carry going on something like Cinderhawk Fizz or Cinderhawk Echo, or it's just playing something, a little more normal, like the Gnar that we saw in that game. FLICKR's always been able to come up big and really do good stuff. But we move into our next match now, Unlimited Potential versus LGD. 2 teams that are surprisingly close on the ladder.
Yeah, they're actually right next to each other. And we talked about LGD yesterday. I still called them an elite team when we got to cast them. I do honestly believe that they had a fantastic performance yesterday, but their standings really doesn't reflect it. Of course, PYL coming late into the split kind of cost them a couple of valuable points very early on. But that's the thing that I want to talk about with these 2 matches is actually the support matchup. This is PYL versus Heart. And what's beautiful about both these teams is that Heart and PYL are the shot callers and captains of either of these teams. And there's more of an emphasis on macro late game strategy. So with Unlimited Potential, inconsistency has always been kind of their big issue. But it's not in their late game macro shot calling when Heart's with them. You can see if mid game Heart's maybe roaming around or elsewhere on the map, they'll make some mistakes, especially with their jungler Amy. But if he's right there with them, if they're grouped up as 5, Unlimited Potential look fantastic. And they showed really their skill ceiling against their 2-0 on EDG.
Yeah, and that was the thing for me is that this team clearly very good in the late game, able to make good late game calls, play together, team fight well together there as well, and outfox an opponent like EDG. Not once in one game, which is, difficult but not impossible. Actually 2 games in a row there to get the full 3 points. So UP have certainly been on the rise. But LGD feels like now halfway through the season, they're thinking about playoffs. They're like, okay, maybe we need a couple more points. LGD are a team that win when they need to win. We saw that in playoffs in spring. We saw that probably towards the end of the season as well. They're going to be taking things slow until we get towards that playoff race. But maybe expect LGD to be a bit, I'm going to say better, but maybe a bit more fearsome, a bit more proactive at getting those points now that we're halfway through the season.
No, and I think you're absolutely right. The big thing about LGD is they do know when to turn it on, and at the halfway point, they need to start setting themselves up for the playoff run. That said, I still think that they're trying to find their synergy a little bit. They've been kind of off and on with their 2 top laners, which again, I wanted to talk about the support lane matchup, obviously, because again, PYL versus Heart, but also the top lane matchup, Long versus Acorn and Flame. Because what's curious here as we go through the lineup of Unlimited Potential is that Long, and we should start on the top lane. There we go, there he is.
There he is.
He actually gets the highest gold distribution out of any top laner in the LPL. And what's cool about that in this specific matchup is Acorn and Flame get the lowest of any top laners in the LPL.
Makes sense there as we move through the lineup. We've talked about Long a bit. Here's Amy, their jungler. Very aggressive, but been mixing it up quite a bit as far as his picks go. So see what he wants to pull out today. Amy always a curious sort of player, but punished in the mid. He's been the real rising star of this team.
Yeah, in the LSPL, when he was known as Apollo, he would kind of give up some solo 1v1 kills. Wasn't the absolute beast that he's turned into since that EDG set, picking up a lot of really nice TF play.
Yeah, and there's Sketch, of course, the other big member of this team, paired with Hart, who we'll talk about in just a second. But Sketch has been a very solid player. Lots of utility, actually, in those last 4 picks. But here's the heart and soul of the team. Horrible pun, unintended, but now out there for everyone to hear. He's a fantastic player.
You put him on any high-impact support, just like PYL, you're going to get explosive plays around the map. When Hart groups up, when he's roamed, when he's unlocked, that's when Unlimited Potential thrive.
Yeah, he's roaming, he's making big plays, able to make calls in the late game when his team's sort of rising with him. UP have, again, shown a lot of strength here, and usually a team like LGD, despite, again, their standings maybe not reflecting their overall skill level as a team, you come into the matchup thinking LGD might have a big advantage here, but UP have already shown they can take down EDG, so no one can write them off.
Exactly. We will go into that LGD lineup soon enough.
That's the keyboard synergy. Look at those yellow keyboards.
They've got a mouse, keyboard, and shirt synergy.
That's great.
The other guy that I wanted to really point out, though, of course, as we see a giant heart face, is Amy. Amy really struggled when the meta shifted onto the Cinderhulk, whereas, there he is, little Amy face, as TBQ actually kind of was unlocked and took off a little bit, you know, finding some success on those tank junglers, but still mostly a Lee Sin mid laner. We'll go through the LGD lineup here. But as the jungle transitions more into echo junglers, Amy's really starting to take off for the team.
Again, more playmaking, more aggressive junglers as we start with Akon in the top side for LGD. Always the starting mid laner. Doesn't usually play game 2, at least in the regular season goes, but Akon's just been awesome. TBQ, not bad, but again, you can see his champion pool here. Rek'Sai Sejuani, and when he absolutely has to, Lee Sin.
And that's his signature pick, is that Lee Sin. They've been great on kind of hiding and shoring up his weaknesses on the Sejuani, but TBQ is really starting to kind of take off.
Yeah, a little bit here. We'll see exactly what he can get done. This man, though, completely taken over the LPL. Absolutely incredible mid laner. And that Varus currently the signature pick. This guy, though, not bad either.
It's this guy, this guy, this guy. It's a star-studded lineup. That's the power of LGD, and that's why we still consider them an elite team despite their standing. And it's not just Imp, it's also PYL.
Honestly, it's maybe even more PYL here. I mean, certainly together they've really found their stride as a duo, whether they're separated and Imp's farming and PYL's roaming, or even actually 2v2ing, which was something that we almost made fun of PYL and Imp for with the Kalista lanes before, because they did not get that synergy going for a while. They're not just good individual threats, they're great together now as well. On LGD, if that dual lane especially starts to get better, all of a sudden they've got much more diversity with what they can do, because they are the lane swap team. So if they become a team that simply can lane swap rather than does lane swap, that's another good kind of arrow to their bow.
And I really like the fact that you brought up Kalista because, like you said, they started out really rough on trying to find their synergy and their movement with that champion, but now it is a must ban, and EDG learned that the hard way last night.
Yeah, the hardest way possible. There is Imp. Just tore through people. Couldn't get it done on Tristana in game number 2, but LGD, a convincing win against EDG is still a good thing to have. So they come in probably pretty happy with themselves. Again, this particular split for them hasn't been great so far, but LGD to me, they are a playoff team. Halfway through now, they're probably looking saying, all right, what do we have to do? Because playoffs coming sooner rather than later at this point.
Yeah, they really need to start setting themselves up, getting those points when it matters. Again, we are in the middle of the split. Like you said, we'll say it over and over again.
Yep.
It's a very long split in LPL, so there is room for experimentation. We've seen tons of teams do it, kind of playing around with their drafts. EDG was doing it to an extent last night, but LGD, I feel like they're actually really turning it on and turning it up because they know, hey, we can't sit in 10th. We have to squeeze into that 8th spot.
Yeah, absolutely here. And they're sitting, I think, relatively there, but potentially could drop out. So 3 points here would be a nice kind of buffer, I guess, moving back into playoff top 8 and maybe further through the standings. LGD, though, not a team that tends to finish super high up. I think they almost intentionally avoided EDG last playoff, so it did make a pretty great grand final, to be fair. But unlimited potential, certainly a team that, again, same sort of thing. Similar spot in the standings here. If any team 2-0s in this series, they'll have a big amount of points that sort of surge through up the standings. And again, now halfway through the season, we do have to start thinking about playoffs on both these teams. It could be anyone's game, but LGD, for me, they're the team coming with nice momentum from yesterday.
And I definitely think they're actually the favorited team here. Now, unlimited potential, very likely that we're going to see a split series if I'm going to make any projections there. But I still think that the edge is for LGD, especially in a draft phase. But what's also really interesting is that UP are a very good drafting team. If you think about how they 2-0'd EDG, it was baiting the Evelyn pick out of Clear Love by picking the Nunu first, and then immediately last picking the TF as the direct hard counter. So they've shown a lot of creativity in their execution in a very matured style. It's consistency issues about getting their team fights to work for them.
Yeah, and it's just something the UP, we know they're good late game. It's just, can they get to the late game position more consistently? That's the one thing, because they're a team that when they get to the late game, when Heart's making those big calls, when they're moving together and fighting together as a team, they look very strong. As we are into Champ Select now, UP going to start off on the blue side, LGD going to inhabit the red, and Varus Siva are our first 2 bans.
I love that someone's finally banning Varus against Godvi. It is 6-1 for him right now, and it was interesting. As I was pulling Godvi's champion pool, the thing that I noticed is he's never played Azir, at least not competitively.
Yeah, I mean, as far as the LPL recently goes, yeah, you're right, which is, I guess, funny. Maybe just prefers to play the counter matchup. It's not that he can't play it. I would certainly say off the top of my head I would trust him to play it, given how big his champion pool is, but that is interesting. There were
I mean, he plays like everything else, but
Yeah.
there was 0 Azir.
He'd just rather beat Azir, maybe. Who knows? I mean, I guess it would suit LGD reasonably well. That is actually interesting. Who knows? Maybe he's waiting for this playoffs. Could be anything at this point.
Unveils it.
Yeah, finally. The God be Azir as Echo is banned away from UP. LGD considering their next ban as well. 5 seconds left. What do they want to take away? It is the victor away from Punish.
Not surprising. That's a pretty normal staple ban from Purple side. That said, Ryze is still a big priority left on the board, as well as Alistar. Curious that UP decided to ban Echo from Blue side, especially because Amy has been finding so much success on that champion. And again, I really feel like their recent upswing of momentum, because both these teams are kind of on the rise, was the fact that Amy wasn't pigeonholed into playing more Cinder Hulk tanky style junglers and was getting to pick up things like Echo.
Yep, so a curious ban there for UP, but maybe just taking it away from too many threats over on LGD. They'll actually
Wow.
ban another mid lane champion here. Potentially 3 mid lane bans here if you want to look at UP's bans that way. But Ari is the third one there.
Huh, Ari.
Yeah.
Obviously, it's directed at Godby. He's a big Ari player. He's very proficient on that champion, but kind of makes me curious. Maybe they're looking for a very specific mid lane matchup, as Twisted Fate is then banned in response. So that was the thing that I was going to point out. I was like, you know, TF doesn't really have the greatest time into Ari.
No, and it is a big punish champion we've seen again in that 2-0 versus EGD that will make a limited potential. Pick up Kalista there for Sketch, who's not quite imp level, but not bad on the champion either.
Yeah, and it'll definitely shore up Sketch's positional issues, because really the only problem in their big 5v5s is sometimes Sketch just kind of gets caught out.
Yep, standing in the wrong spot sometimes. A habit of a lot of top-level AD carry players. Sometimes you can't help it. Just want to hit the enemy as LGD. Considering their next two, Alistar has got through. I would be shocked if PYL didn't go straight for that pick here. But Ryze open as well. These are actually massive power picks for LGD. We talk about UP's drafting, but all these mid lane bans leave a lot of power picks open. Ryze is the first pick here, and I assume that's going to be Alistar as well.
This is exactly what happened to EDG yesterday when LGD faced them. They insta-locked the Ryze Alistar combo, whereas EDG, when they saw the Kalista, they went for the immediate counter Maokai into Nautilus just because you have more targetable CC to throw her, to slow her down. LGD are like, nope, let's just take the power picks. We don't need to counter the Kalista. We just need to get in your face.
And we found that again in that same series. The second game EDG played, they just said, okay, let's go back to standard bans, basically. Played a normal draft and said, oh, we're actually still a pretty good team, able to take the next game there and even up the series 1 apiece. So people may be getting too cute with their bans, honestly. 5-11 is a really volatile patch as far as power picks go. There are so many good champions that you kind of do have to make sure you're banning the right ones, or at least getting the good ones in return. And so far, UP, they're going to get Herco Manning as their next few picks, but LGD's draft is already looking great.
Yeah, good answer from UP right there. So I like the fact that, again, going back to PYL and Heart, as that's going to be my big featured matchup, it's two high-impact supports, Annie and Alistar, and they're both signature picks for either of these two players. Heart has a 78% win rate on Annie right now. I believe he's 7-2.
That's not bad.
No, it's really good.
Yeah, it is really good there. It's LGD considering their next few picks there. Lots of engage right now for UP, so plenty of good tools. LGD, you can kind of do anything with the Ryze Alistar comp. It's one of Alistar's big benefits. But they are going to pick up Gragas, makes a lot of sense. That Amy, though, still does have the rest of the jungle pool open to him, just can't take away the Gragas. And Imp might be sticking to something nice and aggressive, is in fact going to go back to Graves.
He's played a lot more Graves than some of the other LPL 80 carries right there, so it is certainly a kill lane. The all-in potential from Alistar Graves is enormous at level 2. And again, saving the last pick for Godby, no surprises there from Purple side.
No, not at all here. But I like that you bring up Imp's Graves, because I almost feel like LGD play up more like Corki in a lane swap than actual Graves.
Yeah, and a big thing is sometimes Godby and Imp will kind of change or trade places on, you know, the burst versus the sustain damage. So it's really curious how those two players have their relationship and their role swapped on their team when Imp does pick up something like Graves, because he is more of an AD caster as opposed to a sustain auto AD like Jinx or Tristana.
Yep. And Kalista, which of course we've seen Imp play fairly recently. UP though take away Rek'Sai and Azir, so a very nice draft for them here. But what does Godby want? It's probably not Dr. Mundo.
It's probably Ryze if they decide to lock that.
That's true actually, but could be just about anything here. We've seen him play Orianna into this matchup. He loves his Varus, but it is banned away here. Again, Godby's champion pool very large.
Ooh.
Even this was something he could do.
And again, we talked about kind of the sustain damage. Yeah, Kog'Maw will hit pretty hard if he gets locked in.
Well, You want sustained damage? Flashing Karthus there for a second was PYL. But we have seen again a trend of poke champions as counter picks, or at least soft counter picks into Azir.
There we go.
Is going to lock in the Kog'Maw, and that's going to be AP Cog for Godby.
And the idea is still kind of the same with his Varus. Obviously, Kog'Maw and Varus will interact differently in their itemization, but as far as how you're playing them in the lane, it's about outranging Azir's oppressive reach on that mid lane, standing back, spitting on people.
Yep. Literally spitting on people to victory.
The sit and spit.
Yep, that's what Kog'Maw, AP Cog likes to do. Important to note that Akon is on more of a damage threat as well in the Rise, so nice triple threat comp there from LGD, but Godby didn't really feel pressure to play a hyper carry in mid lane.
Yeah, but again, we kind of talked about, taking more of the rotation sustained damage when Imp does have that Graves available. But on the other side, UP took a pretty much a zone control threat composition. You have Azir for the Emperor's Divide, you have Hecarim with the Onslaught of Shadows, and it's about creating space and time for Sketch to wind up on his Callista and output that massive Ren spike.
Yeah, as we go through the matchups, that sounds like a great comp for UP if they can get to the late game spot where they can really use those 5v5s. We saw the Rexo there coming through for Amy, punished of course on the Azir versus Godvy's Kog'Maw. Could be a tricky matchup, although Godby didn't quite go off in the matchup yesterday against Cassio, at least for EDG, as Sketch's going to be playing Callista into the Callista Master himself, Imp, who's decided to pick up Graves.
And Imp is so aggressive. If this turns into a 2v2, I'll be really excited to see what happens, because yesterday Imp killed, I think, Def twice in the lane phase.
And that's what I was surprised about, honestly, because LGD lane swaps so much that I've forgotten that Imp was also a good 2v2 laner.
He's good at freezing the lane and farming. He always finds a CS discrepancy on his enemy. But if you get him in that 2v2, especially alongside someone as talented as PYL, it is just absolutely devastating in lane.
Yeah, it's just funny that we never got to see it that much. So nice to be seeing a little bit more. We'll see if we get it again. As we are going to get onto the Rift for game number 1. And welcome back, everyone, onto Summoner's Rift here for our first game between Unlimited Potential and LGD. We're about halfway through the 2015 summer split of the LPL. And these are two teams that are still looking for some points. LGD can smell playoffs once again after their second place finish in spring. And a one game here would be a nice way onto those potential 3 points with a 2-0. But Unlimited Potential already taken out EDG. Can they slay another Chinese Titan?
Oh, and I feel really good about their draft phase, and I think that they're probably pretty happy with it too. The thing that we haven't touched on as far as everything that went through was Long got Hecarim. Now, obviously, Hecarim's just a big power pick for LPL in general, but on Long specifically, he was 4-1 on the champion, which gives him an 80% win rate. And then going back to what I said earlier, Long gets the most gold percentage out of any top laner in the LPL, whereas Acorn and Flame actually get the lowest gold distribution on their team. And the fact that Acorn's playing a hard carry champion like Ryze, we'll see if that kind of turns the tide here. But a lot of time, UP, when they find their victories, it's when Long runs away with the match, especially on Hecarim.
Yeah, and I mean, Hecarim's a champion that you do want to feed a lot of farm into. It's funny to see Acorn play so much of that champion just because we always think about Acorn as a very good
tank,
like low econ. Yeah, good tank player, good low econ top laner, known mainly for just high impact ultimates and his teleports. But Hecarim, especially with Smite, which is what Long has opted for, does want to be fed a lot more farm to get really massive and get those 3-4 big items coming through. I love that Acorn can find success just by basically teleporting in Hecarim and ulting with little to no items. But if the matchup does kind of go out the way you might predict it, Long is going to have a field day here, especially against, champions like this Kog'Maw, who's very mobile, and even Graves, honestly, whose damage is not as high as some of the hyper carries, but also vulnerable to the ulti.
I definitely think there's a lot more options and threat on UP side. LGD are running a bit trickier of a composition to execute. That said, they've been known for kind of their wonky compositions and being able to make it work for them, so this should be no different. And again, momentum is on LGD's side. They are still a Titan legacy dynasty of the LPL.
Still a very good team here, despite, again, the standings, which just, again, serves to illustrate how long the LPL season is and how much time these teams do have to collect their points. But as we said, time is not running out just yet, but we're starting to every game, I guess, that you lose means that that's the point that you didn't get here. I'm mainly just curious about the mid lane, to be honest, because Punish, he has been relatively impressive, certainly on more of his signature picks like the Twist of Fate, even his Cassidy early on in the season. I don't know if I've ever seen Godby play AP Cog, at least this season. Really curious to see how he plays it, given how much Varus has been playing.
Yeah, and again, they're they're not the same in terms of itemization, but in how you're going to play them, especially into the Azir matchup, they're very similar. Now, the thing about the early levels for Kog'Maw, 1 through level 5, is going to be really rough, because Azir is just going to be able to shove him in and abuse him. Once he has that ultimate available and he has the potential to outrange Azir, that's when he's going to get more comfortable and start to step forward. I'm curious where the junglers are going to apply their pressure. Typically, when you have a Ryze, you want to camp that lane, because if you can get it snowballing, it's going to hyperscale anyway. And likewise, you want to camp the Ryze on the other side, because you want to make sure that you can slow down his big power spikes on his itemization. So expect the top laners to bounce between top and mid.
Yeah, I mean, Acorn,
excuse me, the junglers.
Yes, the junglers to bounce between
top
and mid.
laners.
I mean, makes sense. Probably the bottom lanes feel relatively self-sufficient, particularly if we do have a lane swap. But right now, so back into Summoner's Rift. No one really going anywhere crazy, although Scat and Heart are sort of sticking to the top half of the map right now. Seems like they want a good top lane, and they are going to get it. If Graves doesn't walk over now, UP, if they want the lane swap, they're going to get it.
Yep, so it is going to be a swap. LGD do have control over the dragon area of the map, so we'll see how early they decide to pull that one out. With the lane swap, the thing that I like about it is it unlocks the supports if they choose to roam. Now, Alistar isn't very good in a 2v1 because obviously he can't shove down towers very well, but he's fantastic at randomly walking into the mid lane and killing someone.
Akon, there's Heart behind you. Scat and Heart going to come in now. The damage is good.
Dead.
Ren skilled up as well. Akon here, he already knows he's dead. Gets ignited, goes down to Annie for first blood. And that's 2 times now where Akon's Rye has been thinking about the lane and just gotten randomly, didn't die last time, but just fallen behind.
Just going for a stroll. Kind of a misstep, though, the fact that Heart ended up with the kill as opposed to Kalista. PYL, of course, checking out, figuring out where the enemy team is starting.
Yep, does spot the red buff, doesn't get it. Good smite there from Amy. Saved it to make sure he got the buff, but at least gets a bit of the experience and annoys him as TVQ's found Heart and just slaps Annie in the back of the head. Oh, Akon's coming. Gonna go back in, maybe Heart. Stone will be building back up, but he's only level 1. Will get slowed down there. Akon coming in, he's got level 1 E though. And there's Amy and Long, and they'll be able to force him out of this jungle potentially.
Wow. And I mean, obviously with Amy and Long coming over there, they now have complete control of this top side of the map because they have the numbers advantage, although it looks like they're gonna fight for the red buff.
Yeah, they want to. If they get it, they might be able to 3-buff LGD, so they are gonna commit. They've got 2 smites, don't forget now as well. So Long and Amy can get quite healthy just by smiting it and take it out quickly. It's getting low. It's kind of in range right now, but they're going to save it. First smite goes down. I think TVQ got it. No, he did not.
Amy got it.
That's excellent for you.
That's fantastic from Heart. So not only did he pick up the first blood, but then he immediately runs over to LGD's red side jungle to slow down TVQ's timer because Amy on Rek'Sai started his own red buff. So now effectively he has the 3-buff start on TVQ. And really this is only possible because Rek'Sai's jungle clear is so quick that he was able to complete the buff with the double jungle on Long and get over to Heart in time.
And we started seeing again the top laners that have smite versus the ones that don't. You get a lot of early advantage and you open up a lot more options when you have smite. Although you do run into problems like this where you teleporting down to the lane and you can't really do anything now.
Yeah, that was pretty much a huge fumble from Long right there, especially, I mean, again, Alistar's not great in a 2v1, but the dive threat potential is still massive.
Yeah, I mean, he's still another champion in your lane, and you're a Hecarim that has smite. You're not going to do a whole lot else in that lane at level 2, but Amy is going to take over his jungle now, or take over both sides of that jungle, at least in the top there. So things going well for the aggressive jungle at UP. We don't talk about it that much because so many of their wins have come from late game dominance, but Amy is still a very aggressive player. With this advantage, we'll see what he can do.
He's aggressive almost to a fault. I think Amy's biggest problem is that he doesn't quite know that fine line of when to turn it on and when to turn it off.
So he's not leveling it only?
No.
Actually, maybe he is leveling. Depends which era of leveling we're talking about.
The fact that leveling is identified as last split as a tank jungler just slays me.
Sad times here as Heart is joining into the bottom side. Level 1 on the Annie. Imp's level 4. My goodness. That is a big lead for this Graves to have, and we talk about it.
Heart's level 1.
Yeah, that's not good for Annie. I mean, we talk about that threat in this lane. Alistar not a massive one, but Imp at level 4, Heart still level 1 and looking to be so for a little while longer. PYL and Imp doing a great job zoning people off this tower.
Heart's doing a good job just holding on to his stun, meaning that PYL can't look for the hard engage, but LGD are rotating down. They have been spotted out by a ward.
They have indeed, so probably not going to be baited out by the dive that's coming through, but this should secure the tower for LGD if they do want to continue Imp just sort of building up the wave, making sure it builds up nicely, and then they'll rotate in to take out the turret.
This is so risky. Heart has W.
Oh, Amy's actually here as well. That's a really nice response from UP. All of a sudden, LGD might not be able to take this. Yeah, they are going to go in, but Imp gets stunned up. Pulverized there from PYL. Ignite's going down. PLL tanked quite a few tower shots, and they still can't get the turret.
Miscommunication there from LGD. They really should have just thrown their ranged auto attacks at the tower and tried to push that down. I mean, obviously you don't want to dive, not only because Amy's there, but again, Hart has that W, which is going to give him an AoE stun if he positions it correctly, as opposed to a targeted stun on the Q.
Yeah, Hart's actually trying to do damage to Imp, but Imp level 5 with that passive, not taking very much damage at all from the Cone starting anti there, although Hart did get an early upgrade on the item after the first blood, so able to actually get quite a amount of gold in it, and LGD still don't have this turret.
Yeah, a lot of time and a lot of momentum wasted. Good response from UP to make sure that they move their jungle to support there to support long, and you're really starting to see the CS discrepancy between the two top laners and the experience opening up. The fact that Acorn's been kind of relegated to double jungling on that rise, whereas Hecarim gets to soak up pretty much 2 waves for free into his tower.
And can still jungle with this Smite as well. We again talk about the options it gives you. Smite does open up quite a lot in the early game, and the other thing I guess must be Sketch on the top side. Slightly behind on Imp as far as just pure last hitting goes, but he has been keeping that wave frozen in the top side.
Smiting the cannon creep right there.
Hey man, you gotta get the cannon creep anyway you can. Good double stun there. Imp gonna take some damage, but that should be enough pressure for them to take the tower. Long and Hart gonna try and clear it out. Imp though gonna deny some CS if he can. Hart though taking damage as well. Level 6 might be coming through, not just yet. Imp smells blood though, it feels like.
He doesn't see Amy right now, and that's kind of the big issue. Although as Amy now shows himself on the bottom side, immediately you see that Hart and Long are not going to try to risk it any longer, especially with the new minion wave coming into this tower. They quickly back off.
And you can see Imp with a level advantage. We've seen this a lot with his Graves, as far as just being in some sort of solo experience situation. Honestly, at this point, just to get more level, so he's more effective in the early game.
Yeah, and he constantly does this. He'll get more experience and he'll get more CS, and he's just so good about moving around the map and making sure that no creep waves go to waste.
Yeah, Imp does not like to waste those last hits here as punished.
Just free gold.
The mid lane, yeah, clearing some things out here. Does hit level 7 on the Azir, is working on the Morellonomicon. He's about most of the way there with those components both completed. And Godby actually has a Chalice in a tier, so not going to be going for that quick Luden's Echo second. Or first even.
We are on the 5.11 and Luden's Echo has just recently gone through some nerfs.
Yep, so maybe just something where Godby's like, you know what? I want an Athenes just to start things off and just really take over the mana region.
And he's also facing against Azir, who's going to have some significant burst as far as his magic damage coming out. So the MR will help him out there.
It will indeed, especially since Punish is going for that Morellonomicon early as Amy here in the top side with Sketch and Hart. TVQ joins in as well, so it's a party in the top lane. Imp is level 6, he's got a BF sword as well. UP tried to take that turret pack, but again, Sketch was freezing this lane. They're not going to get it at all.
And UP are in complete control over this early game as far as the lane swap is concerned, although hold on.
PYL might go for an engage. Sketch can't finish that pink ward.
Oh,
actually
Flash.
Goes in. Flash comes through. Amy's going to rotate around as well. Imp now going to be the target here. They are going to go in. The stun's good from Hart. Flash forward from Amy. Long's teleported up as well. And Hecarim will get that killer's Hart. Chasing in, looking for another stun. Doesn't have it lined up just yet. But again, in complete control of the top half of the map.
What a beautiful play from Amy right there to set up the trap to stay in Fog of War and the W in, and just really taking advantage of how aggressive Imp is.
Oh, stun TBQ as well. That's going to force a flash out from Gragas. And the red buff went over to unlimited potential as well. They might not have a tower, but the top half of the map belongs to UP.
And suddenly what was really close in gold from LG, just because of Imp's overwhelming CS discrepancy between those two 80 carries, has now swung widely in favor for UP. And the biggest thing that I want to point out was the top lane discrepancy. That said, with all of those teleports going down and Long kind of taking his time to get involved with his team, Acorn has shored a lot of that up.
Yeah, he made a very active decision not to follow along with that teleport, just making sure to stay in the bottom side of the map and collect more creeps as TBQ actually jungling on his, I guess, not his strong side anymore, but what would have been before. He's going to take away that red buff though, make sure he gets a bit more camps for himself, but Acorn still building up. Imp now actually stunned on the top side. Sketch going to throw some spears in, ignited as well, Ren for the kill, and Sketch gets a kill, 2v1 with the help of Hart.
Imp just being way too far forward, caught out again because he used his E aggressively without having vision on Amy, and then again right there in the top lane, just kind of getting away with some free gold.
And that's not what we usually see of him. He's the one murdering people. I mean, he is an aggressive AD carry. He likes to try and kill them, but in that situation, should have known, no point going in 1v2.
And pretty much all of that work building up that CS discrepancy between the AD carries has now been forfeited because he decided to die twice and lose so much time that he could be spinning in the lanes farming.
And that was actually Sketch not having any other items. He's still got that one Doran's Blade, so Imp had a massive item advantage there as well.
Ah, the power of Rend.
Rend is a very good, Rend is a very good spell. You're not wrong there.
The thing that I want to point out for LGD's composition, because they do this all the time, the classic double tier comp.
Yep. They do love the double tier. I mean, this is sort of the thing about the likes of Ryze. When you have a mid laner like Godby who wants to play something maybe like Hogwarts, even I'm sure his Orianna builds sometimes have featured a tier in them. Like, when you pick Ryze, I feel like sometimes this is just inevitable.
The nice thing about it, although kind of a little bit of a drawback just because AP Kog'Maw is really reliant on the Luden's Echo as far as his power spike is concerned, is that with Varus and Kog'Maw, because that's what I'm referring to when I say the double tier comps as Imp blows his ultimate, is they have immediate power spikes in the mid game on top of completion of other items rather than the tier stacking itself.
Yeah, so they're not purely reliant on just stacking them up. They, actually stack other items so they're not completely useless in the mid game. It's almost like LGD know how to play League of Legends.
It's almost like when they do a double tier comp, they think about why they're doing it.
Well, certainly is. Acorn going to get himself some more fun. Catalyst on the way as well. Level 6 now for Ryze. So just, again, farming comfortably here, but still quite far behind Long, who, again, is that player that gets all this gold. You talked about the matchup and the gold distribution already. We're already seeing it now with a 20 CS lead for Hecarim.
And again, a lot of that is the fact, like you keep pointing out, is that Hecarim has that smite, so when he falls behind or he can't be in his lane, he can easily just walk into the jungle.
He can indeed. As BYL going in for Amy. Imp there as well. Probably wish he had his ulti. We're not going to be able to finish the kill. Amy will clear the wave out here. Gragas coming up as well, though. Rek'Sai will have to be careful.
I'm really finding it curious that UP are committing so much to match up their 2v2 against Imp and PYL as opposed to taking advantage and securing the dragon on the opposite side of the map.
I wonder if that's to do with the Hecarim. Maybe they just want to get a lot more gold.
Well, the wave is pushing back to him, so he's got a big stack, might even be 2 waves.
Yeah, they're going to keep fighting now as well. Sketch and Amy now will join themselves in part. Not quite there just yet, actually in the bottom side of the map, maybe looking for Akon. And I love what Sketch has done. He was actually using Imp's build from yesterday. Blade of the Ruined King first.
Offers more protection, more kite. Again, the composition is really about creating space. Backline threat as well with the oppressive reach of Azir as well as the onslaught of shadows from Hecarim. But you have so many tools and options to keep that close to safe, to allow her to keep jumping around the map and make the most of the Rend stacks.
And I like you brought up Dragon earlier because UP have kind of very smart adaptation here. Rek'Sai actually doesn't have her ulti right now, but
Right, using the double smite.
Yeah, and Long has his smite, so they can just take Dragon very easily as basically 2.5 people.
Yeah, I think that's really clever. Again, just it's almost like a global smite threat just because you had Long on one side of the map and they decide to commit to the dragon anyway. Easily sneak it as Punish walked over the back of the wall instead of Sand Soldiers.
Yeah, again, didn't even have to overcommit to get it. Good damage coming through. And the first dragon will go to unlimited potential. We talked about, again, their macro level shot calling coming mainly from Heart. And that's a really nice demonstration. But the first 13 minutes of this game have been very illustrative of why UP are a strong team.
Yeah, and they're starting to snowball because they've unlocked Heart. If you think about all of the advantages that they've made in this game so far, including that dragon, who was there? Heart was there standing next to him. When Heart's there in the collective 5v5 with the 3v3 skirmish, they look so much more coordinated than when he's across map.
Oh, Amy, though, wanting to go aggressive, tries to find PYL, but doesn't get him with the Unburrow. Ultimate up for Alistar as well. Probably means they weren't going to get the kill, but still trying to find this turret as Heart, aggressively roaming forward. Going to see what he can zone away.
That's so dangerous, but here comes the teleport.
Oh, they are going to look for the dive. Maybe they're
Wow.
going to try to take out
Oh my god.
Flash and stun there coming through. Does find him. Good headbutt from PYL, but the ulti's down. Imp's going to die. Amy's going to catch PYL now. They're going to have to wait the ulti out, though. Godby's coming up the top as well. PYL's ulti will wear off. The Minions are pushing into the tower. This is very scary.
That was beautiful. Godby there, he is going to be forced to back off. Wow, and Heart again making the call, even when the Fates... Ooh.
Oh, PYL, that was a mistake. Goes back in and dies to Sketch. Now Godby could be the next target. Gets hit by the blade of the Ruined King. Sketch finds the Ren. Amy flash forward. Unborrowed coming in as well. TBQ going to join in. Double kill there for Sketch. Amy's still alive. Will go down to TBQ, but Gragas going to pay the price as well. Sketch being the massive beneficiary of that triple kill.
This is not where you want to Callista at 14 minutes in the game. And alongside all of that, the mid-tier tower goes down. But again, a beautiful Fates call on the initial dive to save Heart's life. And just going back to Heart as the shot caller and making sure that he's the one calling the momentum for the team, decided to Fates call back out. But as soon as PYL mispositioned, they immediately turned it on. Heart flashed forward, locked him up, and gave his AD carry a triple kill.
Yeah, I think PYL just didn't expect Heart to still have his ultimate up, but was able to use it quickly. A nice decisive call. Gives UP 2 towers, a bunch of kills on their Callista especially, and almost 4,000 gold ahead. This has been UP for the first 15 minutes. And we talked about their late game. Early game's not looking too bad.
Again, unlocking Heart, doing the lane swap, just holding Kalista so she passively farms and allowing him to roam around the map and make things happen. He took a dragon, immediately walks up into the top side of the map, and picks up a triple kill for Kalista.
They've finally swapped them away here, moving long into the top half of the map, just because they want to take the last outer turret. They might lose their top turret as a result. The Heart's pressuring onto the blue buff. Akon's trying to pull it out for Godby, but the rest of UP seem to be here. The tower on the top falls there as well. And Godby's forced up his own blue. Sad times.
It's pretty big, although he does have the Athenes to kind of compensate for that. So it's not going to be the end of the world, but UP really just understanding how strong they are and doing a great job rotating around the map and challenging LGD for every available resource.
What do you think of the decision to put Long back in the top lane there? Because LGD just kind of took that turn and said, oh, thanks, we'll take it.
I mean, Long's just been rotating around the map, using his smite to take the dragon, but otherwise soaking up free gold, not only in the jungle, but in the free and open waves. And we talked about, again, how much gold distribution is given to Long, and it's showing right now in how UP are moving him around the map.
Yeah, I guess so. Here as Long can see, still a CS lead up on Akon, although not quite the lead it was before. Shrunk to about 10 CS up there for the Hecarim over Rise, punished in the mid lane. Still just farming away, doing a nice job actually against Godby, who's been struggling a bit early on the Cogmore. That roam in the top side to try and save his team was sort of the start of everything going wrong here in this early game.
Yeah, and Kog'Maw not really known for his roam. He's kind of a little immobile guy.
He is.
He's cute, though.
Kind of like a trebuchet, like a piece of artillery. Kind of likes to sit still and just poke people out. We talked about the sit and spit, not sitting. Godby clearly not aware of
The sit and
sick
spit.
Cogmore mechanic. That's what you called it in the job.
Yeah, it is.
It's funny.
I like to call him a little turret.
He is a turret, yeah.
Yeah.
Little piece of artillery you can move around the map. Although no siege has started yet for LGD. Instead, just some farming here. Akon looking for that Rod of Ages, but it's quite late already, given that the early game was a bit tricky for him. And Long, he's got his Cinderhawk, he's got his Home Guard. He's now going to make an impact. Akon's going to have quite a long time to scale. When he gets that Rod of Ages, maybe 18-minute mark, if he goes back and gets it pretty much right now, that 10-minute charge time is going to mean that Akon is looking at about 30 minutes to be relevant in the game.
No, you're absolutely right. The average time that you really want your Rod of Ages to come out is around the 15 to 16-minute mark, so he's already delayed on that.
Actually going to find Long though. Amy doing in the top side of the map. Going to make this a very unfair fight.
Oh,
Good on
nice
flash
flash.
there by Akon, but Amy's going to track him down, and Long gets another kill.
Tried to flash to compensate for his cooldowns to come back up so he would get a shield and try to trade 1-for-1. Unfortunately, just not enough time there as the chilling smite came out from Amy.
And now POE are going to get caught out of position. Punish rides in. Beautiful ultimate back there into the team. And it's going to put arrows in his body. POE are all ticking away now, but that'll be a free kill for Sketch.
Sketch just bouncing around, but is able to pick that up with the proc on his E.
Yeah, and that's the thing. Alistar, you know, cleanses up the first CC. Pretty immune to damage, more or less, with the ultis on, but still not immune to CC, and POE had nowhere fun to go.
Kalista in the LPL is 100% ban or pick, and this is why. Again, UP, they have really excellent and creative draft phases. They outmaneuver EDG when they got their 2-0, and it looks like they're about to outmaneuver LGD as they're taking full control over this early game.
Well, at least so far in the early game, that has been the case here. 4,500 gold ahead now for unlimited potential. 8 seconds left of that next Dragon's up as well. And Scat's going to continue clearing things out. His Ruinous Hurricane will be online very shortly.
And that's really the big power spike for Kalista, whether you go into the Blade of the Ruined King or the Bloodthirster. It's really a 2-item power spike before she's up and ready to go.
And she's going to be ready to go again very shortly here. Is even Long, who by the way has gotten 6 out of 9 kill participations at 3-0-3. We already talked about his farm, but I failed to notice just how many kills and as a result how much gold he's already been gifted.
And it's really just his teleports, because again, it feels like he hasn't really been involved with a lot of these fights, but really just kind of moving between the side lanes and soaking up free waves. But if you think about early, he initially teleported up top to get the snowball going for Kalista, whereas Acorn decided not to go to shore up his CS.
No, and Scat's going to look to get this turret now as well. It's got a big, massive stack of gold to spend now. Does Scat should have enough for the Hurricane, but might not be back in time to make sure the Dragon gets secured as well. But we saw the gold totals there for a second. 1,000 gold up in the top side for Long over Akon, but 2,000 gold up for Scatch versus him.
Massive.
Yeah.
Kalista 5-0-3, and we didn't really talk about, Sketch. We said he has some inconsistency as far as his positioning in team fights that's cost UP in the past, but on Kalista it's so much easier to keep yourself safe, especially when you have a Hecarim, Rek'Sai, and the Azir's Emperor Divide in front of you, but really taking off and showing that, hey, if I'm given this power pick, it's worth it.
Yeah, and able to take the Dragon there as well, get the Scuttle Crab, securing everything before going back to get the Runaan's Hurricane. And not to mention, of course, we keep talking about supports. That'll be probably a theme of the evening, given how strong the support players today are. But yeah, unlocking Heart there as well with the Feds call. Another nice thing about Kalista. You talked about it already. Kalista is everywhere in the LPL, even if she's usually banned, and with good reason.
It always goes back to Heart. The fact that he stayed with him, roamed around. I love it when supports just step up and carry a game.
Amy, that triple knockup actually, that's a bit too much damage, and he face checks. TBQ actually going to be the ones to collect that kill. Probably not who they wanted to give it over to, but hey, they'll take it.
Amy, please respond. Just kind of hanging out in front of his tower right there for no reason.
That's a classic Amy moment.
Yeah.
Again, can be a bit too aggressive at times there, maybe showing his go in or nothing approach there to the game, but Long starting to freeze the wave a bit there on the top side, trying to hold it back. Imp will get the red buff, but Long's getting stronger. Kalista is insanely strong right now, going for another lifesteal item, so Bloodthirster, going to be coming through for the double lifesteal item on top of the Hurricane, and that Bork that's already through, and Punish has a rub it on Death Cap, and the completed Talisman for Heart. Unlimited potential. Gold League growing there as well, about 6k up. They are so far ahead right now.
They're ready to fight, and again, that's why they're invading the enemy jungle, taking out all the blue buff. Any instance that they can find on the map where LGD will come to check them, that's where they want to be.
And right now, they're actually trying to hope they can bait Imp down, standing on a pink ward, maybe hoping someone goes for the grunt, punished instead. In the mid lane, he's going to be pushing things out, but Godby, you can even see he's been struggling in the matchup behind slightly in CS, but that build, that is a lot of cost-efficient items, no big power items just yet.
Yeah, he's really going for the mid-game power spec to be relevant, a lot of penetration, picking up that Haunting Guys. We'll have to check in on his tier and see where his stacks are, but interesting place for Godby.
I mean, I think he probably wanted the looters after Athene's with that tier, but
typically
just hadn't found the room to do so. Even Akon does have his Rod of Ages, but that'll be scaling. Didn't quite see when he got it. Can't see a stack on it just yet. Might have one or two though. And again, around 30 minutes is where we expect Akon to be. 7.5 minutes is a long time to have to wait here for us, as UP is considering Baron now.
Oh, Acorn.
Yeah, they've got him out, but potentially Amy looking for it. Smite goes down, just slowing down. Acorn will get knocked up though. Force a flash from Fate's Call, tags him. Stunning there as well. Scat's gonna get the kill. Just so easy for Kalista.
And again, making sure that he uses the Chilling Smite despite the fact that they're threatening Baron, so he can retain his Flash, because obviously Flash is very important to Rek'Sai's mechanic on how he gets into a backline in a big 5v5.
And UP still chasing down LGD, going to clear out more vision. Happy to just threaten here and force more fights. LGD, they know they have to play around these objectives as best they can, because they cannot fight UP head on. But UP, they're just stalking LGD at this point.
They don't want to risk a 50-50 Baron. Now TBQ is still up and live, and likewise with the Gragas, Belly Bop, Cask, Smite, it's still pretty challenging to secure that one. That said, Sketch is on that Kalista as well as Long with the Smite.
It's just a matter of kind of having enough time to make sure Kalista starts the buff here.
It's having a lot of respect too.
Oh yeah, I mean, just in general, LGD certainly a team that have been in a couple of 50-50 Barons in their life. So the PYL may be caught out. Does ward the Baron, and that's going to give UP more trouble. They're struggling a bit here in the mid-game, it feels like, executing on the next big thing, but by the looks of things, they do want to stop Baron.
They know what they want. Again, they're just so cautious and very respectful of LGD. They know that if this Baron does get forced over to LGD, it's pretty much a pause timer for the next 4 minutes and would allow all of the momentum that they build up to be kind of shored up for LGD.
Yeah, like what they're doing with Long as well as Godby might be caught out, but instead, just more vision going to be cleared away. Amy taking a big hit, though, from that Cogmore. We talked about the cost of vision build. Godby is doing respectable damage at this point.
Yeah. Still kind of curious that he didn't go Luden so early in his build, but obviously he wanted to be strong right now to help slow down UP.
Yeah, I think just given the pace of the game, just sort of saying, you know what, if I'm
the
not
fighting's happening now, I have to be able to...
I mean, my Rise has to scale, Imp's behind, like, if I'm not relevant now, my team's not going to do anything, so... I like the choice there, although the Dragon is back up in a minute 35, might mean UP pump the brakes on the top push there, and in fact, mid lane turret under threat now, Imp trying to get in, but 525 range Grave, a little awkward to try and get in under the turret.
And we talk about momentum all the time, and UP, I mean, frankly, because they were so cautious and respectful about setting up that Baron, the last 2 to 3 minutes have really effectively been wasted on the map for them.
They have, I mean, looks like Sketch hasn't even gone back to shop. He's got a decent chunk of gold coming through, you have to imagine. Im's caught back up in CS. Godby's nice and even. Long is still very far ahead of Akon. He has been making use of these empty lanes to get farm, which does smite onto TBQ for a slow. Just a bit of a knock-up, but nothing else coming in. And LGD, we talk about them also being an excellent rotation-heavy team. They're just more than happy to draw this game out for as long as it needs to go.
And Kog'Maw's fantastic at kind of approaching these objectives using his ultimate, his spit there, because it does give vision when it hits an enemy champion. So really being able to kind of check out what the enemy team's doing around this Baron pit.
Look at this, it's like a revolving door of wards going into this Baron pit that UP is sort of slowly having to clear away. Sun turret does go down, they're charging it onto Godby, they find him, good cleanse, so flash out as well, but knockback after the ulti lands and Punish gets the kill.
They look for the Fnatic Depth Rush, stand into the mid lane, Godby gets impatient, steps forward for the creep wave, and is immediately Onslaught of Shadows.
And no silver ulti there, just a talisman coming through for Heart, enough to make sure Godby goes down, but what do UP get after this? PYL going in, takes quite a big chunk of damage. And UP looking to push, but instead Dragons up, they'll go there next.
Wow, just so much respect. I'm actually really shocked that they didn't pull the trigger. Again, a lot of the conception is with these LSPL teams, obviously UP coming through auto promotions, is that they fail in their late game macro shot calling. But just going back to the fact that Hart is the guy leading the 26-year-old, a veteran, obviously from Samsung Blue, just so patient and calculated with how he's moving his players around the map.
Yeah, and look, UP have won games, again, in maybe the last 2 weeks or so. We keep referencing that series to EDG, but that was just smart late game shot calling, using their timing windows very effectively, and Long getting pretty large on the Hecarim, which he's also doing as well. So yes, it is patient, very careful for UP. I would say deliberate is maybe a kind way to call the pace of their play, but they're already 7,000 gold ahead. They're probably confident winning in any sort of mid to late or late game scenario, so just don't take unnecessary risks.
I mean, the only person who's died is the guy who has a reputation of taking unnecessary risks, and that would be Amy.
2 deaths there, not too bad, but an Aegis and a Sunstone still doing his job here for the team, as well as Punish also gets 3 items up, starting to have big power spikes come through. Scat's almost even at 3 items himself on Kalista, going to be dishing out a ton of damage there when that Bloodthirster gets finished. Again, unlimited potential, just keeping the pace of the game to them and their strengths, but LG trying to take advantage.
Yeah, they keep fumbling in the mid game here as far as their momentum and the pressure that they've built around the map. So they had to send 2 players, Long and Amy, obviously because you have the Void Rush and the teleport into the side lanes to kind of push back the slow pushes that LGD had built on either side. And with that pressure point created on the map, it gave LGD a free tower. So UP being really cautious, but I almost feel like to a fault at this point, because they're losing a lot of kind of their effectiveness and their efficiency on how they could quickly close out this game.
Oh, go ahead.
No, I was just going to say, and against a double tier composition, I mean, we have at least 1 tier fully online until that Archangel, so it's just a matter of time before LGD find it.
PYL found Heart, but the rest of the team's found PYL. TBQ going in, a massive ulti fight, Scatch and Heart immediately. Great initiation as Long teleports in, but it's far too late for that.
They bumbled around in the mid game and immediately get punished by LGD finally taking the time to strike while they're strong.
And that was a great ult there from TBQ, set up nicely by PYL with a nice little bait there, and all of a sudden they'll push down, they'll try and take some turrets and sort of bring that gold lead back a little bit closer. Akon flashing in, goes for Punish, finds him, ulti push, shoves him out though, Imp dives in, does get the kill there on the very end of the buckshot. And now Akon going to dive in, Long to the next target, goes down to PYL. LGD getting so much off that, 4 kills and a turret. And
immediately the game starts shifting back. That gold lead has shrunk sizably as they turn onto the Baron.
Yeah, now just 3,000 gold ahead for LGD. Akon, we talked about it, stacking up the Rod of Ages almost at the 30-minute mark where he's strong. Sarah's completed now for Godby. Phantom Nets are done for him. Just all of these tools for LGD to try and fight. And I agree, UP just took a little too long in this mid-game.
They decide not to commit to the Baron. That said, 2 big waves building up onto the side, so we'll see. They should start to respond to that. But meanwhile, Ping's going down for the counter Baron for UP.
Akon just used that teleport here, so UP might feel like
they had vision of it
they're
too.
in a good position to do Baron, but LGD do know what's going on. They've got a pink ward in the area, a nice green ward as well, and Akon, who wanted the wave in the bottom side, actually has to walk all the way back over to mid.
And likewise, that's why TBQ is hanging out next to the Baron pit, because he knows that Acorn burned his teleport on the bottom side of the map, so he has to be there if a steal has to be attempted.
Yeah, and TBQ, I mean, we talked about it before. LGD bought a lot of this time. Honestly, being really annoying and making sure there was a ward in the back of Baron at all times.
Yeah, but I also feel that UP kind of gave it to them as they rush
that's
forward.
TBQ, that's a good catch if they can get it. Ulti's not enough
Wow.
to save the Gragas, and 5v4 with no jungler means unlimited potential will start Baron.
Who needs Sivir when you have a 40-second Talisman proc right there?
A Talisman is great. As we are going to see LGD maybe set up for a steal. They've got double smites and Kalista here. It's going to be very tricky to take it. Kalista will get it long. Takes a big chunk of damage, but PYL is going to get caught. Doesn't pop his ulti. Will be okay just for now. But UP finally get what they wanted. It is the Baron.
And that was the pick that they were looking for, making sure that the jungler wasn't available. And again, because Acorn is on that rise top and doesn't have the smite available, as soon as their smite was offline, they immediately connected.
And again, Hart would keep coming back to him. That Talisman has set up two very strong picks here in the mid game for UP. That last one getting them the Baron. And we talked about what Talisman's doing now as far as kind of a mini Sivir ulti, but God, it's so good on a player like Hart.
And it's so good in the recent patch change, reducing its cooldown from 60 seconds to 40 seconds, especially on top of Annie having the distortion boots available. That's absurd. That's absurd amount of times that she's going to run up and Tibbers heal.
And, you know, Annie was changed a little bit to be slightly less oppressive in the lane, like with the range reduction and stuff
on
like
her
that.
auto.
But the one thing Annie does still do, we've seen this from Hart, we see this from Mako a lot as well. Annie's still a great engaged support.
Impacts the map. PYL and Hart on both two high impact supports, Alistar and Annie. The difference is that Hart got unlocked with the lane swap, was able to roam around, and PYL frankly really never left Imp's side.
No, I mean, we talk about this a lot. The 2v2 is fine, but Alistar especially is the champion that you usually want to get roaming, so PYL couldn't do it. He's got a Mikhails as well, trying to protect some of these more mobile carries for his team, and I don't mind the pickup at all, but it's just not, they don't have the same engage tools right now, especially with his Hecarim now with his 2 tank items getting stronger and stronger for UP.
Yeah, it has both resistances stacked up and ready to go, the Frozen Heart and the Spirit Visage.
So he's building in towards maybe Trinity Force next, maybe just going full tank. We've seen a bit of both here from Hecarim recently in the LPL, but probably most importantly, 32 minutes in this game almost. Dragon is back up in 25 seconds. UP do still have the Baron, but Dragon for me feels like they're real win condition right now. They've already got 3.
Their jungle objective control has been absurd, not only on the Dragon and the Baron, but the blue buff. I haven't seen Godv. I think he's only gotten 1 blue buff this entire game.
And that's sad times for Cogmore. We talked about Godv, he's such a strong player for LGD on whatever champion he's playing, but denying him resources is a smart move from UP as they move in again to try and take the mid lane turret. But let's get Cogmore and Graves and the Rise all teaming up for some nice wave clear.
Amy is set up for a flank here. That said, there's no real reason for LGD to approach under the Sun Tower.
No.
Sun Turret?
Yes, Sun Turret. We've seen what happens when, even when Azir dies, that turret can do quite a bit of work. We saw that in the last game, I think, Snake vs. M3. TBQ also looking for the same Amy on the top side. Ulti will be back off cooldown shortly for Rek'Sai. And UP already know they've got basically 3 smites between Kalista, Rek'Sai, and Hecarim. And that 4th dragon is theirs.
And they've also got that
How
entire
did Hart get that?
bottom side jungle lit up like a Christmas tree.
Yep, and again, Hart's late game macro shot calling. UP's jungle control all comes just, again, to how they like to play League of Legends and how they're led as a team. We talk about LGD and UP in a very similar manner just because they have very similar support players, despite the fact that the star players, the strengths in their roster in other places might be different. The teams are still led by similar leaders.
And really the beauty of UP, especially as Hart, is you think about how Hart kind of really got overshadowed in his career in Korea. Although, hold on.
Oh, TBQ flash body slam fades gold.
Oh, beautiful.
And LGD trying to re-engage Akon. Can't really get in though on the rise. Does have his ultimate, doesn't use it long, instead just dives onto him, challenges him immediately, and now going to keep going, gets bounced around for a while here. Amy round the back, going to try and get it. Imp gets ulted, but the Mikhails will save it from the Tibbers. TBQ though going to go down. PYL trying to zone them away.
Oh.
Finds Scatch there with a very good engage, and that's going to be enough to take him out. LGD again win 3-1 in that team fight.
And again, the fact that PYL got on top of Scatch was able to push him into the rest of his team, that Imp was so good at his positioning. Oh.
Imp going in, doesn't have his ulti though, but flashes to try and take out Punish. Does have the red buff. Punish actually forced to use his heal just for a bit more move speed, and Imp, he can't quite catch him, but LGD getting a couple more breaks in this team fight.
Unlimited Potential made a fatal error committing Long and Emmy into the backline without protecting Scatch. It's all about this Kalista and creating space for her. And yeah, they effectively traded Gragas on the backline for 2 of the big front lines, Hecarim and Rek'Sai.
And he saw as soon as that happened, Scatch
Died.
Could be protected even just from the support player of LGD.
LGD winning that team fight from a gold discrepancy. Obviously, it's been compensated for a little bit with all the free kill gold and the shutdowns, more importantly, but Good. Good for them.
Yeah, great for LGD. Again, still a strong team fighting team. Still a strong team just in general. UP certainly seem to have floundered a bit here in the mid game, but still looking really at those big objectives. Baron will be back up in a couple minutes. Dragon should follow shortly after. And UP, they know what they're looking for. Those big objectives to really hammer home the game.
And I'm glad what you were kind of talking about before all of that exploded is the fact, you know, Hart is leading this team. He was kind of overshadowed in Korea. He was actually thought of to be kind of the deficit in Def's lane, that, oh, you know, Def can't win lane because Hart is his support. Coming over into China, this is his team. When it was known as Vici.
Potential, yeah.
Exactly. Leading them, it was all about Hart. Built around him. He's the main shot caller, the captain of it. But across from LGD, their roster just doesn't have enough stars. Like, you're facing Flame, Acorn, probably two of the best top laners in the world. Imp, a world champion himself in the AD carry position. PYL, veteran of the Chinese scene, often called the Chinese Mata. So it's only how far can you take them before you start running into that big 5v5, where it really just comes down to who has the higher outplay potential.
Well, we have seen UP win strong late game team fights, but LGD are starting to scale further and further into this game. Godby has a death cap on top of his other items, so he is doing massive amounts of poke and burst damage on that Cogmore. Imp has got 3 items and an Infinity Edge, Phantom Dancer, and the Blade of the Ruin King, so he rounds out that build here. So even looking at the top side, Akon's stacked up at Rod of Ages, got a Seraph, and now building, I think, a Guardian Angel for himself. Very cost efficient there, coming through for Rise. I mean, Long is getting stronger. He's got another Spectre Scales. They're going in again. TBQ caught. Ulti keeps him safe, though. Amy can't get the knockoff, and that one is denied.
Uh-oh.
PYL going to come in. Hot. Forced to be Fates called away. Teleport cancelled, though.
So much used.
Yeah, too much used there, and UP this time do not get a kill.
Fate's Call, Teleport, Talisman, obviously it has a very short cooldown, but really trying to force these picks around the map, and I feel like this is what needed to happen for mid-game for UP. They kind of fumbled around, didn't take the Baron when they really had an opportunity, respected LGD too much. Now that they're trying to force plays, it's where LGD are catching them in mistakes and kind of outscaling them.
Yeah, just being very patient. LGD, again, confidence in their team comp, confidence in their players. Able to just keep things relatively even for now. Sketch goes back. He's got a Spectre's Card and a Fade as his next few items. That is very different. As Long might have found TBQ there in the river, but TBQ is going to force him away and take out his pink ward.
The big one condition left on the board for UP is going to be that 5th dragon. It will be spawning in 125, so LGD have to fight for it. That said, I wanted to point out, like you said, the cost efficiency of Acorn's build right now, the fact that both his 2 big stacking items are online, the Rod of Ages as well as the Archangel Staff, but then also going for the GA. Very cost efficient stats for him, as well as going to synergize really well with the Rise passive that'll get off of his ultimate as well as his shield.
It's such an Acorn thing to do. Just be like, I'm behind on Rise of all champions.
Low econ build for Rise.
How do I low econ Rise? This is it, apparently, here for Acorn, who is almost going to have that GA online. TBQ's gotten tankier now as well, with that random one's also completed. Items are here for LGD, QSS, maybe most importantly for Imp. But UP still with a decent gold lead, only 3k up, is a lot slimmer than it used to be here. And that Baron is alive as well. That's the other thing both teams have to worry about. Sure, 5th Dragon's going to be up in 35 seconds for unlimited potential, but Baron is also available for both teams.
LGD a bit out of position here. They're going to be forced to flank.
Yeah, Hart going to come in again. He can go in at any moment now, even as a righteous score, just to make sure he can really go in whenever he needs to go. But now Rise going to bop his way in. Long getting tankier as well. Now as a Phage himself, so maybe building in towards that Trinity Force. But UP, they just can't find an in here to LGD, although they've caught PYL. But it's an Alistar.
Big missed opportunity as far as itemization for LGD is giving Rise either a Righteous Glory or a Talisman to make sure that he can get into those team fights and start locking people up. The big thing about Rise and where his weakness is in his kit is he doesn't have any gap closers to really get on top of you.
Yeah, maybe your ulti, maybe a flash if it's up. But LGD force them off the Dragon and get it. Amy now caught in the middle of the team. He's going to take a little too much damage. Will go down. Long in the backline trying to dive on, but Godby's firing away on the Cogmore as well. They'll lock everybody up here as LGD happy with this fight. Punish though dives back in, but he's too many members of LGD surrounding him, and Sketch and Hart left alive, but that's about it. And LGD, TBQ dive, and that was it.
UP's tank line keep trying to dive onto LGD.
Oh, PWL maybe caught out of position. Does go down to Sketch. Hart though, forced to be Fates called away. As the spells will dissipate in the air. Sketch running away now as well, but LGD win that fight.
And LGD, they just have more damage threats. Yeah, Azir is going to be a hyper carry late game. You have the Kalista, who's got a massive build going for, but the problem is that the Hecarim and the Rek'Sai keep trying to dive onto Imp, and Imp is more than happy just to soak up 2 resources while his Ryze and Kog'Maw go crazy.
And Akon even teleporting in, home guarding his way in on Ryze with the GA. Finds hard there, Imp gonna blow him up. And no Fate's Call this time, although Sketch is kiting as best he can. Gonna take out Imp though. Very key kill for unlimited potential.
It's okay.
Oh, Godby
got him.
Nice snipe there from Kog'Maw. We've seen the Godby snipes before on Varus. Again, very proficient with those skill sets.
His second blue buff of the game.
Delicious. Oh my god, Long. Out of nowhere, just diving onto Godby. Goodbye, Kog'Maw. Seraph pop, not enough. Locket pop there as well, just to shake off some damage. And UP, they want the Baron.
TBQ's up. I think, again, it's way too risky, although Amy does have the stronger smite.
I mean, UP needs to do something proactive, though. We've talked about a lot of their mid-game being very reactive here, despite the lead. Long, they're going to find Akon. Good combo back in. GA is going to get popped down. TBQ with an ulti might be able to save him. Pops him out of the way. Akon, though, still too many threats on top of him. Gets unburrowed there by Amy. Punish jumps in as well. Ulti TBQ back away. He's going to go down as well. 4 dead now for LGD, although Imp not dead for long. UP, what do you want to do? They ping top lane.
Why aren't they going for Baron?
I don't know. You told me Hearts like him shot calling was good.
There
You
we
lied
go.
to me.
They're using multiple different... I said it's good when Heart's with them. Look where he is. He's in mid lane.
Okay, Imp now actually maybe able to 1v1 Sketch. Amy dives back in to protect him.
Oh, no.
Good ult from him, but UP will finish the Baron. Actually, nice split call there. Trying to see if they can get maximum out of that team
Maximum
fight win.
efficiency. They send one guy up into the top lane, almost dies, get the tower, as well as the Baron.
Nailed it.
Nailed it.
Long now. Looking for Imp. Ulti almost on cooldown. Goes in for the tower dive. Imp, though, not really doing insignificant damage. Amy looking for the dive, but he's got out of position. Knocks up PYL and is forced to flash away. Right to score a pop for Heart for a little bit of wonky, not so much disengage. But LGD, they lose a lot there in that last few, and UP still find themselves ahead.
Yeah, LGD made a massive mistake right there, and UP ran away with, I'm going to call it 2 team fights as well as 2 major objectives, that top tier tower as well as the Baron. That said, the momentum ends there because LGD, even when you're ahead, it's really hard to continue to push against them just because they're so great at their side wave management. And you saw that massive wave that UP had to back and respond to.
Yep, in the bottom side, that is Long, who goes to answer it, who's still powering up on this Hecarim, but we talked about Akon a lot as far as his low econ play goes. He's excellent at managing and sort of gardening there in the sideways, making sure they're pushing. So I think it's even in the top lane right now, probably doing just that here. UP have gotten quite strong. They're still ahead about 5,000 gold, but 42.5 minutes in. The gold lead's starting to mean less and less as everyone has most of their builds completed now.
Godby has one thing on his mind, the blue buff.
Who's not going to get it? That'll go to Kalista instead.
His second blue only lasted about 10 seconds. I want a timer of the amount of the time spent that he actually had.
It wasn't very long. Probably potentially under, it's definitely under 5 minutes. It might have been under 2 minutes. It's not very long in this game. Poor Godby.
Poor little guy.
Deprived. Obviously UP putting down the bottom side now. Starting to look a little bit more proactive, I feel like, with this Baron buff.
They finally pulled the trigger. They got the Baron, the top tier tower. We'll see if they can crack the inhibitor line. The next big priority objective is going to be that dragon, which will spawn in 1 minute 30 seconds. But likewise, the second tier mid tower.
Yep, they've got 2 major objectives to look through here. Base, not even close to broken just yet, though LGD managing to hold on to that part of the game for themselves. And as we look down, oh, Saskatchewan Black Cleaver. My goodness. Black Cleaver Banshee fail to finish his Kalista build. Your thoughts, Proscarin?
It's not awful. Obviously, you're going to get a lot of the phage because, again, Kalista is about bouncing around. She itemizes off of attack speed, so you're going to be stacking the Black Cleaver very quickly. Likewise, you're going to be then empowering some of the mixed damage that Hecarim and Rek'Sai are going to do to the back line. But I feel like the bigger issue is the fact that they're not peeling for Sketch, they're trying to dive. If they would just, again, create space for this Kalista and allow her to do her thing, team fights could end up very different.
Well, much easier when you force LG to come to you there as well. So that Baron, sorry, not Baron, Dragon feels like a Baron at this point with the 5th Dragon. 50 seconds left till that one's up. Long, who has been diving a lot, like you mentioned, does now have that Trinity Force, so maybe a bit more obligated to do so and really lock down Imp or Godby, or possibly both, depending on the positioning. But LGD, we've said, they've managed to win team fights well behind before, 45 minutes in almost. And those item builds are such that it's really just down to execution. 30 seconds left until that dragon comes up.
Big thing is the fact that Acorns Guardian Angel will not be available.
Yeah, and you can see he does almost have the Void Staff completed, but he's a little bit poor in this game. He's really been the big loser as far as total gold goes. And Amy's in the top line split pushing, although does come back down now. That tunnel is really far away, so I have to go early.
Yeah, but he wanted to make sure that he was going to be on the side of his team, get behind them, as opposed to end up in a pincher behind LGD so they could just turn and kill him. So, I mean, far away, but conservative.
Yeah, Long also in the top side, pushing in waves into that top half of the map. Does have his teleport back up. No, not just yet. We'll have it soon, but he can come down pretty quickly. Are going to dive in. They find Akon.
They got it.
Dragon does go. Oh my god, it does go over to UP. Amy steals it away. PWL getting low there. Amy getting shredded down as Scatch. Finally getting peeled for. Punish being disruptive in the mid-game, but Scatch is taking over the team fight. 4 members of LGD already dead and unlimited potential charge towards the base.
And Amy was the savior right there. So again, they split up. They didn't peel for Scatch, but it was well enough because they got the 5th Dragon, immediately doubled up all those buffs, and LGD, they throw in the towel.
Yeah, they're like, we don't even want to see you take out our base. They just give things up, and a bit shaky there in the mid-game, but unlimited potential. Really strong performance in game number 1.
Eventually just kind of getting tired of it, pulling the trigger. And the thing that I like to point out is Scatch, you know, really stepping up. It's really been long in Punish having their great game. Scatch, you know, mostly kind of a Sivir player, being there for the utility, gets the Callista and says, hey, we know you need to ban it against Imp, but you need to look out for me as well.
Yeah, really had a good carry performance there on Callista. And it's nice to see UP again on the rise. LGD, a team who effortlessly took a game off EDG yesterday, losing pretty convincingly there, I have to say, to Unlimited Potential.
UP is a great team. They've shown a fantastic and very high matured style of play, as well as great level of mechanics and the ability to team fight when it's appropriate. Their issue is consistency, and we keep saying that word in the LPL, but it really is the difference. There's a ton of talented teams and talented players across pretty much every single roster in the LPL, but it's about consistently hitting that high bar of talent.
I mean, yeah, you want to talk about consistency. Maybe have a little look at UP's mid-game there. That was quite shaky. Sort of propping that table up with multiple coasters, it felt like. That was about to fall over, it felt like, but managed to keep it up.
Just so afraid of a TBQ smite still right there. They did not want to give over that Baron, but I feel like they really got their confidence in the end of the game. Either that or Hart was just like, screw it, go.
Yeah. Well, I mean, whatever it was, managed to make a difference there because UP had a great early game and the late game execution was nice. So we kind of talked about it, like we expect our late game to be good. Their early game sort of showed up nicely. Maybe it's the mid game they have to work on. They're the opposite of M3.
Yeah.
Reverse M3 there.
Slow and steady.
Slow and steady indeed, as we are going to get ourselves into a break, but when we return, we'll see if UP can get the upset in the 2-0 versus LGD, or LGD going to fire back and take the next game. Don't go too far away, we'll find out very soon. Welcome back, everyone, to coverage of the LPL. We're about to move into our second game between UP and LGD with unlimited potential. FLICKR and coming up with a crazy upset win in game 1.
Yeah, and I feel like they had complete control over the early game. Again, Hart moving around the map, the fact that the lane swap unlocked him to get his roam on, leading his team to victory. Kind of filmed it around the mid-game where they lost a lot of pressure, and LGD started to mount a comeback, a hopeful one, before it was quickly squashed by them getting out position and UP running away with 5th Dragon and 2 Barons.
And look at that jungle control rate, especially. Amy and Hart really tag teamed to make sure LGD had no jungle at all for most of that game here. And again, a little shaky in the mid game for UP meant that they had to sort of cobble together a win towards the end, but they managed to hold on to a lead, win the team fight in the late game when necessary, and kind of carry it through from there. And MVP, I'm not too sure.
Scatcher Hart.
I think Scatcher Hart's a very reasonable assumption, but it is going to be Scatch and his massive Kalista.
Obviously getting that triple kill, and not to take anything away from Scatch, I feel like he had a fantastic game, but I feel that was so well deserving of Hart. Anytime he was in the lane, that's when things happen for them.
Yeah, just a strong Kalista game there. A smart first pick against LGD. We've seen what Imp's Kalista can do just yesterday there against LGD, but Scatch, he had such a great game. And
this cheeky outplay.
This was great. Imp's like, oh, what do I do? And he does.
Gets the massive shutdown. It's even better because it's outplaying Imp of all people.
On Kalista, yeah, which is probably going to feel pretty good here as Scatch. Clearly well deserving of the picks. The last team fight as well of the game where Scatch and the rest of his team pretty much just went off. That's all they needed really, was that 2 big fights towards the end to take it. And we are going to see, of course, the classic swap for LGD. Akon, get out, Flame, get in. And we'll see if they can get a win with Flame this time. Couldn't happen yesterday of doing it with Akon against LGD, but maybe it's Princess Flame's turn to give the team a win.
I'm so glad that you called him Princess Flame.
I was calling Princess Flame before I realized about that joke. So that is just, it's the right nickname for him. Look at him, though. You can see the last picks. Lots of now recently. Some Rumble coming in. Kind of getting to play Rumble there over Akon, which of course always fun. But
Acorn's on Rise and Flame's on
Rumble.
Rumble.
Makes a lot of sense here. But Flame has just been a very solid top laner for LGD.
Yeah, and he's really been kind of the true tank in all honesty, even though he has a reputation coming from Korea as being very much the hard carry in his game. Shyvana, Kennen, big picks like that are kind of his signature. But really his identity in LGD is that big tank. Lissandra, Gnar, Rumble.
Yeah, but I feel like the key difference is that
he plays them really aggressive.
He does, but he also gets a bit more fun. They usually play a bit more standard, although people love to swap into Flame, so LGD sort of end up in more lane swaps. I never felt like I truly understood the stylistic differences between Flame and Akon, but maybe that's just because the rest of LGD are really solid across the board. Not to say Flame or Akon are bad, though.
Yeah, no, I understand what you're saying. I definitely think that there are slight stylistic differences. Like, they both play Rumble, but their Rumbles are very, very different on how they go about it. And yeah, Flame does tend to get a little bit more resources, and he kind of makes things happen on his own a bit more. I feel like TBQ is much more comfortable playing with Acorn. In fact, the team as a whole, LGD, have said multiple times that, Acorn is the guy who got there first from Korea, so they are more comfortable playing with them. They have a higher level of synergy.
Yeah, and in the playoffs, we saw a lot of that as well. Regular season, almost always one game Akon, one game Flame. Pretty much without fail, general for LGD, but the playoffs they played a lot more Akon, especially in that final against EDG. But we're going to jump ourselves into the lobby relatively soon here. As you can see, Flame looking very handsome on the screen. Very serious, though, as well.
Doubt that LGD will make the same draft mistakes that they made the last game, especially because they are playing from blue side, so they have that priority pick. Kalista should be immediately banned from purple side unless UP want to have their own weapon used against them. I mean, EDG felt the brunt of that yesterday.
They did. And again, we've talked about a couple rules in the LPL. Don't give Coronawas one for spring. Maybe don't give him Kalista. Should just be one for the rest of the year here because he's been quite strong on the champion. TBQ as well had some really nice moments on the Gragas. You can see where LGD can look strong and win this matchup, but just don't fall as far behind as you did early game. That was a horrific start to the game.
Yeah, really unfortunate. But historically, LGD haven't had the strongest early game just because not only TBQ kind of a little bit of a rough transition into the Cinder Hulk meta, but particularly because, again, if you're going to point at the weakest member on LGD, it is unfortunately in their jungle. And so making those ganks happen and getting a snowball early for them. But mid-game, late-game team fights, they look flawless.
They do. And the early game just really well played, sorry, by UP with Hart, especially teaming up with Amy to make TBQ's life miserable. We'll get into our next draft, though. The bans have started. LGD now on the blue side, of course. Ban away Sivir once again. The Varus response comes once more for unlimited potential. Let's see what LGD want to take away. There's the Hecarim away from Long. I love that ban.
Yeah, it's really well deserved. Long now 5-1 on the Hecarim, has a massive win rate. We saw his beauty of being able to transition in between the lanes, soak up a lot of farm, as well as still being very present in team fights. Again, he was 3-0-3, I think, at the very beginning of the game, and it didn't feel like he was there for the team fights, especially because he was able to maintain his farm lead on Acorn for pretty much the entire of the match.
Yeah, just, did what he needed to do. Made sure he got farm on the Hecarim, and they got nice and massive towards the end. Helped them really win those late game scenarios. Kalista is banned away there by Unlimited Potential. We talked about it being pretty much a must ban on the red side here against a team like LGD. Is he going to get a ban here by LGD? That's an interesting one to me. Again, we pointed out Godby does not play Azir, but Punish had, I would say, a decent game. Not an amazing game, but certainly a decent game on the champion.
I think a big issue is that because Godby doesn't play Azir and he's found his big counter pick in that Varus against it, with Varus banned, you almost need an Azir response ban because the AP Kog'Maw didn't work out for him.
No, it's just not the same sort of punishment early on. You can't keep Azir down all lane long. Just at level 6, and Godby just couldn't get enough pressure done in time. Echo is the last man here for Unlimited Potential, though. Again, making sure LGD don't get their hands on the champion, clearly respecting it. Bandit on the blue side in game number 1 here as well. And what LGD want to take, we've seen a lot of first pick PYL Alistars. They do have that option available if they want it.
That said, Nautilus is still open, so even if they decided to not look for the Alistar, possibly look for maybe a priority jungler, Rek'Sai, Gragas, Sejuani are all still available. Likewise, some power picks as far as the top is concerned. Ryze is open.
Yep, Ryze is open again, and Victor, actually a champion that was banned in the last game, is available now as well. You can see though, Translator quickly asking Flame to change champion, and it will be first pick Ryze.
Flame on Ryze.
Ooh. I mean, you talked about carries. Acorn's Ryze, I think, has honestly been left wanting in 2 games that we've seen it in. Even the win against EDG just didn't really show very much, and his Ryze didn't look that good in the last game there. So Flame on Ryze is definitely something that's a nice change for LGD, and if there was ever a Flame champion for Flame to finally get to play, it is something like Ryze.
I'm very excited to see if he can really put the carry on and do what Acorn failed to.
Carry team from Ryze, we'll have to see here as UP get themselves Alistar and Gragas. A very strong start to a draft. Going to really show up that duo there from the jungle and support roles. Amy going to get a nice aggressive jungler, and Hart going to get another high impact support.
I still feel like Rek'Sai is the better option for Amy. That said, not an awful Gragas player, so we'll see if this suits him a little bit better than, say, like the Sejuani and the new picks.
I find that interesting because Amy's such an aggressive jungler that I would assume he'd have Gragas priority, to be honest.
I just feel like Rek'Sai is a little bit more straightforward. And again, we talked about how Rek'Sai really empowers a certain playstyle of invading and playing aggressively just because of her Tremor radar sense. Yeah, that's TBQ picking Lee Sin.
Yeah, instead of Rek'Sai, which is available. I mean, Sejuani's even here as well. 0 junglers were banned in this draft, and TBQ decides on Lee Sin. I do like the Thresh here from PYL. Gonna pull that one out here for game number 2. But that is a really odd Lee Sin pick.
It's just his signature champion. I mean, that's frankly what it goes back to. I mean, obviously he had, again, a decent Gragas. I still feel like Rek'Sai is, as far as China is concerned, I feel like Rek'Sai should be the higher priority pick just because of how they utilize her and how aggressive they are, and again, empowering the fact that she's there for the invades. But to see him just insta-lock a Lee Sin over that isn't surprising.
I guess not here as UP take Rumble and Corki actually for themselves here. So nice mid-game aggression coming through across the board for UP. Missing a mid laner though, they're going to give Punish the counter pick for Godby's champion, but all of a sudden, Unlimited Potential looking a lot more aggressive in this draft.
Long has never won a game on Rumble, and I believe he's played 8.
That's not a good statistic.
That is a 0% win rate on a champion that he has picked a lot of times.
Well, he's going to get it one more time. We'll see if he can win this time against Flame with the big carry pants on here in Ryze. But LGD got to lock in their picks. Imp's going to take Ezreal. Godby will get the Ahri that they banned in game number 1, but Imp on Ezreal, really?
Yeah.
It's been so long since he played Ezreal, it feels like.
Before I even want to touch the Ezreal, I almost feel like Godby's having a bit of a champion pool issue. As weird as that sounds, just because he plays so many things, I kind of feel like we're seeing almost like 3 rotations. It's either Victor, Varus, and now it's Ahri. Victor, Varus, Orianna, and kind of like when those options are taken away from them, he just goes to the Ahri. That's bizarre.
It is a bit. I mean, UP clearly doing some nice homework in game 1 with the ban away from it. Master Yi, they're not going to be the champion for Punished. Instead, get a match in one of the ultimate skill matchups in mid lane. Take Zed into the Ahri.
Wow, now Zed has been changed because, again, this is 5.11, so he can't immediately get back from his shadow. That said, we've talked about the Zed versus Ahri matchup multiple times, you and I.
Yep.
And we definitely feel that it's Zed favored simply because Ahri's mobility on her ultimate really doesn't count much for Zed because obviously his death mark is just going to follow her wherever she goes. That said, since you do know where Zed is going to land on top of you, you can land the charm, but that's really what it comes down to. Ahri landing the charm or Zed blowing her up.
Yeah, we call that matchup Zed favored. It's only very slightly there for Zed, and it is a very strong skill matchup. So we'll see how the Assassins go in the mid lane. But Flame's in the top side with the Rise. That's nice and exciting. Long, though, trying to answer with a different mage here with the Rumble, which you said has not won a game yet.
Are you ready for a classic 1-1 split?
Yes, I am. No more. Statistically, yes.
Personally,
no.
I feel like statistically, that's what we're about to get.
We'll have to find out. Mid lane matchup, nice and exciting. Ahri versus Zed. So nice to see Assassins back in the metagame. Here's Imp. Again, another oddball pick to me. Ezreal into Corki.
It's not terrible. I know that Kid really favors that matchup as well, just because the Mystic Shot kind of outranging the Phosphorus Bomb or being able to tag back and forth on the 280 casters. So,
just more weird for Imp as far as champion pool goes. Like, he's got a very specific style of champion. Like, he loves Tristana, he loves Graves, and he loves Kalista. Those are his big champions, and he sort of played the other ones reasonably well. Ezreal's a bit weird. I guess we'll see how it goes. We're going to get onto the Rift for game number 2. And welcome back here for LGD versus Unlimited Potential, game number 2. As we move out onto the Rift with Imp and his Ezreal pick. We haven't seen it in a while, as I said. I find it a bit odd, but he's a perfectly fine AD carry player. Imp, if he can make it work here with the vanilla Ezreal skin rocking there, despite all the great skin options. Imp does this sometimes. He just kind of picks a champion because he wants to play it. Apparently today he wants to play Ezreal.
Yeah, and Ezreal, I mean, if you think about kind of, and it's funny because Imp's Korean as I'm about to start this history point. If you think about kind of the AD carries in the LPL, they've all been really big known
Ezreal players.
Ezreal players. Did I say Ezreal players in the LPL? AD carry LPL players, they've always been known for their Ezreal. You think back to Wei Xiao and how he used to manipulate the map with the waves by using his ultimate globally to trim them and to create slow pushes across from him, which really definitely fits in the play style of LGD because they are very much a micro wave managing team with their side waves in power of Acorn.
Well, we'll see if that works out here for him. Maybe helping Flame out with some of the gardening there in the side waves, but UP just setting out nice and safe here, making sure they've got all the major entrances covered. And by the looks of things right now, we are going to have standard lanes in this game.
Curious how this 2v2, the Alistar Corki versus the Ezreal Thresh. Now, the thing that I wanted to point out is, again, going back to my big featured matchup, which is Heart versus PYL. Thresh is one of PYL, I think it's actually his most played champion. I think he has something like 40 games on that. Heart has not looked very successful on Alistar. You want to talk about negative win ratios? He's got like a 30% win rate on that champion. So again, Long, 0% win rate on that champion. Heart, 30% win rate on Alistar. It fits in the MO of giving Alistar, or giving Heart a high impact champion that can be unlocked to roam around the map and make big plays happen, but it hasn't so far for UP.
Not just yet, but I feel like we might see more from Punish and Scaps this game. And they did play a nice game 1 here, but LGD are going to start things off with a double jungle flame, just helping TBQ around the jungle with some camps, but you can see both top laners trying to help out, but they can already see it's a 2v2 in the bottom lane, so get into those lanes and start getting farm.
Yeah, just being really cautious that they weren't going to get swapped on. Curious that Flame doesn't get swapped on with the Rise. We'll see if there's high priority gank pressure there, because typically you need to put him down. You can't just give him a free pass through his lane phase. Just start stacking his items.
Well, Flame fans unite. He's finally getting in a 1v1 lane with a carry style champion. If anybody's really going to abuse someone in a 1v1 matchup, like something like Rise versus Rumble, it's going to be a player like Flame. So very cool to see him sort of back in his very old element at this point.
And speaking of getting abused, just the threat pressure that Imp and PYL had on the bottom side, hitting that level 2 first, Imp standing on the back of the caster creeps and threatening with his Mystic Shot.
Yeah, and that's something we see so often, I feel like, in bottom lane, threatening the level 2 all-in. You don't get many actual all-ins anymore, but you want to make sure you get that level 2 first. So a nice Krug start from LGD, going to help them enable that.
Long being very cautious, warding to make sure that TBQ isn't in the area. Again, expect him to be camping up that top side, want to get that Flame Rise rolling.
They do indeed, as Hook does land onto Heart. Imp, they're coming for a bit of extra poke. Nice play there from PYL as well. We talked a bit more about this as well, PYL and it don't lane together that often. The team does slant swap quite a bit. but it's nice to see them landing a bit more. And from what we saw yesterday, they are still a very strong duo also.
The other thing that I really like to point out, the the Corki versus Ezreal matchup is Corki so much of his burst damage. Hold on though, Gragas.
Yeah, Tide gonna try and make a difference. Black Pulverize in. Imp gonna try and start the trade. Pulverize doesn't go in. Body Slam will miss as well. Amy exhaust down there plus the Body Slam. PYL getting low. Got no summoners left here. Will go down to Amy for first blood, but Imp's gonna not get the answer. Good headbutt back there from Hart. And a last-second heal from Sketch to save his jungler.
Great gank from Amy right there to come from very far behind. That said, TBQ sees the map pressure on the opposite side of the map, immediately looks top, but long spots him out with a nicely placed ward.
There's a ping there down onto that brush. Flame saying, hey, sorry, mate. This one's warded, can't come here right now, but Flame at least keeping even in CS with the Rise. And this is what we didn't get from Acorn. A nice smooth curve with that farm and getting those scaling items early.
The thing that I was just about to talk about is the Ezreal versus Corki matchup. It's I really like it because Corki's so reliant on hitting that phosphorus bomb to make a successful trade, especially when he itemizes into a Sheen and he wants to get that instant proc. But it's so easy for Ezreal to trade effectively against it because he can E to the side, get the free auto with the E reset, and then dodge the phosphorus bomb damage.
Yeah, we see this a lot in the Lucian Corki matchup, actually, which was the one we saw a lot of, and even a bit of Callista Corki back when those champions are popular. Corki has sort of made his way back, it feels like. He's sort of a, let's say, a niche counter pick now, as far as AD carries go. Still very strong, very mid-game oriented. But there's kind of a reason he dropped off a little bit in play, at least from last season.
His mixed damage that is fantastic, especially with the rise of the Abyssal Scepter as far as the mid-laners are concerned. Obviously, as a Zed this time.
Trouble, headbutt, Pulverize combo in there, no flash again. Good three-man play, but a Valkyrie fire from Scat's going to give himself the kill. And camping the bottom lane is Amy, very effective.
Wow. Just so good to foresee that PYL was on his back because he had been sent, so obviously he's going to go looking for ward positions and just setting up a trap in the river like that.
Amy actually trying to force TBQ off. This does smite it away. So that's Scuttle Crab not going to be taken out by Lee Sin. A bit more farming happening for TBQ, but going with the Cinderhawk Lee Sin, he's more about the farming than about the really high-pressure jungling this time.
And that's actually really huge. Amy taking away that Scuttle Crab just because so much attention is being spent on the bottom side. If TBQ had gotten that, it would have given a little bit more security to PYL and Imp down there, especially because PYL doesn't have his flash.
Would have indeed, but instead, we'll have a look at the mid lane now with Godby and Punish to both hit level 6, so Fireworks potentially can start here in the mid lane, but Charm there does miss. Good juke there from Punish, and they're just sort of trading farm back and forth. Double Doran's amped home there for Ari, probably looking for a Seeker's Arm Guard, and a build toward a Cutlass already done for Punish.
And that's really kind of been the fall off for Zed. Not only the rise of the Cinderhulk meta really edging out the Assassins, but the fact that it's so easy to itemize against Zed in the mid lane, having that Zanya's rush.
I feel like the fact that there's a Rise in this game sort of justifies the pick a bit more though, and UP are a team that can team fight with this sort of Assassin as well.
Likewise, anytime Zed is in a composition, it opens up a 1-3-1 split push, especially when he has that Blade of the Rune King online.
See if Punish does want to opt into that as Amy getting tracked by Godby, forced to E himself over to the Dragon Pit. The Scuttle Crab's there to speed him up. And Hart also running defense there towards his jungler means that Godby will not get a pick this time, but I like that he's being at least proactive for the mid lane, something very different to the Kog'Maw he played last game.
Amy spending so much time onto the bottom side. I like the fact that LGD is playing a little bit more defensively, trying to figure out, find vision on him, and make sure that he can't continually get the jump on Imp and PYL on the bot side, but has already left his mark, so see if he can continue to snowball this one.
And I think as a result, he's still on the top lane. Farm a little bit ahead there for Flame. He's having a very comfy time on the Rise. Now got the tier and stacking it up here. Long does have a blasting wand, actually, which might mean a very fast Abyssal Scepter to sort of challenge this lane and help him there. But I mean, Flame's having a good time. Even if Imp's maybe not having the best time, PYL especially looking a bit silly with 2 deaths there. But if Flame's farming, that's probably good farm priority from LGD.
Yeah, and it's really unfortunate too because so many resources are being expended bottom to try to snowball there, whereas Flame is doing things that Flame does, which is out-farm his opponent.
Yeah, not a massive CS discrepancy just yet, but we'll see how that develops. Flame was once upon a time known for like really disgusting CS discrepancies, like 50 plus.
Well, he's certainly starting to edge that one out.
Yeah, looking good so far. Here on the Rise again, nice to see Flame on a bit more of a carry style champion. You can see maxing that W looking good to go, but the game's been pretty quiet so far. The 2 kills is only 500 gold ahead for UP. No major objectives being contested for just yet, but 8.5 minutes in, things kind of going as expected.
The big win condition for UP is obviously they have a dragon fight oriented composition, obviously, anytime Rumble's there, as well as their mid-game power spike. So obviously, when Sketch has that Trinity Force available to him, it'll time nicely with the Rumble level 9 and 11.
Great all-in, though, from UP. Catch onto Imp with the combo, and Sketch just charges in with the Valkyrie for the damage. So unlimited potential, even without Amy now, just from the lead they have, trying to continue snowballing the bottom wave. And Imp falls back here. Tower is going to stay relatively safe, but that does open up space on the bottom side.
See how quickly Sketch can itemize his Trinity Force, because again, just kind of covering their item power spikes, it's very clear where UP want to run with their composition. The Blade of the Ruined King for punish in the mid lane. Long is on a level dependent champion as opposed to an item dependent champion, so level 9 and level 11 for Rumble when he has his ultimates available to him, as well as 5 points in his Flame Spitter. And then the Trinity Force for Corkin.
Yep, so we'll see what the mid-game, we've sort of touched on it in the draft. Very aggressive comp put together here for UP, where some decent scaling and just a lot going on here for LGD in general. I mean, an Assassin and Ezreal, which might be blue, although just starting with the Manamune, it doesn't mean we go straight into Gauntlet, but it does have a bit of flexibility there. And Flame especially, he's the big carry in this game for me. He just needs to get massive on Rise.
We do have a bit of a roam coming out here from Godby, however, but Hart snuck into the back of the lane.
I like this a lot here. Long is level 8, got the ulti ready to go. Gragas also coming into the top side. They're going to leave Sketch in the bottom half on his own for now. Doesn't quite have the team finish, but does have that phage already on the Corki.
More importantly, he also has level 6, so he can farm from afar.
Yep, nice and safe there with the missiles. Godby getting the blue buff though. Guard completed now as well, means he's feeling fairly comfortable. But this is a big dive being set up onto Flame with Hart still sneaky in the top side.
There he goes, starting to move behind. You have a ton of pressure being applied.
Ulti pop there for Flame. Exhaust is down. Hart, big creep block there. Good equalizer down, but it's not quite enough, and UP might have to be content with a push as Punish goes down. Caught in transition by Lee Sin and Ari.
And that's the thing that I wanted to point out, although TBQ looking for more here.
Long flushes in, Q will land. TBQ going to chase his way in.
Wow.
Kick lands in, Godby with the charm. Long now caught out of position. Flame spitted down, that was alive for a little while longer, but Flame comes back, picks himself up a kill, maybe. Denied.
Tried to give it to Flame because obviously he had just bit the, I was going to say bit the dust, but that just sounded awkward. He had died, he died top lane, so they're just trying to give it to him. That said, isn't able to pick it up, so Godby takes it for
Flame
free.
didn't die either. He actually escaped that gank, just had to use a bunch of resources, so didn't get that kill. LGD actually got the mid lane turret in and amongst all the chaos, and 1,000 gold ahead now for LGD. A big move there for UP to try and kill Flame. It amounts to nothing but advantages for LGD.
A big issue was that Punish was trying to apply a ton of pressure into the mid lane to keep Godby in that lane, so he couldn't rotate up to help Flame. But applying that much pressure, TBQ just immediately turned on him.
Yeah, and that was just a great catch there from LGD to make sure that they take out the Zed here. Blue buff is going to go over, possibly to Sketch, maybe over the Zed. Both fine targets here, and looks like Punish will swoop in to collect it for himself. Then missing that Q. Going to be a bit awkward there. Hard being a nice go though, support, tanking it up for his mid laner. But other than that, UP seemed like they had things going in the bottom lane. I like the move to the top lane to try and keep the Rise down, but that went a little bit pear-shaped, and all of a sudden LGD, they can kind of sit back and relax for a couple more minutes.
I feel like it was a bit too little too late. You need to get the early ganks on Rise before you can start itemizing, getting enough points of those abilities, because it's still very scary to dive a Rise at this point in the game because he has that snare now. They did force a lot of pressure, but here we go. This is the catch on Punish. So was trying to make his way up, but more importantly, he's really just trying to keep Godby in the mid lane so he can't go and help Flame out, but didn't realize that Lee Sin was also going to be there.
Yeah, so pop his ulti, Godby was able to turn around with the damage. Punish didn't have enough to kill him, and that was an easy pickup. It's in the top side. Long now going to get aggressive. Godby's here again. Flame gets that kill. So a nice pickup there for the Rise. And unlimited potential. Great early game in game 1, sort of falling apart here in 12 minutes into game 2.
And a big thing was the fact that LG taking the mid lane off of their last big team fight victory. Punished isn't able to apply enough pressure to keep Godby from roaming. They will pick up the dragon in response to so many resources going top lane, as well as that bottom tier tower. But LGD, you know, they made it out of kind of their shaky early game, and they're starting to really run away with it.
Yeah, I mean, we talk about trading gold objectives for Dragon. They actually, a gold objective will go to UP, so going to keep things relatively even in the bottom half of the map. That really is where a lot of their strength lies. But LGD have sort of weathered the first part of the storm. I feel like the next part's due to come, though, with Bled the Ruin King on the way for Punished. Abyssal completed for Rumble, and Trinity Force almost done as well. Punished going to come in on top of him, but he'll land in his way to safety. Does that back onto PYL. TBQ going to join in as well. Q does land. Longs here as well, gets grabbed up though. Amy with a great ulti, gets PYL and TBQ back into the team. That's going to be 2 clean kills for UP.
And this is where UP are strong. You pointed out the fact that, you know, their ultimates are coming online. They're finally finding their power spikes. The mid game is going to be the big turning point for them. So starting to creep back into it and run and find their snowball to run away. LGD, though, they have so many tools. I like to call it the baton or the mid-bridge composition. So you've got Ari for kind of that mid-game power spike as well as the Trinity Force, except Ezreal's going kind of a wonky build right there. But typically a mid-game power spike. We'll see where Imp ends with those itemization. I think he's going for a Blade of the Ruin King, a purple Ezreal build, so should probably see a BT kind of later down the road. But it's a mid-bridge for Flame, that rise to take over into the late game. So if LGD just can weather the storm as UP are going to be making their moves for the next 5 to 10 minutes, then they should be able to win this one out in late game.
Yeah, and we've seen that from Godby, who's 1-0 right now, roaming nicely. PYL grabs Heart, Flame damage, but ulti pop by Heart. And all of a sudden, Flame's like, yep, don't want to be here.
Look at how strong they are, though. Trinity Force, Blade of the Ruin King, all completed on that back.
Yeah, and you can see Punish going down to the bottom side. He'll challenge Imp. Scatch will stay in the mid lane, trying to keep Godby back and take out another turret. And we talked about UP's mid game. They've hit it right now. They are quite strong at this stage of the game. So it's all a matter of execution. The gold lead is dead even between the two teams here. Objective's fairly close as well. UP need to make a difference now.
And I talked about the Abyssal Scepter before and how it's a very popular itemization onto the mid lane. This time around, Long is picking it up on the Rumble, and this is part of the reason why Corki's really started to swing back into the meta. There is so much mixed damage, specifically magic damage on this team. You've got Gragas, Corki, and Rumble, as well as Alistar is going to be doing magic damage on his abilities, and the Abyssal Scepter is an aura empowering his team.
Yeah, and it's one of those things where, you know, it's not much, but it all adds up, and if it's just going to be basically free stats for the rest of your team anyway, why not build what's already a calculated plan?
I have a feeling, I'm curious if he's going to go Sork Boots or if he's going to pick up the Mercury Treads just because he's dealing across from a lot of CC, and likewise the Abyssal Scepter, the penetration on it will help compensate for the lack of Sork Shoes if he decides to go Merc Treads.
See what Long wants to do there is Flame still happily farming, actually 20 CS lead with the tier going through. Rodavage is not there just yet, might have enough money to go buy it outright with that Sapphire Crystal starting things off, so we'll have to see there. Flame will keep a close eye on him as he goes back to shop, denied by Long, or will have to wait a little while longer. Because if he does have enough money for roll, he's kind of hitting the last point we can reasonably expect to get the item and still have it charged up nicely.
Still starting to hit his CS discrepancy. That said, LGD really on the pressure right now, and UP just giving away free objectives.
Yeah, they're hoping Punish gets a trade in the bottom side. Godby did a lot of work beforehand when UP committed to the bottom half, pushing into the mid lane tier 2 and getting damage down. Punish, you can see though, hasn't done enough work on this tower. Flame's going to come down to challenge him as well. Hook does go wide. UP might look for a fight here, but LGD is sort of, again, doing what they do best in when they're trying to bridge to someone big. Run people around the map.
No, I'm glad that you really pointed out, because you're exactly right. They're a macro-oriented team, and obviously we talk about this all the time. You know, with the addition of Imp, Acorn, and Flame, they kind of married their strategy to mechanics, but they've always been a rotation-based team, kind of running people around as opposed to brute forcing things down.
See, Unlimited Potential haven't quite got themselves the next little objective for themselves. It's 2-1 up in turrets for LGD. Dragon is theirs, but the next one will be up in a minute 55. We'll see if they want to go for that one. But honestly, they just want to get the cook into lanes and start pushing down towers. And Godby might have found a few too many. Good flash pulverize there from Hard. Exhaust down as well. Mass amount of CC will just keep Godby alive. Equalizer dodged as well. Well played, Ari. Well played.
That was so insanely good. Hold on, though. Punish finds TBQ.
Trying to recall. Now getting caught out by TBQ. Flay there will get dodged by the Death Mark. Kicked out of it, though. Q will miss. Punish pops back to his shadow. PYO going to get aggressed on, but will not fall. And Flame's going to get that kill.
Pops back to the shadow to dodge the Death Mark. Isn't enough because he's in melee range of Rise and quickly mops that one up. I want to talk about that top lane because that was almost so beautifully played between Amy and Hart there by chaining the CC and pretty much keeping Ari immobile for up to 3 to 4 seconds. But wow, using the flash in the last tick of his ultimate to get away.
Yeah, didn't have much left there to Godby, but enough to get away. Unlimited Potential did get the top lane turret, so they do have that to at least hang their hat on. But it's been a very chaotic early game, and LGD, honestly, have been the benefactors of most of that, as Imp and his crazy Blade of the Ruin King build might just be done on the Blade part.
The thing is last game we talked about how UP, they kind of fumbled their mid-game macro shot calling, not being as efficient as they could have been with their leads, and now they're playing a very mid-game oriented composition. They need to strike now, and they're trying to be proactive on map, and yes, they didn't kill Godby, but they did get the tower that they came up there for, so kind of a really big shift of gears as they're trying something new.
And I think Flame might be the big thing that UP look over to and think, oh man, really don't want him to get any more farm. He's already got 140 CS. He's got his Rod of Ages, albeit a little late, but he's been stacking up the tiers pretty much all game long. His Merc Druids are completed. Flame is not far from having those 2 items, and he's not stopping. He is still farming at almost every possible point.
Yeah. Again, the mid-bridge composition, handing off the baton to Flame in the late game. LGD, they just have to survive this storm, and they're setting up to fight for this dragon, but I feel like they should just give it away, especially as Flame is across map. Does have his TP available, however.
UP fancy themselves a fight. Long is level 11, so going to be a bit easier to fight that dragon here. Punish in the bottom as well. Kind of at least put some pressure down onto the bottom lane tier 2. And limited potential. Not starting the dragon just yet, but LGD just buying time for Flame now.
Kind of a wonky play. Yeah, they're buying time for Flame just to get free damage, but they also had a big wave into the mid lane. I feel like they could have played with that pressure point and tried to catch UP on a rotation back to their mid lane. Because fighting this dragon, again, I still feel is really risky, but look at the respect that UP are giving them as they send Punish down to the bottom side.
Yeah, they leashed the dragon pretty much as far out as it can go, and then had to give it up and it reset. To be fair, it would have reset anyway on its own, but just not interested in Flame. Just gets a free turret as a result. UP taking too long in this mid-game.
Split push rise is a thing.
I mean, it is sort of now. It didn't used to be because of all the mana scaling, but you're getting a little bit more AP now on your eyes builds.
That was sarcasm, by the way.
I know.
No, I feel
just
like...
wanted to make sure everyone knew that
yeah,
it's not as awful as it used to be.
UP, though, again, fumbling their mid-game shot calling. Here comes the teleport, though.
Yeah, Flame's ready to go. Godby has started the dragon up with the rest of his team. Unlimited potential looking for a way in here, but LGD keeping the dragon on their side. They've got decent zoning tools. Godby especially positioned aggressively.
Oh, nice
Good
equalizer
to cut them off. Dragon will go to unlimited potential. Losing a turret, not ideal, but they do get dragon number 2.
And LGD couldn't have fought that from the beginning. Again, we talk about the power spikes that UP are on as far as their itemization right now. Ahri doesn't have, she's got an Athenes, but that's not going to save her against the Zed. She doesn't have the Hourglass, so I just feel like that was really wonky from both teams. And now UP, again, out of position as LGD are marching up mid lane, but swinging to their top lane wave building.
Yeah, I mean, Flame's been doing a lot of work on the top lane. They thought they could maybe fight with Flame coming down from the top lane.
Neither of these teams have any idea what they're doing right now. They're so scattered.
I mean, yeah, recalling now as Punish hits himself on the bottom half of the map, but not committing to the top wave. Gives that a turret here. Now equal up as far as the turrets go. Gold very close as well. I agree. The game's been a little bit wonky.
So this is kind of the chain of events that happened. LGD, they were trying to stall out the dragon because obviously they wanted the top tier tower, but they could have really played around with their mid lane pressure. They missed that opportunity. They lose the dragon because of a well-placed equalizer from Long. That said, UP looked to be out of position as LGD were making rotations around mid and top lane, but Punished saved them by stepping into the bush and hiding in Fog of War, and then appearing at the last second as soon as he knew where LG had committed and takes the free bottom tier tower. So good recovery from UP's mid laner.
And we've seen this before. Punish, and Zed in general is the one you can get going in a side lane and try and split push as another way to get yourself to a game victory. Flame will eventually be able to challenge the Zed Ahri as well if she does get going. Maybe with the zonies and one other item being completed, depending on how the rest of that shakes out here. But that's a little while off here. And Punish right now is very strong if he wants to split push. And he is committing. He's already in the top lane looking for another tower.
And I know it's not a massive champion for him. He's only played Twisted Fate 4 times. I believe he's 3-1 on the champion. But he's found a ton of success on it, especially in the recent LPL split. And you think about, what does TF also bring to his team? It's pick potential and it's tower pushing potential. And he gets a lot of that with Zed as well. So yeah, the champions are very different, but as far as how they play around the map and what they want to do for their teams, very similar.
Yeah, strategically similar, absolutely here is LGD looking to pressure more turrets, but it's a long way to the inhibitor turret there in the mid, as Imp instead will settle himself with a counter drone. I feel like this game is almost impossible to track as far as map movement goes, because it has been all over the shop, and honestly, the number of wards on the map, or maybe the lack of wards on the map, kind of is a testament to that.
I mean, LGD they know that they can't fight right now, which is why they didn't fight over the dragon. They're just trying to run UP around until Flame gets his big power spike.
I mean, Flame's getting there, but he's not grouped with his team. As punished again, off on the tier 2 turret. Not quite Twisted Fate, but will get a decent split push job joining on Zeb. But UP going to give up their inhibitor turret here. Get completely out-rotated. As Long comes down, he puts down a beautiful equalizer. But LGD going to finish off and break the base. The tier 2's down. But LGD are going to get an inhibitor now. And Zed, the other difference, unlike Twisted Fate, he does not have a global reposition.
And again, it comes down to the lack of vision that UP had. They just couldn't see LGD. They hid in that top rush right underneath the base gate. Waited for the, oh, hold on.
Yeah, they found Hart. PWR pops the box down Hart. Forced to use his ulti flame around the side. Finds Scats. They do get the kill. LGD not going to look for Hart again. Great hook this time. No ulti for Alistar. Going to give PYL the kill. Punished is still pushing, but he died to the turret.
Hello? Team, please respond. Okay. So we talked about how LGD, they're not on their power spike, so it's a little bit risky for them to fight. Yes, they've completed big pickups in their itemization, but the reason they chose to fight there is because they saw Punish obviously dying to the base laser, knowing it was a 4v5. So not only do they get the inhibitor as well as the one team fight, they now turn into the Baron and lose nothing for it.
Good grab there. Godby going to find Amy, take him out, pump back over the wall, and LGD going to have enough to finish off this Baron. All of a sudden, it took a couple of weird things to happen, but nice shot calling in a very stressful situation gives LGD the Baron and the lead.
LGD were kind of twisting around with different pressure points on the map. Eventually something stuck again. It was really the fact that they hid on that, I'm going to call it the little slight banana brush underneath the base gate there. Waited until they saw every member of UP appear on either wards or in the lanes themselves before committing to that mid lane push, and UP completely caught off guard.
Just not sure about Punish there.
But with this Baron, it's so... This Baron pretty much guarantees LGD at least a foot into that start of the late game, or what I'm going to call the Rise power spike. Because obviously for the next 4 minutes during the duration of the Baron buff, UP can't push on them. They can try to look for picks and things like that and try to play around with pressure points by pushing waves and forcing LGD to respond to them. But they can't fight. And this is where UP are strong. They've been strong for the last, 5 to 10 minutes, and their window of opportunity to win this game is very quickly shutting.
It is. It might have shot almost. We'll have to see just how strong Flame gets here. PYL aggressively looking for picks. Will miss Hart that time. TBQ though smites long there. Mini zone into the wall with the kick hard. Trying to re-engage. Godby though going to look for the kill. Flash out there is going to keep Long alive, but not for long enough as Imp takes him out. Amy's the next target. Now Hart's going to get doped. His ulti's run out. He's trying to get away, but there's too much power here for LGD as they start assaulting the towers.
Meanwhile, in the opposite lane, Punish
has been... He's on a mission, okay? He was like given a very...
He's on the wrong mission.
He's got a very important message from his team. He's like, please infiltrate the enemy base and try and win by split pushing. Maybe committing too hard to the idea there, but LGD, they're just going to start... They're going to keep knocking down towers here, and they do get the top inhibitor turret, break LGD's base, but Punish not on the right side of the map to take it out as LGD get another inhibitor turret.
2 free inhibs? No, they're going to have to back off.
We'll see. Playwork can get a catch. Almost got into Punish. Amy, I would say, going to dive in onto Imp. As PYL backs his way off. Good equalizer on top of it. The Deathmark dives as well. Ezreal is going to go down. Now Godby the next target. PYL also getting chased. Flame around the back though, trying to make a difference as Godby gets chased down. A good hook from PYL. Not enough to save his life. And Flame going nuts. Gets Amy in the backside. Still going through. Can he go massive? Flame trying to do it. Can't quite get it done. And unlimited potential hold on to the rest of their base.
UP have been this strong the entire time, but they haven't been fighting a 5v5. They finally get them with the fantastic engagement from Amy on the flash cast there, but too little too late. They've already had 2 of their inhib towers dropped as well as the mid inhibitor gone.
Potentially, I mean, certainly lost some things that they didn't need to lose, but they'll get a 3rd dragon here as well. UP might just pick themselves back up in time to try and take the rest of this mid-game and take over the game, but it's getting a little tricky here. There's lots of open base structures. There's super minions streaming into one half of the map. The 3rd dragon does go to unlimited potential, but it's been messy, to say the least.
That's one way to put it.
I mean, we talked about UP's mid-game in game number 1. This one's unfortunately not looked like an improvement.
Yeah, this one slipped very quickly out of control. We will see where LGD go from here. The thing that I wanted to point back to is curious about Imp's build and where he was going to go. I thought it was going to be a purple build as well, so looking for that double lifesteal, the Bork into the blade, or excuse me, into the Bloodthirster, especially against someone like Zed, because that shield will give him a little bit more protection against the assassin. But deciding instead to go for straight damage on the Trinity.
Diving in now as well. Good ult from Maybe. Start things off. Punish too low. Imp will survive there. Scatch now caught out as well as Godby finds the kill there under Corky. Long locked up by the Roof Prism. Means Flame's going to get that kill. Godby looks for a charm. Misses there onto Heart. Punish still low. Getting chased down as TVQ's found Amy as his next target. Kicks him into the wall. Cuts him off from his team. Godby here as well. Amy surviving. He's quite tanky. Punish though. Fighting Flame just under his tower off to the side. Does take him out. PYL trying to hook Amy and misses. Amy still alive. Finally goes down. And a 3-1 team fight win for LGD.
And this is the difference between their gold disparity right now. The fact that LGD got to back and spend all of that free gold that they had gotten about just destroying UP's base, taking so many free structures. So that's why they finally are able to turn these fights around.
And UP's inhibitors come back up as well, so they'll get a slight reprieve from the LGD pressure, but they find themselves 4,000 gold behind with Rise getting bigger and bigger. Flame is actually going for the build we saw Akon do in the last game, despite having a few more resources here in this one. So I guess it's Flame's fourth item that's going to interest me, because he's going for GA third, just like Akon.
Yep, cost efficiency.
Yep.
Obviously, Rise is kind of like a superficial tank with how his kit works, having that shield and be able to proc it multiple times with his passive as well as with his ultimate, and then having the GA on top of it.
Makes sense. I just wonder if Flame wants to go more damage, or again, we saw a drop off from the super tanky Rise build through all the mana scaling, just because Rise doesn't really work like that anymore. So probably Void stuff coming in fourth if I had to guess, but we'll see what Flame wants to do.
And a little null magic cloak there for Imp.
Yep. Builds a QSS. He doesn't want to die anymore to them.
Okay, let's talk about where this game's going to go, because Baron is about to spawn in 1 minute 30 seconds. Obviously, UP cannot afford another mistake, otherwise their base will surely be crippled. That said, LGD, they were looking for their itemization power spikes, and we talked about the window of opportunity and where UP really had a chance to win this game, and it is firmly closed at this point. That said, they still have a win condition in the fact that they have 3 dragons versus 0 for LGD, so a Baron steal can afford them maybe a chance at that 5th dragon, and we could see another repeat of last game. That's what I'm going to put their chances on, either a big pick or an objective victory.
It's thin, I think, for UP, but not impossible here, as Baron is coming back up in 50 seconds. LGD, though, continuing to mount pressure. Ludens has been completed by Godby. And Imp is not quite there yet, ready with the Trinity Force going, I assume, for a QSS before. But LGD start things off on the right foot. They're going to pressure down mid and try and at least damage some of these inhibitors and force UP to fight.
Punished is finally approaching the 5v5, though. Did manage to back as opposed to trying to trade inhib for inhib.
Oh, Huck goes in. Massive 4-man Pulverize starts it off. But Godby's going to dodge around. Sketch gets kicked in by TVQ, but he'll Valkyrie out of the way. Godby trying to dive his way in. Amy taking up a lot of damage. TVQ gets flipped back into the team, but Imp's doing too much damage. Sketch gets caught by PYL with a massive hook. And LGD 3 kills. That might just be game.
Their AoE damage is just so massive they had to leave. You saw Flame just walked up with a perfect flank right there, got into the backline. Of course, Sketch getting kicked forward, but there is nothing UP can do.
Locked up as well. He's going to go down. Punish will be the last one to fall. He tries to get out his flash and shutters his way to safety. But LGD more interested in closing out the game. If did die, so it's a bit trickier for them to take out these structures. Might have to settle with the bot inhib instead.
Especially because a big pressure point is being built onto the top side on top of their open inhibitor. They're sure going to take this back, reset for Dragon. UP can look for a Desperation Baron, however.
I mean, they might. If they're going to go, they have to go
right now.
Literally right now, as Godby gets caught up by Harp, but manages to take the Lantern to safety. Punish, no ulti, but looking forward aggressively. Thought he popped a Ghost Blade there, but it was just a right to scoring move speed there.
They're going to chase him back.
They're still chasing, at least going to deny some backs here and maybe try and get themselves on top of the Baron. LGD do have to respond to the top wave, but Imp has respawned. He's off there to take care of it.
Trying to chase him back so they can get as much damage as possible on that inhibitor. Like you said, Imp back up and alive, ready to play for it. But here we go. Here's the Desperation Baron.
Just like he called it, Frosco and UP know they have to take the Baron to have a chance. Flame! Oh, he's teleporting into the backside.
Oh,
he's trying to backdoor on Rise of all champions. What is this game? UP will get the Baron. Godby goes in to deny more backs, but Flame, he's trying to close the game out. The rest of LGD here, UP have to get away, and Flame, he almost gets a tower. LGD are going to take care of the rest of the people in the Baron pit. Punished will go down. LGD, oh my god, Punished, outplay there, gets with the Shadow, gets the kill and gets away. Gets a double actually as Flame's forced out of the base. TBQ tagged in, that will be a kill and a shutdown. And Flame, he couldn't finish it.
Wow. Okay, so Flame commits to the top side. He does manage to take one Nexus tower. That said, Sketch with the empowered Baron back is able to get there in time to save the second one. Meanwhile, Punish makes the huge outplay, gets the double kill, and while all of this is happening around the Baron pit, LG having to respond to the Desperation Baron, they lose their top inhibitor.
Oh wow.
That was insane.
That is a lot lost here actually. This game, already pretty crazy, has gone firmly in that same direction here as Flame.
But we talked about UP, their only win condition right now is off of objectives. They had to secure the Baron so it could open up a window opportunity for them to look at the 5th dragon.
Well, they're going to look at 4th dragon right now. Amy is there with the smite. LGD are collapsing, but I don't know if they'll be here in time. Headbutt away from Hart, going to keep Flame away. Hart does not have his ultimate available, by the way. That's just a bit of a visual bug.
Oh,
Dragons
he was smited.
They don't get it. Amy can't get in there. He's used his smite already. That will give LGD the dragon Heart. He's maybe going to try and finish it off, but no one cares. LGD get a smite the dragon and take the kills. 3 for 0 and Punished and Sketch, the last 2 standing.
I don't think that there's any way UP can come back from this. They knew their win condition was around those objectives. They commit too hard. Amy fumbles the smite. It was really only on the 4th dragon, but really unfortunate for UP as LGD going to easily march and walk this one out.
I said this last time, Prosper.
What?
I don't think you should curse games like this. You've seen what's already happened in this game. Things could happen here. Punish still going to get caught out. Does use
that
the
happened.
onto Godby. Now gets kicked away. Will die there to Imp. Looks like Sketch going to go down to Flame as well. GA will properly gets the kill over to Godby. And Amy not able to protect it. The Nexus will go down. Froskurin's right this time, but maybe not next time. So you do have LGD splitting the series with unlimited potential.
I believe in stats. Stats never failed me. There is a 0% win rate on that Rumble, and it will stay that way as LGD manhandle UP around the map.
Look at Flame, so happy to have a win.
Aww.
On Rise, look at that. Actually, just like normal Flame, business as usual. Look there as, I believe that's Amy.
Yeah.
Looking a little sheepish there after that smite. TBQ's like, yeah, whatever. I had that. I was ready. First dragon, no problem.
UP always looks so disappointed after losses. It's really heartbreaking. Punish crying yesterday, and now Amy, of course, looking very upset.
I mean, they're a good team, like we talked about. It must be frustrating to lose, but taking a strong game off LGD is not bad at all. As Flame looks much happier now that he's shaking hands with the enemy teams. Like, yeah, I got to play Rise. Finally carried a game. We did it, team.
Heart tugging Imp around a little bit right there. Obviously, the Samsung players. Of course, blue versus white, so.
Yeah, classically a matchup. At least very familiar with each other from previous organizations. But a win there for LGD gives us another split. We had a full day of 1-1 splits yesterday. I don't know if that's going to continue today. I think our earlier series might have had a 2-0 snuck in there.
Snake 2-0 to M3.
Well done, Snake. Breaking the curse. But it's been a long day, long week, even of LPL. Again, starting to get down to the business half, I'm going to say. Not the business end, because we have a lot more games to play, but the business half here. And LGD splitting there, probably not what they were looking for in this series. 3 points would have really helped them get in the thick of playoff contention towards maybe closer to 6th and 8th, where I think they're kind of closer to 8th right now.
Really still working on their synergy and getting themselves back up to speed as a team and as a cohesive unit since PYL was kind of out for the first part of the split. You're absolutely right. You know, taking a draw there, only getting a point, it's not going to help them in their standings for playoff. In fact, I think with that draw, nothing changes on the standings board.
Well, we'll see what happens in the next match. Things not really changing too much in the LPL, but there are a lot of crazy matches going on. Don't go too far, though. Our last game of night will be here just after this break as Vici Gaming take on EDG. Hello and welcome back everybody to the English coverage of the Chinese LPL. My name is Julian Pastry Time Card. Joining with me is Ryan, FLICKR and more. We're about to get into our last game of the evening as EDG are taking on Vici.
Yeah, and the thing that I wanted to point out is we keep talking about all night how inconsistent teams are pretty much across the LPL. Of course, EDG is itself in its own little slump, but Vici, probably the poster child for inconsistency. They're either incredible or just devastating to themselves.
Yeah, and we've seen a lot of changes for them roster-wise. Lots and lots of things going on for Vici. Some of them good, some of them not so good. Certainly in general, their play seems to have sort of been all over the place. Kind of like our last game, to be honest. That was a difficult game to follow.
I really enjoyed it.
I bet you did.
No, a little bit scattered. We talked about UP, how their mid-game shot calling really suffered in game one, and kind of they suffered from the same thing, especially when they had a mid-game power spike composition with that Corki. Weren't able to make it connect, but wow, there's an MVP for the century.
Yeah, TVQ finally getting himself an MVP on his trademark Lee Sin. To be honest though, he did do a lot of work on the Lee Sin. We talk about the pick not being that popular in the Cinderhawk meta, but being something TVQ still himself loves to play. And I mean, for again, that's very chaotic. TVQ did a good job getting a hold of these very crazy skirmishes.
His Lee Sin mechanics are top-notch. Obviously, anyone who's going to pick up Lee Sin, especially at this high-caliber level of play, is going to be absurd, but just so smooth. I'm actually really surprised this highlight isn't grabbing his gank top lane when it was just a flawless insec.
I mean, he just puts Gatcha to the enemy team, his own team, sorry, multiple times there as well, as you can see in that little fight. So a good performance there from LGD. A weird game, honestly, in a weird series, but a split there, which is sort of what we've come to expect in the LPL. So coming into this one, you have to think EDG, who are now right this second, tied with QG, I believe, for first, on exactly the same amount of points, given that QG just got the 1-1. I think so. There might still be a point behind.
No, there's still a point behind because EDG also split yesterday, so standings were made them same.
Ruining everything.
Yeah, Xiaogu, they had their chance at EDG, they had a shot, but because they drew, they've actually, everything stayed still.
Well, as long as EDG don't lose 0-2, which is possible. Vici did recently beat LGD 2-0, but that's also a team that's still, I think, finding themselves again. EDG here do have a chance to really open up the top half of the standings because they can take it 2-0 and finally open up room because QG have been breathing down their necks with a points difference for about 2 weeks now.
Yeah, it's really important to note that if Vici do find the 2-0 here, especially because Snake in Masters 3, if that was a 2-0 either way, Vici have now moved up into 6th place because they've been finding a lot of draws recently as well as their 2-0 victory over Snake. If they get the 3 points here, they'd actually move all the way up into 5th place ahead of OMG, or at least be tied for the position. So they can definitely make some room in these standings if they make it connect here. That said, speaking of splits, the last time EDG and Vici faced, and this was, you know, at the beginning of this current split, where EDG were just untouchable and unstoppable force, Vici were the first team to make them bleed.
Yeah, and Vici are a team that have shown so much strength. I mean, how bad can your team really be when you have Dandy and Martin? Although, even Dandy find himself in the top lane these days instead of the jungle.
Yeah, but he's finding a lot of success on it. I mean, he doesn't look bad into the top lane. Obviously, the jungle and the top lane position have a lot of overlapping champions, as well as kind of the rise of the rise, pun intended, because they actually played that champion and he did it well. The rise of the Smite top laner, you know, empowers Dandy in a lot of ways. And we talked about kind of gold disparity between top laners, you know, when Long was playing against Flame and Acorn, how Long gets the most gold out of any top laner. Well, on Vici specifically, the guy who actually takes up the largest percentage of gold is Dandy in that top lane.
And that's not that surprising. He was, you know, a fairly farm-heavy jungle with a lot of counter ganking going on, especially on Vici specifically. He started to get more gold from the jungle and carry his team a little bit more and start being a bit more selfish with his resources. Now, of course, Vici have been completely thrown for multiple loops. They have a new jungler. Vasili's not playing. They have a different AD carry playing in his spot to synergize with Marta and Hatong. Still Hatong, moments of brilliance, absolutely incredible player every now and then. But for the most part, again, inconsistent. Vici is the weirdest team to try and classify, especially given how much movement they've had this split.
I think the one thing that you can definitively say about Vici is that if they get a lead, they are the most punishing team to play from behind against. They are so incredible at identifying what is the best and most accessible objective to secure on the map, be it a dragon, a pick, or a structure, and just executing that flawlessly. And of course, their support and shot caller is Mata.
Yep.
So makes sense.
The jungler used to be Dandy now in the top lane, but still adding probably the same sort of, again, like additional help for Mata, additional strategic information. Now, again, a bit more of a carry there for Dandy, but it's been a weird ride here for Vici, and EDG's sort of in a similar vein. They've been playing a lot of their subs. Seems like Amazing J will be playing here, at least for the first game. We've seen a lot of Bamey and Amazing J. Bamey especially has been playing like every game for the last 2 weeks, it feels like, maybe one exception in there. And they're a team that's still very strong, clearly, still top of the ladder right now with a point between them and QG. But even EDG are trying new things, are finding themselves in losses, are sort of finding out more about themselves. Where Vici have found lots of new things recently.
I'm glad that you brought up Bamey too, because yesterday he had a perfect game, his last set that EDG did manage to win, and it was as his Cassiopeia. I think he went 7-0-9, so Bamey is really stepping up to the plate, and the meta just really favors him right now because control mages are still on the rise. That said, with Assassin slipping back in, I'm curious if Pawn is going to start to really take the reins and kind of be the definitive choice over Bamey, but for now, EDG are comfortable to give him his Cassiopeia, give him his Azir, his Victor into the mid lane, and just watch him go.
And in general, EDG are just kind of expanding their everything, like their lineup, the way they play strategically. They're trying to add more and more weapons to their arsenal. It feels like building in towards what for them hopefully is another very strong playoffs run. They won, of course, in spring. They won MSI. They've been winning a lot recently as far as major tournaments goes, but everyone knows the LPL regular season is a long and arduous journey. EDG are still ahead here, not nearly the lead they would have had at this point in spring this year. Still look on top of the LPL, though, absolutely.
Yeah, especially because a lot of these hybrid rosters have found their synergy and kind of found their working pieces. And the league is fairly close in terms of all of these draws, the splits, and just kind of the talent across the board. That said, EDG are still on the top of the... I mean, we say that they're in a slump, and yeah, it's very clear that they're not as dominating as they were for their MSI run, but they're still at the top of the standings, and they're still... definitely a huge threat and a very scary opponent to face down, especially because, again, they're experimenting with their rotating roster. Amazing J picked up Shen for the first time yesterday in the LPL and won with it.
Yeah, he looked good here in Amazing J. Even he's been out of his comfort zone, playing more tanks, playing a bit more like Koro as a player there in the top, and he's already threatening enough on the likes of the Fizz and more of those carry-style champions. It's hard to say what we're going to get from this game. I feel like we're still learning a lot about Dandy as a player because he's really hasn't had that much time in the top lane yet. And, you know, EDG are playing their subs a lot. They're also still getting some more reps in, playing with the team, building that synergy. But again, EDG are a team that do look long and think, okay, what's the best for us long term? Training your next set of players and having strong substitutes is always going to be better for you longer term.
Yeah, and the thing that I really want to point out as far as EDG's success, if we go back to, again, we keep bringing up Unlimited Potential's 2-0 victory over EDG because that was the first time that they had definitively lost a match. Yes, Vici was the first team to make them bleed in a draw, but UP and then World Elite taking the 2-0 victory over EDG, their strategy was to target Clear Love. They baited Clear Love into a pick, which they then had the counter Twisted Fate pick for. And that's the thing. Like, we talk about, you know, Amazing J's fantastic, Koro's great, Pawn's amazing, Bamey's playing really well. But Clear Love has consistently been the backbone of the carry alongside Mako for EDG. And that's, if you want to put EDG down, it's to target him and Mako. And I love the fact that I'm still so confident that EDG will be a superior elite team, especially as we get closer to playoffs, because their two strongest members are their support positions. And if you think back to probably the most successful team of all time, it was Samsung White.
Yeah, who had, again...
Dandy and Mata.
Yeah, who are conveniently on the other team.
Exactly.
Vici, but it's definitely not been the same team here. Like, Vici's solo lane is... It's so hard because Dandy's in the top lane now. But, like, even before when Dandy was jungling for the team, like, just not the same sort of players. Whereas EDG, with Clear Love, with Mako being that rookie, really stepping into the support position, is one of the world's best supports, in my opinion, just as far as talent goes. Like, they have great solo laners. And the fact they're training two more really strong solo laners to add to Pawn and Koro, alongside Deft, of course, has been their consistent 80 carry all year long. Like, it only gets better here for EDG, but they do have to worry once we get through more of this season because they have at least, like, they've at least proved this season that they're beatable, whereas last season that wasn't really a thing.
Yeah, but they're definitely doing a lot more experimentation, so obviously they've opened themselves up to their weaknesses. How many teams do you know that after they come back from an international title immediately change up their roster? But here we go. We are going to have the rosters starting with Vici.
Yeah, let's start in the top lane with Vici, and of course it is Dandy that we'll begin with. Very weird to see him in the top lane, but like you said, has been quite impressive here. Lots of Hecarim, but really playing a lot of the meta picks. Dandy's seems like he belonged here all along.
I mean, Dandy has a high level of mechanics and a really great understanding of team fights and how much punishment he can take. So no surprise to see him thrive there. But here's his replacement, World 6, and he is a fantastic Gragas player.
Yeah, his Gragas has been great. His Rek'Sai not too bad either as he moved into the mid lane here with Hetong. Had a great Z game, great on the Twisted Fate. Has been mixing it up a bit more, but has a very unique champion pool, does Hetong.
The thing about Hetong is he cannot carry a team, but if the team has momentum, he can do his job.
And that was what we saw a lot in the Vici 6-0 run, I think, in spring, where they really rattled off a bunch of wins. There's Endless, of course, their very young new AD carry player who's looked better and better, and Marta, who's still looking strong, but maybe struggling to find synergy with, again, a new AD carry here, with Vasily being notably absent, or at least on the bench.
Mata has had a few games where he has single-handedly put Vici on his back and carried them, though. I believe that there was a game at one point where Vici had 6 kills in 7 minutes or something ridiculous like that. And Vici actually have one of the earliest average first blood timers and one of the earliest average game times. So again, when they get ahead, it's pretty much a clean-cut victory for Vici because they are so punishing.
It's just getting ahead.
Yeah.
It's been the tricky thing for Vici because, you know, before it was through their jungler and through their solo laners with their support and jungler helping them out. You know, Hetong, like you said, not a carry player, but very good role player, I guess, as far as the mid lane goes, but needs his team to help him get ahead. World 6 is still finding his feet in the jungle position, and Dandy doing the same there in the top lane. I feel like Vici right now just don't have consistent carries to get them ahead so they can use Marta's really good shot calling and support play to secure their leads and take over games. But if Vici get good at that, they'll be a really threatening team.
Yeah, I definitely agree, and they are starting to expand their playstyle a little bit, but time to look across at EDG.
Yeah, you can see just from the player sitting down right now at the desk, it is going to start with the 2 subs once again. EDG been playing Amazing J and Bamey a lot in recent weeks of the LPL, and we are going to start here with Amazing J. This man's crazy.
He plays very similar champions to Koro, obviously, but a very different playstyle. It's all about the split push, the 1v1 threat and pressure, and he does debut quite a few new picks from time to time, like Shin.
Yes, or even Fizz early on in the split here. So we go to Clear Love. Gragas Rek'Sai only for this, man. Why would you take anything else?
And it's curious for me. Clear Love, I was very cold on his Gragas initially, but it's really started to warm up as he's found his comfort with that champion.
And so is Bamey here. You can see Shurima only right now. Cassiopeia and Desir, please. I'll take the meta champions, and I'll play them to a nice 6.14 KDA. Deft as well. Been going back to some old favorites. Still plays just about anything, but Deft's just never looked bad this year.
Yeah, in a little bit of a slump, but still looking fantastic, still a top-tier AD carry, and joining him in that bot lane is Mako, and this, again, is going to be my featured matchup of the night. I wanted to talk about the supports, Heart versus PYL, Mako versus Mata.
And Mako is so good. I mean, in a lot of ways, Mako seems to have inherited a lot of what Mata popularized last year when he won both the World Championships and the MVP for the same tournament last year in 2014. But if Mata is like now the veteran support player that all the other supports look up to, Mako is the new hotness, man. This guy's so good.
Mako will be Mata. Give him time. All he's missing is experience. His coach, Aaron EDG, he was handpicked by FCZF to be FCZF's replacement. And he said, Mako's not the kind of guy who just wants to be a support player. He wants to do more for the team. He wants to carry the team. He takes on responsibility, and a lot of time in EDG's games, he's primarily responsible for all of the vision shot calling. So he definitely takes a big aspect of EDG's shot calling in terms of their vision and map movement.
And his playmaking as well is just absolutely stellar. I love that you mentioned FCZF. EDG's old support, of course, formerly played with Clear Love a long time ago back on World Elite. If there was one thing that FCZF was really known for, it was playmaking, and Mako has picked up right where he left off.
Look at these graphs. Okay, so the important thing to point out is that EDG have a much higher win rate, 73% on the blue side, so with priority pick, versus their 55% on the red side. So pretty much red side is pretty even between Vici and EDG, but EDG, if it is going to come down to a split statistically, and these graphs show us, it should be the blue side win for EDG.
I feel like we've seen a lot of blue side wins
Priority,
just recently.
It's hard because with the new patch rotation, there's a lot of staple bans from purple side, and so it's just much easier to kind of craft your draft and to get a power pick with priority like the Callista and just really run away with it.
I mean, is that really like good drafting though when the enemy team gives you Callista and your name's in? I feel like that's, again, more of a mistake.
They weren't really, I was more referring to UP, but yeah, that was an issue.
Yeah, I mean,
they were experimenting with draft. That's what I'm going to say.
Sure. There's been a lot of experiments recently in the draft phase. As we do see, speaking of drafting, analysts and coaches moving behind their players, ready to make those first key decisions here in the draft as Aaron.
Aaron looks happy.
He does look happy today.
Gonna beat Mata.
Maybe. We'll see.
I just want Mata and Mako to back, because the thing is Mako, he takes very much after Mata. I talk about this all the time, the Moby rush as opposed to the Sightstone rush, and he upgrades his Sightstone into Ruby Sightstone before he itemizes, unless it's a really key item like a locket that he needs early. I just want Mata and Mako to run into each other dropping wards and just look at each other.
Yeah.
I'm the captain now.
And then leave and then go gank the mid lane. Just ignore each other completely as we see Vici going to start off their bans here. They are on the blue side, EDG on the red for game number 1. Nautilus and Sivir the first 2 bans for Vici as a Gragas burn. That's weird for EDG.
No,
I guess that's not that weird.
I actually
World 6.
completely agree with that. World 6 is 6-1 on Gragas right now, and pretty much no other jungler he has near that record. So that is definitely a big priority ban. When he debuted and he played that Gragas, I was concerned because it's like, you're filling Dandy's shoes. But he showed up on Gragas, and it was massive.
It was here as Rek'Sai gets banned. That's weird for EDG.
Yeah, that's weird.
Okay, there you go. 2 jungle bans coming through there for EDG. It's funny, we mentioned Clearlove, his champion pool, the last 5 you saw them there in his player profile. Gragas Rek'Sai only. That will change this game as he is not allowed to pick either of those 2 champions. They are really picking on this jungler over on Vici's side. But a Cassio ban against Bamey might prompt EDG into the Azir ban.
The problem is that Victor's still available. So the thing with Bamey is he has a very, at least what he's shown, a limited champion pool. He's really only played 2 or 3 champions, all control mages. Victor, Azir, and Cassiopeia.
And he's been great on all of them. We said it. He's a very current player, loves to play the meta. Sort of the opposite of Pawn. He feels like he wants to play anything other than the meta champions, despite being very good on them.
It's funny because you ask Pawn, you're like, because Fizz used to be a weird pick, and you'd ask Pawn about it, be like, what's weird about Fizz?
Yeah.
There's nothing wrong with my champion pool.
No, and there isn't. Pawn champion pool's incredible as Hecarim's banned and Vici get Kalista.
Didn't we just talk about this?
Roscoe immediately is upset. But Mako is going to get Alistar and Amazing Jay is going to get Rise. That's not the worst trade.
Okay, so EDG learned their lesson from LGD. They let the Kalista go against LGD and then proceeded to get smacked down, but they picked a Kalista counter comp with Urgot and Maokai on first rotation. So this time around, they're just going straight for the power picks.
And so Vici, Kalista, Echo, Azir are their first 3 picks. This draft is getting a little crazy already. EDG banned 2 junglers, but World 6 goes to the Echo.
He has to play Victor, is what I feel. I actually really like the fact that they took Azir. No,
Bamey, yeah.
Bamey. Yeah,
Just
Victor
wrong.
jungle. No, I knew it was going to be the Nunu.
Yeah, I mean, that's the expected pick here for Clearlove.
Oh, is that going to be Jace?
Maybe. I mean, we've started to see a little bit of Jace. I think it
He
was
got
played
changed.
this weekend. Yeah, he did get changed on this patch. Clearlove is going to take the Nunu, though. We talk a lot about winning Blood Bowl targets. Jace is not the worst one, and that is the champion Bamey takes.
Wow, okay, so Jace was changed on 5.11. They changed how his ultimate works, so now you can put more points into each of your abilities, as well as he got kind of a numbers buff pretty much across the board.
Did indeed here. And I mean, we'll see how he looks. We've seen a lot of poke champions be popular into Azir. I wonder if Bamey can get something done, because he does know Azir at least very well as a champion. We'll see how his Jace goes here. Vici considering their last few picks, so I imagine that's Echo Jungle, given that Azir is already there, and Dandy going to take something a bit more standard. Got the Maokai if he wants it. That's been a relatively popular pick for Dandy. Weird to see them hovering Thresh, but Mata not picking it, by the way. But it is going to be Thresh and Maokai, their last 2 picks.
Yeah, that's kind of funny.
Tom looks upset. His analyst talking to him is like, I'm sorry, we didn't know they played Jace. He's like, it's okay, I'll try not to die.
Curious what Def's going to go here. He's got the full range of options. Typically with Nunu, they like to run their Jinx just because it's about zone control and things like that. Likewise, Jace's Acceleration Gate, especially because he got percentage bonus movement speed added on top of it. I think instead of 50%, it's now at 55%.
I like Jace, Jinx, quite a lot here. I like Jace too, but I like Jinx just in this composition, against Azir especially, who is surprisingly short-ranged in fights where you have a lot of mobility, just because you can always hit him and he has to reposition to hit you. But Def going to take the other side of this. We talked a bit about why Caitlyn is in some ways a worse Jinx, but Deft at least is going to have the early game here if he gets the 2v2. Caitlyn, for the first time in a long time for this player, you look very upset.
I'm not a huge fan of Caitlyn. Obviously, again, on 5.11, not only was Jace and Ryze changed, but Caitlyn was changed. She now has 50% armor pen on her headshot on champions. But the thing about Caitlyn is that when the Cinderhulk meta took over, Caitlyn has never had a steroid available to burn through tanks. That's always been her big #1 problem, as opposed to, you know, people like Jinx and Tristana who have like really high scaling attack speed. Well, yeah, but with the headshot, it kind of gives her a little bit more power back, but Caitlyn has a massive power trough in the mid game, and the reason why other AD carries like Sivir, I mean, obviously from itemization standpoint, still have a power trough in the mid game because it's about completing your Zeal upgrade, typically into a static shift, your BF upgrade, typically into an Infinity Edge, and then waiting for that last whisper before you can take off an itemization as an AD carry. Sivir gets to press R, Caitlyn does not.
We'll see what happens here. It is going to be Kalista versus Caitlyn there in the bottom side. I like the lane matchup at least for Defton. Again, it's been a long time since he's played a champion like Caitlyn, but very strong positional-based AD carry that started to show bullying in his 2v2 lanes as well. Actually really like the pick just based on how Def plays League of Legends, but with Jinx available, it is a bit weird to see Caitlyn instead, but a bit more consistent, a bit safer potentially. I can see why Def would want it over Jinx.
Yeah, and he's got a lot of options when Caitlyn falls into her mid-game power drive. That's when Jace is going to be so strong. And if you think about the thing that Caitlyn does really well, it's sieging, and that works excellently with Nunu and Jace.
Well, we'll see what EDG want to do something new here for game #1 as we're about to get ourselves onto the Rift. We are onto the Rift here for our last series of the night, but our first game of this best of 2. Vici Gaming taking on EDG. It's going to be a lot of fun here. Bottom lane especially might be the big place to look. We already talked about the supports, Mako versus Marta, but Endless and his Kalista versus Deft, and a new old champion for him in Caitlyn.
Give me the 2v2. I want to see this matchup. So let's talk about Caitlyn versus Kalista. The one thing that Caitlyn does have, obviously, is her oppressive range and power in a 2v2. It's such a pain to deal with. Likewise, the fact that her ultimate is a targetable ability, especially with kind of the quality of life changes, so Fog of War can no longer really mess with it. Kalista can't do anything. If Deft wants to just put that ultimate, the ace in the hole on top of her, Kalista can't martial pose out of it. She just has to eat it.
Well, EDG right now are actually looking for a lane swap, but Vici might track them and hunt down the 2v2. World 6 is the other person to look at here as well. We've seen nothing but Gragas Rek'Sai for the past 5 games. And now with those 2 champions banned, took the Echo jungle, but can he make the same early game difference? His Gragas is great. His Rek'Sai is fine, but we haven't seen his Echo yet.
He actually hasn't, yeah, I was going to say he hasn't played Echo jungle yet. I actually really like Echo jungle as far as LPL is concerned, just how they use the parallel convergence. That said, 5.11, I believe, is the patch where his parallel convergence actually got changed, weakened, the mana cost.
Yep, so a slight hit there to Echo, nothing massive, but certainly at least a small change here. But Danny and World 6, they'll stick together here at least to start the blue buff, but you can see it is going to be standard lanes, flipped upside down, as we do have EDG and VG finding themselves in the top side. Endless already dead. Almost dead there. Mako did not get the Ignite down, but that was insane.
Did he just walk into Alistar Q?
I'm going to guess
he must have. Because, yeah, Mako hasn't even burned Flash yet. He probably just walked into a Pulverize. That's the lane. Unfortunately, he's going to lose a huge level and pressure advantage. See if he can get it back when Kalista has her power spike at level 2 and 6, although really scary walking back into this just because Caitlyn and Alice are going to have such a big EXP discrepancy.
He gets some spare CS there as well. Takes a Sentinel out that Endless have put out at level 1. Level 2 now for Def there as well. Going to miss the level 2 power spike by the looks of things here. Returning to lane late after being forced away. 10 CS to 0 right now. That is a lot ahead.
It's fine. He's got a big wave. We'll see if Mana can stagger this at all or how much he's going to be able to get before the tower eats it. There's 3 creeps, 4 creeps. The other thing that I wanted to talk about is kind of the dragon control. So obviously the big thing that changes around the map is since your 2v2 is in the top side, you lose early dragon pressure. That said, EDG have Nunu. Doesn't really need his dual lane.
No, potentially not. We saw that very creative dragon actually from UP with the Hecarim there with the smite, so potential options there as well here for EDG, but Nunu sort of tracking the blue buff isn't there for Vici, so World 6 already taken that away, got his red buff as well, so Echo's just fine as far as early jungle goes, but that was sort of clear up, just checking things out on Nunu. Actually did his double buffs very swiftly, did old Nunu.
Clearlove is one of the greatest Nunu players in the world. I will stand behind that. He has a 26-4 record on Nunu, I believe. He's naturally a herbivore jungler, and so his power farm ability on Nunu is pretty absurd. But the thing that I really like about Clearlove's Nunu and how it works with EDG, I call it the Clearlove special, the speed bump, the school zone. He flashes in front of people, and then he uses his absolute zero.
Yeah, and I mean, the other thing that Clearlove does do that we might start seeing as well is he just walks into lane.
And he farms them.
Yeah, but like, and helps push the tower. Like, we've talked a lot about EDG's Corki in spring and how rotation heavy and how good they were at taking out structures. Caitlyn does give them that option as well, which is something to think about. So we'll see what happens here. Gold lead still very even, but EDG already off to a nice start in the top side of the map with the dual lanes. Mid lane though looking nice and even. Top lane also looking very similar. So apart from the dual lane, there with Caitlyn versus Kalista, nothing really massive opening up just yet.
And this is what we were talking about with Clearlove, just kind of walking into lanes, picking up free farm. He's very good at power farming his junglers, and of course he's able to do this because Bamey went back early to make sure he gets his tier so he can start stacking that one up. We've seen a lot of mid Varus, especially from Godby with the rise of Azir and things like that. Jace is going to work very similarly.
Yeah, I mean, poke style champion. We talked a bit about it with Varus. Is there anything that Jace maybe does differently that Hitong's going to have to be more careful of?
He's got more utility to offer to his team with the acceleration gate.
Cool.
Yep.
So the speed bump is even more on now? He doesn't even have to flash anymore? He can just speed
He
in.
just walk into the acceleration gate.
I love it. Let's see how that works out. Alistar engaged potentially there as well. Very EDG feeling comp here. Amazing Jay's probably the other thing as well, given that he is going to be on the rise. Although World 6, level 4 already. Good W put down here. Clearlove just going to miss out on getting stunned as Bamey comes in, just to make sure his jungler's okay.
And again, this is why I really like Echo in the jungle, particularly for LPL as a region. They're really good at working around terrain and using choke points to their advantage in all of their team fights, because this is the region well known for team fighting. I just think that Echo in the jungle, especially because he builds more tanky, it's about looking for those choke points on parallel conversions, using your ultimate to absorb a bunch of cooldowns and slowing down the enemy team for your team to come in and clean up.
Yeah, really just very utility heavy. We don't see any, I don't think, like full damage Echo builds from the jungle, especially in the LPL.
No, but we do see some weird ones from Flandre in the top lane.
Well, no, he went... Oh, wait, that was really good.
Yeah, it was
He
weird.
went Trinity Force Cinderhawk. I was like, he did go tanky. Kind of. Flounder is a special person. As EDG still pushing into this turret, by the way. Keeping Kalista up a decent amount of CS, but not doing too much damage to the turret. So not really a fast push. Def just holding Kalista down in this lane for as long as possible.
Meanwhile, Clearlove is power farming it up.
Yep, farming the bottom side of the map. Now going to take the Crocs away from World 6. Again, did have a slight level disparity, but will even that up now as he takes his jungle camps away. But Clearlove is basically taking whatever camps World 6 decides he hasn't gotten at that moment in time.
I don't know what he's thinking about this dive on Dandy, though. Nope, decides against it. It's going to go for the scuttle.
Amazing Jay, though. Good harass down. Does proc the passive, going to push out the way. Probably needs to go back.
Yeah,
as
he needs
he's
to
run
get
out
his
of
tier.
mana. Yeah, he can get those scaling items going. But Amazing Jay, we've seen the Rise into Maokai specifically. It can be a strong matchup for the Rise player, but if anyone's going to make Rise look good, I feel like it's someone like Amazing Jay.
Yeah, I think it really fits into his kind of MO and identity as a player. He likes to have that 1v1 outplay potential as well as the split push pressure, and Rise really offers a lot of that, as we saw Flame last game demonstrating.
I don't know about the split push Rise necessarily.
It
as we
worked.
saw. Yes, you're not wrong. It did work. Is Bamey going to go over and get his blue buff now from Clearlove, who's kindly donating that over. World 6, though, might look to disrupt this. There is a ward on it for Vici there as well. World 6 actually spotting a trinket. Also, Bamey going to power up the hammer, but not quite there as Clearlove going to try and make sure his mid laner gets the ball.
Always really nice to be conscious to make sure that you smite your Raptors before you look for an invade. So World 6 actually timing that really well, making sure that if he did attempt for an invade and a possible steal, that he would be able to make sure that no one would creep up on him.
Instead, just takes out a ward and now going to go over to his blue and give that over to Hertong. You have to think Jace is powering up the tier and the longsword of their blue buff now as well for Bamey, who is a bit behind in CS, honestly. We saw him yesterday really have good lanes against Godby in the Cassiopeia that he played twice there in that series, but pulling a bit behind against Hertong will get stronger though.
This is a really smart rotation from Vici to pull their bottom lane down back to the bottom side of the map. We'll see if EDG can get this one.
They're trying to take the dragon early. They actually will get it here. Clearlove, very creative. Pulled their bottom lane just in time, but they actually weren't there to make sure that dragon went down safely.
And again, we talked about how the only thing that really changes when you have the 2v2 on the top side is your dragon timing and control, but it didn't mean anything for EDG because they had that new jungle. That said, I still really like Vici's rotation. They were trying to set up for dragon control, and you even saw Deft. He was walking back and forth in his own nexus because EDG were aware that Vici could possibly make that rotation, but they had to wait until someone appeared on Fog of War.
Endless going to eat an ultimate there from Deft, and that's a big chunk of damage done there onto Caitlyn. BF sword now here completed for the Caitlyn. You can see 15 CS and counting the lead currently for Deft, so Endless. We expected this in the matchup. Deft is really making him pay.
Yeah, but a lot of this is also because Endless missed that first massive wave at the very beginning of the fight, walking into that pulverize.
Hey, that's still Deft outplaying him. As you can see, the auto attacks coming down. Again, just going to keep things in, but Deft has definitely been more about pushing these waves and just constantly pressuring the turrets and champions than necessarily trying to deny it.
Yeah, we'll see where EDG go from here. At this point, they can just draw the elongated lane phase just because there's no dragon fight over. And it's good for Caitlyn, but more importantly, it's better for Rise.
Yeah, and I think that's a really good thing to point out here, because EDG, they are a team that are very good at setting up for their points of power. So I like that how sort of all the elements of this comp sort of bridge themselves together quite cleanly.
The thing that I want to point out is Mako actually went for the Mobies first, which isn't a surprise. That's what he's been known to do. Likewise, he has the Talisman as opposed to the, what's the word I'm looking for? Relic.
Yep.
Relic proc. Even though he's a melee champion, he's obviously empowered to proc those because he doesn't have the disadvantage of being out of range. But making sure that it's about that hard engage, the Talisman, the 40-second cooldown. Whereas Mata on the other side went for the Sightstone Rush. So we just talked about how it's the Mata special to go for the Moby Rush. Mata, disappointed.
I am disappointed also. Sightstone there for World 6 as well, so Jungler going to provide additional vision. We saw this a lot from Dandy early on in spring when he was jungling for the team. And double Sightstone fairly common, although Clearlove, he used to rush Sightstone on Nunu, and now he's just like, I need the Cinder. I need it in my life. He loves Balmy Cinder.
He's counter jungling so effectively. Look at the CS discrepancy between the junglers. And this is massive because it's jungle creeps. Yes, Clearlove did eat a wave in the mid lane when Baby decided to quickly itemize for his tier. But 43 to 29 is absurd. And a lot of that is because he's prioritizing the Balmy Cinder and making sure that he can speed up his counter jungle clear time.
Well, Amazing Jay going in on Dandy, but just a bit of poke there. Still building up both these top laners, a Catalyst for Dandy, a Tier and a Ruby Crystal for Amazing Jake, and then move into presumably Catalyst and then Rod of Ages for Rise, and of course the Righteous Glory there for Maokai. And brutalizing up for Bamey is all starting to also get stronger. You feel like EDG again, just biding their time, waiting for those early power spikes,
but
especially from Jace.
Yeah, but everyone's really fine to do this. Like, Caitlyn, Rise, that all makes sense. Jace is going to find a mid-game power spike. But on the other side, Vici, you know, they're more than willing. Obviously, it isn't in their intention to lose the initial dragon, but Kalista is going to be a fine. Azir is going to hyperscale into late game. Maokai's just going to tank up, so.
Clear's actually found Mata here, but just a Pinkor that's being defended there by the Thresh. EDG got good damage onto the turret. You can tell as soon as Mata leaves to go anywhere, and in that case it was just to ward. EDG can start to punish Endless and try and get that turret down. Still 20 CS ahead for Caitlyn versus Kalista.
EDG do have a little bit of a window here where they can invade and place down deep vision because they saw that Hatong went back. Instead, it looks like they're committing their resources bottom.
Right now, trying to keep the wards up here in the bottom side. Nice pink ward there from EDG as Maker will come in to defend it. Mata going to eat a couple autos, but nothing massive. And I think EDG right now may be more concerned about that second dragon. We've started to see this, honestly, from EDG. We talked about their poor dragon control, maybe the early weeks of the split, but they seem to have really empowered themselves to get on top of that objective and make sure they snowball it.
Yeah, and taking an early dragon, obviously, like you said, opens up that window of opportunity for an earlier 5th dragon. So definitely finding a win condition there, especially with someone as controlling as Nunu.
I don't know about that at all from Mata, but World 6 is here. Parallel converted down on Clearlove. Will get the stun down as well. Very nice CC layering. Clearlove's going to flash, but it's not enough here. First blood goes to Mata, and Hatong beats Bamey to the transition.
And immediately they rotate into the enemy jungle and take away this blue buff. So great timing window from Vici right here. And doing such a great job setting up and controlling their vision. And EDG kept rotating up and down the river trying to challenge wards, but they pull World 6 in time and make a play happen.
A nice ward bait there, honestly, from Mata, forcing, actually having Clearlove be first blooded there. So a good start there to the game for Vici. Still behind in gold, honestly, mainly because of the CSing that's coming through now for EDG. And of course, they're up a dragon. So Clearlove not going to be too upset by what happened and probably more concerned about the dragon up in about 50 seconds.
Big thing, however, is the fact that so much deep vision was placed. So it really only translated as far as into a first blood kill as well as the blue buff secure, which obviously will hurt Bamey, but more importantly, getting those deep visions. We talk about where is the actual carry point for EDG and where have people found success in slowing them down and making them bleed, and it's stopping Clearlove, either through deep wards, through champion pool, counter pick, thing like that.
I like the wards there from Vici that they've set up, so you can see it really lighting up that right side of the map. As Clearlove finally comes in to clear out that ward. EDG, with some people absent, will rotate in. This is the other thing Clearlove loves to do. Just walk into a lane and slap down a tower. Caitlyn going to move in there. And actually, Mako gets credit for it as Dandy struggling a bit here on the top side, keeping even in CS, but Amazing J seems to be constantly getting the better of him in trades.
They're going to be losing a lot of momentum here, so they overstay their welcome by trying to secure that tower and pushing it down, but they lose their back opportunity to translate immediately into a dragon. So VG have a window right now if they can pull World 6, which is why he's rushing towards that dragon, especially with their vision plays, to contest for this.
Yeah, well, Def goes back. He's got his Infinity Edge completed. Baimi had to go back as well to finish his Manamune to make sure he was there ready for the dragon fight.
Oh,
the
that
will take a big chunk of damage, but the Sun Turret's already up, and Vici are on top of their first dragon. They might just take it away.
Yeah, this was not a good trade for EG. Again, they overcommitted to that bottom side tower, and Vici got in place to stall out their backs and not only trade back the mid tower, but then grab the second dragon, the first for themselves.
Well, they're going to go top lane now instead, knowing the dragon's down. Try and take that tower here instead. Possibly get a gank down onto Dandy, but he's quite tanky at this stage of the game here on the Maokai, so not sure how the dive's going to go, but they're at least going to give it a go as I was pushing down the tower goes.
Actually, a very different itemization coming out for Def. We usually see the pickup of the BF sword into pickaxe and then upgrade of boots as far as rotating Caitlyn around and taking quick towers, but decides to itemize the Infinity Edge very early. So tells me that EDG, they wanted that dragon fight. They were trying to back and beat the timer to get back up and set up for a team fight. Otherwise, there's no reason to itemize battle stats like that as opposed to just flat pushing stats with tier 2 boots.
Do get the turret though. As a result, top lane will fall there to EDG, but Vici will enter in the bottom side here with the tower. World 6 is even in the area just to make sure it goes down as Endless. He's going to deny as many creeps as possible before taking it away.
Still trade for trade. Yep. Both teams will now start looking towards that mid lane as EDG have to take the last remaining outer tower. Yeah,
they might actually push for the tier 2, but Dandy there to defend it. Def decides it's a little too risky to try and push it down. Baimi doing some work here, but Hetong, every time Azir's in a lane, he just denies creeps constantly. This is the thing about Azir, he's such a gatekeeper of the mid lane turret.
And this is, we talked about how this is very classically an EDG style of composition, you know, really creating a zone and empowering Deft on that Caitlyn with a pick like Nunu and things like that. But it's also a really good place to be for Vici. If you're just about trading objectives and making map movements, the one thing that Vici have consistently been ahead on is their map rotation and map movement. The thing where they start to fall behind is actually their big 5v5, obviously because some of their laners aren't the strongest. So, I mean, EDG's playing to their strengths, but it's helping Vici out in a sense because it's keeping them where they're strong.
Do you feel like EDG are maybe looking for a particular point of power? I mean, they clearly wanted to contest for that next dragon, but didn't. But feels like they're waiting for some sort of item timing, or even just some levels here.
I definitely really agree. I mean, obviously we've already talked about kind of Caitlyn's mid-game power trough and how she really needs 3 items before she can take off. That said, with the Infinity Edge completed versus the BT on Kalista, Kalista really needs the Hurricane or possibly even a Bork. We'll see which attack speed item he chooses to go for before he's really going to take off. So advantage is still in Def's hands. As soon as Kalista has the second item, that's when Vici really start to swing power.
Well, I like the decision here for EDG to pull Def mid and try and rotate for another tower, because you knock down enough towers, you'll kind of skip Caitlyn as best you can through that mid-game power drop.
And that's what's really become very famous in the LPL is pushing down as many towers as quickly as possible. Again, like you said, to ramp into mid-game so you completely skip over these weak points for champions.
Baimi's nice and strong now as well. Can force people off the turrets. He's got his Manamune Brutalizer and the cooldown boots all done. And who is in the top lane picking up all the stray farm? But Amazing J in his rise.
0, 0, and 0. However, almost has his Rod of Ages available. Will be a little bit late. We talked about last set how kind of the peak timing window is about 15 to 16 minutes.
Yep, but not going to get it just yet. Had to get the cheer as well. I think it's the other consideration. Kind of looking at the Rise games we've seen, this doesn't seem like a bad timing actually, to be perfectly honest, but at least is later than Rod of Ages first, which comes usually anywhere between the 14 or 16 minute mark, like you said.
As these teams start to group up again, Dragon's probably going to be the next big point of contention where we'll see a big, massive 5v5, and that's where Vici have really been exposed. Again, the fact that they're playing a very rotation, very controlled, slow game on both sides, this empowers Vici. This is exactly how they play the game and where they find their strength. It's when they're forced to skirmish, when they're forced to 5v5, that they start to fall apart.
Do you feel like Vici, I mean, if they do want to contest for that next dragon and look for a fight here, what do you think they need to accomplish before that next dragon rolls
I actually
around?
think they're stronger for the next dragon, especially if they get Hatong on a Zero in position, just because it's really important for a Zero to get a Sand Soldier set up. And again, Callista should have a big, maybe 2 minutes. I'll have to see where his gold is at to see how close he is to his second item, although she's very cost efficient, especially if she goes for the Hurricane versus the Blade of the Ruin King. But that said, if Clearlove can make zone control possible with a nice absolute Zero to give Def just free time to run through his headshots, Caitlyn can also be a massive factor in the big 5v5.
I guess we'll have to wait and see. In a minute 30, his dragon is going to be up there. Scott Crab, though, completed there by Mata and Endless. They'll take that one away for a bit of extra vision. Have to always watch out for the Callista as well, because if Vici start the dragon, they're probably going to get it.
Yeah, again, it's about being on top of that objective. You're absolutely right. So we'll see where they go from here. Obviously, both teams really looking at the timer 1 minute now. Vici do have the advantage in that they took the Scuttle Crab, and obviously that's vision that you can't sweep away or deny.
Not just yet. Anyway, it will fade before the dragon comes up, but next one's up in a minute. It's going to be the first team to get the dragon number 2, and you can see EDG very dedicated to trying to take this one away by the looks of things, but Rotovators is completed for Rise. Do you think EDG should be picking a fight for this next one?
They definitely have a power spike in the form of Jace. Obviously, it's not going to be his ultimate power spike because his Muramana is completed, or excuse me, stacked, and likewise his Brutalizer is just there for the CDR. But Jace is very strong when poking at objectives, very much like Azir. Azir, you still need a little bit more setup. You have to have him on top of the objective so he can get his Sand Soldiers, whereas Jace can poke from afar. It's more important that EDG are moving into this area and setting up their vision so to empower Bamey to look for those poke opportunities.
If we have a look at the vision, actually, you can see good pink wards over there for EDG, so they do have decent vision of the area with just a cheeky green ward in there for Vici. Def will get red buff here as well. He's really ramping things up, and you can see the crits doing enough work here. Blood Bowl going to help out as far as mid-game power, trying to help Def through that stage there as well. So EDG looking back now, it's a bit missed time for Mako. Maybe they don't want to connect with the dragon.
This is a really unfortunate back time. We'll see if Vici actually capitalize on it. Obviously, EDG have a ton of vision down there, so Vici could be afraid to just pull the trigger just because they don't have eyes on where EDG are.
See, again, the first team to start the objective feels like the one that's going to get it with these particular comps, especially on the side of Vici. The dragon is ready. Vici going towards it, but EDG actually...
Very identity base for both of them. They don't like to go back often to refresh their wards. A lot of these two teams like to make very quick and fast map rotation, so it's about being able to spam multiple wards, so as you move around the map, you can cover your flanks.
Well, EDG going to try and fight here. Vici will get the dragon. Endless should be able to render away, and does. Mako, massive headbutt, pulverize under 3. Box down there as well for Mata. The target is Endless, but the Azir ult is going to keep them away. Clearlove trying to zone them out there, but Def gets crushed by Hatong. Bamey will get a kill on Tomato. An amazing days here, but they need to kill World 60. Chrono breaks away. Bamey getting low. He's forced back, but Endless going to get another kill. Amazing J will fall, and Vici with Mata only down win 3 for 1.
What looked like a beautiful absolute Zero to slow everyone down. Deft had a crazy misposition standing in the corner of the dragon fight, and the absolute Zero meant nothing to Hatong's Azir, quickly sending 3 Sand Soldiers on top of him. And this is what we were talking about with Vici. If they ever get a lead, they are so punishing. They turn immediately on the Baron.
Clearlove's here as well, but it's so hard to steal Baron.
He's got flash.
Away from Callista. Clear's going to have to try something here. He's lining it up. He's got to do this really, really well.
Oh my god, Mako.
God, the knock-up. Mako goes back in.
Oh my god.
Dives in, doesn't get the Baron. Clearlove will fall there as well. But they tried so hard to steal it.
That was crazy. Just slightly missed time. If Mako had just waited even 2 more seconds, it would have been enough for Clearlove to make the flash and have the consume animation go off into the smite. That said, you said it before the Baron went down, it's so hard to smite away from Callista, the power of the Ren. And that's one of the primary reasons that she's 100% picked or banned in the LPL.
Now Vici find themselves with a lead in the game. 3,000 gold up, 6-2 in kills, 3-2 in turrets, and even up 2-1 in dragons. We're going to see this again.
Now watch Def's positioning. So Mako has a fantastic engage here. Here comes the absolute Zero setup from Clearlove. It pretty much splits and covers the entirety of the dragon, but bam, Def walks into the corner of the dragon pit and is just deleted from the map. And yeah, Hatong, he can't be the hard carry of the team, but when things are already going right, he can do his job and show up, especially on such a high impact champion like Azir.
Hatong's Azir has definitely been the champion where I've been incredibly impressed with him as a player because, like you said, he's sort of like very pragmatic with the way he chooses his engages. I'm going to say passive, but reactive is probably a fairer way to put it, but he really makes it count. Like, if his team sets up well for him, he will make the play that he needs to make.
Wow, I mean, EDG, they slowed it down. They tried to play a trading style of game with just quick map movements, but against Vici, that's such a gamble to take. They're so good at it. The control and foresight of Mata, and we said it before, I'll keep repeating it. No team is as punishing.
Blue Love gets grabbed, actually. Mako caught out as well. World 6. Good W down as Dandy's just going to dive straight in onto Death. Mako caught out. He's got his ulti ticking away, but not for much longer. Baimi going to go down. Mako will fall shortly after. And Vici, you said it already, just keep throwing punch after punch.
They're so efficient, so good at capitalizing, and when they have a power spike, where exactly to go, what pressure points they can stretch. That teleport from Dandy, the counter engage right there, was flawless, and Vici are running away with this game as they quickly open up this gold lead to 6K.
And Caitlyn, who was getting stronger and is starting to get stronger, really suffered in that last fight. Because if you think about how EDG lost that game, or look, if they lose this game, sorry, think about how they're losing this game at least, it really was just that one Dragon fight.
It just slight mispositioning, and right now Caitlyn's in a bit of trouble because she's in that power chop, only has the static shift and Infinity Edge, really needs that last item, the last whisper before she can start tearing through this big tanky front line, especially Dandy. 1-0-7 has the Frozen Heart up and online, whereas Endless on Callista has its 2-item power spike, the BT into the Hurricane, very cost efficient, very powerful. So Vici are strong, they're ahead, and they know it.
Yeah, and they, as you said, when they're ahead, they play like they're ahead, and they are very efficient at what they do. 7,000 gold up right now for Vici. EDG trying to keep the minions out of their base. They've done a decent job so far of at least making sure their inhibitor towers don't get broken, but Vici, the Baron buff has dropped. Dragon's back in a minute 50. We'll reset a bit as we look for our next fight point.
The thing about EDG, though, they are one of the best team fighting teams in the world. That said, they have 2 of their rotating subs on the roster, Baimi in place for Pawn, Amazing J in place for Koro. Clearlove said it himself, you know, we're not as comfortable with the subs, which is to be expected. But if this game goes late, if EDG can survive the power spike of Vici, survive the onslaught, they do have options that when it comes to a 5v5, they can very easily out-team fight, at least the Vici that we've seen in the past.
Who do you think the onus is on then as far as playmaking goes? Because usually it's, you know,
Deft.
Clearlove, Sejuani. I mean, Deft in trouble. He needs more items, so he's not the answer for this point in the game.
Right now, at this point in the game, no. But as far as playmaking late game, it's really about Deft and about Amazing J. Amazing J because he has the power champion, Deft because he's empowered by this composition to thrive.
What about right now? Because EDG needs something
right now, they just need to pray. Pray and slow people down. It's about wave clear, which they do have options. You have Jace, the acceleration gate into the shock blast combo is going to be massive on the AoE. Likewise, because Deft decided to itemize the static shiv versus the Phantom Dancer, Caitlyn already has fantastic wave control, but with the static shiv procs, it's even better.
Is indeed as endless. You can see kind of just having a mosey through EDG's jungle. Going to take a bunch of it away. Prepping away being the bottom side, but EDG already moved down there. They're trying to clear it out. Like you said, we're going to be waiting between objectives because Vici want to push and EDG just want to hold on.
EDG, I don't think they can contest this dragon at all. They'd have to either get a pick or have massive poke laid down by Baimi beforehand.
And we actually are seeing a difference in builds for Rise here as well, as Mata might have actually been caught out warding. No, the rest of his team there. Clearlove thought about it, but he couldn't really set up for a pick. Instead, EDG again, wait for the waves and push them back out.
Again, you see, like you said, all the pressure points being created on the map. They're pushing mid, there was ping going to the top side. Dandy will have the teleport available probably in the next 45 to a minute. No, a little bit more than that.
Vici though going to take away that dragon. Callista doesn't actually get it. It's a Tonga that gets it, but it's not really relevant as EDG weren't looking to contest for it anyway. Down quite a lot here at EDG in this game. Still about 6,500 gold up. Massive kill discrepancy, turret discrepancy, and now that dragon starting to see a split there in that as well. So Vici don't have a Baron. That did wear off. That's probably the best news for EDG right now, but it will be back up in a minute 20, and EDG need to decide what they want to do about it.
I don't think they can really do anything. They're going to try to hold it, but if Vici go for a dive here, I mean, I guess it's a little bit scary, especially if Nunu sets up for an absolute 0 and Rise can lock you down. We'll see. We'll see if they dive eventually, like if they get frustrated, or if they're going to continue to play with split pressure mid, bot, and top.
I wonder if Deft has enough for his last Whisper, because that's quite important for him if they do want to contest for this Baron. But I mean, if Vici get another Baron, how realistic are EDG's chances of holding on to the game? Because they're already done quite a lot in gold.
They have the tools late game, though, that they can come back. And again, if you're going to fight... I mean, EDG, this isn't the 2014 roster, obviously. We don't have you don't have Name. But the one thing that they're known for is their insane team fighting, especially late game, even from gold disparities as large as 10K. So you can never discount EDG in a strict 5v5. That said, Vici have, again, one of the earliest average game times. So when they're ahead, they can very quickly close it out.
Yeah, important to clarify, that's wins, not just generally, although maybe generally for losses as well. But certainly in wins, Vici, like you said, the word was efficient. That's a great way to describe the team. And they're just getting stronger and stronger. Dandy, massively tanky as he just finished his Spirit Visage. World 6, nice and tanky with the Cinderhawk. 3 items there for Hetong. 2.5 there for Endless, but most importantly, the defensive items. Mako gets grabbed, immediately has to cleanse out with his ultimate. But if EDG wanted to contest this Baron, and I'm still not sure they did, they're going to do it without an important cooldown.
And they have to do it into a ton of Vici vision. Look at all of that. Every single bush is lit up on that top side jungle for EDG.
It's almost like they're supporting Mata.
It's almost like.
Yeah, makes sense. Vici, I mean, Mata and Dandy on Samsung White were known for setting up vision around objectives. Strong preparation here by Vici, who, like you said,
average 60 to 80 wards a game.
that's too many.
And it speaks to their playstyle, the fact that it's not about keeping one area constantly lit up with vision, it's about rotating your vision around and covering your flanks as you make these quick map movements.
Well, Vici right now just cutting off more vision here. Hetong going to use a Sand Sword just to clear things out. Again, more wards coming down. Vici, if they find a pick, it'll be a little bit easier for them. It's not necessary. They'll just buy their time. But EDG, sideway prepped in the bottom side. Again, holding on as best they can.
Oh, here comes the teleport from Dandy.
Dandy rushing in. Grab on to Clearlove. Mata goes through. Clearlove going to look for his ulti. Does pop it out. Depth. Decent positioning, but Tom's going to fly his way in. Ulti only gets Mako though, but Dandy doing enough damage, and Endless is now popping into the back. Baby's almost dead. Depth is somehow still alive, but he's really far back, and now Mako going to be the catch here. Good corner back from World 6. Deft going to go down now to Endless, and that's all Vici need. They're straight onto Baron.
Deft flash forward to try to pick up another kill, but with that, Endless immediately flashes on top of him and takes him out. And Vici taking another team fight. We talked about how Echo is used in the jungle, that choke point, a lot of utility.
Oh, World 6 caught by Amazing J. No, doesn't die. Random from Mata will save him, but EDG really trying to make sure this Baron doesn't go down.
World 6, savior of the day for EDG with his teleport, able to stall out and stop the Vici Baron.
Amazing J looking good there. Does have his Saris now completed. Possibly building into Abyssal, maybe that GA build that we've seen. Nice little move here from Bamey, and Clearlove will also see them take out a turret for themselves, but last Swift enough for Caitlyn. EDG starting to find their way back into the game, but they're still so far behind. 7,500 gold, and Vici, they're still pressuring back toward the Baron area.
Yeah, that was unfortunate. They had a nice stack of their CC. Again, like you said, Deft had great positioning, but just doesn't have the damage. Has the last Whisper complete, so I mean, he had the armor penetration, but not able to pick up any kills.
See if it makes a difference for this Baron by EDG. I think maybe feeling like they have to contest for this, because it's going to be very tricky to win if they don't, but Vici, they don't need much more to win from this point, that's for sure. They really want the Baron. Dragon will be back up in a minute 30 if they want to force the issue there. But I have to say, EDG have at least done a good job holding on to this point. Nice ulti from Deft, hits Hetong. Mata,
Good try.
not getting in the way of that one, but not too bad. Hetong actually has a potion apparently. He'll eat that one instead. Has a couple spare biscuits in his back pocket.
I just love how Mata plays his own skin.
Oh, I didn't even notice that. That's great. You know, Imp didn't play his own Twitch skin, and I was horrified.
I thought he did.
No. We hyped it up the whole chance I got through Big Twitch,
Didn't
and
do
he
it.
trolled us and didn't play it.
That's an imp thing to do. That said, this game is all about this Baron. We're still on it. The reason why Vici are being so respectful and so cautious is that if EDG do get this Baron, it's very easily a 4-minute pause on the game to allow them to get a foot back in.
Yeah, we've seen what EDG can do with Barons. Usually the ones to take them nice and early. Haven't had a chance to so far in this game, but Baimi coming in with the poke. He's got a Last Whisper now as well. This is about as strong as Jace gets, but to be honest, the Tong's just that much stronger. Oh, that W was so gross. Immediate talisman.
And again, it's not really just the Baron that Vici want. They just want to pick. They have a ton of non-committal CC. Yeah, they try to set up the parallel convergence right there, but they also have the death sentence from Mata. So just using the Baron, stalling it out as a big bait opportunity is also a very valuable play for them.
This is a commitment here by Vici. They are going to go onto the Baron and finish it. Clear up, lining it up. The Tong gets the Baron actually. Now Baimi going to get dove on there. The ulti out to push Mako, and Clearlove's just too low. That damage absolutely disgusting across the board. Mako gonna die. That's 4 kills already in depth. Could do literally nothing but watch.
Patong just destroyed EDG right there. The damage from Kalista and Azir was disgusting. EDG, I feel like they keep trying to test themselves. Let's leave Kalista open. Let's see if we can find a composition to deal with it. Let's experiment. At least that's what I'm gonna call it, but it just keeps falling flat on its face.
Certainly this time it seems to be Vici finally break the base of EDG. They'll get inhibited, they'll rush back and get the dragon. Death timers are low enough right now that EDG are able to get back and protect their base from falling. But EDG are running out of things to give over to EDG here. 4 dragons will be there soon. They're already down 10,000 gold, 6 turrets to 3. Vici, you said it already, efficient is the word, and efficient they are.
You cannot give them a lead, and you cannot give them an easy laning phase. Again, I feel like EDG needed to force more skirmishes early to kind of pick on Vici's inability to 5v5, and I feel like kind of the big swing of power was the initial dragon fight. EDG itemized because they wanted to take the 5v5, had a missed timing of their backs. Vici got on top of the objective, got on top of the fight, and then transitioned immediately into a Baron, and that's really where this game just exploded out of control.
I want to highlight something actually about Kalista that references something that you said about Jinx yesterday. You said that one of the reasons Jinx is so good is that when you lose a neutral team fight, your base gets destroyed because her minigun's so good. I feel like, and the sort of extension was the only way to beat that is by having exceptional wave control, that doesn't happen to you. I feel like the same is true of Kalista and objective control.
No, I completely agree. Actually, that's a really smart point on Dragon and Baron just because her rend is so potent.
So your vision has to be at like absolute peak.
It has to be perfect. You cannot make any mistakes on your objective control against a Kalista. Likewise, Jinx, you can't make any mistakes in your minion wave management or Jinx will just punish you so hard.
And you know, the idea of EDG maybe testing themselves could be a thing here as Kalista's open at least for this game. Endless has had a great game, by the way. 4-0-10, building in for I think a Black Cleaver. This is the second time we've seen this today, so apparently something's happening on the Chinese server.
Well, it makes a lot of sense just because she's going to itemize and scale really well off of attack speed, and obviously it makes it very quick and efficient to stack up the Black Cleaver. As far as like straight damage and math between the Last Whisper and the Black Cleaver, the Last Whisper is going to offer more for your individual penetration, but it's going to offer more across the board for your team. That said, he's got all magic damage.
Don't even worry. Oh yeah, that's
like, look, it's a Azir Echo Maokai, so. I think it's more so about the Phage at this point, just offering him that safety of the kite.
Phage is pretty great as EDG trying to defend their base. Vici really want one last crack at it, but EDG, we talk about their wave, they're still quite good. Even Baimi's got additional AD. Smarter, finds a hook, gets Mako. Smart swap actually, making sure Alistar tanked it. EDG will make sure to clear out some vision, but again, running out of options here. EDG probably have one good hold left in this game. If they lose the next team fight, the game's gonna end.
They can't make any more mistakes. That's pretty much what it comes down to.
What do Vici want to do? We already talked about it. Their lead's massive. They've got items everywhere. They've got 2 frozen hearts. In fact, Marta's got a spare one. There are no major objectives up right now. Are they just waiting for Dragon 5?
As far as Vici's win conditions, I mean, obviously a very early dragon was taken, so it's a feasible objective for them. But at this point, it's really picks and managing their waves and pressure points. They've got so much vision control as Mata is placing deep vision while Endless creates a pressure point on the bottom side of the map that they're either going to try to catch EDG rotating in between the pressure points that they're creating on the map and make a pick, or they're going to wait for that 5th dragon and then just mow down EDG's base. The word that I would use to describe Vici is clinical. Clinical, textbook, clean.
Yeah, and that shows in a lot of their leads here, but EDG again holding on, seeing what they can do here in this game, but falling behind seems to be what they're doing for a lot of this game here. Those last few team fights that were very close, it felt like in that mid-game, but EDG couldn't quite get it done.
EDG just doesn't have the damage, and I mean, frankly, this is why I dislike Caitlyn. I feel like the changes on her penetration really didn't solve Caitlyn's problem as offering her up a steroid to deal with the Cinder Hulk tank meta. Because, I mean, you're still facing across Echo, who's going to be very tanky. Obviously, got the Randuin's Omen, has the Cinder Hulk on the Chilling Smite. And then Maokai and Thresh both having Frozen Hearts. There's nothing Caitlyn could do to deal with that. And then you don't have any other damage threats other than the Rise. But unfortunately, Amazing J just can't get on top of it.
EDG, what you're telling me is the 6-item Caitlyn dream is what they're holding on to here. It's Amazing J going to pop in on top of Dandy. Actually has a Void Staff, so respectable damage. He'll force Maokai away from the turret and start wave clearing. But again, Dragon back up in a minute 50, Baron up in a minute 45. Vici going to have their pick of which big buff they want to end the game with.
And they're going to be fine. There's no reason to try to force a fight here and make a mistake and then open up an opportunity for either EDG to look towards Baron or Dragon in a response. So Vici just going to wait for their win condition in the monster objectives, especially with that power pick like Kalista.
Yep, and Ellis has just been really the star of this game, despite getting absolutely destroyed at level 1. He actually has not died. He got forced out, but he did not die. And ever since that little mistake, he shrugged it off and rode the wave with the rest of his team.
1 minute 14 seconds.
There's still stuff to talk about between Dragons, but as you said, textbook is the way Vici play. They're definitely playing between these objectives, and you can see that vision looking great for Vici on the Dragon side.
The question now becomes, what do EDG do to change their draft phase and change the outcome of this set to look for a split? So again, they try to leave Kalista open, think maybe they can find some sort of counter or answer to it. It ends up being too powerful. I expect that we'll see a Kalista ban. I would like to also see a Thresh ban because you cannot let Mata have Thresh.
We'll see. I mean, again, it was so funny to see EDG play LGD in Game 2 yesterday, where they just said, okay, we'll play standard, and then everything was fine. It seemed like nothing had really changed between the teams. I feel like maybe there's a similar story here in this game, but
Beach did a really great job targeting both Bamey's champion pool with the Cassiopeia ban, and then immediately taking the Azir and forcing him. Oh, hold on.
Martha looking in. That's a lot of damage. So Fate's got forced out as well. 6 taking poke there as well. Dandy dives in, but EDG have got a good defensive line. Mako sponging damage as best he can, but the Chrono Break's going to reset there. Hatong now charging in. Absolutely absurd damage, but Def, he's still alive somehow. The rest of the team, though, going to come on top of him. Can't live for long enough. World 6 still alive somehow, and Vici win one final team fight and look to end the game, presumably.
That was best case scenario for EDG. They set up fine. They had their AoE, their utility in front of them. Rise started to go off, but Vici are just too far too far ahead at this point. Hatong doing so much damage, and clearly Mata, they're dancing it out.
They're having some fun. Mata not really needed for the last push. Clear knowing that the game is over. He's just going to have a little bit of fun there with Vici, support player. But Vici are going to move in and end the game. And once again, EDG find themselves in a hole after game number 1.
Vici are the weirdest team in LPL. I think that's the only way to say it. Death by 1,000 paper cuts, clinical standard. If they get a lead, almost certainly they'll win the game. But the problem is that sometimes they just never get that lead.
Yeah, and EDG, again, made a really good crack at that last team fight there. You saw 4-item Caitlyn was almost enough. 5-item might have just been enough, but EDG, even at that point, were just too far behind. It didn't take much, honestly, for the game to swing the way it did. But like you said, as soon as Vici were ahead, it never looked like they were going to be behind again.
Yeah, fantastic play. I'd be shocked if Hatong or Endless didn't get the MVP. They both had great performances, and we talked about this in Champions. Like, you know, Hatong not really known to be the hard carry to really set up his team and start leading the way, but if Vici are going, Hatong can do his job. He can show up and he can take the quadra kills.
In the nicest way possible, Hatong shows up at the right time really well. Like, if everyone else is going, it's like, yeah, go in. Like, he'll never initiate a fight, I feel like, but if Hatong doesn't start fights, if that's maybe Dandy's job on the top lane, maybe Mata's job for support, Hatong damn well finishes them.
No, completely agree. Yeah.
I mean, Vici, what more to really say, to be honest? Like, EDG, it's sad now that we're no longer surprised to see them lose. Again, still in the thick of the season. There's a lot of wiggle room here for these teams to sort of keep moving forward and make more of a late charge towards playoffs. But Vici are only getting better and better. Again, it's the solo laners that have always been the problem all year long, but they're getting better. Dandy's in the top lane. World 6 is getting better in the jungle. Hatong's certainly getting better. Azir especially just seems so good for him. I don't know. Maybe we're going to see more of this from Vici.
No, I mean, I completely agree. The fact that World 6 has been a serviceable replacement for Dandy, and that they did shore up some of their discrepancies in the fact that their solo laners were a little bit weaker with moving Dandy into the top lane. But the thing is you can tell that I'm not like super hyped for Vici, even though I should be. I mean, they just beat EDG and they did it flawlessly. It just, this is what we've come to expect from Vici. They can pull out these incredible wins where it's just a beautiful game to watch. They're so good about moving across the map, but they can never make it a 2-0. It's so rare to see them consistently back-to-back show this dominating presence and force.
Well, can Frost Goon be proved wrong today? We're going to find out fairly soon. We're going to take a quick break, and as we return, we'll move into Vici versus EDG Game 2.
a child, you would wait and watch from far away. But you always knew that you'd be the one to work while they all play. Here we are on the way now.
Hello and welcome back everyone to the English coverage of the Chinese LPL. We're about to go into our last game of the evening as EDG are trying to pick things up and equal the series with Vici, but you could see Vici Gaming just dominating that game in Natong, a insane Azir game once again.
A perfect game alongside Endless, didn't die once, 10-0-8. And really, the snowball is at this exact play. Deft walks over to the corner of that dragon pit, and Azir deletes him from the map.
Yeah, really nice awareness there from Hetong. Just goes in a second to make sure Deft goes. You
There
can
he
see,
goes.
yep, there we go. Oh, dead. And I mean, Hetong, we said it already, he's not a super aggro player. He's quite passive, very reactive, but pragmatic when he goes in and chooses his engages. And this whole reel is just going to be Hetong. Never mind, just that one play. It's going to be this whole time. Just Hetong going in at the right time.
They all looked like that.
Yeah,
It's
they
okay.
did. Really. Hetong just picks his spots really well, charges in, ultis at a really good time as well. Again, it's not to initiate. It's not usually defensive. It's like
Yeah,
to clean up or space people out.
You never see really an Azir sec from Hetong. Like, I believe he's probably done it. I
Oh,
mean,
yeah,
he has great
definitely.
Azir stats, but just really setting himself up, getting his sand soldiers, and following the momentum that Vici create.
Yeah, and Avicii again with Endless, with Hetong, getting those carries in there. Plenty of good stuff set up. Despite the shaky-ish early game, this sort of happened. Endless especially had a god-awful start to his lane.
Yeah. Pretty much level 1, walked into an Alistair Pulverizing, got forced back to base. That said, they swapped correctly. EDG made a, I'm not going to call it a massive misplay, but kind of misused their pressure on their second rotation for Dragon, and that's when Vici really struck.
And again, once Vici get a lead, they do not let go. So the question is, can Vici find another lead? And can they get the 2-0? Because if they find the lead, statistically, they should be able to make sure to get this win, right?
Yeah, statistically, if they can get the lead. And it's also really important that if they find the full 3 points here by getting the 2-0, they would move massively in their standings ahead of OMG. So we could really start to see Vici kind of sneak up. And the thing is you know, Vici doing their roster shuffle, moving Dandy from top into jungle. They've been having issues on kind of finding their cohesion and their synergy as a 5-man unit now with World 6. And World 6 really coming into his own. I've actually been very impressed with the... what's the word I'm going to use? Slight shines of brilliance that we see from Vici. I just want to consistently see them shine.
Yeah.
I want to see them spread their wings and fly, Pastry.
Well, haven't done it quite yet, but certainly liftoff seems imminent for a team like Vici who don't need a lot more to get things going again. I feel like this is the theme of this particular LPL split. It's just consistency. There have been so many splits this season that I think right now, this is off the top of my head, and I'm awful at math, so keep all that in mind before I speak.
Check. Awful at math.
I think between the bottom place teams and the top place team in EDG, I believe the point difference is currently 8, which is not very many.
Yeah, it's very, very small. There's a lot of teams. I think that there's a 3-way or possibly a 4-way tie for kind of the middle section, just the 5th place spot. So these teams are all very close, and it really just speaks to across the board, every single LPL team has star players, if not an entire star roster available.
And like yesterday, it was just a day of splits. There have been so many of them, but basically everyone is about a point down as you go through. So QG and EDG a point. Then you move down. It's like a point between the next 4 teams. Very close in the standings, and we are just about halfway through. So we'll pop back into the draft to EDG on the blue side this time around. They ban away the Echo. They ban away the Graga, still picking on World 6 here. We've had Siva banned by Vici, and Callista this time banned I guess for EDG there, as Vici do not want to give it over to them either.
We'll see if Vici kind of stick with their old strategy from last draft and really target Bamey's champion pool as well, banning the Cassiopeia and then taking the Azir, or if he's going to be able to get his hands on either of those champions. Obviously, it's a big coveted pick between Hetong and Bamey.
Unless EDG ban ones right now, that's not possible, actually. Because they can first pick it if they want to do that.
Well, they have the priority pick, yeah.
Yeah. So
Oh, and we talked about the difference between the win rate of EDG on blue side versus purple side having that priority
yeah,
pick.
and there's a 0 actually banned for Vici. Rise is the takeaway from EDG. I wonder how badly Clearlove wants Rek'Sai. Maybe Mako just wants Alistar. Victor's another good one to point out, but I guess there's plenty of mid laners open now, given that only one mid lane ban came through. The Bamey's probably going to get a comfort pick, and they do first pick Alistar.
Oh, I actually don't really agree with that. So Alistar is, it's in a top 3 pick rotation for LPL. And don't get me wrong, Alistar's a fantastic champion.
I was going to say, you love Alistar.
Very powerful. I'm a big Alistar man. I love that champion. But I feel like prioritizing Rek'Sai was much more important here just because they've made it a point to really target World 6 and point at him. And Mako got Alistar last game. Thresh or Mata is fine to take the Thresh and just, you know, body Alistar.
I feel like in general, both Mata and Mako have such big champion pools that it doesn't really matter what they want to go with. But
yeah.
Seems like World 6 is going to take their predicted Rek'Sai. That will leave Clearlove on something different here. Maybe Nunu again. Maybe something like Evelyn. Even Sejuani, we haven't seen it in a long time for him, could come out as well. But Vici take away Nautilus as a flex pick, and World 6 gets Rek'Sai.
I feel like that's halfway committing to a denial on a player, World 6 in particular, and just not seeing it all the way through. Like I said, I would have rather seen a priority first pick Rek'Sai to really put World 6 down and kind of force him onto one of those more uncomfortable statistic champions like his Sejuani.
Well, he got a win on Echo last game. After only playing basically Rek'Sai Gragas, Nidalee's actually the lock-in here for EDG. Clearlove going to lock it in for himself, maybe just thinking, you know what, fine. If Spirit can do it, so can I.
Corki now the rotation. That said, it could be a flex pick. I wouldn't be surprised if Bamey had Corki in his champion repertoire just because it really fits with kind of that poke control mage theme.
Yeah, but Deft is a big Corki player, of course, so that's who we expect to get it, but we'll have to see here. Nidalee also potentially a flex pick, but unlikely, and I don't even remember Clearlove playing Nidalee in the jungle when she was first pick or ban.
It wasn't a big priority for him, and he didn't find a lot of success on it. And speaking of flex picks, the one thing that we haven't pointed out is Nautilus is also a flex pick for Dandy. I really like this pickup, though. Second rotation from Vici. I think this is very clever. So Vici are effectively doing what EDG failed to do. They put their 2 target bans, Echo and Gragas, at World 6, and then didn't priority pick the Rek'Sai to kind of force him on that last champion. As I say that, they swap over to Hecarim.
Hecarim, Tristana, actually the pickups there. That's just going to leave Bamey Cassio if he wants it, but I guess they really must favor the Hetong counter pick here.
Wow, Vici, I tried to throw you a bone.
Nope.
No.
Denied. Is EDG going to consider their next few picks to Deft? Looking about the same, actually. Deft always looks the same, just very blank.
That said, Vici know it's a Cassiopeia. There's no way they don't know it's a Cassie. So obviously that's Hetong saying, you know, I have a counter pick. I know what I want to play into this matchup.
Okay, being hovered here as well. Deft is going to lock in the Cassio for Bamey. He'll collect that one for himself as expected. And Amazing J going to stick on the tanks here. Played Rise last game, banned away this one, of course, so can't play it. Will get the Maokai, but there's already that Nautilus for the top tank if that's what they want, although he does have Hecarim now. Never mind. Danny going to get that one instead. But Hetong always going to reach deep into the pockets to a very old counter pick. Oh, it does have that as well.
Glorious Revolution.
We could have Victor. We talked about it as a Bamey champion. That was the other thing he could have picked up, but been so impressed by his Cassiopeia lately.
His Cassiopeia is just so dominant in the lane phase. That said, Cassie has gone through some recent nerfs, not on this patch, but I believe on the last one where they tried to really target her sustain in lane and take a little bit of power away from her in that lane phase, whereas Victor's still cost efficient as ever with his Hex Core for his lane phase. His first and second back are just so powerful.
And there we go. It is going to be Hetong taking that Victor as Vici's last pick here. So strong draft from both sides. I have to say, I like Vici's a little bit more.
Yeah, I really like Vici's draft phase. We've especially seen kind of the power of Tristana really return in the hands of Imp in particular. Let's see if Endless finds the same success here. But Deft on Corki, that's a comfort, tried and true champion for him.
Yeah, Bamey is all on Cassio. Even Amazing J on the likes of Maokai. And I guess Mako on the Alistar. Does have Ignite, by the way, which I love. Nice and aggressive there from both of the supports, actually. But what about Clearlove?
Nidalee.
Nidalee.
Yeah. It's not really a Clearlove style champion.
It isn't, but we're going to go through our matchups now. Amazing Day on the Maokai, Dandy here with the Hecarim. We're going to see Clearlove soon enough here. There's the Nidalee into the Rek'Sai. It almost feels like a Lee Sin moment. I think Clearlove really just wants to kill people.
Yeah, typically when Nidalee's picked up, it's just about being aggressive. So we'll see if he's able to put the aggression onto World 6 and slow him down on that Rek'Sai. But I feel like there was kind of a misplay from both draft phases. Bamey, of course, getting his Cassiopeia, and World 6 getting his hands on Rek'Sai.
There's Deft on his Corki. Kind of expected stuff there. As Endless going to go into another one of his big champions there with the Tristana. Still trying to figure out how Tristana works, I guess. We've seen quite a lot of her, but maybe not as much success as we'd expect. But certainly Endless and I think Imp are the two players that seem to really like the champion.
It's really difficult to out-trade Tristana if she gets her satchel on top of you, and just 1 or 2 auto attacks is pretty much a guaranteed free trade for Triss if she can disengage from your burst.
Yeah, great stuff there. We'll have to see how it all works out. Those are going to get into our final game of the night. All right, we are onto the rift for game number 2 here between EDG and Vici. Our final game of the evening here. Week number 6, day number 2 of the LPL. And there have been so many games already, but don't worry, still plenty more to come here, as I believe we hit the halfway point in the middle of today. But Vici, can they do what some teams have done, but few can really claim? 2-0 EDG.
I think Unlimited Potential and World Elite are the only teams to 2-0 EDG.
This split.
Yeah.
Yes, Snake had the honor last split as well. And I think one other team from Spring as well. Let me tell you, it is not easy to beat this team in a best of 2, let alone a best of 5. But a couple of teams have done it so far this season. EDG, we said it already, it's been somewhat of a slump. Not massively so, but somewhat of a slump for the team. They usually come crashing back in game number 2 with a win. Can they do it here? And Clearlove, he has to step up for me. He's picked such an aggressive champion. We saw his Lee Sin at Spring. He loved to just absolutely take people out. He needs to go big here and try and get ahead early because Vici, we know what happens when they get a lead.
And Vici already setting themselves up for success here. Again, Vici not really well known for their lane phase. It's more about unlocking Mata, allowing him to roam the map and find the snowball in the lead there. And they are going to go ahead and lane swap. Now, the thing that I like about this is, yeah, we talked about Tristana has great trade potential in a 2v2 with kind of how her satchel works on her E now. But her ability to push down towers, especially across from a Corki, is exceptional because of her wave clear on her explosive shot, as well as, again, proccing that satchel onto a tower and getting extra damage there. And again, it then unlocks Mata to roam around the map should he choose to do so on this Nautilus.
Yep, yeah, I can see the standard mid lane though as Vici double jungle there. Dandy with the smite will be able to help World 6 out there, so you can see they smashed out that blue buff as they actually left the Gromp up there as well. Clearlove though jungling with Mako right now, but a ward down there by Mata onto the blue buff means they will spot Clearlove going over, but he has a lot of protection. Mako's actually roaming from level 1.
I think he was going to attempt to invade and figure out where Clearlove is going, but looking for the gank.
Instead, level 1 gank onto Bame. He does have the hook actually. Doesn't land it. Mako comes in. We wanted to see the support battle. We're kind of getting a bit of that now.
Yeah. Really dangerous. That said, it buys enough time pulling Mako from that buff for Dandy and World 6 to get into position, but I believe the buff has already been cleared.
Just the Scuttle Crab right now for Vici. Yep, buff is gone, so Clearlove got out with that one already. That's one thing we can't forget about Nidalee. She flies through the jungle.
And just look at how Clearlove positioned his jungle route, taking red, and then immediately rushing over to his blue, so Vici can't get the same 3-buff start.
Smart stuff there from EDG to kick things off here is Amazing J actually getting CS here in the 1v2 situation. This is quite rare. The wave, though, pushing away from him right now is going to be a little awkward, but he can at least try and throw a sapling in and see what he can get done.
And really, he's allowed to do this just because Mata spent so much time roaming around the map that he doesn't have the level 2 to really threaten this Maokai off of the wave.
And as a result, we are going to get the isolated mid lane as well. That's the last piece of this puzzle, as we can see Deft pretty quickly pushing in the bottom side. So trying to pressure now, but Dandy's there to match it. Bambi versus Cassio versus Victor. Starting to see a bit more of this. Is Amazing J getting harassed now that Mata's returned to the lane.
Mata was really trying to mind game Amazing J right there, standing in Fog of War inside that brush and trying to convince Amazing J that he had gone off to roam and was rushing down to the bottom side to help out Dandy. Was looking for the gank, doesn't get it, so great work from Amazing J to just be overly cautious.
And now actually Mata is coming down to the bottom side, but Dandy's already forced off that turret. Endless not coming, so it's not a full swap here. But Dandy deciding to go back for an early item. He's got his flask, he's got some boots. Got a cloth armor there as well.
Mako getting some very deep vision down just because Deft and him have complete control over that bottom side of the map, not only because of the lane swap and the numbers discrepancy, but just because Dandy had chosen to back.
And Deft, you can see, doing good damage to that tower early on. World 6 will spot the first ward. Actually, maybe not. It's kind of in a weird spot, but he walked past his Grump and will spot it.
Yeah, he checked the local spots at the Gromp in the brush.
Local ward forecast. We do see a tier actually coming through for both Clearlove and Bamey. That's an early back for Clearlove, getting tier before completing that jungle item. bit more of a farm style coming through for Nidalee, but Clearlove, again, can take over in the early to mid-game once he gets going.
Yeah, really looking for more of a Herbivore-style Nidalee, trying to stack that tier as quickly as possible by using his abilities and hopefully hopping around the map.
Deft, though, grabbed up. Mako defending there. Headbutts Dandy away. Pulverize is good. Deft will turn on the Gatling gun and try and get some damage down. And a very wonky 2v2 lane. Mata and Dandy together again at last.
I feel like this always happens in the lane spot. Mata trying to find all 3 procs of the Riptide to make that trade worth. Doesn't find it.
Not quite yet, but Deft gonna get grabbed again. No, it's Mako this time. Good pulverize.
Oh,
the
teleport.
damage turns around. Amazing J gonna lock them down. The flash forced out there. And now Dandy's gonna get jumped on. No flash at all for the Hecarim. Knocked back by the Arcane Smash, but World 6 is here. Clearlove down here as well. Gonna try and make a difference. Spear lands onto Mata, but first one gets interrupted by World 6. But still, Mako goes in. They'll dive in. The twisted advance down. Clearlove gets a kill. World 6 is dead as well. EDG explode.
A beautiful collapse and teleport from Amazing J to start that one up. But I want to talk about World 6 denial on Clearlove, hopping forward and interrupting it with the unburrow from Rek'Sai. Def does end up picking the kill, and that's probably a better option for EDG, and then they beautifully juggle the tower aggro to pick up another kill on top of that. But World 6, props, man.
Yeah, absolutely, but great collapse by EDG to start this game off. 1,000 gold ahead. Clearlove going to have a nice big stash in his pocket, and all this while, Bamey on this Cassio seems to be such a good laner.
Bamey is incredibly oppressive in the lane, especially on Cassie. The sustain, obviously not, the sustain buffs, not, excuse me, nerfs, not affecting his dominance in lane.
You can see Bamey actually using a lot of his autos. Now going to push the wave a bit harder with the Twin Fangs, but staying relatively healthy there as far as the mana is concerned. And now level 6 can start to threaten as Clearlove ultra greedy on the jungle party, but gets away with it.
And again, starting to take the lead as far as his CS discrepancy between his enemy jungler. We are going to see a replay of that last fight, but I really want to talk about Amazing J's teleport, because that was fantastic to know that they had that available since Dandy had used his teleport and was in the bottom side of the map, so using their numbers discrepancy really well.
You can see World 6 with the interrupt that you talked about, but unfortunately the damage was there this time is beautiful.
The fact that Mako opened up with the tower aggro and then disengaged from it, and then Maokai took it.
It's almost like EDG know how to dive towers.
It's almost like they're a Chinese team.
They are indeed. As Mako and Def return to the bottom half of the map. Endless is actually here as well. Level 6 there for the Trist with a pickaxe, but a Fade and a Sapphire Crystal already there for Def at 1-0-1. Pretty even on CS, but of course Def going to have just that much more gold.
I still just really want to hit home and drive the brilliance of how smart it was to gank the teleport. Knowing that because Dandy had used his teleport, because he was in the bottom side of the map, that Vici were slow on rotating their lane swap back down, that taking advantage of it, having that Maokai teleport down, so.
I mean, it was planned there as well, because Clearlove was not in the bottom lane by coincidence, that's for sure. Jeez, Def really aggressively pulling this wave. Wants to keep this wave here, but Endless is like, nope, gonna try and break it. Def
Cute
just
little
committed,
sidestep.
Def is really committed. He actually gets the freeze.
Yep.
Oh, lost creep. Oh no. He got the creep anyway. It's okay. Oh, Mako. Aggression. Endless finds a Phosphorus bomb to the back of the face. Not good times.
They're just going to reset it.
So good move there for Vici. Take a couple pot shots to make sure the wave goes back towards the middle of the lane. And meanwhile on the top side, Amazing J. Happy times with his double drones as Bamey's got a blue buff, but so does Satong.
That said, first initial back from Victor, we kind of talked about how cost efficient his Hex Core is and kind of the stats that it gets him. He's going to find a big power spike when he has level 9, especially if he also goes for the second upgraded, that's what I'm looking for, Hex Core. Having the blue Hex Core, because obviously it gives him 2 evolution points. Right now, he should have his evolution points scaled into his Q, which makes his trades a little bit more bearable with Bamey because he'll have that shield on their turn.
Yeah, again, 2 short-range mages battling. Victor, a champion we've seen quite a lot of recently. But Bamey, again, getting a better room so far here with a reasonable CS lead, but nothing massive. And Bamey's just been Bamey, farming up happily on the Cassio, getting ahead of his lane, looking good here. And Clearlove's the one I want to watch out for. Got an amplifying tome. He's building in towards that Magus. The T will be massively stacked. It'll be up nice and quickly. So can Clearlove make the mid-game impact on? Because you look across EDG, there is mid-game power across this comp.
Yeah, and especially the fact that it's a very heavily favored poke composition between Corki and Nidalee with the spears and the rockets. But you're absolutely right. You're looking for itemization power spikes such as Bamey stacking tier alongside Clearlove's, but then more importantly, the Trinity Force completed for that.
And I think Righteous Cloak is the other one I thought of there as well. Because EDG, they're going to hit maybe 15, 20 minutes but hopefully earlier than 20 if they can, and all of a sudden just explode. And to me, I wonder who's going to get the first dragon. That could be our first big point of contention in the game.
Well, Clearlove is making it back. That said, Vici really have no information about which side of the map he's on, so obviously they can't commit too hard until they really get some sort of information from EDG.
And EDG just happily landing at this point. We actually didn't even notice it, but after the beginning of a scuffle there on the top side, we've actually just swapped back to standard lanes, and I feel like EDG, especially with their substitutes, are really comfortable in this situation.
Yeah, they've looked really great as far as their initial map movements this game as opposed to the last one. Again, just the brilliance of making that teleport play onto Dandy to get them the initial advantage. We'll see if they can drive it home for a dragon or if Vici will maybe get their footing back.
Well, right now you can see Clearlove has gone back, completed his Megas, just finished it in fact. So might be heading down to apply pressure onto the map. We've got a Phage completed for Cork. We saw that one already. So still waiting for the next bit of itemization for the AD carries. And a Negatron Cloak actually for Bame. He might be going for the Quick Abyssal. Yep, is going for the Quick Abyssal. Blasting one there as well.
Yep, we talked about how much I love the Abyssal Scepter as far as the mid lane itemization. Again, it just goes back to look at all of the magic damage available on EDG's composition. Maokai's doing magic damage, Nidalee's doing magic damage, even Corky and Alistar are doing magic damage. So just the aura of the Abyssal Scepter means so much more for that team.
Yep, mid-game power. EDG really ramping things up here. Mako, though, found a couple friends here in the jungle. Clearlove is available, though, with the spears ready. Mako forced to ultimate, though. Good hook by Master. That didn't quite connect.
Alright, connected, though.
Yeah, teleport coming through. Dandy going to answer, though. Amazing J's here, but he's maybe a little too far forward. Dandy in as well. Massive ult there. Now Baby getting locked up by the Death Charge, but Clearlove just hocking spears in. Amazing J, so tanky right now as Endless tries to get the damage down, but can't quite find it. Still spears being weaved in. Depth coming through with the Corky. Clearlove jumps on Endless, going to take him out. Baby kills Marta. Clearlove assassinates Tristana. Victor ult down, but Dev's going to get that kill. And all of a sudden, EDG win a team fight 4-0, and even Clearlove wants another kill.
I talked about before and all the time how amazing the LPL teams are about working with terrain and how they use choke points. And that was really the turn of that fight. The fact that the Cassiopeia ultimate, it didn't petrify anyone, but just so much damage because it was used in such a small funnel choke point like that. Even Dandy's initial ultimate into that fight looked really good for Vici.
I think the fact that Dandy ulted basically over a choke point, but then EDG were able to split into two different funnels.
And then throw their poke damage and then re-engage on the choke point, yeah.
And I mean, again, we talk about all the mid-game power. Early game power, not bad either. Amazing J literally never looked like he was going to die that whole fight. And he was bullying the whole choke with his ultimate.
And great communication with their subs as well. The fact that Amazing J, I mean, he teleported effectively behind the entire Vici lineup and then just immediately walked back onto Dandy, who had made the teleport. So the clear call, you know, we're not going onto the back line, which I definitely had access to do, so splitting away their Maokai. We're going on Dandy.
Yeah, and Amazing J also going on Dandy. Apparently there's a theme developing here in this game. It's actually been Dandy that's been sort of the point of contention around this whole game, that early gank. Now that in that last team fight, even Deft here with his Trinity Force already completed is coming up to the top side with Mako is just about to get his ulti back. I smell a dive, Frostgoon.
I mean, obviously he doesn't need to be in the bottom side as Endless and Mata are going to get massive damage, possibly take down this tower, but Deft took away the bottom side tower and immediately rotates to the top side of the map now that the dragon is gone.
Yep, happy to race Vici for a couple of objectives as Mata and Endless denied the tower. It's about one hit away. They will get it, of course, after the unpause, but what a quick break here in this game as EDG after that one team fight, about 2,500, 3,000 gold ahead, but we talked about their mid-game, usually comes around the, 15-minute, maybe 16-minute mark, so somewhere in there, like as you approach 20 minutes, but not at 20 minutes. All of a sudden, we're 12, 13 minutes in, and Deft already has a Trinity Force. Yeah,
they're really starting to ramp up the game very quickly, and this is where Vici don't like to be. We talked about it before. We'll say it again. You'll hear it next week and the week after. Consistency. Vici either look god tier or they just kind of get bodied a little bit.
Yeah, and this early game has been rough here. EDG played it very well. Clearlove back to a bit more ganking, not Lee Sin style. He hasn't gone back to that champion for a long time, sadly, for the Clearlove Lee Sin fans that are out there. That guy goes absolutely ham on that champion, but it is, again, a bit more aggressive. He's been setting up ganks nicely with his team. Clearlove has always been two things to me: a great farm jungler and a really good gank engineer.
Yep. He pretty much plays both of the extremes, which is what I really value and respect about Clear Love as far as the strength of EDG. There's never going to be a point where you look at EDG and you say, they can't do this style or they can't play these champions. Not only in pretty much every member across the board because their champion pools are so massive, but specifically in Clear Love. There's never going to be something EDG can't do in terms of like the meta and what's powerful because someone can't play a certain role.
Yeah, even Clear Love on Italy this game, you know, it's been looking good so far. He's made really smart decisions around the map. We talked about EDG coming together for that teleport in the bottom side. Clear Love was there to make sure that went well. The last fight he was poking around. I love the choice to assassinate the Tristana. Just looking good. Again, more cohesive, more consistency here from EDG. That's all we want to see out of them and their substitutes, honestly, because the better they get together, the better EDG gets, because we already know Pawn and Korra are good at team fighting with them.
Yeah, I actually feel like with Bamey and Amazing J, especially because Amazing J is starting to take on a different identity in terms of EDG, he's being more team fight oriented as opposed to split push oriented. I mean, we can see this alone in his picks, double Maokai as well as the Shin kind of in the last 2 sets that they've played. They look more like 2014 EDG. They're still a bit more skirmish early game focus, but as far as their big cohesive 5v5s, the fact that Bamey is much closer to you in play style than Pawn is, I mean, this is still brand new players, but kind of an old comfort throwback for EDG as far as play style.
And again, if that's something they can explore, if they can get depth strategically and also like literally in the roster as far as number of players go, that's only good things for EDG. We talk a lot about their losses and think, you know what, it's a long split. You know, I think you used it last game. Experimenting is a very strong word to use here for EDG, and sure, we don't know exactly what they're doing. It's hard to say without speaking to the team or, you know, their coach directly, but just from the way they're playing, it seems that they are aware that it's a long season. They are aware that they have big lofty goals as far as both domestic and international success go. They want to be the best team they can possibly once the playoffs and eventually for them, hopefully, the World Championships rolls around. And they're not going to get there by just sitting on their hands after winning MSI and just playing the same way.
No, I completely agree, and you're absolutely right. You know, we can't confirm for sure if this is what EDG really are doing, experimenting, but it does make sense if you kind of look at their draft phases, the fact that they keep leaving Kalista open at least one game and trying different strategies, and there's definitely counter pick tools that they're picking up. Obviously that Urgot composition that they ran against LGD was entirely designed for Imp's Kalista, and it didn't quite work out, but it does feel like EDG testing themselves not only in their rotating roster, but in their general play style as well.
It's funny, I feel like even in that game against LGD, they just forgot to ban Rise. I actually think the rest of the
They were so focused on Kalista, they're like, oh crap, Rise.
And all of a sudden, yeah, I mean, you run a heavy tank composition to shut down the one key threat and then tank the second one, right? Like against a 2-threat comp. We've seen EDG do this before. I think they even did it at MSI. Like, if your enemy team has 2 threats and you have all tanks, which is kind of what Urgot comps are, especially when you don't pick other carries, and they definitely picked a lot of tanks. Like, you itemize for the one threat, kill them instantly, and then the other one doesn't do anything, and like a bunch of tanks and support's not going to kill you. But yeah, leaving another threat there made things a bit tricky for EDG.
The triple threat comp.
No one ever suspects the Akon Rise, but it was there.
In terms of Vici, though, I mean, it's really just unfortunate. We talked about how kind of their lane phase is lackluster, which is why they really thrive in the initial lane swap. So it was really key this time around, not just kind of changing up the pick spans, obviously taking the Kalista off the board and reshuffling that, but the fact that EDG were proactive in the early game, that instead of the Nunu, they went for the Nidalee. We talked about this last game. You know, I didn't think that it was the right decision for EDG to try to take a map rotation stance to their game just because Vici do that so well. Force them to skirmish, force them to fight early. And see where that gets you. You have the stronger 5v5 historically. I mean, obviously when Vici have a gold surplus, they're very able to clean up and kill. But even last set, or last game with them, when, you know, we were having those crazy late game team fights, EDG were still able to, you know, slightly trade back from a gold deficit.
I feel like those jungle bans in game 1 hurt them as well. Because Nunu Rise, when I think about it, like, that's just not a combo.
Well, you have to think. I mean, Rise, he has a problem getting into or getting on top of teams, so Nunu can slow them down and speed Rise up. I mean, obviously it wouldn't be the ideal choice to blood boil Rise when Caitlyn's standing next to you, but at least get it moving a little bit faster.
We talked about double tier comps a lot today, and we've seen actually quite a few good ones. I think it's LGD that stagger their tiers really nicely.
Yeah.
I feel like EDG did not do that in game 1. We just had a Jace tier and a Rise tier, like, what do we do?
Pretty
Caitlyn.
fair assessment.
I mean, hey, I love Dev's Caitlyn, but could not get enough work done there in that game.
I'm not the biggest Caitlyn fan.
I know. You really don't like Caitlyn. I couldn't see your face when you picked, but you were It was very unhappy.
This is why we need the caster cam, just for my facial expressions when they lock in certain picks.
Well, we do pop back into the game. Deft takes out a turret as we go back in, so that's a good start. But Endless Samantha have taken out the bottom side, so 2-1 up in turrets for EDG, 6-0 in kills, and 1-0 up in Dragons, all to the tune of about 3,500 gold up.
And again, it's really on the back of this guy, Clearlove, changing up his style from game one, had the Nidalee, or excuse me, had the Nunu, now takes the Nidalee and is being proactive and putting Vici
At
down.
least being consistent with the naming of his junglers, like all starting with the same letter, so I guess they're probably not close together in the time.
Nidalee, Nunu.
There's no more. It's okay. Well, 6 though on the Rek'Sai. Funny, we talk about the Rek'Sai as maybe being a mistake here, but Clearlove might just show us up here with the Nidalee pick, and this is the EDG classic. Deft on the Corki with the Trinity Force. Get him onto the outer turrets.
Whoa, whoa, I want to clarify. The Alistair priority. I feel like they needed to take the Rek'Sai away from World 6, and likewise, Clearlove would be in very much the exact same position if he had the Rek'Sai for what he's doing with the Nidalee.
True. And Alistar looking good here, especially on this potential tower dive. What happened there? EDG giving up the turret, actually. Good collapse by Vici.
Victor. He has his double upgraded Hex score, which means that he's going to clear that back line, and he's level 10, so obviously it has scaling AP on that. I believe it's 5 AP per level, as well as some mana regen, but he's just going to zap through this pretty much entire wave.
Turret's dead now, unfortunately. Good poke there from Corki and Nidalee, able to group up and presumably take the turret up, but you're going to have the pause unpause.
Oh, unpause. I saw it.
Yeah.
Clearlove's like, I saw it.
Guys, come on. Just to confirm, we actually do have a pause back. Sorry.
I like their tactical pauses where they get to talk.
Yes, that is a unique trait of the LPL. Clearlove's like, I don't have anything to say.
He never
I'm
smiles.
This game.
I've
true.
I've never seen, except for when they won MSI.
yes.
That was the only time I've seen Clearlove smile.
I think Pawn never smiles.
Pawn doesn't smile either.
He like I've seen him smile. Like he laughs and stuff. Like you'll see him like having fun off stage, like talking to someone or like making fun of imp or whatever. Like he'll laugh then, but when he wins, it's just like
That was
okay.
easy.
Yeah, yeah, kind of. Very nonchalant about his wins as Pawn. Haven't seen him in a while either. But Bamey doing a good job. Bamey, by the way, he always looks stressed. Whenever I see Bamey, he's just like, why? This game's so hard. Everyone's so good. Bamey are pretty good too, man.
Yeah, he used to have a 100% win rate with EDG. Obviously, that ended in... Oh, Amazing J looks a little bit upset. Either that or he's just very warm.
He's like, Makai sucks. Where's my fizz?
Are his eyes watering?
Maybe.
I meant to say sweating.
Is that what you meant to say?
Yeah.
You said the other thing? Nailed it. Good old Frost Drone.
My bad.
Thankfully, you're reliable in the vocabulary. Good thing you're a caster. Yeah. Amazing J.
Good thing I can speak English.
It's true. Dandy. Dandy always looks the same also, by the way. He's just like, whatever.
The Dota players, because obviously the Vici organization has a massive Dota team and a great fan base. What did they say? They said something particularly mean to Dandy. They were shocked. They're like, oh, I didn't know girls were allowed in the LPL.
Wow.
Yeah.
I assume they are.
There's actually a separate league.
Oh, really?
Yeah,
That's
in
interesting.
China for females.
China has everything, apparently.
It was really cute when Roar was...
Oh, yes, I know this because, oh my god, I have a girl team.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh.
Well, when Roar was boot camping in China
Here we
before
go.
going to the
Yep.
NACS, this is a throwback.
This is a
A
throwback.
lot of Chinese players, even our own Chinese players that we ended up signing, of course, Spicy, was very curious. Like, is girls, are they allowed to play? Because we had a female player.
Yeah.
So they were actually just honestly confused. So it's just a thing.
Fair enough. Hello, welcome back.
Hi.
We're popping in the game relatively soon. It's been a fun day so far of the LPL. Tomorrow, of course, is going to still be there. So not done yet for the LPL weekend. But this series has been interesting, I have to say. Like,
I'm enjoying them.
yeah, a lot of splits. Potentially one here as well, of course, with EDG having a nice commanding lead. As we do pop back into the game here, 15 minutes in, EDG still looking strong and ahead with 4,500 gold up for themselves. Maker going to clear out a ward. Righteous Glory done for Maokai, though.
The last thing that happened is they took that mid-tier tower.
Yes, so that tower
Okay.
is gone. 3 towers now to 1. EDG versus Vici. And we're all caught back up in this particular game.
And again, EDG, they have their power spikes. The Trinity is complete. More importantly, again, I'm really on this Abyssal Scepter.
Yeah,
Got to talk about it with Rusty and Spawn, and I am now a believer.
You're on the train.
I'm on the Abyssal Scepter train.
train. Mako, by the way, going to try and make Endless's life a bit trickier. Although, quite a number of people, and by that I mean almost the entire Vici lineup, coming into the top side to try and gank Def, but he will not be ganked.
They walked up there, they're like, maybe never mind.
That was an interesting one. That was not a dandy approved counter gank, let me tell you.
The next most important objective on the map in terms of just kind of passive map control is actually going to be that second tier mid tower as far as what EDG want to siege. What they're doing right now is they're just kind of resetting the map in terms of their pressure points and clearing out their side waves, which is why Vici were looking to make a pick. But I expect that we're going to start to see them rotate towards the mid lane and prioritize setting up deep vision. Since it's the Dragon Timer has spawned, that means they're going to play to the bottom side of the map, so they should be invading Vici's blue side jungle.
Makes sense. You can see a couple of words there already, but I'm curious, why the mid-tier 2? Why is that the most important part before the Dragon spawn?
Well, they'll probably get the Dragon before they get the second tier tower just because it's still relatively hard to siege, even though Deft has the Trinity Force. Of course, he's again responding to the pressure point on the top side of the map that Endless created. But the mid-tier tower just gives you the most passive vision and map control. So obviously if there's not a tower there, then that means that your minions, it's as simple as the minions getting farther down on the map, and what the minions bring with them is it not only creates a pressure point that forces the enemy team to respond to clear it, but more importantly, it brings vision, and with vision comes information. So if you have a minion wave going really deep down the mid lane and you see the enemy team come to clear it, if you see 3 members there, like, okay, I know that I can commit other resources to other parts of the map.
Makes sense. Are you familiar with the Final Fantasy series of games at all?
Oh, really? I only have that tattooed on my back.
Nice. Thank you. Lots of viewers that right now. But are you familiar with the enemy, the Tombury, at all?
Yeah.
So I like to think of the minions after that explanation. It's like little Tomburys with lanterns waving down the lane, just sort of providing a little bit of extra vision.
And the anxiety just starts, you're like, oh god, I gotta kill it. How much health does it have? Oh god.
If my tongue too happy, he just lays them all down. He's like, yeah, let's slay them all. Because Def still on the top side, by the way. EDG trying to set up for this Dragon, but Def constantly responding to Tristana, who refuses to move from the lane. Mata even here as well. So Vici, their plan apparently is to continue pressuring the top side, but EDG wants to keep the tower advantage.
They can't contest the Dragon, and Vici know this, which is why they're trying to just trade objectives. More importantly, either a pick onto Deft or that top tier tower.
Smart stuff though from Vici, to be expected. I mean, I think as we see Vici fall more behind in games and the team gets kind of better and more like plays more together, we actually will see them still use that same, very strategically sound, very clean, clinical style, but actually get themselves back into the game.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I definitely think that's something that's really important to kind of see the evolution of can they play from behind and will they eventually figure out how to do it.
Well, right now EDG are just going to get the Dragon instead. Clearlove with the need to see large rock completed on the Nidalee will absolutely massacre this objective, and the rest of his team's going to come down and help Amy actually going to add the most damage and gets the Dragon. Good work.
And again, the brilliance of this is the fact that Amazing J swap places with Deft picking up the pressure point in the top lane to allow Corki to go over and participate in the Dragon fight. The reason why Vici can't fight this right now is they just don't have the itemization. We talked about how Corki found his mid-game power spike with that Trinity Force, has the starting of the Bilgewater Cutlass as well as his Sork Shoes completed, whereas on the other side, Tristana just completed that Infinity Edge, didn't have it available for when the Dragon went down.
How long are Vici going to have to wait then as far as their power goes till they get, like, how many items do they need before they can realistically fight EDG on reasonably even 5v5?
Victor is going to have to complete his second item. It looks like it's going to be a Luden's Echo just from that book and Needlessly Large Rod. Likewise, Tristana is going to need her 3-item power spike, which is going to be the upgraded Zeal, which looks like it's going to be a Shiv since she has the Avarice Blade, as well as her penetration item.
Well, that is a while away, unfortunately, for Vici, so we'll see if they can weather the storm. We've got about 5,000 gold up here for EDG that make that 6 again. No, it's 5. I'm really bad at maths. Did we cover this earlier? I'm pretty sure. Blade of the Ruined Kingdom coming through for Def. Very aggressive mid-game centric item. A lot of dueling power there as well. And Clearlove again, probably going for a Zonies, maybe a Rabadon's if he gets there. But pretty much lots of AP right now, and Fame is kind of thinking the same thing with the Boston one.
And again, it's about that second tier mid tower, which is going to be kind of the primary objectives. What you're seeing EDG doing is they're going to invade the top side of the map and start placing their deep wards. They can do this because with the Dragon down, it's a 6-minute window of opportunity that they can play to the top side of the map without sacrificing an objective. By placing vision here and then applying pressure in both the top and mid lane, they're trying to make a pick on Vici rotating in between their lanes. If they make a pick, they can then easily translate that into a tower.
And they got pretty good pick potential here as well. Mako, Clearlove, and even Def, just as far as raw damage output goes, look good. And FrostGurren, it's almost like she's pretty good at League of Legends. EDG straight onto the tier 2 with the first available opportunity.
And now they should probably rotate down to the bottom side, especially because Amazing J has set up a wave. He's backing now to respond to make sure that Vici can't respond with a double push on second tier top tower.
Well, Endless getting a trade, trying to get his team a bit more gold right now, but looks like he will be stopped by Amazing J. Probably going to recall in that brush, but EDG going to trade 2 towers for 1. That, as anybody knows, is some value.
Now from here, EDG should back, reset the map in terms of pressure points in both the top and mid side tower, and then move into the Baron to start setting up vision. Again, secure the Baron vision, make a pick, transition into Baron, take more towers.
Sounds good. Sounds good here as Amazing J did make it to the top tower in time to save the tier 2, but Endless had a good crack at it. Got about 50% of its health down, so Tristana, again, really good at treading through turrets when left unattended, so EDG must attend to that threat as best they can, but still 7k up for EDG, looking good as we move towards a potential ban.
Now, the thing that I really want to point out is I talked about how important it is to take down the mid-tier tower because obviously it gives you the most passive vision control and information with the minions walking down there. I really like what EDG have done up their mid lane, placing the 2 deep wards on the mid lane. It's so important to get vision down there because they're high traffic areas. Again, it's about controlling and securing information. If you can see where Vici are moving around the map, it just gives you so much more power and potential not only to make picks, but to out-rotate each other. And LPL is really well known for its big team fight, the 5v5s, but the other thing that Chinese teams are absurdly good at, not just EDG, but trading objectives. They really understand when they're strong and when they can fight. And when they can't, they're so good at... I mean, sometimes they'll just sacrifice the entire map, but making sure that if there is an available trade, that they take it.
Yeah, and you can only make those trades when you have the necessary knowledge, which translates into vision. So EDG still lining things up nicely. Luden Zeko actually for Clearlove. Seraph's completed or transformed there for Bainey. And Def does a pickaxe because he needed a little bit more power right this second. Amazing J is getting tanky up. Mako's kind of doing the same thing here, and EDG are ready to take the patented 25-minute Baron.
So what they're going to do is, again, we talked about this, this static shift proc on a grid. They're going to deep ward around Baron. They're looking for a pick, but while they do this, they need to create 2 different pressure points. The other option and play they have available is they can try to rush for the second tier top tower because, again, it's the last outer tower available, which means it's the easiest to secure. But their primary goal is playing around this Baron. If they're patient enough, eventually Vici will make a mistake or be forced into one.
See if unforced errors, or a forced error, I guess, can be made here as EDG just clear out vision again. Much like Vici, EDG, I'm going to say I must use clinical because the way EDG tend to close games is with like a lot of explosions, but they are very set and very good at closing out the games when they have the lead. They're just quite aggressive about the way they go about it.
Moving out of it, I think they're securing the blue buff for Bainey.
Clearly going to get the Grump actually, so Blue going to be the next thing Cassio wants to look at, but Vici using this opportunity while EDG are on the right-hand side of the map to try and get some vision down around the Baron. But Mako and Def playing bodyguards there to those beautiful, beautiful pink wards.
I mean, that said, EDG kind of fumbled a little bit in the vision denial because Vici actually have 3 really nice placed wards in the Baron pit, particularly in the Pixel Brush in River.
Good spot to put. You can see Vici nowhere to put those wards around. Endless actually going to clear that one away. Tristana's range does still grow with levels with the Draw Bead passive. Not nearly as much as it used to, but a bit of extra range there from Endless, able to clear that ward away.
But the reason why, you did point out a good part of that Tristana has really great range and she's able to clear that safely, but more importantly, the reason why he was able to approach that is, again, that Pixel Brush ward. It's a high traffic area because obviously you can see someone coming off the ramp from the blue buff as well as coming in from the mid lane, and it told him, you know, will someone be there to collapse on me if I step forward and hit this ward? The answer is no. So EDG, they're losing a ton of momentum simply because Vici have warded correctly around this Baron pit.
It's almost like the support's motto.
It's almost like their support's motto.
Yeah. I mean, again, Vici's vision control was never in doubt, I think, even in the start of this year in spring. Although Clearlove now on top of the dragon, gonna get a bit of help from Amazing J, but really at this point can pretty much... Oh, Dandy! Not this time. Not today, Prince of Thieves. Amazing J actually may be in trouble, but the rest of his team's there to make sure he helps. Bit sloppy by EDG, but they do secure the dragon.
Your excitement was so good at that. Dandy, no!
Well, Dandy's so good at stealing buffs that he does have smite, so history would indicate that the Prince of Thieves is pretty good at stealing, but not today, Dandies. Vinci's still going to be denied that first dragon, and EDG, again with the dragon off the map, they're going to go back to the left side of the map.
Yep. And I feel like they're going to get a little bit impatient and really start to prioritize sieging up that second tier tower as opposed to waiting for a pick on the Baron, just because Vici have done such a great job with their... Is that?
Yep.
Okay, he got it.
So I was like, what, there's a ward here? That's not allowed.
That was the MVP ward.
Yeah, strong ward there.
This is the other ward that I really like. So the one that Mako's standing against.
I love that ward.
It's beautiful because the pink on the Baron doesn't see it, especially if you place it against that wall. I like to call it the Baron Gate ward. It was also really well popularized in the OGN final between Blue and KT. They started to place these wards right outside the Baron pit against the wall. So again, the vision denial is going to be on the pit itself, but with that ward, you're still able to see people coming in and out. Obviously, you don't get the health of the Baron, but you can definitely tell when a team's doing it.
Yeah, and then you rush back in, ward the back end, hope to get Dandy in there to steal it. Still amazing to me that Dandy prioritizes so many smite top laners after transitioning from the jungle to the top lane, but we are getting a little bogged down here in this game. EDG do have strong advantages still across the board, but this gold lead has sort of been sitting here stale for the last 5 to 10 minutes. 7,000 gold still up now for EDG. Still 6-0 in kills, still 3-0 in dragons, and still 5-2 in turrets, but EDG need a little bit more. Blade's done to Jeff. Bamey's got his Void Staff completed. Amazing Day with a Frozen Heart. Maybe they were just waiting for gold, but EDG feels like they want to be a bit more proactive because Vici have really kept them in their place well.
No, you're absolutely right. I mean, EDG, they sacrificed a ton of their momentum. If Vici are efficient and clean and just so great at maximizing their lead, EDG have kind of fumbled it right now. They're being very cautious and very respectful because, again, if you do fumble that Baron, that's a great entry point for Vici to get back into this game. But I feel like they needed to commit more to taking that top tier tower when the Baron call wasn't working out for them. So the past 4 to 5 minutes are really just Vici farming up and getting exactly what they want. This is Vici in control despite the fact that EDG are making the moves.
Yeah, all they want is time here, and that's what they've been given. But how much more will EDG give them? They're still, again, prioritizing this Baron. They've got great Baron damage, but probably not confident enough to just rush it down and hope that works. EDG want to find a pick. A siege would not be bad given the niddly corky nature of their composition, and they've even got Cassio to disengage ult. And EDG might just be suddenly, you know what, let's have a siege.
They figured it out. We understand how to play the game. Let's go.
Clearlove, they have massive spears. One of those connects onto a squishy target. You'll see their health melt pretty swiftly. Clearlove not messing around. Mata, that's twice now he's almost eaten it straight to the face.
And it's also really important for EG to consistently put themselves into siege position because throwing spears is what they're good at.
Maybe they're just waiting for Clearlove's damage output. Amazing there. I love that he's tying down Dandy as well. That's the one go button for Vici that would really be good here. And Amazing There's like, you are never getting to teleport when I'm here.
There we go. They finally took the objective available on the map. We'll see if they turn the dragon. Big thing is the fact that Bamey doesn't have his blue buff available, so that slows down Cassie's Baron clear time quite a bit. Do you hear that Gatling gun?
No, what Gatling gun? There's a tongue here in the mid lane, still trying to get some farm done. Does have a nice cost-efficient damage build here. Void Stuff plus the Rabadons means he is good on the wave clear duty. Part of the reason maybe that EDG couldn't push down that mid-tier turret. But again, going to rotate back around, maybe try and take another structure, but EDG's starting to play a bit more forward on the map.
This is so cheeky from World 6. He immediately runs in with the Void Rush to clear out as much vision as quickly as possible.
Well, now he's in trouble as Def going to find him. His damage is massive here on the Corki. Flashes for the kill, gets it. Endless tries to heal him, it doesn't finish. And EDG incidentally get a pick. They're going to make it two. Amazing Jace plotted in as well. Mako gets the other kill, and that might be the Baron turn.
So they saw that EDG had committed to the bottom side of the map. Void Rush over to the Baron pit to try to clear out the vision. I don't know what happened, but World 6 decided to stay way too long. Gives them the pick on the jungle, and now Vici are so quickly trying to create a pressure point in the mid lane to force EDG to respond so they don't turn on the Baron.
Yeah, they don't have Clearlove, so not going to start the Baron just yet. Dragon up in a minute 20 means that Clearlove will be here in time. They don't have a second smite, so they can't look at it. Instead, they'll just take the Scuttle Crab, try and secure that vision. Vici, nice kill there from Hatong. Clearlove clearly face-checking a brush there, but that'll buy them a bit more time.
Good job from Vici really pulling EDG off of the Baron despite the fact that they had got the pick on World 6. And it, again, speaks to the fact that for how much pink, or how many pinks EDG have on that Baron pit, Vici always retain vision of it.
And it's, again, just Mata being very strong with his vision, knowing the right ward spots, knowing very well what objectives they need to secure vision around. And I mean, it's been a tight game because both these teams, honestly, like you said, are very good at tracking objectives. And Vici, despite the deficit, they still know what they're trying to keep track of. They just can't really contest for it.
It is really important to note that Vici have set up a slow push on the bottom side of the map, so that's why you're not going to see anyone touch that. That's going to be a big problem for EDG come maybe 45 seconds to a minute. So Amazing J doesn't have his teleport. I don't know if it'll take the tower, but it'll certainly do a lot of damage, and obviously it's not going to be a lifesaver for Vici. It's not like it's pressing on the Nexus or the Nexus towers or anything like that, but it is something that they can play around.
Yep, and Endless is starting to get stronger now as well. Last Whisper completed for the Triss. Both the carries actually for Vici have themselves 3 items. The tanks are quite tanky there as well. EDG might still have a gold lead, but 30 minutes in, looks like a lot less of a lead than it used to, it feels like, because those major items have been completed for Vici's threats.
Yeah, and it's really just the fact that they've been stalled out. They've been so focused on this Baron, but not willing to pull the trigger that they've even kind of sacrificed a bit of their proactive dragon control. As we can see now, as Dandy actually has leashed the dragon, that they didn't care about the timer. They kind of let it go because it's all about this Baron.
Well, they're going to maybe try and fight them here. The dragon is going to go to Vici. Rexo will get it there. World 6 takes it away. Mako, though, on Tomato as Hatonga on the side gets a good gravity field down. Amazing J, he's so tanky. Bambi doesn't have an ulti, though. Gets dove on, but he's still alive. He pops the Seraph, and there's too much damage here for EDG. Hatonga on the side is trying to kill Depth, I believe, but Much is going to go down. Clearlove gets a double. Hatong barely lives, but EDG finally win a team fight.
So they use the dragon effectively as a crutch to force Vici to fight them to get the pick that they need.
Mako finds Hatong, tracks him down, manages to kill him in his own jungle. Not every day you see a support kill a mid laner, but there you go.
And with that ace, that will mean finally they pull the trigger on the Baron and EDG in complete control of this game.
Yep. Finally as well here. It took them a long while, I'll say. Vici held out nicely here in this one, but 13,000 gold up now for EDG. Baron buff ready to go. No 4th dragon actually will stop that, but I think EDG are planning to win before the 5th one would spawn in.
Well, definitely the next big priority for them is breaking that inhib line, particularly the mid lane inhib, and then followed closely by the bot lane inhib. If this game does drag out to multiple Barons, it's very important to secure the bottom lane inhib because, again, playing with multiple pressure points across the map, forcing Vici to make really tough decisions.
And Vici, they are very good at making those decisions, but it's just so, kind of like we saw in Game 1, playing with a gold deficit is difficult even if you do make good choices, or maybe in EDG's case in Game 1, are a good team fighting team. So EDG back at the driver's seat now after, again, a long Baron stalemate here, but finally got what they wanted. Let's see what they can do. Dandy trying to make a play. Ult's in there. Bambi actually getting quite low there. Locked up forever. The heal down. He puts his ulti in. Clearlove trying to dive in, get something down by Hatong. Too much damage there in that choke point by Clearlove. Cleaning up in the back. Endless diving in. Def with massive amounts of damage, and they'll just get cleaned up here. Vici, that was one last ditch effort, but it did not work.
Dandy trying to commit on the 4v5 because Death was across map pushing waves. They saw him on the ward. They decided to pull the trigger, but they're just too far ahead. The devastation, the AoE of Bambi, they were able to stall the fight out long enough that when Def did show up, he just pretty much got on the back half. Clean ace, clean game from EDG.
The fact that Hatong had 4 people in a choke and didn't kill anyone except for the Cassio that they focused just shows you how far behind Victor is. That's the dream scenario for Victor, but instead, EDG will get another split this weekend, taking Game 2 off of Vici Gaming.
A completely different look at Vici as well as EDG, and, you know, again, we can't say definitively, is it experimentation, but it seems like a very obvious answer to ban the Callisto that they keep finding in their second-tier draft, so, you know, I'm going to go ahead, say it's experimenting.
Well, I mean, those 2 games look very similar. It's just that 2 different teams won them. Vici showing that they can hang here and beat EDG when they get a lead, but EDG still showing that even with 2 substitutes, we're still EDG.
Yep. I completely agree. Vici looked great first game. EDG looked fantastic second game. And they both won them in very similar ways. I think a big thing also to point out is kind of the difference in play style from Clearlove and kind of the power spikes for EDG. Understanding that, you know, we can't play this passive farm out game with Vici just because they're so good at it themselves. So let's put the pressure on. Let's force them to skirmish, to fight us earlier, and let's take advantage of their weak team fight.
Yeah, and it was nice. Even just the early ganks or skirmishes from EDG look quite strong. Their Amazing Days teleports have been fairly on point all day long and all weekend long, I have to say. Bamey stepping up. Again, champion pool kind of slim, but he's really good at those champions.
Yep, completely agree.
Yeah.
I mean, there's not much more to say.
We'll have to see. We're going to check in the standings, so we have a bit more to say before we sign off. This broadcast for us. We still have EDG atop the standings, still 20 points in. We can see Xiaogu 19 in. And just look at the differences here. IG and Snake tied for 3rd and 4th. OMG sitting there. There's just not much in it at this point.
Yeah, it was kind of cute. We were talking about this upstairs, how Xiaogu keep playing before EDG. And so it's almost like EDG get a look, okay, did Xiaogu too? Okay, we can go ahead and we can split.
We can have a draw here as well. As you can see, there's your current top 8 teams. There are playoff contention teams right now, but very close to them. King of World Elite tied for last place on 8 points, but RNG with a big win today dropped themselves up a bit, and UP as well, sitting at 10 points. Again, still quite a lot of the season left to go, but the standings, we were joking about it before, but we weren't really kidding. Like, they're really close.
Yeah, I was just about to bring that up. You said it before. These standings are, 2-2-0s away from complete shifts of power as far as the ladder is concerned. So there's still a lot of opening and a lot of room to run as far as this playoff top 8.
There is indeed, but we'll see where we go as we continue the LPL tomorrow. But we are done for this evening. For myself, FLICKR, and Seda, Rusty, and our entire live production crew, LPL Day 2 will be tomorrow. We'll see you then.
I will hold